Chapter 1. I became the demon armor. Who could have imagined that after a millennium as a celestial king in the vast celestial realm, I would be reborn as a piece of demon armor? A dark and ominous suit of demon armor rested upon a stone platform, its voice emanating from within its depths. Luo Xingye felt a surge of frustration, as if he could spit blood. This time, he was no mere human, he was entirely severed from anything resembling life. Yet, when it came to reincarnation, he had his fair share of experience. In his first life, he was born in an orphanage in Huaxia on Earth. During his youth, fortune turned against him, and he met an untimely death in a car accident. In his second life, he traversed to the realm of cultivation, where he became a lowly servant in a certain sect. He took on the guise of an emperor, gathering resources to cultivate and eventually ascend to the realm of immortality. However, he perished at the hands of 3 celestial kings after a millennium. And in his third life, he found himself reborn as demon armor, setting forth on a new journey. Memories unfolded like a box opened by Luo Xingye's thoughts. He recalled the harrowing scene of his demise at the hands of the celestial kings. Luo Xingye felt a lingering resentment and deep dissatisfaction. At that time, the celestial realm had witnessed the emergence of the residents of the reincarnation sovereign, inciting fierce competition among celestial beings. Luo Xingye had endured countless hardships to obtain the precious relic of the reincarnation sovereign. Little did he know, he was betrayed by his friend, Yun Yin. He sustained severe injuries. Shortly thereafter, Yun Yin rallied 2 celestial kings to mount an assault against him, leading to his eventual downfall. Fortunately, he had secured one of the treasures of the reincarnation sovereign, the reincarnation pearl, which granted a singular chance for rebirth. Luo Xingye was uncertain if true reincarnation existed in this world. Yet, being reborn as a mere piece of demon armor was extraordinarily bizarre. All of this chaos originated from Yun Yan's treachery. In this life, I am determined to cultivate once more and return to the celestial realm. I shall take that filthy woman, Yun Yan, and bind her to the bed, forcing her to relearn what it means to be a celestial being, again and again. After releasing his frustrations, Luo Xingye's anger began to cool. First, I must contemplate how to transform into a human. He was not entirely without means to become human through weapon cultivation, though it was rather time-consuming. For someone who once held the title of Celestial King, the technical challenges involved were not particularly daunting. What needed careful consideration was that this lifetime could not be squandered. To live past his third life was already a stroke of extraordinary luck. Yet, not every opportunity would guarantee one's survival through the trials of life and death. If only I had a system, Luo Xingye mused inwardly, hoping for better fortunes. When he first crossed into the realm of cultivation, he had neither system nor golden finger. During those mortal days of cultivation, he lived akin to a girl thrust into the depths of the sea, exhausting yet exhilarating. Although starting over in cultivation was not particularly daunting for him now, leveling up anew would be immensely easier with a dependable system by his side. Is there a system? If so, make a sound, Luo Xingye shouted mentally. Silence prevailed, with no response to be found. It seemed there was no hope. Just as he began to quell his fantasies, a mechanical voice reverberated within his consciousness. Did you call for me? Truly, there is a system, Luo Xingye exclaimed in surprise. I have always been here since you crossed into the cultivation realm, the system replied. What the? Luo Xingye felt a wave of shock, stammering. Then why didn't you show yourself at that time? You never called for me back then, the system responded, causing Luo Xingye to struggle to maintain his composure. Reflecting on the past, he realized it was indeed true upon his arrival in the cultivation realm. He hadn't called for a system. He had merely dreamt of having one as a helping hand. However, as he confronted the harsh realities of life and fought for survival, he had suppressed those fantastical notions, relying solely on his own cultivation until he ultimately forgot that desire. Damn it! Luo Xingye felt rage bubbling within him. Was this system truly so unreasonable? Just because he hadn't called, it chose to stay silent until his demise? If he were to perish, wouldn't the system itself cease to exist as well? Were it not for the reincarnation pearl allowing him this second chance, he would have indeed been lost forever. Ding! The most powerful auxiliary system has been bound to the host. Would you like to activate it? The system sounded its notification. I don't need this system anymore, get lost. Luo Xingye spat in anger. He would rather manually grind through levels again than rely on this unreliable system. Otherwise, who knew when it might lead him to ruin? Ding! The host has rejected the system's assistance. The system is now splitting. Ding! The system has successfully split and become fragments, merging into the demon armor due to processing failure. You damned system. Do you think you could just dump your garbage into my body? Luo Xingye cursed vehemently. He could distinctly feel a notable change within his body, or rather the demon armor itself. Frustrations aside, he had to be mindful of whether his body was intact. However, just as his thoughts sparked, a series of data surged into his soul sea. The data read as follows. Master, Luo Xingye. Identity, Luo Shun Demon Armor. Realm none. Realm Advancement Method, absorb spiritual blood. Hardness, mortal level 0100, reaching 100 energy points allows for enhancement. Mystery box. Open once for 100 energy points currently, can be opened once for free. Energy points. None essences hidden in celestial material allow for energy points upon absorption. Talent. Fear consume a certain amount of spiritual blood to activate this talent, instilling fear in living beings for 3 seconds. Talent. Adaptive. This talent possesses both passive and active effects. Passive effect. When Luo Shin Demon Armor is attached to another being, it may transform into various forms of demon armor. Active effect. Upon absorbing a certain amount of spiritual blood, the demon armor can temporarily transform into human form. Pet. None. As Luo Xingye perused the data, his anger gradually dissipated. If it were a system assisting him, he would be apprehensive, for this system had proven unreliable. However, if the system had merged with his body and he could control it, then he might accept it. According to the data presented, absorbing spiritual blood would elevate his realm. Blood from those possessing special traits in cultivation is termed spiritual blood. It is imperative to seek such individuals. And regarding this mystery box, let me try my luck by opening it. Curiosity piqued. Luo Xingye immediately focused his intent on the mystery box. The box trembled slightly before releasing a blinding flash of light. Primary luminous glimmer that can invoke heavenly anomalies, one-time consumable. Interesting. Luo Xingye was not particularly interested in spells or techniques. The treasures he possessed were already of the world's utmost caliber, ensuring he lacked nothing. Instead, it was these small trinkets that captured his attention more profoundly. Suddenly, as Luo Xingye immersed himself in his thoughts, the sound of voices nearby jolted him back to reality. There were indeed benefits to being in the form of demon armor. For instance, the armor possessed an all-encompassing view, offering a perspective without blind spots. It was as if the armor itself had become a pair of eyes, allowing him to see both inside and outside in all directions. He scanned his surroundings. This place was a ceremonial altar. He found himself upon the altar, surrounded by a gathering of individuals. They were speaking about the armor possessing mysterious and formidable powers. Luo Xingye's heart sank. He had just examined the data of the armor. It had no realm. Its hardness was merely mortal level. What could possibly be formidable or mysterious about it? It's likely the system fragments merging with the armor that has induced these transformations, Luo Xingye thought, feeling a mix of joy and concern. He was pleased that the armor now had potential for growth, yet worried that its previous powers had vanished, leaving him with fewer trump cards. Suddenly, he felt a curious sensation within his body. Almost instantly, information emerged in his soul. Sisu Banksia, 16 years old, Lingshu immortal body, destroyed by the utmost poison but still possesses spiritual blood. Luo Xingye. It was at this moment that voices encircling the altar drew his attention. Master, Miss Banksia has returned. A servant approached a middle-aged man who appeared excited. Is my niece back? Why wasn't I informed earlier? Uncle, let's go, and greet our family's first cultivator. Disciples of the Immortal Gates detest demonic artifacts. Ensure the armor is covered so that my niece doesn't see it. The middle-aged man, referred to as the head of the family, broke into a broad smile. Around him, the elders beamed with joy. Banksia is far away in the Immortal Gates. It was a challenge to communicate. We feared the family would be left relying on the demon armor for survival. Little did we anticipate Banksia's return. Now that Banksia is back, we need not concern ourselves with those adversaries. Since our dear niece has taken the time to return, we must hold a grand welcoming feast. And let's invite all the major powers of Luocheng. Ha ha ha. The elders exchanged merry banter, following the head of the family as they hastened toward the exit. Chapter 2. My dear girl, do you wish to live? Yet, when they returned, not a single one bore a smile. Each face was etched with worry and despair. They recalled the words spoken by the azure-clad woman supporting Su Banksia. Disciple of the North Heaven Immortal Palace, Su Banksia, due to the shattering of her spiritual platform, has fallen to the realm of mortals. The sect has expelled her, and she has now been sent back home. The azure-clad woman abandoned the feeble Su Banksia, stepping on her flying sword and soaring into the sky, with the Su family devoid of cultivators. What shall we do? An elder lamented softly. Years ago, Su Banksia had been chosen by an elder of the immortal sect while sojourning through the mortal realm, taken from her family. From that moment, one individual ascended, lifting the entire family to great heights. In a mere 3 years, the family had risen to become the foremost in Luo City. The members of the Su family took immense pride in Su Banksia, even half a year prior. Formidable cultivation families had come to propose marriages. This, however, led to the Su family's arrogance, as they recklessly expanded their influence, forging numerous enmities, disregarding even the practitioners. Uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, that a pale-faced young beauty, supported by a maid. Enter the courtyard. The family head remained silent, his brow furrowed. The third elder forced a smile and inquired, Banksia, can you still cast spells to defend yourself? Su Banksia shook her head. I am but a mortal now. Do you still possess any treasures of the immortals? The fourth elder suddenly asked. With a downcast expression, Su Banksia replied, they have all been taken by my peers. How could you not safeguard your own belongings? The family head sighed heavily, pacing back and forth as Su Banksia lowered her head, murmuring, I shall pay my respects at my parents' grave. I do not wish to disturb you all today. As she approached the courtyard gate, the maid whispered, Miss, does it hurt? Let me take you to the apothecary to procure some pain-relieving medicine. To at this, Su Banksia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just then, a guard of the Su family rushed into the courtyard. His expression frantic. Family head, the Seven-Blades sect has arrived, and that demonic cultivator is with them. They have just entered the city and are racing here. Enmity has arrived, particularly that demonic cultivator. A mortal cannot withstand such a foe. An uproar ensued. Currently, the news of Banksia's downfall has not spread. We can still utilize it. Proclaim it far and wide, saying that the disciple of the North Heaven Immortal Palace, Su Banksia, has returned to the clan to oversee matters. The family head decisively commanded. Yes, the guard turned to leave. After issuing the command, the family head felt the harshness of his own words and turned to Su Banksia at the gate, saying, Niece, the family is in crisis. This plan is unavoidable. Su Banksia said nothing, her face ashen as she departed. Wait! The family head called out to Su Banksia, his expression fluctuating. She remained silent, casting a cold gaze at him. Niece, regarding the demon armor, I have concealed the matter for many years. Now that you are no longer a disciple of the immortals, you should be informed. This armor was brought from afar by our ancestor when he was still alive. It requires the blood of 20 maidens to revive and wield the might of gods and demons within half a day. With the enemies approaching so swiftly, using your name to delay them will not allow the armor to revive in time. However, I have considered that, although you have fallen to the realm of mortals, your blood must still possess unique qualities, which should hasten the revival of the armor. As he spoke, the expressions of the elders shifted slightly, yet after a moment of struggle, none dared to voice their objections. Su Banksia understood, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. This act ignited the ferocity within the upper echelons of the Su family. Seize her, bring her to the altar, cut her wrist, and offer her blood as a sacrifice to the demon armor. The family head commanded fiercely. The guards sprang into action. The fourth elder, a martial practitioner, quickly closed the distance, grasping Su Banksia and pulling her back. The guards arrived, binding her at the altar and unveiling the black cloth that concealed the demon armor. How can you be so heartless? Sue Banksia cried out in anger, struggling against her bindings. Her gaze shifted to the elders, then to the family head. The elders dared not meet her eyes, while the family head coldly insisted. For the sake of the family, you must make this sacrifice. Losing you is preferable to the demise of the entire Sue family. At that moment, the guards brandished their daggers, preparing to cut her wrist. Sue Banksia's heart twisted in anguish as she questioned, "What have I done wrong? Your error lies in being expelled from the sect, rendering yourself a waste." The family head retorted, his voice devoid of compassion. The fury within Sue Banksia reached its zenith, yet it was punctured by the sharpness of his words, rendering her powerless to retaliate. She let out a miserable self-deprecating laugh, tears streaming down her face. It dawned on her that even kin could exhibit such cruelty. As her wrist was cut, blood flowed like a gentle stream, staining the demon armor that a chill enveloped Sue Banksia, both in body and spirit. Expelled from the sect, treated with disdain by her peers, robbed of her treasures, abandoned by her family, utilized by them, and in the end, to become a sacrificial pawn. After enduring a series of blows, she teetered on the brink of collapse. She wept, the sound delicate yet filled with despair. Yet, no one showed the slightest sign of compassion. Blood continued to pour forth. Her consciousness began to fade. She seemed to see her parents, who had devoted their lives to the family, ultimately perishing at the hands of their enemies. "That I miss you both," she murmured as her eyes gradually closed. Her heart, too, had succumbed to death. Suddenly, a resonant thud echoed, akin to a droplet falling into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through her consciousness. Instinctively, Sue Banksia opened her eyes, only to behold the dark demon armor, flowing like water, entwining itself around her wrist and enveloping her body. "About to be sacrificed, maiden. Do you wish to live?" A magnetic and profound voice reverberated in her mind, that Sue Banksia's gaze turned vacant, tears flowing as she whispered, "I wish to see my father and mother. I no longer wish to live." Ah, this girl oppressed by dark forces. You are not at all as I had imagined. To this moment, you ought to surrender to me in despair, and then unleash a surge of power and darkness. Very well, you are indeed the one I have chosen. Today, I shall save you. The voice of Luo Xingye resonated, entwining itself within the depths of the maiden's mind. Sue Banksia was momentarily taken aback. Yet she observed Luo Xingye utilizing a dazzling card. A first-level dazzling light capable of evoking celestial phenomena, one-time use. Boom! The setting sun, obscured by dark clouds, erupted into a cacophony of thunder upon the diminutive earth. Upon the altar that resembled a mere ant, a beam of black light shot forth from the demon armor adorning Sue Banksia, piercing the heavens. That in an instant, the sky darkened, and a tempest unleashed its fury. It has come. Once the demon armor absorbs the blood, revival shall commence. The family head, Sue Banksia's uncle, knelt on the ground, laughing maniacally. The surrounding elders followed suit, kneeling and laughing, their faces illuminated by the demonic light, appearing more ghastly than fiends. Previously, the revival of the demon armor did not require such grandiosity. It is indeed linked to Banksia's blood. She is truly the savior of our family. The family head gazed at this divine and monstrous spectacle, his heart racing with exhilaration. Chapter 3. I am renowned for my swiftness. Boom. Following the thunder, a blade-like flash of lightning tore through the void, illuminating the dim earth in a stark hue of bone white. Sue Banksia was lifted by the demon armor, suspended 3 zhang above the ground. The armor upon her body began to undergo a transformation. Innate talent. Adaptive. This talent possesses both passive and active effects. Passive effect. When the Luo divine demon armor attaches to other beings, it transforms into various forms of armor. A layer of soft, smooth black fabric enveloped Sue Banksia's legs, ascending towards her torso. With a soft pop, the garment she once wore vanished beneath the black fabric. Like a fleeting dream, the outer layer of the black fabric featured 2 dark, starry arcs, encircling her slender waist. The arcs unfurled above, forming a black-gold feathered attire that clung gracefully to her back and chest, exuding an air of enchanting elegance. Below, the arcs spread into a flowing skirt, resembling the condensed starlight of a dark night. From her wrists to her elbows, tendrils of demonic light wrapped around her, imbuing her with the aura of a goddess from the demon realm. Then, grayish bone-like patterns clung to both the inner and outer layers, showcasing a mysterious and luxurious essence of darkness that as her long, flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders. The overall image of Sue Banksia radiated an ethereal, dark celestial goddess. The girl, her eyes devoid of luster, appeared momentarily stunned, yet suddenly her brow furrowed as a series of sharp spikes emerged from within the armor, piercing her body and drawing forth her blood. Simultaneously, in Luo Xingye's soul realm, a flurry of information emerged. Acquired pet, Sue Banksia. New talent activated. Control, forcefully control the pet's body. New talent activated. Empower, enhances with 10 distinct forms. The more loyal the pet, the stronger the form. Current armor form. First form, Dark Star Demon Garb, increases damage by 30. Dark Star Demon Garb absorbing spiritual blood. Progress of converting spiritual blood to essence realm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Absorbing spiritual blood directly converts it into realm advancement. Luo Xingye was taken aback. The realms are categorized as follows: the Essence Realm, the Spirit Platform Realm, the Cloud Sea Realm, the Heavenly Gate Realm, the Transcendent Realm, the Sage Realm, and the Holy Realm. Regardless of the realm one aspires to achieve, the assistance of cultivation techniques is indispensable, alongside the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. The aforementioned methods delineate the training regimen of cultivators. In contrast, the practices of demonic practitioners are diverse and multifaceted, encompassing the devouring of souls, the absorption of demonic energy, resentment, and various forms of energy. They typically advance through realms at a remarkable pace, albeit with significant adverse effects. Nonetheless, every cultivation system entails a process involving absorption, circulation, refinement, and the settling of energy in the dantian. During this period, meticulous care is essential. A moment's negligence could result in the loss of all prior efforts. However, Luo Xingye is different that he absorbs spiritual blood, which directly transforms into realm advancement, complete with progress indicators. An approach that is straightforward and brutally efficient, that if he continues at this rate, he will achieve the essence realm in less than 60 breaths, accomplishing what some may never achieve in a lifetime within mere breaths. More critically, Luo Xingye repeatedly examines his body, confirming that this method of cultivation bears no adverse effects. "Are you still holding on?" Luo Xingye inquired. "Aren't you supposed to be saving me?" "I feel as though I'm on the brink of death," Sue Banksia retorted with a light scoff. Having lost too much blood, she felt faint and ultimately let out a soft whimper before losing consciousness. Damn it! Luo Xingye hastily ceased his blood absorption. If he were to drain Sue Banksia completely, finding a source to replenish her blood later would prove challenging. That he glanced at the progress indicator. Progress of spiritual blood conversion to essence realm. 55, not bad. Alas, with her now unconscious, the control fell solely upon him. Activating his talent. Control.su Banksia's head, tilted to one side, suddenly opened her eyes. Those once vibrant eyes now appeared deep and mysterious, exuding a formidable aura. Her youthful visage, previously marked by coolness and fragility, now radiated a dignified and somewhat aloof presence. Every subtle movement of hers conveyed an ineffable grace and pressure, as if a Navi girl had transformed into an empress reigning above the heavens. Whether it was an illusion or not, her stature seemed to have grown taller. The delicate demeanor instantaneously morphed into that of a reassuring sovereign. Only when one is not human does one realize the beauty of being human. Luo Xingye maneuvered Sue Banksia's body, relishing the long-lost familiarity that the essence of humanity brought him. Yet to the onlookers, Sue Banksia exuded an air of aloof superiority. Below the altar, niece, can you hear me?" The clan leader cautiously spoke, his heart laden with unease. The demonic armor had changed. Previously, it merely absorbed blood without possessing the ability to inhabit the sacrificial body. Yet now, not only had Sue Banksia not been drained, she seemed to have gained the armor's power. Luo Xingye controlled Sue Banksia to turn her head and regard the Sue family patriarch, coldly asserting, "Niece is not something you can call, that if you must address me, refer to me as grandfather." He felt slighted. The clan leader momentarily paused. Indeed, she is my niece. How else should I address her? If I were to call her grandfather, the ancestor in the family grave might rise in anger. The clan leader scrutinized his niece, feeling increasingly uneasy. A change in attitude is warranted. I must avoid further conflict with my niece until I can utilize her fully. With that thought, the clan leader adopted a woeful expression. Just as a look of helplessness surfaced on his face, and his eyes began to redden, another possibility struck him. Perhaps the demonic armor had invaded Su Banksia. The Su Banksia before him was, in fact, under the control of the demonic armor. Grandfather, the clan leader stammered. I have no grandson like you. Luo Xingye felt a wave of nausea. Suddenly, he sensed something and spun around. Outside the Su family estate, a shadow, trailing a stream of demonic energy, approached him. That it was a demonic cultivator. Judging by the aura, he was at the essence realm. It's the demonic cultivator from the Seven Blade sect, Lord Demonic Armor. Quickly deal with him, the Su family patriarch shouted in a panic. Simultaneously, members of the Seven Blade sect rushed into the Su family estate, mercilessly striking down anyone in their path. The Seven Blade sect, a mundane force, gathered a group of martial arts experts who had become enemies with the Su family due to their unbridled expansion and were now initiating a massacre. Too late. My speed is renowned for its swiftness. The demonic armor won't have time to react. The demonic cultivator cackled, brandishing a skull dagger aimed at Su Banxia's brain. Previously startled by the phenomenon caused by the demonic armor, he had chosen to observe from the shadows, ultimately concluding that eliminating the girl possessed by the demonic armor would render it powerless. His primary goal was the demonic armor. The Seven Blade sect was merely a tool to monitor the Su family. Previously, due to Su Banxia's identity, he had refrained from making a move, but now, with her being expelled from the sect, he hurried to act. Whoosh! His speed was indeed remarkable, a culmination of pent-up explosive energy. The dagger in his hand was poised directly at Su Banxia's forehead. Renowned for its swiftness, Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, activating his talent, Fear. Talent. Fear consumes a certain amount of spiritual blood to activate the talent, inducing fear in living beings within a 3-meter radius for 3 seconds. At that moment, the demonic cultivator, seeing himself nearing Su Banksia, let out a sinister laugh and unleashed a secondary explosive secret technique. This technique was his signature move, capable of unleashing terrifying speed once more. With a resounding boom, he closed the distance to Su Banksia. Prepare to die. Taste my secret technique, Shadow Instant Kill. In that instant, Luo Xingye's fear talent was triggered. Above the demonic cultivator's head, a black ghostly figure appeared, pulled by the force of fear. Simultaneously, the demonic cultivator's body involuntarily turned around, propelling him back to where he had come from. His speed, indeed, was recognized for its swiftness that in merely 3 seconds, the demonic cultivator transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring out of the Su family estate, colliding with the wall of a nearby high-rise with a resounding crash. His head bursting like a watermelon, dead beyond revival. The interpretation of the fear talent. Those who succumb to fear will be forcibly propelled in the opposite direction, with the speed determined by their initial velocity. Chapter 4. The enemies repelled, yet a more ruthless one approaches everyone, be they from the Seven Blade sect or the Su family guards, was struck with horror at this scene. They could not comprehend why the demonic cultivator, in a fit of madness, would choose to collide headfirst into a wall, effectively committing suicide. However, they quickly came to a realization. Perhaps the demonic cultivator did not take his own life, but was instead manipulated by the magic armor on Su Banksia. Clang! The members of the Seven Blade sect, terrified, dropped their weapons and fled. With the demonic cultivator dead, they dared not seek revenge and scattered in panic. The Su family patriarch incessantly urged, Grandfather, to eradicate the remnants of the Seven Blade sect. With just a glance from Luo Xingye, he fell silent. Oh no, to activate the fear talent. I drew heavily from Su Banxia's spiritual blood, and my strength is waning. Luo Xingye, now occupying Su Banxia's body, felt her temperature gradually plummeting, her heartbeat slowing. This body was on the verge of collapse. Bring forth medicinal herbs or treasures over a century old, particularly those for replenishing blood, Luo Xingye commanded, regarding the Su family patriarch with an authoritative tone. The demonic armor wishes to restore my niece's vitality. The Su family patriarch pondered this notion. Did you not hear my command? Luo Xingye scrutinized the patriarch. Why, yes. The patriarch's heart sank, sensing a foreboding feeling. Though they had driven away a contingent of enemies, the situation had not improved, for the demonic armor remained awake. You, go fetch the corpse of the demonic cultivator. Do not entertain any ulterior motives. I am observing with a secret technique. Luo Xingye shot a cold glance at the Su family's fourth elder. The elder trembled, suppressing his errant thoughts, and promptly went to retrieve the body. That moment, Luo Xingye slowly descended from the AI, or in truth. He currently possessed no realm and could not fly. His previous ascent was merely a visual effect enabled by the shimmering card. With the shimmering card now expended, he returned to the ground and found a stone chair to rest. Soon, a bowl of medicinal broth was brought to him. The Su family patriarch, in a display of loyalty, poured a small cup from the broth and consumed it himself, but he dared not stir up trouble. The eerie method employed by the demonic armor to compel the demonic cultivator to take his own life had already instilled fear in them. Luo Xingye guided Su Bangxia to drink, a warm sensation enveloping her body. Within mere breaths, her body temperature began to rise gradually. However, recovery was still distant. Rest was necessary. Just in time, Luo Xingye began to inspect his own body. Data: Master. Luo Xingye. Identity: Luo, God, Demon Armor. Realm: None. Progress of spiritual blood transformation into vital energy: 55. Hardness: Mortal level: 0-100. Reaching 100 energy points can enhance. Blind box: 100 energy points for one draw. Energy points: 3. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures contain essence. Absorb the essence to gain energy points. Talent: Adaptive. This talent possesses both passive and active effects. Passive effect: When the Luo God Demon Armor is attached to other beings, it transforms into different forms. Active effect: After absorbing a certain amount of spiritual blood, the Luo God Demon Armor can temporarily take on human form. Talent: Fear consumes a certain amount of spiritual blood to activate the talent, instilling fear in living beings within close proximity for 3 seconds. Talent: Control: Forcefully controlling human companions. Talent: Enhancement: Enhances with 10 distinct forms, the more loyal the companion. The stronger the form. Companion: Su Bangxia, current demon armor form. First form, Dark Star Demon Garb, increases damage by 30. 4 talents have been acquired, each exhibiting commendable abilities. However, without an elevation in realm. The efficacy of these talents remains constrained. Enhance the realm. One must absorb spiritual blood. It is imperative to replenish this young girl's blood. Luo Xingye cast a glance at the bodily data. Captivated by a particular entry. Energy points: 3. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures contain essence. Absorb the essence to gain energy points. There were not 3 energy points earlier. Luo Xingye's gaze shifted to the bowl in his hand. What is the age of the herbs in this medicinal soup? He looked towards the head of the Su family. At this moment, the Su family members were engaged in clearing the battlefield, disposing of corpses, and handling the probing of other factions. Yet, the head of the Su family dared not stray far. Hearing Luo Xingye's inquiry, he cautiously forced a smile. My Lord Demon Armor, these are 300-year-old herbs. So that is it. Herbs aged 100 years yield 1 energy point, while those aged 300 yield 3 energy points. Even if consumed by a companion, he, as the Demon Armor, would also benefit. Energy points are indeed a valuable asset. They can enhance the hardness of the armor and allow for blind box draws. Therefore, he leveraged his residual authority to compel the Su family to present herbs aged over 100 years, which were then brewed into soup. Edible treasures aged over 100 years were directly delivered. Oh, ancestors! This truly is a great ancestor. The family head silently lamented. His premonition had come true. The enemy had departed, only to be replaced by an even more formidable presence. Yet he dared not resist. The death of that demon cultivator was still vividly imprinted in his mind. Luo Xingye observed with indifference, his expression cold. Soon, the century-old herbs were brewed into soup, delivered bowl after bowl. After the head of the Su family tasted it, Luo Xingye controlled Su Bangxia, compelling her to drink bowl after bowl. Absorbing 200-year-old herbs, energy points 2. Absorbing 100-year-old herbs, energy points 1. Swallowing 300-year-old rare fruit, energy points 3. Perhaps due to excessive consumption, information prompts began to appear as energy points accumulated. Unfortunately, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures collected by mortals were mostly within 300 years of age, with those exceeding 500 or 600 years being exceedingly rare. For mortals, these were already the most precious items. Luo Xingye consumed them all, accumulating only 67 energy points. However, Su Bangxia received a substantial boost. Her skin began to radiate warmth, and a surge of vitality coursed through her body that it would not be long before she regained consciousness. I can absorb a few more. Luo Xingye rejoiced immensely. This is truly sinful. The head of the Su family and the elders observed with a mix of pain and despair. The Su family's decades of savings were rapidly being depleted. Truly, this ancestor is a bane. My lord demon armor, here are the corpses you requested. The fourth elder arrived, carrying the corpse of the demon cultivator. Set it down. Luo Xingye glanced at the notorious fast corpse, which bore a gruesome visage, its head resembling a crushed tomato. This fellow is quite destitute. He must be a rogue cultivator. Luo Xingye rummaged through the belongings of the demon cultivator and found only an ordinary flying sword, a dagger, and 2 ginseng roots. The only item of interest was the ginseng, that he set aside the flying sword and dagger, lifting the ginseng to inspect it. Then he tore off a piece of root and savored it. Absorbing 1/10 of a 1,000-year treasure, energy points 1. Luo Xingye, Su Bangxia, smiled slightly. For cultivators, treasures aged 1,000 years or more are deemed genuine treasures that it is entirely normal for this demon cultivator to possess a 1,000-year ginseng. Luo Xingye did not ponder further and directly chewed the ginseng. Absorbing 9/10 of a 1,000-year treasure, energy points 9. Absorbing a 1,000-year treasure, energy points 10. Several hours later, Su Bangxia awoke. This young beauty had once been a cultivator and quickly realized that another soul resided within her body, holding sway over it. Please refrain from stuffing everything into my mouth. It will be quite uncomfortable. Her delicate and melodious voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 5. The young girl's blood replenishment station. Are you not afraid of me? Luo Xingye responded, astonished. In this world, cultivators are divided into 2 paths, celestial and demonic. That I was once a disciple of the North Sky Immortal Palace and have studied much about demon cultivators. The young girl's voice was calm, as if resigned to her fate. You must be the spirit of the demon armor, drawn to my blood, which is why you have taken residence in me. That I have become a waste. I can only submit to your whims, so struggling is futile. Su Bangxia wore an expression of enlightenment. Indeed, such experiences of being forsaken by one's sect and family would inevitably alter a person's disposition. You possess awareness. Luo Xingye replied coolly with a smile. He directed his consciousness to control the dark star demon garb on the girl. The armor sprouted sharp spikes that pierced Su Bangxia's skin. She could feel the pain, but was powerless to react as her body was under the armor's control, leaving her as a mere observer. Could you perhaps refrain from absorbing from all over my body? Su Bangxia spoke, feigning calm despite her embarrassment. Luo Xingye then realized his oversight regarding the armor's structure and promptly retracted most of the spikes, only drawing from her arms and neck. Progress of spiritual blood transformation into vital energy. 55, 56, 57. This young girl's blood replenishment station was truly irresistible. I ask you, does the Su family still possess heavenly materials and earthly treasures? To be questioned thus by you indicates that you have already looted the Su family's treasures during my unconsciousness. The young girl felt as if she had transformed overnight. In the face of an authoritative figure's inquiry, she appeared excessively obedient. Perhaps this was what it meant to be unanchored and emotionally desolate. Regardless, the situation and environment had deteriorated to a point beyond salvation. Being controlled by the demon armor did not seem so dreadful after all. Get to the point, Luo Xingye instructed. I am of the Su family, esteemed senior, Su Banksia stated earnestly. And I know the location of the Su family's secret vault. Additionally, my family is quite wealthy, and money can procure many treasures and herbs aged over 100 years. Su Banksia spoke calmly. Although she had spent her time far from the sect, the rise of the Su family was indeed due to her. She had both the right and necessity to be aware of the Su family's secrets. Excellent. Truly, a filial child of the Su family. Luo Xingye commanded Su Banksia to rise, directing his gaze towards the head of the Su family. My lord, the treasures of the Su family are truly gone. Not a single one remains. The head of the Su family wore a mournful expression. Shall I retrieve the treasures from the first and second floors of the treasure pavilion? Or will you? Luo Xingye stated coldly. Ah! The head of the Su family's complexion changed drastically. That it was clear that Su Banksia had informed the demon armor. The third elder's face darkened. Inwardly cursing that wretched creature, the fourth elder gritted his teeth, arms crossed defiantly. At that moment, two messages appeared in Luo Xingye's sea of consciousness. Progress of spiritual blood transformation into vital energy. 98. 99,100. Realm advancement. First level of vital energy realm. The dark star demon garb worn by Su Banksia shimmered with a layer of starlight. Subsequently, a surge of vital energy realm's aura emanated outward. It leveled up. The young girl's blood replenishment station was truly marvelous. Dark star demon garb is storing magical energy. 1, 5, 15, 45. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, refining it into spiritual power. Demon cultivators absorb the turbid energy from the heavens and earth, refining it into magical power. The turbid energy from all directions converged into the dark star demon garb, directly transforming into magical power. That in an instant, the Su family estate was shrouded in dark, murky gas, resembling a foreboding hell. Quickly, hurry and retrieve the treasures. The head of the Su family nearly collapsed in fright. His legs turning to jelly, he feared the demon armor was about to unleash violence. The other high-ranking members were thrown into disarray, hastily fetching treasures. Soon, one treasure after another was delivered to Su Banksia's hands. As her soul observed her hands grabbing a heap of treasures to chew on, she thought to herself how this demon armor senior truly had a wild approach. Despite being told not to stuff so forcefully, he persisted. Would it not be more gentle when dealing with a girl? Meanwhile, Luo Xingye was preoccupied, as a stream of messages flooded his consciousness. Absorb treasures of 300 years, energy points 3. Absorb treasures of 500 years. Energy points 5. Absorb treasures of 200 years, energy points 2. Hardness, mortal level, 0-100. Upon reaching 100 energy points, can be upgraded. Mystery box, 100 energy points to open once. Energy points, 105. The essence hidden within rare materials. Absorb the essence to obtain energy points. Enough. Luo Xingye immediately allocated the energy points to hardness. Hardness, Qi refinement stage 1, 0-200. Upon reaching 200 energy points, can be upgraded. Luo Xingye let out a sigh of relief. He finally resembled a cultivator. Previously, without any realm or hardness, if the Su family had truly intended to harm him, he would have been utterly helpless. Thankfully, now he possessed both a realm and hardness, instilling him with a newfound confidence, which was anything but ordinary. One must remember, cultivators are merely flesh and blood beings. Aside from body cultivators, most cultivators are as fragile as paper. Once their physical form is harmed, they may not die, but they will be incapacitated. Yet he was different, that he practiced both body and technique. At this moment, the Su family, with tears in their eyes, had to hand over treasure after treasure to Luo Xingye. Truly, a financial wolf had come, only to be followed by a leopard. This demonic armor had ruthlessly treated the Su family like a cash cow. This time, we are truly out of luck, utterly depleted. The head of the Su family was on the verge of tears. Luo Xingye paid him no heed and personally searched through the treasure pavilion and the underground vault, confirming that they had not concealed anything. Senior, aren't you going to take any money? A reminder came from Su Bansha, the eldest son of the Su family. Good awareness. From now on, follow me, and I will set you a small goal. Become an immortal first. Luo Xingye was quite pleased with her compliance. Su Bansha replied calmly, not a hint of disturbance in her demeanor. Don't you believe me? Luo Xingye said with amusement. I do believe you, senior. Su Bansha replied placidly. Don't call me senior. From today onward, call me master. Luo Xingye pondered that in his previous life, he had cultivated to the immortal king level without ever taking on a disciple. Where does a master occupy a disciple's body? It's too confining. Even stuffing it into my mouth. Su Bansha expressed her stance. Occupy? Your word choice is inappropriate. Once the demonic clothing is removed, you will be left utterly bare. Immortals and demons cannot coexist, senior. Su Bansha said gloomily. As a member of the righteous sect, though now reduced to immortal, she still harbored a sense of unwillingness. Don't change the subject. Just tell me, can you remove the demonic clothing or not? No, I cannot. Su Bansha replied feebly. Then that is settled. The conflict between immortals and demons is something to be addressed when you have the ability. You claim you lack the power. How can you discuss the conflict between immortals and demons? Well, once we leave the mortal city, I will act to restore your Lingxiu immortal body. Luo Xingye increasingly felt something was amiss. Experiencing a deja vu of the classic trope of a grandmaster and a hapless protagonist. Ah, senior, you know I am a Lingxiu immortal body. Can you really restore it? Su Bansha exclaimed in surprise. Call me master. Always referring to me as senior. Do I look that old? Luo Xingye calculated his age across 3 lifetimes, barely exceeding 4,000 years. Compared to the ancient beings in the immortal realm, he was quite youthful. Master? Su Bansha murmured, contemplating her lack of belonging. She realized she had little left to lose. The thought that this senior might help her restore her constitution led her to make a decision. Chapter 6. Opening the mystery box. That a significant event transpired in Luo City. The cultivator from the Su family had fallen into the demonic path, according to the fleeing members of the Seven-Blade sect. The cultivator was expelled from the immortal sect and reduced to immortal. Unable to accept this reality, she sacrificed herself to a powerful demonic armor. Now, that cultivator had transformed into an evil demoness. In an instant, the people of Luo City were thrown into turmoil, and the common folk were restless. She is coming, run. The owner of the rice shop in the market shouted, abandoning his store to flee. Passers-by were thrown into chaos, hastily avoiding a delicate young girl at the market entrance. She possessed a stunning beauty, with delicate brows like wisps of smoke, eyes like bright almonds, a slender waist, and skin as smooth as jade. Dressed in demonic attire that clung to her form, she displayed an enchanting figure that could captivate the world. Master, my outfit is too eye-catching. Can I change into something else? Su Bansha walked stiffly through the market, speaking to Luo Xingye. Master was the title she had chosen for him. This was part of her decision. Luo Xingye questioned her about it. Su Bansha explained that her first master was the fairy Lingxian of the Northern Celestial Palace. It was she who had led Su Bansha from the mortal realm into the immortal gate, altering her life and revealing a broader world to her. Although she had been expelled from the immortal sect, she remained a person of gratitude, still holding respect for fairy Lingxian. Luo Xingye scoffed, suggesting that perhaps fairy Lingxian felt ashamed to have a disciple like her, who had been expelled. Su Bansha stubbornly shook her head. Once a disciple, forever a father. Fairy Lingxian is my master. Even if she forgets me, it is enough that I know she is my master. So naive and innocent. No wonder such a remarkable Lingxiu immortal body had ended up expelled from the sect. This was Luo Xingye's assessment of her. Yet he no longer dwelled on the issues of master and second master. Enough with the nonsense. You currently lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. Hurry and procure the treasures I need. Luo Xingye's spirit had returned to his body, and he coldly huffed before beginning to manipulate the techniques from his previous life. That Su Bansha, clad in demonic attire, stood awkwardly for a moment before reluctantly entering the market. She produced the Su family's gold and silver treasures, waving her delicate hand to purchase all the medicinal herbs and treasures over 100 years old. Treasures under 1,000 years old held little value for cultivators. However, for Luo Xingye, they were all energy points, and none could be overlooked. Make sure to buy items that replenish vital energy, like tiger and sheep tendons. Do not forget, you must continually replenish your vital energy, understand? Luo Xingye admonished as he saw Su Bansha preparing to leave the apothecary. His tone growing stern that Su Bansha blushed, reluctantly complying that on the way back, her expression frequently drifted into a daze. Falling into the demonic path, calling the spirit of the demonic armor master. Was this truly the right course? When encountering fellow disciples in the future, would they mock her or look down upon her? Would her master faint from anger? Even if she were to restore her Lingshu immortal body and return to the path of cultivation, she would likely become the laughingstock of the cultivation world. Right now, it seemed as though she was a joke. Why are you crying? Quickly consume the treasures. Luo Xingye noticed the young girl shedding tears and felt quite impatient, thinking she might become a burden in the future. Some cannot be eaten raw. I will take them back to stew. Su Bansha wiped her tears, holding back her emotions. Hurry! Luo Xingye tossed out a line and paid no further attention. All he needed was to occasionally absorb some blood and wait for the energy points to increase. Compared to his previous life as cultivation, this was astonishingly effortless. Night fell that I in the Su family residence. Su Bansha consumed the last spoonful of the treasure stew, her entire body radiating heat, her cheeks flushed. She had overdone it. Luo Xingye checked the data. Realm. Qi Refinement Stage 1. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into Qi Refinement Stage 2. 23. He compared it to the previous realm elevation and couldn't help but sigh. The higher the realm, the greater the demand for spiritual blood. Without further ado, he absorbed a few more breaths, checking the energy, hardness. Qi Refinement Stage 1, 200, upon reaching 200 energy points. Can be upgraded. Mystery Box, 100 energy points to open once. Energy points, 100 and quite good, that Su Bansha, utilizing nearly 80% of the Su family's assets, had acquired all the 100-year-old treasures available in Luo City. By the end of the night, she had managed to boost Luo Xingye's energy points to over 100. At this moment, it was time to make a choice. Luo Xingye glanced at the mystery box and then at the hardness. In an instant, his thoughts gravitated towards the mystery box. Though he was well aware that investing energy points in hardness was the most prudent choice, the 113 energy points were insufficient for an upgrade. Yet, opening the mystery box required only 100 points, which was highly tempting. I once ascended from a mortal to an immortal. My resolve is steadfast, and I know what must be done. After enduring until the late hours, Luo Xingye finally opened the mystery box. Currently, my utmost priority is to absorb spiritual blood and elevate my realm. Enhancing hardness is not of paramount importance. In my mortal days, I did not pursue body cultivation, yet still ascended. I need not regard hardness with such significance. Once I depart from the mortal realm and traverse the heavens, I will have ample means to accumulate energy points. After a series of self-justifications and reassurances, he felt justified in opening the mystery box. The box shook slightly, releasing 2 beams of blue light. Blessing of the Destined One. Level 2 Aura, time-limited card. Once used, it will disappear within 3 days. Skin card, Demon Hunter. Luo Xingye's eyes brightened. Suddenly, Su Bansha's voice came through. Master, I'm going to sleep now. You should let me remove the demonic clothing. Right? She spoke with a hint of grievance and a touch of pleading. Throughout the day, she had endured Luo Xingye's scolding. She realized that her master was averse to trouble. Thus, most of what she said to him would be considered a hassle. Therefore, Su Bansha dared not raise her voice. And just as Luo Xingye was about to respond, he changed his mind midway. Wait a moment. Having spoken, he immediately activated the skin card. Hunter. Standing by the bedside, Su Bansha was suddenly startled. Her gaze fixed in astonishment. Before her, the dark star mage robe shimmered with layers of white light, which swiftly adhered to the robe, transforming it into an entirely different attire. Not only was Su Bansha taken aback, but even Luo Xingye found himself equally astonished. Yet soon after, he fell into deep contemplation. Why did this hunter skin seem increasingly familiar? As he delved into the recesses of his memory, traversing through a millennium of recollections. He realized this outfit was none other than a skin from a certain mobile game on Earth in a previous life. The hunter's original artwork bore an uncanny resemblance, almost identical save for the hair, which remained as the youthful black tresses of a girl. Grateful for this unreliable system, Luo Xia was swept into an inexplicable wave of melancholy, alone in a foreign realm, for thousands of years solitary, traversing the path of immortality with only his thoughts for company. Looking back, the past was but a wisp of smoke, visible, perceptible, yet untouchable. Reflecting on his initial intentions, he had yet to attain immortality, while the demons had just begun their journey. A grand dream, now but an illusion. The melancholy of the internet concluded. Shedding her garments, she succumbed to slumber. The magical attire has detached from the beloved creature. Talent activated. Forceful control. Luo Xia glanced at the girl who had placed the robe aside and gradually drifted into sleep, momentarily disregarding the information within the Sea of Souls. Chapter 7. Master, let us refrain from causing trouble, shall we? Upon awakening the following day, Luo Xia departed with Su Bangxia. They had taken all that could be taken, and lingering was unnecessary. However, just as they were about to leave, a beam of azure light shot forth from beyond the city, descending into the Su family estate, revealing a cold silhouette. Where is Su Bangxia? Come forth to meet this esteemed presence. The figure loomed over the Su family, their voice echoing through the air. Luo Xia scrutinized the azure light, dynasty demon armor. His vision encompassed both the interior and exterior. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the swirling murky aura around the figure, indicating a demon cultivator. She is here. Allow me to escort you, senior. The head of the Su family bellowed, hastily leading the figure to seek out Su Bangxia. Having spent an entire night without sleep, he could find no solution to the dilemma involving Su Bangxia and the demon armor. Suddenly, an unwelcome guest had arrived, and judging by their tone, their intentions were far from benevolent. The head of the Su family was elated. No need for that. I have already located her, Su Bangxia. Hasten and present yourself. The figure turned, revealing a one-eyed tigress. Luo Xia sighed softly. If one can conquer the world with mere shadows, why turn and disrupt the beauty of flourishing blooms? Indeed, the shadowy assassin was here. Why have you sought me, senior? Su Bangxia inquired softly. Are you incapable of flight? The one-eyed tigress scrutinized Su Bangxia with ill intent. A sense of jealousy surging within her. At T16, Su Bangxia was fair-skinned and beautiful, already exhibiting the grace of a burgeoning beauty. Particularly, the pair before her surpassed even her OWIT. Was worth noting that Su Bangxia was merely 16 years of age. Even the magical attire she wore was strikingly exquisite. Senior, I have fallen to the realm of mortals. I am no longer a cultivator. Su Bangxia sighed lightly, inwardly lamenting. Ever since her downfall, troubles had relentlessly pursued her. So the rumors were true. You have indeed become a waste. The one-eyed tigress flew closer, peering down at Su Bangxia with disdain. Su Bangxia remained silent, her heart steady amidst the turmoil. She had grown accustomed to hearing such insults directed at her. From this day forth, Xianyuan Kingdom shall become a protectorate of my wind demon sect. You have no objections, I trust? The one-eyed tigress surveyed Su Bangxia with an air of entitlement, as if appraising an object. Luo Xia's mind stirred. Protectorate, a term steeped in nostalgia, within the realm of cultivation. The relationship between the cultivation world and the mortal kingdoms was often one of vassalage. Both demonic and celestial sects would typically draw nearby nations or clans into their fold. Mortal kingdoms, or certain prominent families, would annually offer tributes of various resources to both sects, who in turn would provide protection. Luo Xia quickly grasped the situation. Previously, with Su Bangxia's presence, no one dared to regard Xianyuan Kingdom as a subordinate state. Now that Su Bangxia had lost her standing, the surrounding sects, upon learning of her plight, promptly arrived to claim the kingdom for themselves. It seems this foolish girl truly knows nothing. Look at the Su family, still huddled in a small town, unaware that the entire nation relies on her for indirect protection. However, with Su Bangxia's decline, such observations held little significance. I have no objections, senior. You may proceed as you wish. Su Bangxia acquiesced. Disciple, why the lack of spirit? The you of your would have been far more formidable. Luo Xingye's voice was laced with suppressed excitement and a hint of menace. Second master, let us avoid trouble, shall we? If we can manage to escape unscathed. Enduring a few harsh words from her would be acceptable. Su Bangxia pleaded softly, detecting the eagerness in the demon armor's tone. Foolish disciple, do you truly believe she will spare you? Look at the predatory glint in her eyes. Luo Xingye's voice grew increasingly animated, with a resource provider before him. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Alarmed, Su Bangxia raised her gaze, only to find the figure's gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, fixated on her as if intent on devouring her. Fear washed over her, and she instinctively took a step back. Your ascension to the Northern Celestial Palace's disciple must indicate your exceptional qualities. Moreover, having spent considerable time there, you must possess some artifacts or treasures. Yes. The one-eyed tigress descended gracefully, drawing nearer to Su Bangxia. Allow me to dissect your body to uncover your fortunes. But first, remove the magical attire, lest it soil my own. The tigress unleashed a formidable aura, compelling Su Bangxia to disrobe. A mere second-tier demon cultivator dares to claim dominion over me. The Dark Star mage robe surged with a torrent of demonic energy, emanating a chilling voice that repelled her imposing presence. The tigress was taken aback, promptly drawing her flying sword, aimed directly at Su Bangxia's head. Talent, mastery. Luo Xingye seized control of Su Bangxia's body, merging his own realm and demonic power with hers. In an instant, Su Bangxia transformed from a meek and submissive figure into one radiating indifference, her posture regal and imbued with imperial authority. Boom! Luo Xingye commanded Su Bangxia, employing the ancient heavenly law 7 steps, creating an afterimage that effortlessly evaded the flying sword, closing the distance to the tigress in an instant. The tigress was taken aback, her sleeves fluttering as a cloud of crimson powder erupted towards Luo Xingye. Yet at that juncture, they were already engaged in close combat. Talent. Fear. The tigress was forcibly turned to advance, inadvertently dispersing the powder from her sleeves. Her entire head was engulfed in the powder, producing hissing sounds as her face corroded, visibly disintegrating, rendering her a grotesque visage, neither human nor ghost. Disciple, remember this. As you traverse the world, when encountering individuals or circumstances that threaten your well-being, either withdraw promptly or decisively act to secure their eternal rest. Luo Xingye chuckled coldly, drawing forth a skeletal dagger and plunging it mercilessly into the tigress's heart. With a forceful twist, her cries faded into silence, and she collapsed lifelessly. The Su Bangxia trembled, her soul quaking. Despite her upbringing in the Northern Celestial Palace, she had never taken a life, nor witnessed such a brutal method of killing. This second master, typically stern and occasionally frivolous, revealed a ruthlessness that was shockingly bloodthirsty. Yet inexplicably, a flicker of safety surged within her. Despite her internal resistance to the demon armor, she felt an odd sense of security. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no distinction between celestial and demonic, only the struggle for. Remember, cultivators contend against heaven, against humanity, against monsters and demons, rather than bowing their heads in submission and enduring insults. Otherwise, in the end, you won't even know how you perished. Luo Xingye returned to his own body, offering measured guidance. Su Bangxia, still shaken, struggled to regain her composure. Do you hear me? Luo Xingye barked. I hear you, second master. Su Bangxia stammered, her senses abruptly returning that it was no wonder this girl lacked common sense. She quickly deduced, then if second master often scolds me and instructs me to submit, does that mean, when you ought to be intelligent, you choose to be dim-witted? I am your master. Naturally, you must heed my words. If Luo Xingye had a face, it would certainly be dark with vexation. What nonsense have you learned at the Northern Celestial Palace? Luo Xingye snorted disdainfully. I did not stray anywhere at the Northern Celestial Palace. The Grandmaster and elders only permitted me to cultivate and absorb the knowledge of cultivators. nothing more. Su Banksia replied, feeling wrong. You dare to trust the teachings of a shabby sect. Forget all of it. You must listen to your second master. I guarantee you will cultivate to become an immortal, Luo Xingye proclaimed with a haughty air. The Qingtian domain was vast and filled with countless sects and families. This modest Xian Yuan kingdom was merely a corner of the Qingtian domain. Meanwhile, the Northern Celestial Palace stood as one of the two premier celestial sects within the domain. Truly, the second master spoke with bravado, dismissing the Northern Celestial Palace as a mere shabby sect. Nonetheless, Su Banksia dared not retort against her master, only acquiescing repeatedly. Chapter 8. The Three Principles of Corpse Handling. Go and loot this fellow's treasures. Second master. Perhaps you should handle it instead. Su Banksia, fearful of reprimand, crouched down, her body stiff as she awkwardly fumbled for the tigress's possessions. That was her first experience with corpse looting, and she felt immensely uncomfortable. Remember the three principles of corpse handling. First, in crowded places where the corpse remains intact, do not loot. Second, do not loot if the authenticity of the deceased cannot be determined. Third, do not loot if powerful individuals are contending for the corpse. Su Banksia tilted her head, increasingly perplexed. She had some understanding of corpse looting, which involved scavenging the deceased's belongings. However, generally speaking, such actions were considered disgraceful, and no cultivator would feel justified in doing so. Yet upon hearing her second master's words, how curious it is that second master not only appears to be devoid of any pressure, but also seems remarkably adept at his craft. After all, who would be so idle as to meddle with the principles of corpse inspection? Did you hear me? Luo Xingye emphasized, his tone thick with gravity. Su Banksia snapped back to attention, hastily replying, I understood. Now, repeat what I just said. Came the test from Luo Xingye. Su Banksia's face flushed a deep crimson as she struggled, finally whispering, did you hear me? If I were to truly perish one day, it would undoubtedly be due to your foolishness, Luo Xingye remarked, feeling as though he were striking a fist against cotton. Reflecting on his own journey from Earth to the realm of cultivation, he recalled being merely a student, unmoored and of ordinary constitution. Yet, he had forged his own path to ascension, ultimately becoming an immortal. In stark contrast, Su Banksia's current state was almost unbearable to witness. I shall say this once more. Engrave it in your memory. Luo Xingye suppressed his irritation. Though the world is replete with cultivators, those possessing the unique constitution for both cultivation of immortality and demonic arts are exceedingly rare. Even when they do exist, they are often seized by large sects or prestigious families. The spiritual blood he required could only be produced by such special individuals. To acquire a Lingshu immortal body, particularly one that was unwanted yet cultivable, was a rare stroke of fortune. Despite her naivety and occasional foolishness, with patience and teaching, she could prove to be invaluable. Oh! Su Banksia perked up, her intention not to learn, but to navigate the trials and lessons imposed by her second master. Even after attentively listening, she still misremembered a small section, which left Luo Xingye utterly flabbergasted. Su Banksia dared not speak, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, submissively enduring the reprimand that took approximately a quarter of an hour before the matter was finally set aside. The three principles of corpse inspection. First, as Su Banksia walked outside, she silently recited these novel principles. Luo Xingye contemplated the treasures possessed by the tiger women, realizing they far surpassed the wealth of the notoriously rapid rogue cultivators. 1 spirit-attracting pill, 3,000-year-old treasures, 2 ordinary flying swords, and a small storage bag. Employing his magical power, Luo Xingye erased the markings on the storage bag and, using Su Banksia's blood, inscribed new ones, fastening it to his waist. Along with the rogue cultivator's flying sword, he now possessed 3 swords in total, all placed within the storage bag. The 3,000-year-old treasures and the spirit-attracting pill were handed to Su Banksia for her to consume. Could we not stew or boil them first? Su Banksia timidly suggested. The treasures, being over 1,000 years old, generally contain minimal impurities that if stewed or boiled, much of their essence would be lost. Eating them raw is the most suitable method. Do not feel burdened by it. In time, You will become accustomed to it. Luo Xingye surprisingly refrained from scolding her, allowing her to breathe a large sigh of relief. Second Master, I feel you possess an understanding of everything. But how could a master of demonic armor know so much? Su Bangxia inquired curiously. I am well acquainted with the vast majority of affairs within the realm of cultivation. As for why I know so much, that is a question best left unasked. Once you venture into the world, you will gradually come to understand, Luo Xingye replied, reflecting on his previous life where he was known throughout the cultivation world. Such an honor, upon reflection, felt terrifying that a rebirth for a formidable figure does not always spell good fortune, that in his case, to navigate the cultivation realm, he must adopt a new identity. It seems Second Master is quite renowned outside, Su Bangxia remarked. Her curiosity piqued. You would do well to refrain from inquiring further. Should even a hint of my identity be revealed, your future in the realm of cultivation would be utterly compromised, Luo Xingye warned. His tone grave. The moment those words escaped his lips, Su Bangxia's curiosity only intensified. However, she quelled her inquisitiveness, deciding to seek answers later, clicked at Su Bangxia, clutching the 3,000-year-old treasures, furrowed her brow, taking small bites as she walked towards the Su family estate. The Su family head and others retreated, wary of approaching her. It seemed she was oblivious to their presence, choosing instead to lower her head and depart alone, a solitary figure. Luo Xingye observed silently, understanding that Su Bangxia was fully aware of everything, but chose to avoid confronting her past home and relatives. Faced with the people and matters that had wounded her heart, she opted for willful ignorance. Even if her heart harbored resentment and anger, she would not allow it to surface. What an excessively kind-hearted yet naive and foolish girl. The realm of cultivation is truly ill-suited for you. Luo Xingye sighed deeply, a cold snort following. From the moment Su Bangxia left the Su family estate, he had set his plans in motion to as her master. He resolved to teach her earnestly. How could he stand idly by while his disciple faced bullying? Those deserving of death must meet their end. Those wicked individuals who thrived too long would find no refuge from him, even a mere insignificant ant beneath his feet. On that bright day, Luo Xingye soared into the sky, taking Su Bangxia with him as they departed from Luocheng. That night, the Su family estate underwent a dramatic transformation. Venomous creatures, drawn by some inexplicable force, flooded into the Su family home, gnawing at its inhabitants while they slumbered. When the servants and maidens discovered the scene the following day, they fled in terror, never to return. The wives and daughters of the Su family's higher echelons swiftly gathered what little wealth remained and vanished to another city, living incognito. Thus, the Su family fell into decline, becoming a well-known desolate estate in Luocheng that in truth, even had Luo Xingye not intervened, the Su family would have faced calamity. 2 days after the Su family's upheaval. Their enemies from the mundane world, including the Seven Knives sect, came knocking that a few days later, elders from the Wind Demon sect arrived with their disciples. Upon discovering the demise of their disciple, the Tiger Women, they sought vengeance. However, the Su family was now utterly empty, leaving them with no choice but to suppress their fury. How can the disciples of our sect be so easily humiliated? We must find the culprit, an elder from the Wind Demon sect barked. Before long, a disciple gathered information. The one who was once a disciple of the North Sky Immortal Palace, Su Bangxia, has now fallen into the demonic path and become a demon cultivator. It is highly likely that she was the one who killed them. Find her, bring her to me. I shall flay her alive. Furthermore, speak. According to the people of Luocheng, Su Bangxia's rise as a demon cultivator and her ability to slay a practitioner of the second level of Qi gathering is attributed to the cursed demonic armor she possesses. As the disciple spoke, the eyes of the elder from the Wind Demon sect sparkled with interest that a girl who had fallen to the mundane realm could slay a practitioner of the second level of Qi gathering in just a few days. It seems that demonic armor is indeed a treasure, the elder mused, a glint of avarice evident in his gaze. Chapter 9. It is quite all right for my disciple to be a little simple. Meanwhile, beneath the azure sky, the blazing sun cast the shadow of the young girl into a long, slanted silhouette. Su Bangxia donned the dark star demon garb, a hunter of demons, looking exceptionally exquisite. She tilted her head, scrutinizing a stone statue before her. The statue stood at the entrance of a mountain pass, covered in a layer of dirt, having long been abandoned. Beneath the statue, on a stone pedestal, for lines of text were inscribed as Banksia read aloud. This person is named Luo Xingye, known as the Luo God Stick, the Emperor of Luo, the King of the Wild. He is a notorious figure at the pinnacle of both the immortal and demonic paths in the realm of cultivation. Anyone who encounters this person must immediately report to the local sect for a reward of an immortal pill or demonic treasure. Established in the first spring of the Yaoqi, Heavenly Emperor's reign. Second Master, how can this person be so terrifying, pursued by both the immortal and demonic paths to such an extent? Su Banksia exclaimed in awe, a hint of fear evident in her eyes. You have spent several years in the North Sky Immortal Palace, and yet you remain unaware of him. Luo Xingye coughed lightly as Su Banksia shook her head gently, responding, I was taken from my home by Master and have not left the North Sky Immortal Palace since. I am not very familiar with affairs of the outside world. Perhaps it is for the best that you do not know. What is your first impression of this person? Luo Xingye hesitated before asking. He is more beautiful than any woman, Su Banksia remarked while gazing at the statue. Swallowing hard, Luo Xingye felt quite pleased that in his past, even that girl from Yaoqi had been smitten with him. His disciple's words brought him great satisfaction. Suddenly, Su Banksia seemed to come to a realization, exclaiming, If I calculate correctly, this year should mark the 3,101st year of the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor's reign. Indeed, it has been over 3,000 years since the monument was erected, Luo Xingye reflected, sighing. The world believed him to have been missing for 3,000 years, even presuming he had perished. Little did they know, he had long ascended to immortality, becoming one of the formidable figures in the celestial realm. The immortal King Luo, now having returned in rebirth. Best not to dwell on it. Su Banksia let out a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. After all these years, this esteemed Luo Senior must surely be dead. If he is dead, then I need not worry about encountering him in the future. Luo Xingye, my dear disciple, not only have you encountered him, but he resides within you. Today, you shall circulate the Swallowing Heaven Tao Classic for 10 small cycles. Luo Xingye commanded sternly. Su Banksia was taken aback. The Swallowing Heaven Tao Classic was the cultivation method given to her by Second Master. This technique was exceedingly difficult to master, especially as she was still an ordinary person. The first time she successfully circulated a small cycle. It was only with the aid of Second Master's magical power. However, that single cycle had caused her to faint from pain. Fortunately, Second Master had massaged her acupoints to invigorate her blood flow, allowing her to recover after a day. Now, to demand she circulate 10 small cycles was akin to asking for her life. Second Master, I have not provoked you in any way, Su Banksia protested, her neck retracting in a show of vulnerability, her eyes misty. Dare you speak back? Add another 10 small cycles. Luo Xingye intensified his tone. Master, just 10 small cycles, just 10 small cycles. I understand my mistake. Su Banksia quickly capitulated. It was not until deep into the night that Su Banksia finally completed 20 small cycles. She lay beside the bonfire, her entire being on the verge of disintegration. The dark starry magic attire, Demon Hunter, gently undulated, applying pressure to her acupoints, invigorating her blood flow. Occasionally, she would emit soft, contented hums. Above the bonfire, a piece of exotic beast meat was roasting, its enticing aroma enhancing the beauty of the moment. Master, when will I be able to restore my Lingshu immortal body? Su Bansha gazed up at the starry sky, her voice filled with longing. Once you can fully circulate the Swallowing Heaven Sutra for a complete cycle, you shall be restored, Luo Xingye replied nonchalantly. Su Bansha's Lingshu immortal body had been tainted by a peculiar poison, rendering her incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. To outsiders, it appeared utterly destroyed. However, the Swallowing Heaven Sutra was akin to an immortal scripture, capable of forcibly opening her meridians and cleansing the poison from her body. But when I was at the Northern Celestial Palace, a senior in the Holy Realm said that my Lingshu immortal body could not be restored. Su Bansha responded, partially understanding that you actually believe the words of outsiders. If I say it can be restored, then it can. Enough chatter. It's time to eat meat. Luo Xingye scoffed at Su Bansha, murmured to herself, yet dared not retort. Reluctantly, she rose, grasped one end of the wooden stick, and nibbled at the exotic beast meat. Her appetite had significantly increased in recent days, consuming the equivalent of 3 to 4 meals in one sitting. Initially, she worried about gaining weight, but to her surprise, she had not gained an ounce. When she shared this with her master, he simply replied, "Just eat with peace of mind." Before long, her entire being was invigorated. Her complexion flushed. Luo Xingye absorbed the spiritual blood at regular intervals. Current realm, Qi realm, 3rd level. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into Qi realm, 4th level. 56, 57, 58. Quite impressive that it had been over 10 days since they left Luo City. During this time, he had taken Su Bansha into the mountains to seek treasures and hunt demon beasts. With the formidable devouring capability of the Swallowing Heaven Sutra, Su Bansha would replenish her vitality every few days by consuming treasures and the flesh of demon beasts. Luo Xingye utilized this to absorb spiritual blood, causing his realm to rise rapidly. Observing the energy points. Hardness, Qi realm, 3rd level, 0-400. Reaching 400 energy points will allow for enhancement. Mystery box, 100 energy points for 1 draw. Energy points, 89. Not too shabby did I end the past few days of treasure hunting in the mountains. He had accumulated a substantial amount of energy, complemented by the resources from that tiger woman. Not only had he increased his hardness, but he had also amassed 89 energy points. Master, why don't we enter the city? Su Bansha finally asked the question she had been holding back. Are we to deliver our heads to the Wind Demon sect? Luo Xingye replied coolly. Over these past few days, he had observed cultivators occasionally streaking across the sky, most likely searching for him. After all, the power of the demon armor had been too conspicuous during their time in the Su family. He might have attracted attention, as for the major cities of the Xian Yuan kingdom. It was needless to say, they were certainly under the control of the Wind Demon sect, just waiting for them to step in. Thankfully, Luo Xingye had drawn a skin that disguised the dark starry magic attire, which diverted the attention of those cultivators that, they're still looking for us. Su Bansha exclaimed. Luo Xingye. His disciple-less naivety was somewhat endearing. He silently consoled himself. Avoiding confrontation is not my style. Once we pass this mountain, we shall take the initiative. I will lead you back into the realm of cultivation, Luo Xingye declared proudly, causing Su Bansha to feel both anxious and excited. Suddenly, Su Bansha noticed a gap in logic. After we pass this mountain and take the initiative, is there something good inside? She asked quietly. Remember this, wherever there is a statue of Luo Xingye, there is an 80 to 90% chance that a sect is nearby. And the sect surrounding the Xian Yuan kingdom can only be the Wind Demon sect, that if I am not mistaken. The Wind Demon sect lies deep within that mountain, Luo Xingye remarked, his voice tinged with a sigh at the end. Alas, it was all his fault for being too reckless in his previous life, leading to a situation where everyone sought his downfall. Thus, in every place where sects existed, a statue of him was erected as a warning. However, it had been over 3,000 years. The current cultivators had surely forgotten him. It was for the best that Su Bansha felt full and drowsy as she lay beside the bonfire. She gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 10. The sealing of the 7 divine orders. A myriad of dreams enveloped her. Su Bansha slept soundly, indulging in a dream that left her feeling quite in her dream. She found herself lying on a bed next to a robust man who was climbing onto it. Strangely, she felt no resistance at all. She watched as the man drew closer, and then she saw clearly. The man had eyes like a phoenix, skin as smooth as jade. His strikingly handsome face possessed a cold arrogance, exuding an imperial aura, yet retaining a rebellious quality. This man was born with an otherworldly beauty, embodying both allure and masculinity, as if he had stepped out of a painting that Su Bansha could only think one thought. This man was more beautiful than any woman. She watched as he shed his garments and helped her remove hers, pulling her into his embrace. Their skin touched, and her face flushed at the contact. To her surprise, she felt no trace of aversion. Just as they were about to delve deeper, Su Bansha awoke. "Da-da. Why am I awake?" She blinked, noticing a pool of drool at the corner of her mouth. Feeling embarrassed, she hurriedly used some grass to cover the drool. A little fairy should not drool, after all. Immediately, she felt a pang of regret. Why did she wake up? After pondering for a while, she grasped a fragment of understanding. Perhaps it was due to her lack of experience. Her mind simply could not continue the narrative, thus abruptly severing the beautiful dream. And oh wonder, the man in her dream did not kiss her. She had never tried it, so how could she dream of it? Being held by that man was merely because she had seen others embrace. "What is it?" Luo Xingye inquired. Su Bansha shook her little head, lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed and speechless. She would never confess to her master that she had dreamt of that terrifyingly wicked figure. "Luo Xingye, go wash up," Luo Xingye suggested with a playful tone. His body already aware, Su Bansha hunched over, her expression mortified. "That you've grown up. This is perfectly normal," Luo Xingye added mercilessly, forcing her to confront the dampness of her existence. Embarrassed and frustrated, Su Bansha dashed to the nearby waterfall. She quickly removed the dark starry magic attire, Demon Hunter, and slowly immersed herself in the water, attempting to calm herself. "Take me along to wash up too," Luo Xingye called out, making Su Bansha feel even more flustered, shaking her little head in defiance. No, Luo Xingye wanted to laugh, but refrained from teasing her further. Instead, he summoned his magical energy and flew into the river. "Master, can you move by yourself?" Su Bansha exclaimed as her little head popped out of the water. "How else do you think I was able to give you a massage?" Luo Xingye responded, somewhat exasperated that his disciple was only just realizing this. Since attaining his realm, he had been able to move independently, and Su Bansha stuck out her tongue and began to swim around the river, enjoying herself. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching on branches reached her ears. By the time Su Bansha reacted in alarm, the dark starry magic attire had already flowed over her like water, cloaking her body. For the first time, she felt a sense of security upon donning the magic armor. "Senior brother, look, a beauty!" shouted a young man in green clothing by the riverside. "Haven't you ever seen a woman before?" "Why the fuss?" Another young man, his long hair tied back, strolled over with a sword strapped to his back. Su Bansha had already made it ashore, and she hurriedly lowered her head, thinking, "Master, let us go. We want to cause trouble. We want to cause trouble, still as cowardly as ever. That if you don't cause trouble, does that mean it's all over?" Luo Xingye scrutinized the two young men, and devious thoughts began to surface. A sheep had arrived. Whether it was fat or not, it was time to butcher it. "Stop right there," the young man with the sword called out. The more he shouted, the faster Su Bansha ran. "Didn't you hear me say to stop?" The young man with the sword lightly stepped on the river's surface, hovering in midair for a moment before landing directly in front of Su Bansha. Startled by his action, she instinctively cried out, "Master! Master!" The young man with the sword's expression shifted, taking several steps back, glancing around in astonishment. "Who are you, and who is your master?" This question was crucial. It would help him determine whether to maintain his arrogance or to smile in submission. "Senior brother, this is our wind demon sex territory. How could she possibly have a master? If she did, he would have come out long ago and wouldn't he let us get into conflict." The young man in green called out from across the river. The young man with the sword was awakened to this fact, and his expression gradually turned cold that he straightened himself, scrutinizing Su Bansha. Then asked, "Have you seen a girl dressed in black magic armor?" Su Bansha's heart skipped a beat. "Wasn't he that her?" "Master, what should I do?" Su Bansha panicked, silently inquiring. "Didn't I tell you? Your magic attire has long been disguised," Luo Xingye remarked, his expression darkening with annoyance at his foolish disciple's lack of composure. She still needed more experience to know. Hearing Luo Xingye's voice, Su Bansha inexplicably felt reassured. She steadied her heart and shook her head, saying, "I haven't seen anyone. Are you a cultivator?" The young man on the opposite bank inquired. "That senior brother, I am not a cultivator," Su Bansha replied, tilting her head, "that a commoner of the Xian Yuan kingdom." The young man's tone was somewhat condescending. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye had already begun to cast spells in secret that he possesses magical prowess in transcendent realms, able to cast spells independently even without the aid of Su Bansha's body. Humans possess both body and soul. The soul carries destiny while the body has 7 orifices. I shall alter the 7 orifices of others using thee of the Luo God. I command the 7 Gods' edict. Choose your mouth. Luo Xingye unleashed the 7 Gods' edict. A strand of black silk flickered from his magical armor, gliding across the river's surface and slipping into the trousers of the young man in blue. That moment. Su Shaosong hastily nodded. Yes. This senior brother, I am a citizen of Xianyuan Kingdom. The young man in blue chuckled. Just an ordinary mortal. Yet you are a citizen under the protection of our Fengma sect, so this little beauty of yours shall. The swordsman frowned slightly and turned to the young man in blue, asking, What's wrong? The young man in blue placed his palm on his chest, bending over to retch. My mouth, He expelled yellowish liquid. Help! The young man in blue knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his face flushed from retching. The swordsman sensed something amiss, swiftly approaching to channel a thread of magical energy into the young man in blue. Inquiring, what happened? In truth, he had begun to suspect a connection to that girl. While asking, his gaze was cold and scrutinizing, fixed on Su Banksia. My saliva is too foul. It makes me want to vomit. The young man in blue seized the moment to cough. Aided by the influx of magical energy, the swordsman's expression darkened, and he delivered a swift slap to the back of the young man's head. You've eaten too much dung. The young man in blue looked up in grievance. The stench from his mouth, overwhelming. The stench is unbearable. The swordsman also began to retch. Suddenly, his body trembled, as if struck by some unseen force. His gaze lost focus, and his attention gradually shifted to the sea of souls. Ding! The grand sound of the Tao resonated within his soul sea, akin to a divine voice echoing from the annals of time, imbued with a sense of antiquity and majesty. What is happening? The swordsman became gradually entranced, captivated by the grand sound of the Tao. Yet, this was not the end. Another voice emerged, ancient and profound, overshadowing the grand sound of the Tao. I am not alone on this path. I am not alone. I have slumbered for 30,000 years, only to finally discover one who can inherit all my teachings, the innate, chaotic, holy body. No matter how slow the swordsman was to react, he should have surmised the gravity of his situation. As he retched, the grand sound of the Tao resonated in his soul sea, accompanied by the voice of what seemed to be a mighty being. Was this a fortuitous encounter? The innate, chaotic, holy body referred to him. Could it be that the great opportunities spoken of by storytellers had indeed found him? You should leave. This is no longer your concern, the swordsman stammered, pointing at Su Banksia, that he noticed her gaze upon him. Fearing that the strange phenomena surrounding him might be uncovered, thus abandoning any thoughts of questioning her, Su Banksia beamed with delight and darted away. Do not move recklessly. I am performing a spell, Luo Xingye intoned. His eyes fixed intently on the swordsman. At that moment, he had employed the time-limited card, Level 2 Aura of the Destiny's Favor, which he had drawn from a blind box. Chapter 11. You are the unparalleled genius among thousands. I am Song Rintu, a 33-year-old young man hailing from Fengma sect. This year marks my 3rd year as an inner disciple, yet my cultivation remains stagnant at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. I am filled with anxiety that if I cannot make a breakthrough within another year, I shall be demoted to an outer disciple. The pressure weighs heavily upon me that my newly formed romantic partner seems to have seen through my bravado, growing distant. When I first became an inner disciple, she would sweetly call me Brother Song, but now she greets me coldly as Senior Brother Song. How realistic women can be. Yet, I must admit, I am genuinely anxious. Just when I was at my wit's end, I encountered the first significant opportunity of my life, that a remnant soul of a great being has approached me, proclaiming that I am a once-in-a-millennium innate, chaotic, holy body, that I am astounded. Though I do not fully comprehend what an innate, chaotic, holy body entails. It must certainly signify an extraordinary constitution that I feel as though I have suddenly struck it rich, my mind swirling in disbelief, gazing at the flowing brilliance of the grand Tao in the Sea of Souls. Akin to celestial light from ancient times, I am left in awe. The grand sound of the Tao reverberates in my soul sea, and I am entranced by its melody. Such phenomena seem to stem from otherworldly powers. In a mere 3 breaths, I am utterly convinced by the words of the great being. Eagerly, I inquire how to awaken the innate chaotic holy body. The great being informs me that my constitution is suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, rendering it dormant. However, if he intervenes, he can assist me in awakening my true potential. Yet, the remnant soul of the great being is still quite weak, residing within a storage pouch at the waist of a young woman. The great being expresses an urgent need for resources to restore a fragment of his soul power, thus enabling him to awaken my constitution, that he also cautions that the young woman bears significant karmic ties, and I must not disturb her. He requires 6 months to nurture his soul beside her. With resolve, I cast aside hesitation and unceremoniously deposited nearly 90% of my resources into the young woman's storage pouch. I am Sue Banksia, and right now, I am utterly bewildered that a swordsman suddenly approached me, offering a friendly, enigmatic smile. Seizing the moment while the young man in blue was retching, he placed a plethora of rare treasures into the storage pouch at my waist. Afterward, he clasped his fists in greeting and quietly murmured something about meeting again in a few days at the usual place, promising to bestow additional resources upon me that I in a days. I watched him depart, unable to calm my racing thoughts. "Master, someone just gifted me a trove of treasures," Sue Banksia exclaimed, her delightful smile lighting up her face. "Stay calm. Through my calculations, your great opportunity is approaching. In the coming days, there will be a steady stream of gifts sent your way. Do not be alarmed," Luo Xingye replied, shifting his gaze to the young man in blue. The swordsman, Song Rintu, had departed, leaving behind his disciple who was still retching from the foul odor. Luo Xingye decided to extend a helping hand that he aimed the time-limited card, Level 2 Aura of the Destiny's Favor, at the young man in blue. "Senior brother, wait, ugh. The young man in blue, retching, attempted to pursue Song Rintu. Suddenly, his steps faltered, his body trembled, and his gaze lost focus. His attention gradually shifted to the Sea of Souls. Ding! The grand sound of the Tao abruptly manifested in his soul sea. Following closely, the radiant light of the Tao illuminated his soul sea. What is happening? The young man in blue began to lose himself, captivated by the grand sound of the Tao. Just as he was engulfed in astonishment, ancient and profound voices yanked him back to reality. "I am not alone on this path. I am not alone. I have slumbered for 30,000 years, finally discovering one who can inherit all my teachings, the innate chaotic holy body. I am Lu Rinjia, a 33-year-old young man from Fengma sect. This year marks my 20th as an outer disciple. Yet my cultivation remains stagnant at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Xiaohong gazes at me with flirtatious eyes every day, and I understand her intentions. However, I cannot act upon them. As my cultivation remains insufficient to become an inner disciple, I am not worthy of holding her hand. Fortunately, the great opportunity of my life has arrived that a remnant soul of a great being has approached me, declaring that I am an unparalleled genius among thousands, that I cannot question the great being, for the grand sound of the Tao resonates in my mind, alongside the brilliant light of the Tao. Such powers are akin to those of celestial beings, possessed only by the legendary Great Ones. The great being would not deceive a mere Qi refinement practitioner like me. Now, he urgently requires resources to restore his soul power, thereby assisting me in awakening my latent genius. Without hesitation, I followed suit, seizing the moment when Song Rintu departed to send forth 90% of my resources, that I remembered the great being's words, stating that we would meet again at the usual place in a few days, at which time I would deliver resources to that young woman, and thereafter, my genius constitution would be awakened. Master, someone has gifted me treasures again," Sue Banksia exclaimed, crouching on the ground, her little head swaying gently as she eagerly rummaged through the rare materials in her storage pouch. That moment, she felt incredibly fortunate. The cultivators in this realm were not as fearsome as her master had described. "With treasures at hand, remember to eat," Luo Xingye remarked, a sly smile gracing his lips, but he refrained from revealing the truth, should his disciple slip. Within 3 days, all the cultivators he had previously wronged in the realm of cultivation would come seeking retribution. Mmm, this one is sweet. I shall eat this first. Phew, this one is spicy. I will save it for later, Sue Banksia chirped, lost in her little world with her adorable demeanor. Meanwhile, her vitality surged forth. Luo Xingya seized this moment to absorb her energy, then a series of notifications once again appeared in his soul sea. Current realm. Qi refinement realm, 3rd level. Progress towards transformation of spiritual blood into Qi refinement realm, 4th level. 89, 90, 91. Before long, realm advancement. Qi refinement realm, 4th level. Progress towards transformation of spiritual blood into Qi refinement realm. 5th level. 1, 2, 3. Master, please stop. I am so tired. Let me rest for a moment. As Sue Banksia whined, Luo Xingye ceased his absorption, that he then turned his gaze to another set of data. Absorbing treasures of 1200 years. Energy points 12, absorbing treasures of 1300 years. Energy points 13, absorbing treasures of 1000 years. Energy points 10, hardness. Qi refinement realm, 3rd layer, 0400. Reach 400 energy points to enhance. Mystery box, 100 energy points for 1 opening. Energy points, 401. As Sue Bansha devoured the treasures of heaven and earth, she not only replenished her qi and nourished her blood, but also bestowed a considerable amount of energy points upon Luo Xingye. Having consumed so many treasures of a millennium, you still have a substantial essence yet to absorb. Find a suitable place to fully absorb it. In the coming days, your qi and blood will remain in a state of abundance, Luo Xingye remarked, simultaneously allocating energy points to enhance hardness. The data transformed. Hardness, Qi refinement realm, 4th layer, 0500. Reach 500 energy points to enhance. Mystery box, 100 energy points for 1 opening. Energy points, 1. Chapter 12, The Unyielding Taoist in a Secluded Mountain Near the Fengma Sect. Sue Bansha, with a storage bag hanging at her waist, traversed a desolate mountain path, occasionally pulling out a handful of millennium treasures from her storage bag with carefree abandon. Suddenly, a young man descended from the sloping hillside, landing directly before her. Before Sue Bansha could inquire, the young man said in understanding, "I comprehend." With that, he produced a collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Sue Bansha adeptly opened her storage bag. Nodding in agreement, "I understand as well." In truth, she was unaware of what she truly comprehended. She simply responded in kind. "You are the 39th person to present me with treasures," Sue Bansha mumbled, her suspicions beginning to surface. Over the past few days, her master had led her in circles around the Fengma sect, and she noticed that the number of individuals presenting her with treasures was steadily increasing, from initially 1 or 2 to eventually 20 or 30. "Just accept them," Luo Xingye instructed. At that moment, he noticed an unfamiliar cultivator flying out from the Fengma sect, passing directly overhead, that he promptly activated a time effect card. "My path is not solitary. Indeed, my path is not solitary. After sleeping for 30,000 years, I have finally discovered a being capable of inheriting all my teachings, the innate chaotic saint body." Luo Xingye fixated on the cultivator above, utilizing the card's powers to transmit his ancient, profound voice into the cultivator's ear. Before long, the cultivator turned back and landed before Sue Bansha. However, he appeared hesitant, scrutinizing her closely. He was not easily deceived. Luo Xingye resolved to employ a secondary tactic. "Since you find it difficult to trust me, I shall not press you. However, the innate chaotic saint body is indeed a rarity. Very well. I shall gift you this innate chaotic saint scripture. I do not wish to see such a constitution fade into the mundane world." This series of maneuvers was nearly irresistible. Among the cultivators presenting treasures over these days, apart from the initial 2 who seemed somewhat foolish, the others were quite astute. Yet they could not withstand Luo Xingye's ultimate move, the innate chaotic saint scripture. Deceptive addition. In mere moments, the unfamiliar cultivator's doubts dissipated entirely, that he willingly offered up a significant portion of his treasures, leaving with an excited expression as he contemplated the innate chaotic saint scripture, ultimately bidding farewell with a promise to meet again at the usual place. "Let us change locations," Luo Xingye suggested. As a prominent figure, was it truly appropriate for him to deceive these lesser cultivators? Had he overheard this? Luo Xingye would certainly have scoffed. After all, pride cannot be eaten. Not to mention, he was unafraid to deceive even a 3-year-old child. So why should he be concerned about a mere cultivator? Just as Su Bansha had taken a few steps, another individual approached, a portly man clad in an old Taoist robe, which bore several patches. He held a divination plate, one hand gesturing as he furrowed his brow in calculation. Observing this, Su Bansha's eyes gleamed with intrigue as she hurried over, pulling her storage bag open while fixating on the man. "Quickly put away your storage bag. I do not recognize this person." Luo Xingye inhaled sharply, noting his disciple's astonishingly straightforward nature. However, the portly Taoist had already spotted the treasures within her storage bag, his eyes lighting up. Poor Taoist is perplexed. Why is this young lady alone in such a perilous mountain? "Are you lost?" The unyielding Taoist smiled faintly, stowing away the divination plate while subtly revealing a portion of an iron hammer from his sleeve. Su Bansha clutched her storage bag tightly, shaking her head in retreat. "My master is nearby. He will come to find me shortly." "And how long will it take him to find you?" The unyielding Taoist stepped closer, his eyes glinting as they scrutinized Su Bansha. Su Bansha stammered evasively, but her hesitation was easily perceived by the keen-eyed Taoist. In an instant, the portly Taoist lunged forward, brandishing the iron hammer towards Su Bansha's head. "You seem lost. Allow me to assist you." As he spoke, he swung the hammer, only to suddenly leap back like a startled cat at the moment of impact. Su Bansha stood tall, her gaze frosty as she fixed her eyes on the unyielding Taoist, coldly stating, "This Taoist brother, it seems you are the one in need of assistance." Luo Xingye had entered her body, and in that moment, Su Bansha felt a sense of solidity and fulfillment. "You are mistaken." The unyielding Taoist, gripping the iron hammer, smiled slightly and suddenly released a wave of spiritual pressure. He was a cultivator of the 6th layer of qi refinement. His footsteps created illusions, swiftly closing the distance to Luo Xingye. The iron hammer came crashing down. "My path is not solitary." Luo Xingye employed the ancient heavenly law 7 steps, evading the unyielding Taoist hammer with an even more peculiar maneuver, simultaneously summoning his flying sword. Aimed directly at the Taoist's groin. "You can evade my footwork, resorting to underhanded tactics. You possess some skills. However, I have pressing matters today and cannot engage further. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." Startled, the unyielding Taoist chose to retreat, employing an earth escape technique to burrow underground, evading the flying sword while distancing himself. "By the command of the Luo god, I alter the 7 orifices of others, sealing the 7 divine orders." Sealing the nose. Luo Xingye wielded his magical power. A dark line shot forth from his enchanted armor, burrowing into the ground and swiftly reaching the unyielding Taoist's back, at a distance at the base of a mountain. The unyielding Taoist emerged from the ground, his expression not particularly pleasant. He inhaled deeply, the stench overwhelming. Ahead lay a field of wildflowers. No matter how unpleasant the odor, it could not possibly be foul. Altering my sense of smell? What a technique! This the 7 divine orders of the Yaoqi, Heavenly Emperor. The unyielding Taoist's expression shifted slightly as he recalled something. Impossible. That was a unique secret art of the Heavenly Emperor. In today's world, even those of the Saint Realm could not master it. How could a mere mountain girl have acquired it? It must be an unfamiliar technique I have yet to see. Yet, after pondering for a while, the unyielding Taoist remained uncertain, ultimately sighing, "I hope I am merely overthinking." On the other side, not long after Luo Xingye clashed with the unyielding Taoist, he departed. "Master, you look so impressive after entering my body," Su Bansha mused. Once her master had entered her body, she found herself in an observational state. That moment, she noticed her form had become strikingly upright, exuding a unique aura akin to an emperor. It felt as though with her master as presence, all troubles could be effortlessly resolved. Her heart felt at ease, and she was filled with a sense of security. She envied her master and hoped that one day she too could stand alone. Su Bansha had not anticipated that the initial resistance she felt toward the enchanted armor would gradually transform into a sense of dependence. She even found herself fantasizing about her master. If he had a physical form, he would surely be handsome. Unconsciously, memories of that dream resurfaced, and without thinking, she replaced her master's image with that of the man from her dream, that a shiver ran through her as she hastily dismissed the thought. Yet, despite her reluctance to continue, her body began to react. Why is her body so hot? Luo Xingye, having returned to his own body, quickly noticed the abnormality as he stood close to Su Bansha. How could this girl, simply walking, suddenly become so unusual? Not only was she hot to the touch, but her heartbeat had quickened. Even the soft, dough-like texture of her body had begun to firm up slightly. Stop overthinking. Find a secluded place and take a proper bath, Luo Xingye thought, realizing that his disciple had entered her adolescent phase, frequently encountering moments of awkwardness in her burgeoning life. Chapter 13. Master, please stop. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Bansha's face flushed crimson. It's just that the weather is too hot, which is why my body feels warm. Su Bansha hurriedly explained, resembling a shy young girl whose secrets had been revealed. So it's just the heat, Luo Xingye chuckled. Master, please stop laughing. Su Bansha covered her face, her cheeks reddening to the point of almost dripping blood. All right, go take a bath. By the way, you have been practicing the ancient heavenly Tao scripture for several days now, and you should be able to smoothly complete the minor circulation. Thus, it is time to commence the major circulation to restore your Lingshu physique, Luo Xingye stated solemnly. Su Bansha's spiritual blood had become increasingly scarce for him. First, as his own realm ascended, the quality required of the spiritual blood rose correspondingly. Second, Su Bansha had been unable to restore her Lingshu physique for an extended period, causing her spiritual blood to gradually degrade. Therefore, restoring her celestial body was of utmost urgency. Am I finally able to recover? Su Bansha exclaimed with joy, involuntarily reminiscing about the past. As she pondered, memories of her tragic past flooded her mind. Being expelled by the O clan, neglected and bullied by her peers, abandoned and exploited by her family. Yet her master, despite being a magical armor, treated her with utmost kindness, that he provided her with treasures to consume, restored her ethereal form, and during perilous moments, personally intervened to rescue and guide her. In light of this juxtaposition, she took a deep breath, calming herself, and smiled sweetly. Master, from this moment forth, I shall follow you, that I vow to be your disciple for all eternity. Such heartfelt words, imbued with a touch of endearment, led Su Bansha to expect a gentle response from her master. To her surprise, he replied with a playful smirk, "Follow me, then you must be prepared to be hunted down by the entire world." Taken aback, Su Bansha momentarily thought her master was testing her resolve. She straightened her posture and lifted her delicate chin, declaring, "I am ready." Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, not giving it much thought that it was at that moment that a message surfaced in his soul. Prolonged contact has led to acceptance of the magical armor. Increasing loyalty. Talent enhancement activated. Magical armor upgraded to second form. Starforging armor increases damage by 60. Luo Xingye fell into contemplation. Had her words truly been spoken from the heart? Then let us proceed, he said with a smile. Choosing not to elaborate further, they arrived at a secluded stream, where Luo Xingye inscribed intricate runes to create an illusionary array, concealing their presence from outsiders. Soon after, Su Bansha shed her star-forging armor, the demon hunter, and stepped into the stream to cleanse herself. The heat had been overwhelming, leaving her damp. Even the magical armor was immersed in the water, washing away the residue clinging to it. Before long, after completing her cleansing ritual, she began to circulate the heaven-devouring scripture as per her master's instructions. After a brief period, panting and flushed, she approached the stream's edge and announced, "At last, it is done. Next, I shall assist you in circulating the great cycle, that if all goes well, you will restore your ethereal form by nightfall." Luo Xingye replied, seamlessly merging his essence with Su Bansha's. "Master, allow me a moment to rest. I am utterly exhausted," Su Bansha gasped. "First, Consume some restorative herbs to replenish your energy. Also partake of other precious treasures to maintain your vigor. The next phase may prove even more taxing, he advised. Do not worry, master. I will persevere, Su Bangxia assured him earnestly. Subsequently, she ingested the restorative herbs, along with various heavenly materials. These treasures were of a quality befitting cultivators, that as she consumed them, her vitality surged, dispelling her fatigue. As dusk approached, she inquired, Master, I am prepared. Will you enter my body? Or shall I initiate the process myself? The successful circulation of the small cycle indicates that your meridians are largely unblocked, qualifying you for the great cycle's operation, Lo Xingye explained. However, since you are still unfamiliar with the heaven-devouring scripture, to ensure absolute precision, I shall take the reins. Without hesitation, he entered Su Bangxia's body. It may be somewhat painful. Grit your teeth and endure, he cautioned. Yes, master. Feel free to proceed, as long as my body remains intact, Su Bangxia replied with utmost seriousness. Lo Xingye smacked his lips. Although their dialogue seemed perfectly normal, an odd sensation lingered. Shaking his head, he focused his mind and began to channel his magical energy, utilizing the heaven-devouring scripture to penetrate Su Bangxia's entire meridian system. Clearing any obstructions and purging impurities from her limbs and bones, he awakened every cell within her body, showcasing the ability to consume all earthly treasures and distill their essence into a singular form. Lo Xingye operated the great cycle with utmost caution and deliberation. Each time he broke through a narrow meridian passage, Su Bangxia's complexion paled and blood seeped from her skin. Their souls were interconnected, allowing her to sense the pain. Yet she bore it silently, enduring the force exerted by her master. Fortunately, throughout this process, he ensured that her body ingested heavenly materials to sustain her strength as night fell. After 2 hours of effort, Lo Xingye finally completed the first great cycle amidst a series of stumbles. Streams of green venom flowed from her pores, while ethereal light burst forth from within her, illuminating Su Bangxia's body like an untainted celestial being. This is the venom of misfortune. Lo Xingye, with his vast experience, deduced its origin as the green liquid vanished upon contact with water. It seems that my disciple's physique was not simply an unfortunate accident, but rather a deliberate act of malice. He smirked inwardly. Master, is it finished? Once more, Lo Xingye replied, regaining his composure and initiating the great cycle anew. Thanks to the previous operation, many of the blockages and narrow passages had been widened, allowing for a swifter second circulation. As he completed this round, Su Bangxia's body radiated an even more brilliant ethereal light, her skin becoming remarkably fair, and wisps of spiritual energy began to be absorbed autonomously. The ethereal form truly lived up to its reputation as a celestial-grade physique. Even in a state of unconsciousness, her body instinctively drew in the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Lo Xingye felt a twinge of envy. When he had first traversed into the realm of cultivation, he had no identity, background, or aptitude, relying solely on deception to navigate numerous life-threatening encounters to achieve immortality. Su Bangxia, however, was different. With the ethereal form, it would be a challenge not to ascend to immortality. I have never experienced such a rapid cultivation speed. Allow me to give it a try, Lo Xingye declared, eager to proceed. Without hesitation, he summoned a multitude of heavenly materials and positioned them nearby, then sat down to circulate the heaven-devouring scripture. The ethereal form erupted into a dazzling light, and a primal instinct to consume surged from her limbs and bones. In the next moment, this instinct transformed into a formidable ability, drawing in the spiritual energy from all directions. Even the essence within the nearby heavenly materials was devoured by the ethereal form. What transpired next was nothing short of extraordinary. Her cultivation level visibly ascended, from the first to the second, third, fourth, and fifth levels of the Qi realm in a mere 3 seconds. Su Bangxia had transformed from an ordinary mortal into a 5th-level cultivator of the Qi realm. Yet this was not the end. Leveraging the powers of the heaven-devouring scripture, her body began to unlock a terrifying potential as she absorbed a tremendous influx of spiritual energy and essence. her vital energy surged. Her limbs grew increasingly supple, and her vitality peaked in an instant, her entire being brimmed with an overwhelming sense of power. "By the heavens!" Lo Xingye exclaimed, hastily halting the circulation of the heaven-devouring scripture and reigning in the celestial light. If he continued, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention from outsiders. Such extraordinary beings were incredibly rare. "Master, I feel a sense of fullness," Su Bengxia remarked, her soul intertwined with her body, immediately sensing the need for release. "Do not move around. Let me assist you," he instructed. Returning to his magical armor form and drawing in the ethereal energy, this time he did not hold back as he had in the past, for the revival of the ethereal form, coupled with the powers of the heaven-devouring scripture, produced an incomparably abundant vital energy. Thus, he allowed himself to absorb freely while still exercising a modicum of restraint to avoid overwhelming her, that Lo Xingye's soul sea flooded with messages indicating his progress. Level: 5th level of Qi realm. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into the 6th level of Qi realm. 5. 7. 9. After several breaths, his level surged to the 6th. "Can you endure?" he inquired. "I still feel a sense of fullness." "Master, please help me," she replied. Sensing her discomfort, he resolved to abandon restraint and fully commit to the task at hand. Level: 6th level of Qi realm. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into the 7th level of Qi realm. 1, 5, 9. Yet Su Bengxia experienced no discomfort. Her ethereal form, in conjunction with the heaven-devouring scripture, unleashed her body's latent potential, resulting in an overwhelming surge of vitality that left her feeling excessively full. Fortunately, the magical armor absorbed spiritual blood, alleviating her discomfort. Moments later, Lo Xingye's level skyrocketed to the 9th level of Qi realm. At this juncture, the notifications appeared. Level: 9th level of Qi realm. Progress of transforming spiritual blood into the 1st level of Lingtai realm. 1, 2, 3. This monumental leap in cultivation faced no bottleneck. As long as he could absorb spiritual blood, he could unleash his potential and charge forward without hindrance. "This is divine!" Lo Xingye exclaimed in ecstasy. Meanwhile, Su Bengxia, having finally reached a state of release, began to feel an increasing sense of unease as the magical armor continued to absorb more and more. As the foggy sensation enveloped her mind, she cried out, "Master, please stop. I am utterly exhausted. Do not continue. I cannot endure any longer." Upon hearing this, Luo Xingye reluctantly ceased his actions. "Disciple, what you require the most right now are resources. Cultivation resources, spirit stones, and rare treasures from heaven and earth. Each is indispensable." Luo Xingye, having tasted the sweetness of progress, felt a fire of determination ignite within him that he resolved to embark on a grand endeavor. The demonic cultivators of the Wind Demon sect only absorbed impure energy, thus lacking spirit stones, but they did possess rare treasures. Moreover, the Wind Demon sect harbored some hidden resources, such as ancient tombs. Chapter 14. Legends of Ancient Demons and Gods. At last, Master has halted. Su Bengxia wiped the sweat from her brow, gasping for breath. However, a profound fatigue swiftly washed over her, rendering her body weak and her mind heavy. In this moment, she truly comprehended the terrifying nature of the heaven-devouring scripture bestowed upon her by Master. It awakened her celestial body to its utmost potential, regenerating her vital essence and illuminating her physical form. As if she were ascending to immortality, within mere moments, she had elevated from a mortal to the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Even the esteemed scriptures of the North Sky Immortal Palace cannot rival such formidable power. Although Su Bengxia was somewhat naive, she was far from foolish. When she entered the North Sky Immortal Palace and began her study of the first volume of the Sacred Path Scripture, it took her approximately 10 days to break through from mortal to the 5th stage of Qi refinement. In comparison to the heaven-devouring Scripture, the difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Though the content of that first volume had been expunged from her mind by the venerable predecessors of the North Sky Immortal Palace, the efficiency of her breakthrough remained vivid in her memory. Master can effortlessly produce techniques far superior to the North Sky Sacred Path scripture. Who exactly is Master? Su Bengxia had previously envisioned her master's appearance. For each time he descended, he brought with him an immense sense of security. Every girl harbors a dream of a prince, and she was no exception. She had fantasized about her master saving her in a dashing manner. Now, however, an additional layer of mystery enveloped him. Master seemed to embody more than just the demonic armor he wore. He was enigmatic and powerful. If only Master could transform into a human and possess a visage as handsome as that of a nefarious Luo Xingye. Yet, she resolved not to emulate Luo Xingye's behavior, which had earned him the enmity of both the celestial and demonic realms for over 3,000 years. Unbeknownst to her, Su Bengxia had gradually overlooked her master's impropriety, fixating instead on his merits. Now is not the time to sleep. Circulate the heaven-devouring scripture and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to swiftly restore your vitality. Luo Xingye urged Su Bengxia. This was the territory of the Wind Demon sect, and a place selected by demonic cultivators would inevitably be saturated with impure energy and sparse in spiritual energy. However, Su Bengxia, having been thoroughly exhausted by him, was in a weakened state should any danger arise. Her safety would be compromised. Thus, even in the face of diminished spiritual energy, cultivation was imperative. It seems I have underestimated the formidable nature of the Lingshu celestial body. Luo Xingye mused that in just a few breaths. She had depleted the vast array of rare treasures he had borrowed. This did not even account for the initial absorption of the world's spiritual energy. I need to devise a plan to acquire more resources, he sighed, prepared to return to his former pursuits, hoping that every cultivator in the world would flourish abundantly. Yes, Master, Su Bengxia obediently replied. Master was both mysterious and powerful, instilling within her a profound sense of stability and security. She had completely surrendered to his words. Whatever Master said, she believed to be true. Without hesitation, she activated the heaven-devouring scripture, cautiously absorbing spiritual energy while avoiding detection of her unusual activity. Luo Xingye, too, did not forget to enhance his own strength. The Lingshu celestial body had consumed all the rare treasures he had borrowed over the past few days in mere moments. Originally, Su Bengxia would have needed at least half a month to fully digest them. But now they had all been absorbed in the blink of an eye. The accumulated energy points were undoubtedly formidable. Checking the information, the data was as follows. Master, Luo Xingye identity, Luo God Demon Armor. Realm, 5th stage of Qi refinement. Method of realm advancement, absorbing spirit blood. Hardness, 4th stage of Qi refinement, 0-500. Reaching 500 energy points will allow for advancement. Blind box, 100 energy points per draw. Energy points, 2058. Talent, fear, adaptation, control, enhancement, specific information available for expansion. Companion, Su Bengxia. Current demon armor form. Second form, star-casting demon garment. Increases damage by 60. Skin, demon hunter. Currently in use. Energy points, 2058. Indeed, it was quite a substantial amount. Luo Xingye glanced at the blind box, suppressing the urge for a tenfold draw, and allocated all the energy points to hardness. Soon, the hardness climbed rapidly, becoming increasingly robust. After exhausting the energy points, the hardness exhibited the latest data as follows. Hardness, 7th stage of Qi refinement, 0-800. Reaching 800 energy points will allow for advancement. Blind box, 100 energy points per draw. Energy points, 258. There were still remaining energy points. Luo Xingye steadied his mind, resisting the temptation to utilize them, opting instead to save them for later. Suddenly, Luo Xingye frequently checked the data, his focus fixated on the energy points, inadvertently overlooking the update to his demon armor information. With his attention gathered, the new data materialized before him. Ancient demon inheritance. Reach the 9th stage of Lingtai realm to unlock the inheritance of the ancient demon. Ancient demon. Luo Xingye's heart trembled, his voice quivering slightly. His body was indeed extraordinary. The demon armor possessed the legacy of an ancient demon. It seemed that due to the fusion of the system and the demon armor, the inheritance had not initially manifested. Luo Xingye speculated. The ancient demon was one of the most fearsome legends. Even when he was a celestial king, he harbored awe and admiration for the ancient demons. There exists an ancient legend in the celestial realm. It is said that during the most primordial times, an ancient god cleaved the heavens and the earth, connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earths, invoking thunder and myriad laws to forge the celestial realm. Even the heavenly court, lost for hundreds of thousands of years, bore the traces of the ancient god. In contrast, the ancient demon, like the ancient god, possessed the essence of antiquity. Opposed to the celestial realm, the ancient demon was the primordial being that opened the demonic realm, shrouded in mystery and power. Yet both figures existed only in legend, never having manifested before the eyes of mortals. Yet, as time flowed on, cultivators pursued longevity and power, and countless beings sought the traces of the ancient gods and demons. Luo Xingye was among them. Yet even after his rebirth, he had never uncovered their secrets. Now, however, he had discovered the ancient demon inheritance within his own demon armor. The ancient demon legacy, long sought by countless beings, lay forgotten in the mundane world of the cultivation realm. It seems that this demon armor, which I have been reborn into, is far from ordinary. It harbors a hidden history. Luo Xingye murmured. He felt a surge of gratitude. Becoming a demon armor was not such a dire fate after all. 9th stage of Lingtai realm. Once I reach this level, I can unlock the ancient demon inheritance. Luo Xingye's resolve to accelerate his cultivation intensified. Master, the surrounding spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse. May I freely absorb it? Su Bangxia had regained a modicum of her vitality. Yet she was still far from complete recovery. The area was heavy with dark energy, and the spiritual energy was indeed too scant to fully restore her strength. She needed to absorb it without restraint. Not yet. Endure for now. Do not attract too much attention. Such a pity that in this realm, the Wind Demon sect is the only demonic sect devoid of spirit stones that I cannot find any spirit stones for your cultivation. But fear not. Rare treasures can serve as a substitute. As Luo Xingye pondered how to procure more rare treasures, a figure as swift as lightning approached. Chapter 15. Spherical lightning under the dim sky. A spherical flash of lightning pierced through the miasma, descending by the stream, revealing the figure of a round, rotund old man. The spiritual energy here has changed. Indeed, there are spiritual cultivators practicing here. Such audacity. The portly elder took 3 steps forward, his belly quivering. Yet he moved with surprising agility. With a single gesture, he dispelled the illusion array before him. Su Bangxia, clad in the demon hunter attire, gazed at the old man in astonishment. I am an elder of the Wind Demon sect. You, a mere 5th stage chi refinement cultivator, dare to practice near the Wind Demon sect? What audacity! Upon seeing Su Bangxia's appearance, the elder's eyes gleamed with greed. What a beautiful young lady! I shall capture her and make her my furnace. Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding that I shall take my leave immediately, Su Bangxia respectfully replied, beginning to retreat. Haha, they say celestial and demonic paths cannot coexist. Having entered my Wind Demon sect today, you shall not escape. The elder swallowed hard, advancing step by step towards Su Bangxia, exuding the oppressive aura of the 1st stage of Lingtai realm. The Lingtai realm gathers internal demonic energy to form a platform, allowing one to cultivate spiritual awareness within the Purple Palace. His dual pressure of spiritual awareness and demonic aura bore down on Su Bangxia. A mere 5th stage chi refinement cultivator could hardly withstand the oppressive weight of the Lingtai realm and would surely be paralyzed by fear. Yet, Su Bangxia remained unaffected, stepping back to kindly warn, Senior. Do not approach. I am a dual cultivator of celestial and demonic paths. Should you advance any closer, I shall transform into a demon. Her warning was heartfelt. The elder scoffed. A dual cultivator of celestial and demonic paths. You, a mere cultivator, cannot even speak a lie. How can the impure and pure energies coexist? I am curious to see what tricks you, little girl, can possibly conjure. The corpulent elder snorted coldly, stepping forward with the swiftness of a ball of lightning. Advancing menacingly, Su Bangxia remained composed in the face of danger, unleashing her ultimate move. Master, save me! In the next moment, A profound sense of fulfillment surged within her that a practitioner of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, she was enveloped in demonic aura. Her hair rising without a breeze, her delicate demeanor transforming into one of sinister indifference. The elder was taken aback, yet within an instant he resolved, "Meet mountain technique, perish." His speed escalated instantaneously, akin to a bolt of lightning, stirring a tempestuous wind that he crashed into the girl like a mountain of flesh. However, Luo Xingye, who was controlling Su Bangxia, stood frozen, merely observing as the elder approached. Then, the trigger of fear manifested that a black specter, stretched and contorted, appeared above the elder's head, and promptly, he was compelled to spin around, propelled back to where he had come from at the same lightning speed. With a thunderous crash, the elder collided with a boulder, shattering it to pieces. Blood gushed from his mouth, his skin splitting open on his head and limbs, blood trickling forth. Fortunately, he had practiced body cultivation techniques. Otherwise, such a collision would have surely been fatal. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? The elder slumped weakly upon the rubble, gazing at the girl with terror-stricken eyes. Luo Xingye offered him no opportunity for escape or assistance. He had dared to confront the Wind Demon sect. Undoubtedly with his own confidence, the elder began to speak. Luo Xingye had already closed in, placing a palm upon the elder's head. Celestial Phoenix, Soul Seal. Luo Xingye silently recited the secret incantation, the demonic energy around him swirling into a tempest as a mental imprint surged forth from his palm, penetrating the elder's mind. Just as the elder was about to cry out, that mental imprint had already delved into the deepest recesses of his soul sea. Despite being a first-level practitioner of the spirit platform realm, the elder's soul was formidable, and he immediately concentrated all his soul power to shatter that imprint. Without hesitation, Luo Xingye delivered a swift kick to the elder's groin. The elder trembled, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The hard-earned focus of his consciousness began to fragment. Seizing the moment, the mental imprint burrowed into the elder's soul at this juncture. With but a thought, Luo Xingye could disperse the elder's soul. "I am not a demon. I shan't kill you. But I require some of your treasures," Luo Xingye stated coldly, his eyes appraising the corpulent elder. The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a weak smile. "Take whatever you wish. I do not require much," Luo Xingye replied with a faint smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Moments later, the elder, clad only in his undergarments, stood shivering in the cold wind, his arms wrapped around himself. "Brother Dao, may I leave?" The elder struggled to suppress his urge to weep, displaying a stubborn countenance. "Tell me, do you have any fellow disciples or relatives?" Luo Xingye inquired nonchalantly, stowing the elder's treasures into a storage bag. "Why, yes. Do you wish for them to ransom me?" The elder's body quivered, contemplating the ruin of his lifelong reputation. "There is no need for that. Simply borrow some treasures. Weapons, pills, and rare materials from them. Take as much as you can," Luo Xingye said with a smile. "Master, you are truly formidable," Su Bangxia thought to herself, struggling to refrain from uttering the word despicable. "Brother Dao, please spare me. I beseech you," the elder implored, fully aware of the ulterior motives of this individual. Should he truly lend the treasures, they would never be returned. "If you accomplish this, I shall release the mental imprint from your soul sea. I swear by my non-Taoist heart, should I break this vow, I shall surely be consumed by malevolence." Luo Xingye spoke earnestly, the cool breeze swirling around him as he made his promise. "If you fail, I shall have no choice but to send you to rest." With hands clasped behind his back, Luo Xingye cast a sidelong glance at the elder, his eyes exuding an unsettling kindness. The elder, with a mournful expression, acquiesced, knowing he had no other choice. "Very well. Once I return, I shall study this soul imprint. If I cannot decipher it, I shall seek assistance from the elders of my sect to covertly eliminate this female demon." The elder, Luo Qingshan, resolved as he flew back to the sect. Little did he know, the celestial phoenix soul seal was beyond his comprehension. It not only controlled him, but also monitored his every move. Luo Xingye kept a vigilant eye on him. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye had returned to his own body. Su Bangxia ventured to an ancient temple long abandoned for a millennium, extracting all the rare materials from the elder and absorbing them. Under the influence of the spirit-ruined celestial body, her physique radiated with light, exuding celestial brilliance, showcasing her formidable cultivation aptitude. One after another, the rare materials were consumed by the spirit-ruin's celestial body. As Su Bangxia's realm ascended, her body also awakened a powerful regenerative capacity. The vigorous life force coursed through her veins, rendering her complexion rosy, and her spirit soared to its zenith. Soon, her body felt bloated once more. Master, I am feeling quite uncomfortable. Please help me absorb some of this. Su Bangxia exhaled, warmth escaping her lips. Luo Xingye? Yet soon enough, tempted by the allure of the spiritual blood, he acquiesced. Realm. 9th level of vital energy realm. Progress of converting spiritual blood to the 1st level of spirit platform realm. 10, 11, 12 moments later. Realm ascension. 1st level of spirit platform realm. Progress of converting spiritual blood to the 2nd level of spirit platform realm. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 16. I must eliminate her. This matter should not be lightly spoken of. That demoness dared to release me. Surely she is spies within the Wind Demon sect. Luo Qingshan returned to the sect with a grim expression. Recently, the sect had been hosting a competition to select the year's most outstanding disciple, resulting in a flurry of activity among the disciples. That as Luo Qingshan flew into the sect clad in his undergarments, the disciples looked up, catching sight of his well-toned physique at a perfect recovery rate. Indeed, with a scowl, he hastened to his cave dwelling. After changing into proper attire, he began to study the mental imprint. Yet, despite his efforts to employ his consciousness, he could not destroy that imprint that he crossed his arms, his brow furrowing deeply. Ultimately, he ventured to the library, poring over texts regarding the art of mental imprints. The first half of the night passed without yielding any results. Just then, the mental imprint began to stir, agitating his soul sea, causing him excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. It must be that demoness urging me. If I do not send out the treasure soon, I shall surely meet my demise. Luo Qingshan panicked, abandoning his search for books and exiting the library. Standing in the moonlight for a moment, he resolved to seek outside assistance. He approached his senior brother's cave dwelling, knocking on the door vigorously. Knock! Knock! His senior brother, an elder in a black robe, groggily opened the door, cursing under his breath. Brother, I have a request. Should you assist me, I shall gift you my privately stored 3,000-year-old Lingmu root. Luo Qingshan got straight to the point. Is that so? The elder in black, upon hearing the mention of the Lingmu root, was partially roused. Yet skepticism crept in as he continued. You, known for your stinginess, are now so generous with the Lingmu root. Quite suspicious. The elder hesitated, wary of a trick. Luo Qingshan felt an increasing headache. Realizing time was of the essence, that he fixed his gaze upon the elder, ultimately deciding to take a gamble. Thus, he recounted his encounter with the demoness. With no one else around but himself and his senior brother, he felt secure in sharing the details. Demoness? The elder in black felt a surge of excitement. Recalling Su Bangxia, it was he who had previously attended to the matter of the disciple's murder at the Su family. Afterward, he had chosen not to disclose the incident to the sect, instead secretly dispatching disciples to seek the demon armor. However, after many fruitless days, it seemed the demoness had come knocking at his door. Very well, I shall covertly infiltrate. Should it indeed be Su Bangxia in demon armor, I shall strike it rich. The elder thought to himself, no longer hesitating. He promptly agreed to his junior brother's request. Though she is merely at the 9th level of vital energy realm, she possesses a peculiar technique. Once in close proximity, one is bound to be controlled. That I fell victim to that very flaw. Luo Qingshan cautioned the elder. That demoness is indeed formidable. A mere 9th level of vital energy realm can suppress you. A 1st level of spirit platform realm. Fortunately, I have reached the 2nd level of spirit platform realm and am well prepared. Once I infiltrate, it will be a one-hit kill. The elder chuckled coldly, immediately departing the sect under the cover of night. Heading straight to the location indicated by his junior brother, he glided low over the ground, arriving at a hillside, where he vaguely spotted a figure. A thought crossed his mind. The demon armor shall be mine, along with the Lingmu root. The elder chuckled coldly to himself, channeling his internal demonic energy, gathering it into the black wooden flag in his hand, which emitted an eerie wind. He approached stealthily, closing in on the figure. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a young girl, but she was clad in an unusual outfit, not the demon armor he sought. Never mind whether or not she is Su Banksia, the Lingmu root is a must. The elder plunged the black wooden flag into the ground. A layer of demonic energy enveloping the soil, extending outward. This method could shield against the perception of consciousness. Concealed beneath the shroud of demonic energy, he moved swiftly, drawing near to the girl. A mere 9th level of vital energy realm. Even with the strength of a 1st level of spirit platform realm, is of no consequence. I am at the 2nd level of spirit platform realm. He cackled, positioning himself beneath a tree. Observing the girl for any signs of abnormality that as she turned, he decisively cast a spell. The black wooden flag released a torrent of specters, surging along the demonic energy toward the young girl. Simultaneously, he conjured a black sword engulfed in flames, thrusting it forward with swift and lethal intent. He struck, but he missed. It is but a deception, merely an illusion. The expression of the old man in the black robe shifted subtly as he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the young girl had already suspended herself in midair to his left. Evidently, he had been detected long ago. That he inhaled sharply, then recalled something, sneering, "I am a practitioner of the 2nd level of the spirit platform realm." With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his magical pressure, intending to subdue his opponent. "I regret to inform you, but I have just broken through to the 2nd level of the spirit platform realm," retorted Luo Xingye with a cold chuckle. He released his magical pressure, effortlessly shattering the old man's force. Then, with a single hand, he formed a seal, summoning a magical hammer forged from concentrated magical energy, which he brought crashing down upon the black-robed elder's head. Following this, he swiftly pressed a hand upon the elder's skull, launching a second strike with the Phoenix Soul Seal. Before long, the black-robed elder found himself clad only in his undergarments, arms wrapped around himself. Trembling in the biting cold, "Go borrow some treasures from your fellow disciples. If you succeed, I shall certainly spare you," Luo Xingye said in a tone that was unexpectedly amiable. The black-robed elder was on the verge of tears. His initial plan had seemed foolproof, utilizing the magical pressure of a 2nd-level spirit platform practitioner to dominate a 9th-level vitality realm cultivator. Yet, he had not anticipated that his adversary was also a practitioner of the 2nd level of the spirit platform realm. "Damn you, Luo Chengfan, you have doomed me," the black-robed elder cursed inwardly. "Begone!" Luo Xingye kicked him away, then turned back to seize the treasures of the black-robed elder, allowing his spirit-ruined celestial body to absorb them. Once the spirit-ruined celestial body replenished its vitality, the magical armor promptly absorbed the energy. The black-robed elder departed, his face darkened that he dared not fly through the air, opting instead to sneak back to his cave dwelling via the back mountain of the sect. Inside the cave, he mimicked Luo Qingfan's previous actions, researching the soul seal, but to no avail that he then made his way to the library. However, it was not long before the mark began to stir within his soul sea, causing him such pain that he lost all desire to peruse the texts. Ultimately, he exited the library, initially intending to find trouble with Luo Qingfan, yet the agony deterred him from wasting any time. Thus, he resolved to seek external assistance. "My senior brother has reached the 3rd level of the spirit platform realm and possesses the shadow magic technique. He will surely be able to eliminate that demoness." Under the cover of darkness, the black-robed elder made his way to his senior brother's cave. It wasn't long before his senior brother opened the door with a grim countenance. "Brother, save me. I am willing to part with my incomplete Cloud Sea Realm cultivation manuscript," he implored, recounting the troubles he had encountered. 2nd level of the spirit platform realm, possessing illusionary techniques. His senior brother pondered for a moment before acquiescing. "I shall ensure her demise." Equipping himself with his treasures, the senior brothers stealthily approached the location of the young girl under the cover of night. Based on the black-robed elder's experience, he kept a safe distance to avoid being detected prematurely. Soon, he spotted a young girl descending the mountain. "Indeed, it is you," he muttered, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood and smearing it across his eyes. With a series of hand seals, his eyes glowed with magical light, enabling him to discern the truth of her existence. It appears this is no illusion. She is indeed real. After confirming her authenticity, he waited patiently for the opportune moment. When the young girl became distracted, he swiftly executed another hand seal, unleashing a shadowy entity that surged toward her. This was a soul attack technique. Should she be struck, even if she survived, her soul would be severely injured, rendering her incapable of further resistance. That he followed closely behind, poised to deliver the final blow. Considering the young girl's formidable abilities, he released his third-level spirit platform magical pressure the instant he struck. Hit! The shadowy figure passed through the young girl. No, it missed. She evaded the attack. She has sensed my presence. She is approaching. Her magical pressure is at the third level of the spirit platform realm. I cannot withstand it. My junior brother deceived me. This is disastrous. I am under attack. Spare my life. Before long, the senior brother found himself clad only in his undergarments, arms wrapped around himself, trembling in the frigid air. All his treasures had been snatched away. Luo Xingye coldly remarked, "Go borrow some treasures from your fellow disciples. If you succeed, I shall certainly spare you." Chapter 17. Not even the ancestral grave is left unscathed. The senior brother departed. Under the cloak of night, he returned from the back mountain of the sect. Inside his cave, he meticulously contemplated the young girl's tactics and his junior brother's misfortunes. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck him. That wretched creature must have intentionally lured me out only to draw another into her trap. His junior brother, the black-robed elder, had indeed led him into this predicament, resulting in his own loss. How despicable! That demoness cultivation must exceed the third level of the spirit platform realm. It could even be at the fifth or sixth level. She is merely playing the fool. Enraged, the senior brother refrained from researching the mark, deeming it a waste of time. Instead, he set out to find the sect master. The sect master was a formidable practitioner at the ninth level of the spirit platform realm that in the dead of night. He rapped on the door of the sect master's cave, recounting the events that had transpired. The sect master, grave in demeanor, acknowledged the peculiar nature of the situation. If that demoness dares to rob near the wind demon sect, she must possess extraordinary capabilities. Reflecting on this, the sect master sought out the elder. The elder was the only Cloud Sea realm cultivator within the Wind Demon sect that a short while later, the sect master and elder set out to capture the demoness alive. However, upon exiting the sect and scouring the mountains, they found no trace of her. That moment, Luo Xingye infiltrated the Wind Demon sect. Before he could initiate any actions, he sensed the power of the Sealing Seven Divine Order. Is that the unyielding Taoist? Luo Xingye had previously used the Sealing Seven Divine Order to seal the unyielding Taoist's nose. He felt its presence. What brings this individual to the Wind Demon sect? Following the sensation, he arrived at the ancestral burial grounds. This fellow, Luo Xingye mused, then employed his earth escape technique to delve underground. As he entered, sounds reached his ears. I am the unyielding Taoist. How could you venture into such a perilous place? A stout Taoist brandished an iron hammer, aiming a strike at Su Banxia's head. Talent. Fear. The stout Taoist was forcibly turned around. Damn it, it's you again. Luo Xingye seized control of Su Banxia's body, delivering a resounding slap before brandishing a dagger aimed at the stout Taoist's heart. Clang! A golden light erupted from the stout Taoist, shattering the dagger. Luo Xingye executed the ancient heavenly law's 7 steps, narrowly evading the golden light. The two confronted each other underground. Luo Xingye declared, "You, a mere 6th-level Vitality Realm practitioner, possess many tricks that I grant you the opportunity to leave." The stout Taoist produced a mirror, a bell, a feng shui compass, and various other trinkets, infusing them with spiritual energy. These assorted items radiated light, revealing their status as respectable magical artifacts. "It is you who should leave." The stout Taoist's expression hardened. though inwardly he was astonished. How could this woman transform from a mortal into a fourth-level spirit platform realm practitioner in the span of a day? Luo Xingye, too, was taken aback. This was the ancestral burial ground of the Wind Demon sect. How could such a vast cavern exist underground? Resembling a grand hall. Had this stout fellow excavated it overnight? Boom! A tempestuous magical wind surged from the ground, a terrifying pressure of cloud, sea realm strength resonating throughout the sect, followed by an overwhelming divine sense sweeping across the land. The stout Taoist's countenance shifted as he sensed the pressure, but he immediately shook the bell in his hand. Though silent, it emitted a green light that enveloped him. Yet, that was not the end of it. "Open for me!" The stout Taoist stomped the ground, causing the underground hall to illuminate with runes, cloaking the area. Luo Xingye quickly realized that he could no longer perceive the stout Taoist's presence. The bell was capable of shielding against divine senses. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, forming a hand seal and exhaling a breath of vital energy, silently reciting Dragon Nest Concealment, enveloping himself in a translucent membrane. Just as that divine sense approached, it swept past their bodies and throughout the ancestral burial site. The Phoenix Secret Technique runes, capable of masking divine senses. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xingye scrutinized the runes within the underground hall, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the stout Taoist. The fact that this unyielding Taoist had mastered even the secret runes of the Phoenix sacred land indicated that his origins were far from ordinary. The ancient Dragon Nest Concealment. You are no simple character. The unyielding Taoist discerned the source of the translucent membrane enveloping Luo Xingye. Once the overwhelming divine sense passed, the two exchanged cold snorts before turning to leave. Luo Xingye intended to depart, but noticed the unyielding Taoist beginning to perform a ritual. Bang! The unyielding Taoist set up an altar beside a coffin, with a wooden sword, talismans, and a swana. Humans possess 3 souls and 6 spirits. The soul bears 3 grievances and 6 resentments. All the resentful souls in this place. After a series of soul-purifying services, the unyielding Taoist lifted the coffin lid and began to rummage through the treasures within. Luo Xingye furrowed his brow, feeling that leaving empty-handed would be a significant loss. Very well. Some things are brought into the world and taken away in death. I shall perform soul passage for you, sending you to the afterlife, and the rewards need not be mentioned. I shall take what I require. With this thought, Luo Xingye approached a coffin, forming hand seals and silently reciting the passage of Soul Sutra. Once the heart of the spirit platform was illuminated, he opened the coffin and claimed the treasures within. Su Bangxia observed the two of them executing their actions with remarkable proficiency, feeling somewhat bewildered. The Taoist appeared to be quite unorthodox, thus not worthy of attention. Yet, why did our master seem so adept? Wait, is that treasure not here? The unyielding Taoist lifted one coffin after another, gradually furrowing his brow and murmuring softly. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye completed his collection and closed the coffin lid. Their movements were swift. In the end, only one coffin, measuring 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, remained unopened. The two approached this coffin, exchanging unfriendly glances. Suddenly, they both moved, each lifting the coffin lid from opposite ends. However, before they could even reach the coffin, the lid flew open of its own accord, and a terrifying blood light surged forth, illuminating the entire underground hall as if it were a hellish realm of blood. This is not good. Luo Xingye executed his movement technique. Sprinting away, the stout Taoist produced a plethora of treasures to shield himself, retreating while defending. Boom! A hand resembling a dragon's claw emerged from the coffin. Following that, a woman, her entire body adorned with magma-colored dragon scales, coldly ascended from within the coffin. Disturbing my rest. Since you have come to me, you shall all become my sustenance. The woman possessed a dragon tail and appeared to be utterly naked, though she was adorned with dragon scales that concealed her form. Exuding an alluring yet commanding presence, she opened her mouth, and with a single breath, everything in her vicinity was drawn into her maw. Goddess, she is truly a dragon maiden. Was it not said that only dragon scales are hidden here? The Taoist's face turned pale, and he fled faster, summoning a plethora of talismans and treasures to shield himself. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye's expression shifted as a piece of information emerged within his soul sea. Longkui, 900 years old, extraordinary realm. Dragon blood sacred body, severely injured, possesses spiritual blood. This individual is a unique physique. I dare not approach her. If Luo Xingye ventured closer, he would be torn to shreds that moment. Another piece of information appeared. Lingxian, 800 years old, extraordinary realm. Undying phoenix body, possesses spiritual blood, Luo Xingye. He understood that such information only manifested when a special physique was nearby, implying that another extraordinary being was close at hand. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of celestial light descended from the heavens, resembling a divine sword suspended in the starry sky, stirring the stars and trembling the void, as if a celestial king had awakened, emanating a terrifying divine might. With a resounding crash, the celestial light struck the dragon maiden. So, it was sent to kill. Luo Xingye realized, sensing the dragon maiden's injury, rendering her unable to consume her surroundings. He immediately turned to flee. Lingxian, you have pursued me relentlessly for half a month. What deep-seated enmity lies between us? The dragon maiden clutched a bloody hole in her chest, her body radiating bloodlight as strands of divine might. Akin to heavenly swords shattered the earth, she soared into the sky, letting out a dragon's roar that reverberated through the cosmos. My disciple has been harmed by you. I shall slay you 1,000 times and still feel unsatisfied. Lingxian, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, hovered in the ethereal heights, her body emanating a sacred radiance, akin to a moonlit fairy, breathtakingly beautiful. Your disciple is not a victim of my schemes, she is right here. As Longkui spoke, she noticed Su Bangxia emerging from the ground, sprinting away, and her expression froze in shock, promptly shouting. Chapter 18. Dragon Blood Demon Armor. Your disciple is right here. Longkui exclaimed coldly. On the other side of the heavens, Lingxian, resembling a celestial being, turned her gaze to the ground upon hearing this. She beheld Su Bangxia flying out from a grave. Lingxian was taken aback, a flicker of anger crossing her brow. Longkui, how can my disciple be with you in such a grave? What have you done? Lingxian pointed a finger, her fingertip radiating like a sword, slicing through the void, striking down upon Longkui with a resounding crash. She was acutely aware of her disciple's character. She would never venture into such a tainted place. Longkui must have snatched her away. She came to rob the tomb herself. Ask her if you don't believe me. Longkui narrowly evaded the strike, exhaling flames that scorched the sky, intent on incinerating Lingxian. My disciple has always been well-behaved and would never engage in such disgraceful acts. Do you still wish to argue? Lingxian, infuriated, firmly believed that Longkui harbored ulterior motives regarding her disciple's spiritual body. Boom! Lingxian struck out to subdue Longkui. The entire heavens lit up with celestial light. Orbs of radiance resembling stars from the ninth heaven trembled through the void, crashing down upon Longkui. Longkui's blood surged, rising to the skies as her hands morphed into dragon claws, fiercely clashing with the orbs of light. However, she was already severely injured, and in this moment, she was completely suppressed. Lingxian, you attack without understanding the reason. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully? Longkui spat blood. Her fury ignited as she retaliated with overwhelming dragon might. This realm was shrouded in the terrifying pressure of formidable beings. Seeing this, Luo Xingye realized that if he did not flee, he would undoubtedly meet his demise, but he swiftly departed, distancing himself from the battlefield. Master, my master is above. Su Bangxia called out, whether she is present or not. We must first leave this place. Just as Luo Xingye had barely taken 2 steps, a figure soared through the sky. This figure, emanating from Lingxian, was a clone that directly intercepted Luo Xingye. Disciple, has your spiritual body recovered? Quickly come to me to avoid being killed by the dragon maiden. The figure scrutinized Su Bangxia, sensing something amiss, yet still spoke gently. I can protect myself. You go deal with her. Luo Xingye controlled Su Bangxia's speech while he continued to distance himself from the figure. Not right. Who are you? The figure's expression shifted, coldly glaring at Luo Xingye, a powerful spiritual pressure radiating from her, suppressing him. She knew her disciple all too well. Her voice was always soft and gentle, never coarse. Moreover, her disciple had always addressed her as master, never as you. At that moment, the aerial battle escalated quickly, concluding just as swiftly. With a thunderous roar, a star quaking the heavens crashed down upon Longkue, shattering a great mountain. Longkue collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from her wounds, and she spat in rage. Lingxian, I shall not rest until you are dead. Yet Lingxian paid her no heed, personally approaching Luo Xingye, as the clone returned to her true form. Who are you? She coldly scrutinized Luo Xingye, her radiance enveloping the desolate earth. Let us converse peacefully. Such violence is excessive. Let us find a place to discuss matters. Luo Xingye retreated, finding it difficult to explain or to clarify anything. Get lost. Lingshuan's expression remained indifferent, her formidable consciousness crashing into Su Bangxia's body. With a thunderous sound, Luo Xingye's soul was forcibly ejected from Su Bangxia's form, returning to the demon armor. Vile woman! Luo Xingye cursed angrily. Master, stop! Without Luo Xingye's control, Su Bangxia's soul returned to her own body. She immediately interposed herself before Lingxian. So it was you, this demon armor causing trouble. No wonder my disciple appeared strange upon first meeting. I shall cleanse you today. Lingxian disregarded Su Bangxia's words. Displaying an overwhelming dominance, she walked beneath the moonlight, pure as a celestial being, dispersing darkness and cleansing filth with each stride that in an instant. She closed the distance to Su Bangxia, striking her with a single hand, sending the demon armor flying. Luo Xingye was hurled to the ground some distance away, cursing, I saved your disciple, and you attack without discernment. Have you entered menopause? Were it not for my concern for my disciple's body, I would have shattered you long ago. Lingxian stood high above, her demeanor indifferent. She immediately radiated blinding light, enveloping Su Bangxia's unclothed form and drawing her close. Master, no. It was the demon armor that saved me. It has treated me kindly. Su Bangxia pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes that Lingshuan's brow furrowed, her murderous intent surging as she coldly fixed her gaze upon the demon armor on the ground. You have led my naive disciple astray to this extent. Boom! Above her head, a colossal white halo appeared, a terrifying pressure emanating from it, intimidating all directions. Northern Sky Sealing Technique. Luo Xingye's expression changed. This woman was unleashing a forbidden move, intent on utterly annihilating him. Master, regardless of Su Bangxia's explanations, or even her kneeling, Lingshuan's resolve remained unyielding, further enraging her, and she increased her force exponentially. Luo Xingye found himself in a life-and-death crisis, thoughts racing as he sought a way to save himself. Suddenly, he noticed the faltering dragon maiden not far away. A plan emerged. Luo Xingye immediately tapped into the fourth level of the demon armor's spiritual realm power and flew towards Longkue's skin cracked, dragon scales scattered, blood flowed freely, and she could barely stand. Yet she remained an extraordinary being. Upon seeing the demon armor approach, she was poised to strike it down. This is the Northern Sky Sealing Technique. She aims to crush both you and me. To survive, do not act. Luo Xingye warned coldly. Longkue hesitated, her raised hand lowering. Neither of us is a good entity. Let us eliminate them both. Lingxian commanded icily, her hands forming seals. The terrifying halo above unleashed a blinding radiance, dispelling the darkness, ultimately crashing down with a thunderous roar upon Longkue and the demon armor. Do you have a plan? Longkue inquired, her expression grim. Yes. This vile woman is too domineering. I will personally deal with her. Luo Xingye retorted, soaring directly onto Longkue's back. I shall borrow your body for a moment. Luo Xingye flowed seamlessly into Longkue's form. Acquired familiar. Longkue current demon armor form. First form, dragon blood demon armor, 30 damage increase. Simultaneously, the demon armor underwent a tremendous transformation. The Luo god demon armor melted into magma, emitting waves of heat, enveloping Long Kuei entirely. That it is well known that the more a woman reveals, the stronger her combat prowess becomes. And this was exemplified vividly in the dragon blood demon armor. The dark red armor concealed what needed to be covered, while leaving much else exposed. That a pair of demonic dragon wings unfurled from her back. The dragon tail swaying, shimmering with the brilliance of molten armor. That Long Kuei's expression changed drastically, astonished by the unexpected transformation of the armor. Come, Luo Xingye declared arrogantly. I possess no strength to fight further. Long Kuei replied weakly. Then I shall take charge. Luo Xingye activated his talent, control. His soul took command of Long Kuei's extraordinary realm power. Chapter 19. Dragon Transformation Technique. Long Kuei had yet to comprehend the shift when she was forcibly overridden. Her enchanting visage suddenly transformed, adopting an air of cold pride. Her gaze sharp and profound. Hey, are you trying to seize my body? Long Kuei's voice was icy, tinged with an unmistakable panic. Just borrowing your body for a while. Luo Xingye rose, finding it a challenge to adjust. This body has sustained grievous injuries, truly reaching its limit. It is irreparably damaged. Thunderous roars. The circular ring in the sky descends, intent on grinding the earth to dust, causing even the void to tremble. Luo Xingye snorted coldly, promptly invoking the secret technique, Heavenly Emperor Art. The vitality within Long Kuei surged, boiling forth, unleashing potent potential from her limbs and bones. That in an instant, the majority of her injuries healed. Streams of dragon blood radiance erupted from her body, connecting heaven and the void. Get away from me, Luo Xingye commanded, grounding herself, her hands weaving intricate gestures as the grand forces of the universe converged upon her. Beneath Long Kuei's feet, a circular pattern emerged, with a resonant hum. The circular sigil erupted in blinding light, a force of teleportation tearing through the void. That in a mere moment, Long Kuei vanished, only to reappear at the edge of the horizon. Just then, the terrifying ring struck the earth with a tremor that resonated for 100 miles. What kind of sorcery is this? Long Kuei exclaimed, astonished. The gesture she performed to cast her spell had transported her away, a feat unheard of. This magical armor surpassed her expectations. So, do you think I'm handsome? Luo Xingye gasped. Long Kuei paused before replying. It is indeed quite splendid. Of course. This is a teleportation skill I created myself. I can also traverse great distances with ease. Luo Xingye continued to catch his breath. At this moment, thanks to the Heavenly Emperor Art, Long Kuei's body had returned to its peak condition. Long Kuei furiously retorted. If you can traverse great distances, why resort to such teleportation? I have expended most of my spiritual energy. After all, this is our first collaboration. I must demonstrate my true abilities. Luo Xingye replied with an air of cold pride. Long Kuei remained silent, yet internally, she was profoundly shaken. Her injuries had healed instantaneously, her combat prowess restored to its zenith. Moreover, she had managed to construct a teleportation array in such a perilous moment, allowing her escape. This magical armor left her in awe, even if its wielder had a somewhat irreverent demeanor. Once our bond deepens, I shall teach you a technique for ultra-long-range teleportation, Luo Xingye boasted, as his greatest abilities lay in evasion, particularly instant teleportation techniques, many of which were of his own invention, inspired by a game he played while still on Earth. Is that true? Long Kuei inquired, her excitement palpable. That moment, she no longer underestimated this magical armor. Let us deal with Lingxian first. As Luo Xingye noticed Lingxian unleashing her flying sword, he deftly evaded using the ancient heavenly law's 7 steps. In an instant, 7 images of her appeared, each step leaving an echo, swiftly closing in on Lingxian. You two truly share a foul affinity, Lingxian remarked coldly, unfazed, lightly tapping the void with her feet to distance herself. With a single hand gesture, she summoned long swords that coalesced from the ether, radiating divine light as they struck towards Luo Xingye. Damn it! Both Long Kuei and Luo Xingye roared in unison, filled with rage. "Take her down!" Long Kuei shouted vehemently. Luo Xingye, no longer holding back, formed complex hand gestures, murmuring ancient dragon incantations. The grand forces of the universe descended once more, echoing with the ancient roars of dragons from the void that Long Kuei's body surged with dragon blood. Dragon shadows erupting from her, soaring into the sky, disturbing the very heavens. With a thunderous crash, her half-dragon form fully transformed into a dragon that a colossal dragon, 1,000 meters long, wove through the sea of clouds. Impervious to the swords that merely sparked against its scales. "How do you know everything?" Long Kuei cried out in disbelief. The dragon transformation technique, a skill long extinct in the realm of cultivation. This magical armor could wield it. Ling Xuan's body trembled, her expression changing as she hastily invoked the northern sky sealing technique. The skies suddenly darkened, a massive circular ring materializing above, sealing the heavens and earth, radiating blinding light that it spun, intent on grinding the colossal dragon to dust. The dragon roared, shaking the very foundations of the world, instilling primal fear in countless beings. With a fearsome breath, a blinding and searing dragon fire erupted from its maw, piercing the sky and crashing into the ring. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. This was a true dragon battle that Ling Xuan's hands trembled as she controlled the ring, cracking under pressure, blood seeping from her wounds, barely holding on. Luo Xingye, however, showed no mercy, unleashing another powerful attack. Dragon horns emitted beams of light that soared into the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a sea of crimson flames. Within this inferno, molten meteorites rained down, crashing onto the ring with thunderous force. Ling Xian spat blood, struck by a meteorite, plummeting towards the mountains. "Wretched woman!" Luo Xingye ceased the dragon breath, delivering a fierce blow with his dragon claws, then seized Ling Xian, hurling her against one mountain after another. Boom, boom, boom. The mountains crumbled to dust. Ling Xian, dazed and battered, her body cracking and bloodied, lay in a state of utter disarray dead on the ground. Su Bangxia, clad in the garments gifted by Ling Xian, gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. She had never anticipated such ferocity from her second master. "Master, please stop fighting," Su Bangxia cried out. Luo Xingye had no intention of killing Ling Xian. Her domineering nature had merely provoked him. Even without Su Bangxia's plea, he would not have truly intended to take her life. However, a lesson was indeed necessary, that he grasped the now defenseless Ling Xian and tossed her into the air, the dragon tail striking down, crashing her into the earth. Boom! Ling Xian landed heavily, the ground splitting, blood spilling into the soil, utterly devoid of combat capability. "Kill her!" Long Kuei commanded fiercely. "There is no need," Luo Xingye replied, retracting the dragon transformation technique as Long Kuei reverted to her alluring half-dragon form. Suspended in midair, her vitality surged, radiating divine light. Her gaze fixed coldly on the battered Ling Xian, she coldly stated, "We are all masters here, so do not act as if you are superior, or I shall break your legs." Ling Xian coughed as she rose, eyeing Long Kuei warily, coldly declaring, "Magical armor. I will remember you." Secretly notifying her sect's powerful allies for support, she clutched her life-saving talisman, that in the same realm. She had previously dominated Long Kuei. Yet now, in her wounded state, aided by the magical armor, Long Kuei had directly overpowered her, that a sense of trepidation towards the magical armor began to take root within her. A great demon is about to emerge in the realm of cultivation, Ling Xian mused. Sensing the impending threat, "You had best remember this. Should you dare to insult me again, I will strip you bare and sell you to a brothel," Luo Xingye exclaimed, leaving Ling Xuan's face pale with fury. By this time, dawn had broken, that a beam of warm sunlight illuminated the desolate ground. Su Bangxia, her diminutive form silhouetted against the vast expanse, called out to her master. Luo Xingye hovered in the air. Turning to cast a deep glance at Su Bangxia, as she faced the sunlight, tears shimmered in her eyes, reflecting her reluctance. She had never anticipated a conflict between her two masters, fearing they might never reconcile. Caught between the two, she felt an immense weight of sorrow. "Do not follow me and suffer. Your master, though a bit temperamental, is still quite good to you. You should train diligently under her, he advised. However, be shrewd. I suspect the Northern Sky Immortal Palace deliberately ruined your Lingshu immortal body, and your foolish second master remains entirely oblivious. Truly an idiot. Luo Xingye shot a cold glance at Lingxian. Lingshuan's expression shifted slightly as she glanced between Luo Xingye and Su Bangxia, her demeanor growing complex. Master, you saved my life, restored my body, gifted me with the immortal scripture, and taught me cultivation that I have yet to repay you. Please do not leave. With a swift motion, Luo Xingye conjured a talisman from his hand, sending it flying towards Su Bangxia. Suspended before her was a jade pendant inscribed with the character Luo. If you face a life-threatening crisis, you may drop your blood into it and call my name. I shall surely come to your aid. Luo Xingye declared before departing that he had prepared to venture through the world with Su Bangxia. But finding a dragon blood saint body along the way had altered his plans. Chapter 20. Is it enjoyable? Luo Xingye and Longkui flew away abruptly. Lingxian was taken aback by the sudden conclusion of this fierce battle. She had braced herself for a prolonged conflict. At this moment, sunlight bathed the earth, a cool breeze sweeping over the ruins. Su Bangxia rushed over to support Lingxian, tears still marking her face. Disciple, your Lingshu immortal body. Lingxian scrutinized her disciple's form closely. Second master helped me recover, Su Bangxia replied sulkily. Truly restored. Lingxian transferred a stream of spiritual energy into her disciple, her expression shifting. Yes, second master is incredibly kind to me, teaching me cultivation and providing me with the immortal scripture. Lingxian could clearly sense her disciple's simmering frustration. She furrowed her brow. After all, it was a magical armor, a beguiling artifact of dark arts. Her disciple was upset over the magical armor. However, she chose to remain silent. Compared to this petty emotion, she was far more astonished by the capabilities of the magical armor. Restoring the Lingshu immortal body was a feat even a saint could not accomplish, that I in the realm of cultivation. A saint represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet the magical armor possessed transcendent abilities. Restoring the Lingshu immortal body. Even Longkui, in dire straits, had been assisted by the magical armor, turning the tide against Lingxian. But soon, she shook off these thoughts. You mentioned he gave you the immortal scripture? Lingxian seized upon the crucial point, shaking her head, and replied nonchalantly, forget the techniques he provided. In today's world, aside from the Heavenly Emperor's scripture from the Yaoqi Heavenly Emperor, no other scripture can compare to the Northern Sky Saint Realm's Tao canon. Su Bangxia remained silent, seething with frustration. After a moment, she spoke. The celestial scripture given to me by my second master is the finest. I shall not exchange it. Are you truly willing to disregard your master's counsel for the sake of a mere piece of enchanted armor? How much better could his teachings possibly be? Even if he can restore your Lingshu celestial body, it does not imply he possesses complete understanding. He is clearly attempting to mislead you, Bangxia. Lingxian lamented her unfortunate fate. Incensed by her stubbornness, Su Bangxia remained quiet, directly invoking the Tunshin Dao Jing. With a thunderous roar, radiant celestial light erupted from her being, a pure aura radiating in all directions that in that moment. She ceased to hold back, channeling the technique with all her might. Within a 10-mile radius, all spiritual energy swirled like a vortex, entering Su Bangxia's body. Her cultivation, at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, visibly ascended to the 6th. Then the 7th. Lingxian trembled, as if she had seen a ghost. When did her disciple's Lingshu, celestial body, become so extraordinarily powerful, even with the aid of the Northern Celestial Realm's Tao canon? Such a rate of advancement was unattainable. No, it must be the technique. It is the technique bestowed upon Su Bangxia by the enchanted armor. She found herself at a loss for words after a long pause. She murmured, I, as your master, have been woefully ignorant. Her perception of the enchanted armor began to waver. From now on, utilize this technique, but remember to keep it a secret. I shall guard your secret as well. Lingxian spoke softly. Su Bangxia, tears welling in her eyes, calmly replied, My second master is the best. When I was abandoned by my peers and expelled from the sect, it was my second master who saved me. He taught me, guided me, and protected me. He is truly the best. She clutched the jade talisman tightly, refusing to let anyone see it. Forget him from now on, otherwise, in the northern celestial palace. Calling an enchanted armor your master will invite scorn from all. Lingxian cautioned gently that Su Banksia remained silent, that I in her heart. She had long ceased to feel a sense of belonging to the northern celestial palace. In her heart, the enchanted armor was her second master, unwaveringly so. When I grow strong, when I mature, I shall seek out my second master. Su Banksia vowed silently while holding the talisman that I in the distance. A terrifying pressure from a formidable being surged forth, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, a truly fearsome presence. Soon after, several figures appeared in the sky. Observing this, Lingxian rose and clasped her hands in respect, saying, "Esteemed elders, Lingxian is unharmed. The dragon Kuei has fled. It is only fitting that you exert every effort to detain her, for she has harmed your disciple." One elder spoke. Lingxian was about to mention that Su Banksia had restored her Lingshu celestial body. But the words of the enchanted armor echoed in her mind. Su Banksia was allegedly discarded by those of the northern celestial palace. Thus, she chose to conceal the truth. I could not hold her back. A mysterious enchanted armor had possessed the dragon Kuei, enabling her to grievously wound me in return, Lingxian explained, leaving the elders astonished. They knew well that dragon Kuei could not overpower Lingxian, yet her account was utterly unexpected. Enchanted armor? Indeed, this enchanted armor possesses arcane techniques, mastering the art of dragon transformation, allowing dragon Kuei to become a dragon, nearly leading to my demise at their hands. Lingshuan's words caused the elders to furrow their brows, alarm evident in their eyes. Ultimately, they departed, returning to the northern celestial palace. However, regarding the enchanted armor, the interactions and peculiarities between Dragon Kuei and Lingxian stirred varied thoughts within each individual, yet none voiced their opinions. Upon returning, Lingshuan's first course of action was to confront the law enforcement hall. After her disciple had been discarded, she had kept her in her palace. Yet the law enforcement hall had audaciously taken advantage of her absence, expelling Su Banksia in an instant. Lingxian wreaked havoc within the law enforcement hall. The northern celestial palace stirred once more. After their departure, amidst the half-collapsed expanse of the wind demon sect, a woman adorned with a veil and possessing an alluring figure appeared in the void. She gazed in the direction of Lingxian and the others as she murmured, "Enchanted armor, dragon transformation, restoration of the Lingshu celestial body, celestial scriptures." She chuckled softly, her laughter like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, delicate and melodious. Having witnessed the prior battle between Dragon Kuei and Lingxian, she was thoroughly captivated and astonished by the power of the enchanted armor. "Enchanted armor, where have you gone? My sacred phoenix holy land is most intrigued by you." With a gentle laugh, she gradually vanished. In another part of the sky, a conversation transpired. "Isn't it exhilarating? Indeed, quite exhilarating. I find it equally delightful." This exchange was between Luo Xingye and Dragon Kuei, revolving around the matter of overpowering Lingxian. "Teach me the dragon transformation technique, and I shall offer you my spiritual blood in return." Dragon Kuei had been yearning for this secret technique, having completely lost the intimidating demeanor she once held. Alas, she had been entirely subdued by the various strange abilities of the enchanted armor. "If you do not speak, I shall still absorb it," Luo Xingye remarked, taking another breath. Realm. 4th level of Lingtai Realm. Progress of spiritual blood transformation to 5th level of Lingtai Realm. 1, 2, 3. Cease your absorption. My body seems to be, experiencing complications. As Dragon Kuei flew, her body suddenly cracked open, blood gushing forth. Her head tilted, and she plummeted from the sky, crashing into a dense forest, losing consciousness entirely. Only then did Luo Xingye recall the use of the Heavenly Emperor technique, forcibly awakening hidden potential, which, while granting immense power temporarily, bore significant side effects, namely, that once the technique concluded, the body would be severely harmed. Chapter 21. Tearfully licking the bag within the dense forest, Dragon Ka lay unconscious amidst the thicket, blood staining the green leaves. Luo Xingye, feeling helpless, realized that even if he forcibly controlled Dragon Kuei's body, it would be ineffective. This body, having endured such extensive torment, was beyond repair, and no matter how skilled one's manipulation. A toy that had been broken could only be helplessly stared at. What a pity, Luo Xingye sighed, absorbing the lost blood and silently tearfully licking the bag. Realm, 4th level of Lingtai Realm. Progress of spiritual blood transformation to 5th level of Lingtai Realm. 42. 43, 45. However, he did not absorb without compensation. Utilizing the secret techniques of the Dragon Clan, he maximized Dragon Kuei's healing capabilities. Dragons, one of the 10 fearsome beasts in the cultivation world, ranked among the top 3 for physical strength and regenerative abilities. As a half-dragon, Dragon Kuei also possessed considerable self-healing prowess, yet her body was in dire straits, making recovery a struggle. Luo Xingye could only assist her through secret methods. I truly miss the Dragon Clan. Luo Xingye reminisced about his past life, recalling the times he rode dragons in the East Sea. Though he had been hunted for 3 years, traversing 2 vast seas to escape calamity, the treasures of the Dragon Clan were undeniably alluring. Time passed slowly into the night. Dragon Kuei's wounds ceased to bleed, and her injuries began to mend. Luo Xingye felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Finally, a breakthrough. Tearfully licking the bag was indeed gratifying. The absorbed blood had allowed him to ascend from the 4th to the 5th level of Lingtai Realm. As the night deepened, Dragon Kuei's condition improved significantly, yet she still bore lingering ailments. Luo Xingye estimated that it would take at least half a month for her to fully recover. It hurts. A soft moan echoed in the darkness. You're awake, Luo Xingye inquired. After a moment, she murmured, it hurts so much. It's all right. It will ease soon. Just give it time to adjust, Luo Xingye reassured her, employing secret techniques to aid her recovery. Do you have spiritual stones, medicinal pills, or rare treasures? Luo Xingye asked again. None. Did I use the last of my resources when I fled from Lingxian? Dragon Kuei replied bitterly. Suddenly, she inadvertently aggravated her wounds, letting out a soft whimper. How did you provoke her? Luo Xingye queried. Out of boredom, I took a stroll around the northern celestial palace, and then she inexplicably pursued me for half a month. Claiming I had harmed her disciple, Dragon Kuei's lovely face was clouded with frost, her hatred for Lingxian palpable. And the truth, Luo Xingye pressed. The northern celestial palace was one of the 2 top-tier forces in the Qingyo domain. Dragon Kuei was audacious indeed, as humans and demons had always been at odds. Being half demon, half human, she was despised by both sides. Yet, despite this, she dared to approach the supreme force of the human realm. Hey, why are you asking so many questions? Dragon Kuei felt offended. Do you truly wish to bear the blame for someone else? Luo Xingye countered. You're merely at the Lingtai realm. Do you not fear my extraordinary prowess at the transcendent realm? Though my realm may be low, I excel in various manipulations. You at the transcendent realm should understand why you cannot suppress Lingxian, right? Luo Xingye chuckled softly. He did not wish to reveal the harsh truth to Dragon Kuei. Should he possess her? Becoming her master, he would have the authority to control her forcibly. However, Luo Xingye preferred to avoid escalating the conflict, thus refraining from voicing this thought. Dragon Kuei was clearly at a loss for words. Reluctantly snorting before continuing, I heard that the Northern Celestial Palace is hosting a Tao conference, inviting cultivators from all walks of life to discuss the DAOD-AS, a transcendent being. I shall see what level they possess. And then you went. And subsequently, Su Bangxia encountered trouble, leading to your pursuit by Lingxian? Luo Xingye mused. Someone is attempting to shift the blame onto me. I've taken note of that. Let's get up and find something to eat, Luo Xingye pondered. Dragon Kuei replied. I'm in pain. Luo Xingye offered. Shall I assist you? Dragon Kuei retorted. How can you help? Luo Xingye. Enter your body. Long Kuei. You mean the kind of entering when you hit Lingxian? Luo Xingye. What else could it be? Long Kuei. All right. But be gentle. It really hurts. Luo Xingye. Rest assured, I shall be quite tender. Before long, Lo Xingye was controlling Long Kuei's body, slowly traversing the dense forest. Perhaps due to an innate dragonic aura, there were no traces of any beast within a 10-mile radius. Self-healing consumed the most energy, yet without food to replenish it, one could only resort to the method of cultivation. Although it was somewhat slow, it was better than doing nothing at all that Lo Xingye returned to his own body, allowing her to cultivate herself. Where is your cave? We shall go there shortly. Haifeng Mountain. The boundary between the human and demon realms. It seems you are despised by both sides. Say something nice. Your body is truly useful. As long as you teach me the dragon transformation technique, I shall be even more useful once my injuries are healed. You think you can learn the dragon transformation technique just by talking? The price is far too low. The two engaged in casual conversation while cultivating. In the dense forest, they spent about 10 days together that Lo Xingye occasionally absorbed some spiritual blood. Gradually, his realm advanced from the 5th level of the spiritual platform to the 6th. Long Kuei had already recovered from most of her injuries and soared towards Haifeng Mountain. Upon arrival, a black dragon emerged from the mountain, exuding a formidable dragonic pressure that intimidated Long Kuei. Lo Xingye found it rather amusing. Provoking the master of Haifeng Mountain, this black dragon did not come with good intentions. Long Kuei's expression darkened as she coldly stated, "Which insect dares to occupy my Haifeng Mountain in my absence?" Her eyes scanned the surroundings, filled with a murderous intent. Many demons had perished on Haifeng Mountain, all under her command. If I am an insect, then you are even less than an insect. Maggot? The black dragon chuckled with a hint of amusement, exuding a lazy, superior demeanor. Just a dog being commanded by others. Not favored by your clan, and you come here to flaunt your power? Long Kuei scoffed, unwilling to back down. A half-human, half-demon hybrid, lacking even the qualifications to become a dragon. What right do you have to lecture me? Enraged, the black dragon unleashed a terrifying pressure from the transcendent realm towards Long Kuei. Her internal injuries were aggravated, causing internal bleeding. Do you need my assistance? A mere black dragon. I could slay him here. Lo Xingye said calmly. Clan matters are none of your concern. The previously sulky Long Kuei, who had even acted cutesy towards him, now displayed an unexpectedly stubborn and cold demeanor when it came to clan affairs, as if she had transformed into a different person. Do as you wish, Lo Xingye replied indifferently. Long Kuei coldly glared at the black dragon and declared, "In terms of talent, you are not even 1/10 of me. I stepped out of the dragon clan at the age of 10 without relying on any elder's assistance or any resources from the dragon clan, taking 900 years to reach the transcendent realm. And you've born in the dragon clan, enjoying its resources, yet it took you 1,200 years to achieve the transcendent realm, Long Yun." Long Kuei retaliated fiercely. Years of self-reliance had forged her independent and assertive character. The black dragon roared, releasing a dragon's roar that repelled Long Kuei. "Today, I shall not argue with the disgrace of the dragon clan. I have come here today to inform you that the Dragon King's lifespan has come to an end. The Dragon King has initiated the contest for the new Dragon King. You are the 42nd offspring of the Dragon King, theoretically qualified to compete. According to clan rules, I am here to notify you." The black dragon, known as Long Yun, spoke solemnly. "Tell him I am not interested." Long Kuei replied coldly. "Suit yourself." Long Yun smirked mockingly. "Moreover, your mother asked me to convey that she truly misses you." Long Kuei's expression changed, and she angrily retorted, "Are you threatening me?" Long Yun, who already despised her, would not kindly deliver messages. "Don't think too much of it. Your mother gifted me many treasures, and that is why I kindly came to inform you." I initially intended to refuse, but considering her submissive attitude, I agreed. The black dragon scoffed at Long Kuei's anger surged, her blood boiling with murderous intent, yet she quickly reined it in. "Be aware if you dare to act today. Your mother's life in the dragon clan will become even more unbearable." The black dragon laughed heartily as he departed. Long Kuei remained silent, suspended in the air, not uttering a word. Gradually, a light rain began to fall, shrouding the world in a misty haze. Chapter 22. Ancient Demon Inheritance. The misty rain obscured the mountains. Long Kuei remained silent in the rain, a profound sadness and sense of oppression spreading within her. Little K. I did not expect your background to be quite tragic. Lo Xingye remarked softly. Long Kuei said nothing and flew directly into the cave within Hafeng Mountain. Your mother is human, isn't she? How did she end up in the EC Dragon clan? Lo Xingye had already guessed. She was captured by that old wretch from the human territory. Long Kuei replied indifferently, sorrow evident in her eyes. Once you have fully recovered, with my help, you will surely be able to mock all disgrace and seize the title of Dragon King. Lo Xingye said earnestly. The EC Dragon clan is the foremost top-tier force in the EC region and one of the 10 major demon clan forces in the cultivation world. Its status is on par with the North Heavenly Immortal Palace of the Qingyo domain. However, half-demons are never welcomed anywhere. Even if Long Kuei came to the Qingyo domain, she could only survive amidst the humans and demons of the domain that if she could secure the title of Dragon King in the EC Dragon clan. She would no longer have to endure such humiliation. Furthermore, his aspiration to cultivate as a human and ascend would also be within reach. I have never coveted the title of Dragon King, Long Kuei replied softly. She took out the spiritual stones and treasures within the cave and began her healing cultivation. Half a month passed. Long Kuei's injuries were completely healed, her dragon blood brimming, and her condition reached its peak. Lo Xingye absorbed blood several times, and his realm continuously improved that he was now at the 8th level of the spiritual platform. The conditions to unlock the ancient demon inheritance required reaching the 9th level of the spiritual platform. Not far now. Lo Xingye suppressed his excitement. Your realm is rising quickly, but the required spiritual blood is also increasing. I can hardly bear your absorption. Long Kuei, despite being at the transcendent realm and possessing a half-dragon body, had limited blood. Absorbing too much magic armor left her feeling strained. Let's refrain from absorption for now. I need to maintain peak condition for a trip to the EC. Long Kuei stood amidst the mountains, gazing towards the distant sky. Her enchanting beauty appeared both desolate and sacred at this moment. She missed her mother. Hence, regardless of whether she participated in the contest for the Dragon King, she needed to return. Do you want the sacred dragon emperor scripture? Lo Xingye inquired. Long Kuei's expression shifted slightly. How do you have it? The sacred dragon emperor scripture is the legendary supreme technique of the dragon clan. Regrettably lost over 10,000 years ago, it is said that this technique possesses a spell capable of breaking the constraints of the sacred realm, comparable to the heavenly emperor scripture of the Yaoqi heavenly emperor. Its value surpasses that of the northern heavenly sacred realm sutra of the North Heavenly Immortal Palace in the Qingyo domain. I just want to know if you want it. Lo Xingye stated. I do. Good. I shall give it to you. No conditions? There is one. I want to absorb spiritual blood. That is acceptable, but it must be within limits. I don't wish to be drained to the brink of death. I also need you to compete for the title of Dragon King. This. Are you afraid? Lo Xingye chuckled lightly. Long Kuei shook her head, softly stating, not only do I lack the capability, but I also do not wish to remain in the EC Dragon clan. I can assist you, Lo Xingye offered. I would rather prove myself through my own strength, Long Kuei murmured. Her eyes reflecting the clouds and mist of the world. At the age of 10, she had witnessed, heard, and felt nothing but cold glares and scorn. Even her basic needs were dictated by the whims of others. She could endure all of this, but she could not bear to see her mother bowing low to subordinates and other dragons during the day, nor could she stand to witness her mother secretly weeping at night. Murmuring the names of her own parents at that time, she realized that her usually strong mother also longed for her own mother and father. She loved her mother dearly. Thus, she chose to leave. If she, a half-dragon, departed, her mother's treatment should improve significantly. The 10-year-old version of herself, with braids in her hair, thought this way. And so, on one fateful night, she left the EC Dragon King without anyone noticing. No one cared that it wasn't until several years later that they realized that the half-dragon, half-human hybrid was no longer present. This departure lasted for 900 years. During this time, she returned to the EC Dragon clan, hoping to take her mother away. Yet that damn Dragon King had imprisoned her mother, even injuring her and ultimately driving her away. Thinking that just because you gain some strength outside, you can stand firm in the Dragon clan. Let me tell you, since you chose to leave the Dragon clan, do not come back. My Dragon clan does not lack your kind, nor do we desire a half-dragon. The Dragon King's scornful words pierced her heart, and the laughter of the dragons echoed vividly in her mind. That moment, all she wanted was to take her mother away. It was then that she realized her mother was merely a plaything of the Dragon King. As for herself, she was but the Dragon King's daughter by blood, and that was the extent of their relationship. If possible, I hope you can help me rescue my mother. Long Kuei bit her lips softly. The same condition applies. Compete for the title of Dragon King. Lo Xingye replied, I will try. But during the contest, I hope you do not interfere. Dragon Kuei path. Quite stubborn, aren't you? When you were beaten to tears, I wonder if you still needed me. Luo Xingye didn't conclude his statement. The conversation ended there. Ultimately, they departed. Setting off from the Qingyo domain, they boarded a spaceship bound for the Eastern Sea domain. Along the journey, Luo Xingye instructed Long Kuei in mastering the sacred Dragon Emperor Sutra. While also absorbing spiritual blood point 10 days later, they left the Qingyo domain and stepped into the Eastern Sea domain. The Eastern Sea domain comprised half land and half sea. The land belonged to the human race, while the sea was inhabited by the demon race. They needed to traverse the territory of the human race to reach the ocean. As they soared through the skies above the human territory, Luo Xingye's realm ascended to the 9th level of the spirit platform realm. At a critical moment, a message arrived. Ancient demon heritage, would you like to activate? Luo Xingye steadied his fluctuating emotions and focused his intention. Activate. Ancient demon heritage activated. Ancient demon heritage is being released. Demon armor is absorbing. Demon armor absorption complete, activating ancient demon form. On that day, Luo Xingye flew out from Long Kuei's form. Long Kuei was taken aback. Gazing at her bare self and the flying demon armor, she exclaimed, What are you doing? Don't come looking for me. I'll return on my own shortly. Luo Xingye flew toward the distant, desolate mountain. But I have no clothes to wear. Long Kuei felt a chill. Woman, you just can't seem to live without me. Luo Xingye departed, leaving Long Kuei with a sullen expression. As he landed on the desolate mountain, the demon armor surged with a vast amount of demonic energy, enveloping the entire mountain. The entire mountain appeared shrouded in ominous demonic energy, resembling hell itself. Within the mountain, the demon armor had now manifested flesh and blood. A man, more beautiful than any woman, emerged at the center of the demonic energy. Yet before Luo Xingye could fully comprehend his own body, he underwent another transformation. His eyes instantly darkened, taking on the appearance of black holes. Deep and pure, in the next moment, crimson pupils ignited at the center of his dark irises, exuding a sinister and imposing aura. His skin turned dark, his physique radiating demonic light, akin to the starry skies beyond the heavens. Mysterious and steady, at the center of his 108 acupoints. Black whirlpools emerged. Among those 10 acupoints, chains were entwined, as if sealing something away. Is this the ancient demon body? Chapter 23. Ling Xian, a reunion. Is this the ancient demon body? Luo Xingye clenched his hands tightly, feeling the surging demonic power within him. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, you've become quite handsome. I'm not at a loss here. Long Kuei's voice echoed. Luo Xingye remained unfazed. He had anticipated her arrival. You are a cultivator. Do you mind my demonic nature? Luo Xingye didn't even glance at her. Continuing to examine his own form, he turned his attention inward to the 108 whirlpools. A thought crossed his mind. He channeled a surge of demonic energy into one of the black whirlpools. An image appeared in his mind. It read, Divine ability, ancient demon fist, level, none, applicable to any realm. Effect, wherever the fist imprint lands, all will be tainted by the ancient demon's filth. Hiding divine abilities, Luo Xingye mused, contemplating further as he inspected the other whirlpools. Another image manifested in his mind. Secret technique. Breath of the ancient demon, level, none, applicable to any realm. Effect, exhaling the breath of the ancient demon awakens the negative emotions within living beings. So that is how it is. Luo Xingye understood. The whirlpools within the 108 acupoints concealed various divine powers of the ancient demon. However, 10 of them were sealed by chains, while the others remained usable. Cultivators and demons are of the same ilk. If I minded, I would have long since refused to allow you to merge with me. Long Kuei stepped through the dense, demonic energy, approaching Luo Xingye as she spoke. Luo Xingye had an idea and immediately employed the breath of the ancient demon. With a single hand sweeping in front of Long Kuei, layers of deep black mist wafted over her. Long Kuei's beautiful face, curious as she examined Luo Xingye's ancient demon form, suddenly found the mist drawn into her. Her expression turned bewildered that in an instant, her countenance transformed into a melancholic hue. Demon armor. I feel I shouldn't exist in this world. I am unworthy. The human realm is not worth it. Long Kuei murmured, tears welling in her eyes. But soon, she shook her head violently, regaining her composure. What have you done to me? She gazed at Luo Xingye in alarm. It was merely a secret technique, Luo Xingye replied with a smile. Long Kuei cast a suspicious glance at him, muttering, You are truly strange. Let us go. We must continue to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Luo Xingye turned, transforming into the demon armor, flowing seamlessly onto Long Kuei's form. The temporary clothing she wore was instantly shattered and dissipated. So strange, so strange. Long Kuei felt a bit uncomfortable, yet thinking of Luo Xingye's beauty that surpassed even that of women, her discomfort faded. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why does your face feel so familiar to me? Long Kuei murmured. Suddenly, something clicked, and she exclaimed, You are Luo Xingye, the infamous villain pursued by both the celestial and demonic realms? You think too much. Luo Xingye has been dead for over 3,000 years. How could I be him? Don't you see my eyes are red? Luo Xingye spoke in a deep tone, startled inwardly, nearly exposing himself. That is true. Long Kuei fell into self-doubt. Don't overthink. Hurry back to the ship and cultivate your sacred Dragon Emperor Sutra. Luo Xingye urged. At the mention of the sacred Dragon Emperor Sutra, Long Kuei quickly dismissed her thoughts and hurried back to the spaceship. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye meticulously examined his demon armor data. Master. Luo Xingye. Identity. Luo, God Demon Armor. Realm. 9th level of the Spirit Platform Realm. Realm Advancement Method. Absorbing Spiritual Blood. Hardness. 7th level of the Essence Chi Realm. 0800. Reaching 800 energy points will allow for enhancement. Blind Box. 100 energy points to open. Once energy points. 258. Talent Fear. Adaptation. Control. Enhancement. Specific information can be expanded. Companion 1. Su Banksia. Companion 2. Long Kuei, currently in use. Current Demon Armor Form. First Form. Dragon Blood Demon Armor. 30 damage amplification. Ancient Demon Form. Usable. Just as Luo Xingye was about to delve deeper, a familiar voice echoed from the ship. I am Ling Xian of the North Heaven Immortal Palace that I approached your ship earlier, but did not see the master within. So I rashly intruded. Please do not take offense, you foul woman. Long Kuei vehemently interrupted, immediately launching an attack. With a thunderous boom, the entire realm was engulfed in overwhelming celestial might. Luo Xingye snapped back to reality and saw Ling Xian, along with her disciple Su Banksia, retreating with dark expressions. Stop! Calm down! He quickly restrained Long Kuei. With a disgruntled flick of her tail, Long Kuei returned to the ship with a huff that in the air opposite. Ling Xian coldly scrutinized Long Kuei, particularly the demon armor she wore, casting several glances. It seems you two are indeed a match. Ling Xian remarked coldly that Su Banksia glanced at Ling Xian and softly said, Second Master. Ling Xian shot her a glare. This trip to the Eastern Sea domain is to broaden your horizons. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Su Banksia shrunk her neck, sticking her tongue out at Ling Xian. You've forgotten the pain after healing. Haven't you? Luo Xingye's voice rang out coldly. I do not wish to conflict with you. This journey is at the behest of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. To observe the Dragon King competition. Long Kuei, you are merely a half-dragon. I advise you not to seek trouble. Ling Xian concluded, then took off with Su Banksia. I'll find an opportunity to teach her a lesson, Long Kuei said coldly. A reasonable sentiment. Luo Xingye agreed. They boarded the spaceship once more, setting off toward the Eastern Sea domain. The closer they approached their destination, the more practitioners appeared around them. Some rode flying swords, weaving through the clouds, radiating celestial light. Others traveled in war chariots, divine light illuminating their path as they headed straight for the eastern sea. Great demons soared through the mist. Practitioners from all races were present, although conflicts occasionally arose between the human and demon races. Both sides exercised restraint. For the top-tier powers among the human and demon races, they would even ease the tensions between the two at this time. The Eastern Sea Dragon clan had invited the human race to set an example. Look, isn't that the renowned half-dragon Long Kuei of the Dragon clan. Last time she was thrown out of the Eastern Sea by the Dragon King. Her audacity is remarkable. What you don't know is that she is the daughter of the Dragon King. Numerous practitioners whispered among themselves upon seeing Long Kuei on the spaceship, many relishing in her misfortune. Long Kuei's expression remained cold, unaffected. She had grown accustomed to such remarks and anticipated this very scene. Soon, they arrived at the Eastern Sea. Members of the Dragon clan awaited their arrival. The Black Dragon, Long Yuan, transformed into human form to greet Fairy Ling Xian. Upon noticing Long Kuei's presence, his expression shifted to one of surprise, soon followed by a smirk of mockery. Not long ago, I heard that Fairy Ling Xian was pursuing that mixed breed. Now that she is here, do you require my assistance in capturing her? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Long Kuei to hear. Ling Xian frowned, discomfort evident at his words. Though she had her own grievances with Long Kuei, it was not his place to interfere as Long Yuan seized the opportunity to mock and stoke the flames. Ling Xian could no longer tolerate his demeanor. There is no need for that. If you find her displeasing, feel free to take matters into your own hands, she coldly remarked, before leading Su Bangxia into the sea. Long Yuan's expression darkened immediately, and he muttered coldly, "Unappreciative woman." Chapter 24. Social Death. You truly dare to come, Long Yuan said, his gaze fixed on Long Kuei, brimming with mockery. The surrounding cultivators from various clans slowed their pace, eager to witness this unfolding drama. Long Kuei, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, "At your age, still toiling away at the exhausting task of receiving guests, it can't be easy for you. The lifespan limit of the transcendent realm is 1,500 years, and Long Yuan had already reached 1,200 AT this age. One would typically strive to break through to the sage realm for an extension of life, or relinquish their cultivation to enjoy their twilight years. Yet, Long Yuan still stood at the entrance welcoming guests, a clear indication of his vulnerabilities. Such a despicable half-dragon. You shall not entertain thoughts of returning after coming to the Dragon Palace." Long Yuan's face darkened as he spoke. His eyes filled with disdain and a palpable sense of superiority inherent in his dragon lineage. Cherish your life. Do not seek to create a presence for yourself, for living under such oppression will only lead to a shortened lifespan, Long Kuei retorted with a cold smile. It must be said that every time Long Kuei spoke, she struck directly at the heart of the matter. Faced with the watchful eyes of the gathered cultivators, Long Yuan struggled to endure the humiliating jibes aimed at his dragon kin. Suppressing his murderous intent, Long Yuan gazed at Long Kuei, his voice chilling. Oppressed, as a member of the dragon lineage, how could there be such a notion? I shall certainly outlive you and live 100 times more joyfully. Lo Xingye felt a stirring in his heart and immediately cast an ancient demonic secret technique, demonic breath. Interpretation: secret technique, demonic breath, level none, applicable to any realm. Effect: awaken the negative emotions within living beings. As the dragon blood demon armor surrounding Long Kuei released wisps of deep black mist, Long Yuan's focus remained solely on how to teach Long Kuei a lesson. Completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere, he inhaled deeply in an instant. The ferocity in Long Yuan's gaze dissipated, replaced by a growing confusion. Gradually, he appeared to age several years, his expression becoming weathered. Memories of his life, being summoned by other dragons and unable to retort, flooded back, filled with sorrow. "It's too hard. I am in such distress," Long Yuan murmured. And as the words escaped his lips, years of suppressed emotions surged forth. Tears quickly accumulated in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Long Kuei was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, stifling her laughter as she quickly stepped aside, allowing space for a large tiger-headed demon who approached on a cloud. Although the East Sea was vast and accessible from anywhere, this was the territory of the Dragon Clan, and thus, the rules must be followed. As the tiger-headed demon approached, he suddenly beheld Long Yun, a grown man, weeping profusely, lamenting, "I am in such distress. The pressure is overwhelming. The third prince and the ninth princess treat me like a slave, and I'm already 1,200 years old." With each word, his cries grew increasingly pitiful. The surrounding cultivators, witnessing the spectacle, looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers. Yet Long Yun remained oblivious or perhaps indifferent to their reactions. The collapse of an adult often arrives silently and without warning. Long Yun lifted his hand to wipe away his tears, exclaiming, "I despise myself. I am utterly useless, destined to be at the beck and call of others. Oh, dear brother, why must I, at the fourth level of the transcendent realm, still be subjected to such treatment? I live in such oppression. It is too hard for me." At this point, Long Yun's body trembled as he gradually regained his senses, only to find the tiger-headed demon staring at him in sheer terror. What have I said?" Long Yun's voice faltered, his lips quivered, realizing they were still wet with tears. Suddenly, a thunderous realization struck him. He recalled everything he had just uttered. His body began to tremble, and at that moment, the tiger-headed demon added fuel to the fire. You said you were in such distress. The pressure is overwhelming." Social death came upon him with unforeseen swiftness. At that moment, Long Yun was wholly shattered. The cultivators surrounding him gazed at him with a mix of admiration and disbelief, unsure of how to respond, but if they were to speak, they could only exclaim, "Impressive." However, some kind-hearted cultivators offered, "Brother, take it easy. Don't be too hard on yourself." One cultivator sighed, trying to suppress laughter as he entered the East Sea. "Consider resigning from your post. You're getting on in years. Travel and enjoy the beauty of the world. Do not bind yourself to the Dragon Palace. Take it easy." Another cultivator, stifling laughter, wore a smile full of comforting encouragement, under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators. Long Yun gradually lost his color, turning ashen. The demon armor, how remarkable, Long Kue thought with a quiet chuckle, while outwardly addressing Long Yun. "I have told you not to be so oppressed. Live for yourself." With that, she soared into the East Sea, her form exuding joy. Long Kue felt a surge of happiness. Not far away, a veiled woman gazed silently at Long Kue's retreating figure, or rather, her gaze fixated on the attire adorning Long Kue. "Is this your doing? Such a peculiar ability indeed. Demon armor, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you," she murmured softly. "The immortal phoenix saint has also arrived," a great demon exclaimed upon noticing the veiled woman, in an instant. She vanished, seemingly wishing to draw no attention to herself. The Dragon Palace lies deep beneath the ocean. Long Kue did not follow the other cultivators directly to the Dragon Palace's grand entrance, but instead circled around, entering from the side. "This area is sealed. Please, esteemed guests from afar, enter through the main entrance." A shrimp soldier blocked the way. "Step aside. It is the 42nd princess," and one-eyed crab general approached respectfully, bowing to Long Kue. "You are..." Long Kue eyed the crab general suspiciously. In the Dragon Palace. It felt surreal that any demon would show her such deference. "Princess Long Kue, it is only natural that I respect you. I am a guard of the Dragon Mother Palace, once nearly executed for a mistake, but saved by your mother, the current Dragon Mother," the one-eyed crab general replied with a faint smile. Long Kue's icy demeanor melted as she recognized him, responding with a light laugh. "Thank you. It is my duty. The Dragon Mother is currently in the palace, and I shall open the gate for you," the one-eyed crab general said, parting a segment of the formation and opening the door to usher Long Kue into the Dragon Mother Palace. Just as Long Kue departed, a youth clad in a pale, golden dragon robe approached, daring to admit someone into the Dragon Mother Palace without permission. "Have you forgotten my father's orders? Slap him." The youth, crowned with dragon horns, bore an imposing demeanor, exuding the aura of pure-blooded dragons. "Yes, third prince." Upon his command, nearby guards advanced, brutally striking the one-eyed crab general until his face was bloodied. The one-eyed crab general glanced at the shrimp soldiers behind the youth, realizing one of his own had betrayed him, leaving him feeling both furious and helpless. Third prince, the one who entered is Princess Longue. Not an outsider, he explained cautiously. Princess Longue, you dare to call her princess? The third prince scoffed, his laughter turning cold as a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he struck the one-eyed crab general, knocking him unconscious. She is not worthy, he sneered. Chapter 25. The Old Dragon King in the Dragon Mother Palace. Longue's mother possessed a gentle beauty, her delicate features marred by a lingering sorrow that had settled in her eyes over the years. Upon first seeing Longue's mother, Lo Xingye thought, how stunning. At 900 years old, still so youthful, she must have consumed dragon blood pills to maintain her appearance. Lo Xingye reminisced about the past when the current Old Dragon King was merely a young dragon prince. He had harbored malicious intent towards Lo Xingye, leading to an unsuccessful assassination attempt that culminated in 3 days and nights of a brutal beating at Lo Xingye's hands. Ultimately, the Dragon Clan had to offer dragon blood pills to secure his release. Mother, Longue cried softly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Kaer, after 300 years, you have finally returned, her mother wept, having spent countless days and nights in solitude, yearning for her daughter. Life had been unbearably exhausting and painful for her. Kuya, I miss you dearly. Longue could not bear to hear her mother's heartfelt cries, embracing her as she sobbed. This time, I plan to leave, and I want to take you with me. Who do you wish to take? A chilling voice echoed from the doorway. Longue and Lo Xingye turned to see an elderly man, his weathered face adorned with a golden dragon robe, approach. Behind him followed the third prince and a group of young men and women with dragon horns. It is him. Lo Xingye recognized the elderly figure as the young dragon prince he had beaten so long ago. Now the old dragon king. I wonder if that nerve of his has regrown. Longue's mother's expression shifted dramatically as she pulled Longue behind her, her face pale. I will not leave. I will remain in the Dragon Mother Palace forever. This has nothing to do with Kaer. Longue glared at the old Dragon King with seething hatred. Memories of the past igniting her fury as she coldly said, You selfish. Before she could finish, her mother hastily covered her mouth, casting a pleading gaze towards the old Dragon King. The old Dragon King glared at Longue with a sullen expression. A radiant light emanating from his body, transforming into a palm that sent Longue flying as a form of punishment. It seems this rascal has gotten a bit too comfortable after several millennia without a proper reprimand, Lo Xingye remarked, a chill creeping into his heart as he observed the old Dragon King. Do you still have the audacity to return? For the sake of your mother, I suggest you leave at once. Don't test my patience, the old Dragon King retorted coldly. Behind him, a group of princes and princesses watched Longue with a mix of amusement and disdain, as if observing livestock. Father, strip her of her cultivation. It would spare us future troubles and prevent shame upon our clan, the 9th princess coldly declared. Pointing at Longue, the 3rd prince furrowed his brow and said, We share the same bloodline. There is no need for such drastic measures. The 9th princess merely smirked, remaining silent. The reason their father was present was, after all, due to the 3rd prince's notification. Truly, he was a two-faced scoundrel. Since your father has already spoken, you may leave the Dio not return to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the 3rd prince stated, gazing down at Longue with an air of superiority. Longue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly rose, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed her gaze upon the old Dragon King. This wretched old man had ruined her mother's life. She loathed him. Do you still defy me? Do you truly believe that after mingling outside for 900 years, attaining the extraordinary, you can come here to show off before the Dragon Clan? The old Dragon King's immense, sanctified pressure accompanied his words, causing Longue's body to crack under the weight. Kaer, please, let us leave, her mother pleaded, terrified that her daughter might act impulsively and make a grave mistake. I will participate in the contest for the new Dragon King. According to clan rules, I have the right to compete, Longue insisted stubbornly, enduring the overwhelming pressure while staring defiantly at the old Dragon King. You think you can? The Crown Prince scoffed derisively. You, who cannot even transform into a dragon, dare to compete. The second princess scrutinized Long Kuei with disdain. The old dragon king regarded Long Kuei with indifference, asking, "What is your true objective? To become the dragon king and turn our clan into a laughingstock and disgrace in the world of cultivation? Do I need a reason to participate in the contest for the new dragon king?" Long Kuei replied coldly, "Very well. Your ambition is commendable, that I shall not alter clan customs. You may compete, although I disapprove." The old dragon king nodded impassively, suddenly extending a finger that pierced Long Kuei's forehead, shattering her spiritual foundation. What defines a cultivator? Within them gathers energy, known as the essence realm. When this essence condenses into mist, and the mist solidifies into a platform, it is referred to as the spiritual platform realm. Above the spiritual platform, one can perceive the sea of clouds, known as the cloud sea realm. Deep within the cloud sea lies the heavenly gate, termed the heavenly gate realm. When the heavenly gate opens, one witnesses the extraordinary, known as the extraordinary realm. At this moment, the spiritual platform lay in ruins, its foundation obliterated, and soon the sea of clouds dispersed, the heavenly gate collapsed, and the extraordinary fell. Long Kuei tilted her head back. Blood streaming from the wound on her forehead, a dazed expression momentarily crossed her features. And when she regained her senses, she discovered that the extraordinary second-tier realm she had painstakingly achieved over 900 years had been entirely destroyed. Like a grand edifice that had crumbled into ruins, she resembled that structure, collapsing with a thunderous crash, leaving only devastation in its wake. The old dragon king gazed on with indifference, unmoved. The princes and princesses relaxed, their expressions brightening with delight and satisfaction. "I wish you success, my dear daughter," the old dragon king declared before departing. The princes and princesses followed suit. Ultimately, Long Kuei, supported by the severely injured Luo Xingye, managed to exit the dragon mother's palace. That if she lingered any longer, she would surely be forcibly expelled by the old dragon king's men. Thus, Long Kuei left the dragon mother's palace, leaving her mother behind, helpless and despairing, weeping within. "Long Ao, you are truly ruthless," Luo Xingye whispered weakly. The old dragon king Long Ao's single finger had indirectly harmed Moe as well. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed a corpse lying outside the dragon mother's palace. The body of the one-eyed crab general had been pierced through by a long sword, lifeless for quite some time. Luo Xingye recalled that this sword bore similarities to that of the third prince's guards. "Emojia. Am I truly finished?" Long Kuei's spirit trembled within her body. "Not entirely. Although your spiritual foundation is shattered, causing your realm to drop to the essence realm, your level was already quite high. Even in collapse, you retain considerable strength. Currently, you still possess the power of the Cloud Sea realm," Luo Xingye reassured her. Yet Long Kuei understood that she was indeed ruined. Even if she still held the strength of the Cloud Sea realm, the opportunity to cultivate again had vanished. Tears streamed down her face. Her extraordinary realm, painstakingly built over 9 centuries, had been shattered by her own father. She never expected him to be so cruel. "I merely wish to take my mother away," she sobbed, feeling utterly helpless. "Be strong, the woman I admire." Luo Xingye seemed perpetually optimistic. "Next, I will employ a special secret technique to temporarily restore your realm to the extraordinary level. During this time, I shall enter a deep slumber. When I awaken, I hope to see you adorned in dragon robes, seated upon the dragon throne, looking down upon the eastern palace," he stated calmly. Long Kuei's spirit quivered. "When will you awaken?" "I do not know when I shall wake. It may take an extensive period," he replied. "Why do you wish to save me?" Long Kuei felt a tremor of emotion within her very soul. Previously, she had perceived Mo Jia as a carefree, unpretentious individual, devoid of any emotional depth. Thus, she was perplexed as to why he would choose to save her. "I need no reason to save you. It is simply because I wish to. If a reason must be provided, it is that I long to give Long Ao another thrashing." Luo Xingye laughed heartily, though his laughter gradually faded. Only fragments of information began to materialize in his mind. Secret art. Ancient demon seed life. Level. None. Applicable to any realm. Effect. The ancient demon buries its lifeblood. awaiting the moment it breaks ground to be reborn, activating ancient demon seed life. Choosing to bury within Long Kuei's body, the power of the lifeblood has been buried and is now rejuvenating. Due to being buried within Long Kuei, her vitality is rekindled and her realm is restored. Not long after, his laughter ceased entirely. Meanwhile, Long Kuei felt the changes within her. The shattered spiritual platform began to mend, shakily reconstructing itself. The sea of clouds atop the platform returned. And deep within, the heavenly gate reappeared, opening wide. The extraordinary power surged through her entire being. Long Kuei re-entered the extraordinary realm, while Luo Xingye completely succumbed to slumber. The magical armor upon Long Kuei began to contract, transforming into a conical necklace that hung from her chest, ancient and unadorned. Dragon scales manifested on her body to provide cover. "You rascal," Long Kuei murmured, tears cascading down her cheeks, landing upon the conical necklace. In this world, no one could fully comprehend Luo Xingye, not even Long Kuei. Yet as the magical armor fell into slumber, she felt a flicker of empathy. This fellow, outwardly jovial and carefree, bore an inner solitude that resonated with her. Just as she had once been, mistrusting all, living cautiously until she grew strong enough to engage with others confidently. Nevertheless, she recognized her enduring loneliness. For most of the time, she existed solely in solitude. If only she could encounter a friend or beloved one worthy of her trust, she would never wish for harm to befall them, would she? Rascal, rascal! Tears streamed down Long Kuei's face as she clutched the conical necklace. Both crying and cursing, time passed, and eventually, she grew weary of weeping. With a lingering glance at the Dragon Mother's palace, she made her way toward the main entrance of the Dragon Palace. She sought the company of others, at the very least. It would deter Long Ao from brazenly targeting her. This time, she was determined to seize the position of the new Dragon King, to strike back at the old Dragon King fiercely, for Mo Jia, for her mother, and for herself. Yet, before she could reach the main entrance, a veiled woman intercepted her path. "Oh, where are your clothes?" the veiled woman inquired softly. Upon hearing her mention the magical armor, Long Kuei's heart tightened, and she quickly fabricated an excuse. The woman fell silent, seemingly scrutinizing her. After a while, she sighed gently. "Your realm was meant to collapse irreversibly, yet it has been forcibly restored." She gazed at the conical necklace hanging from Long Kuei's chest, which had not been there before. "It seems some truly extraordinary events have transpired," the veiled woman remarked softly. Long Kuei remained silent and chose to take a detour. The veiled woman did not impede her, watching as Long Kuei departed. After a long while, she finally spoke softly. "If the magical armor can completely restore your realm, it suggests that its power rivals that of the heavenly emperor, that I in that case. I would willingly embrace the demonic path and don the magical armor. Let us wait and see," the veiled woman murmured, taking a few graceful steps before gradually vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Dragon Palace, numerous cultivators had gathered. Long Ao sat in the principal seat, discussing the need for harmony between the human and demon clans, followed by topics regarding the contest for the new Dragon King. Surrounding him were formidable beings from both clans, those who stood on equal footing with Long Ao, primarily those of the Sacred Realm, the pinnacle of strength in the cultivation world. Beneath them sat the offspring of the Dragon King. As Long Kuei stepped through the main entrance and entered the Grand Hall, she attracted no attention. Long Ao cast a casual glance her way, then returned to his discourse. However, abruptly his head stiffened, and he turned in astonishment, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Long Kuei. This peculiar behavior drew the attention of all the cultivators present. They turned their heads in unison to gaze upon Long Kuei. Upon realizing that she was the daughter abandoned and unacknowledged by the Dragon King, a disgrace to the Dragon clan, a myriad of meaningful glances flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. It appears that the Dragon King is rather taken aback by Long Kuei's arrival. This promises to be quite the spectacle. I wonder how the Dragon clan intends to treat Long Kuei. A number of cultivators murmured among themselves. Long Kuei cast a cold gaze at the old Dragon King, sneering, surprised. The old Dragon King remained silent, his eyes deeply fixed upon her. After a prolonged moment, he averted his gaze, choosing to disregard Long. No one came forth to greet her either. Undeterred, she casually found an empty table in a corner and seated herself. She is also present. Long Kue frowned. The veiled woman sat calmly beside the Dragon King's seat, sipping her wine, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. A great sage. From her seating position, Long Kue inferred the woman's strength. She silently noted the individual, her heart brimming with caution. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling presence and turned to see the third prince, the ninth princess, and the first crown prince casting odd and unfriendly glances her way. Long Kue, how did you restore your cultivation? The ninth princess communicated, her tone frigid, akin to a command. Long Kue chose to ignore her. Daring to disregard my words, do you seek death? The ninth princess retorted coldly. If you possess such boldness, you may act upon it now. Long Kue lifted her head to meet the furious gaze of the ninth princess, whose eyes blazed with anger. Sister Long, how did you regain your cultivation? The third prince inquired gently. Was it your people who killed the one-eyed crab guarding the Dragon Mother Palace? Long Kue replied with icy indifference. Should you refrain from killing? It is your father who will bear the blame. You must understand. The third prince took a delicate sip from his wine cup, appearing nonchalant and unconcerned. No wonder you have become the crown prince. Your insidious cunning is truly revolting, Long Kue scoffed. Others among the princes and princesses attempted to communicate with her, yet she disregarded them all, inciting their ire as they threatened her with their glares. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Your statements could lead to dire consequences, the third prince transmitted. His gaze steady upon Long Kue, exuding an intangible pressure. I shall inquire once more. How did you restore your cultivation? I may overlook your previous disrespect. The third prince again reached out with his thoughts. A faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Long Kue. Chapter 27. The competition commences. The third prince pressed Long Kue with his inquiry, outwardly appearing amiable and composed. Long Kue met his gaze and suddenly spoke. If you wish to ask something, do so directly. There is no need for veiled threats. Her voice resonated, drawing the attention of many cultivators who turned to observe the third prince. His expression stiffened as he replied coolly, Sister Long. The Dragon Palace is hosting esteemed cultivators such as yourselves. You ought to adhere to the customs of the Dragon Clan and refrain from raising your voice, lest you tarnish our image. This clever retort was indeed sharp, accustomed to wild behavior outside. Are we? The ninth princess interjected, seeking retribution for Long Kue's earlier rudeness. So should I then follow your example, whispering threats and inquiries behind closed doors? Long Kue retorted with a frigid smile. Anger surged within her. The devil armor lay dormant due to these matters. Her mother was trapped in the Dragon Mother Palace, and her own cultivation had been destroyed by her father. Yet these individuals dared to threaten her. She could endure no more. The third prince narrowed his eyes, his tone devoid of warmth. Mind the occasion, Sister Long. I curse your entire family. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Did I it your habitual style as a crown prince to threaten from the shadows? Long Kue's fiery temper astonished the assembled cultivators. Meanwhile, the third prince's expression darkened significantly. As a member of the supreme dragon race, especially a crown prince, few dared to speak to him in such a manner. Generally, a few pressing words would suffice to intimidate most. Yet Long Kue showed no fear of potential retribution after this encounter. However, the third prince, concerned for his reputation, felt compelled to soften his approach. Yet the ninth princess interjected first. Every time you return, you bring shame upon us. If you find it so displeasing, why do you persist in coming to the Dragon Clan? The ninth princess was not one to tolerate provocation, though she and the third prince were at odds. She could not bear the sight of Long Kue's defiance. Bringing shame upon us? Long Kue rose, directing her gaze at the indifferent old Dragon King, scoffing. Is it not shameful that the Dragon King has destroyed his daughter's cultivation? The expressions of the cultivators shifted dramatically. An uproar ensued in an instant. Numerous consciousnesses focused on Long Kue. While most cultivators were oblivious, only a few recognized that her cultivation remained unstable, akin to a crumbling edifice. It indeed appeared as if her cultivation had been discarded. Yet she managed to maintain a semblance of stability. Their astonishment lay not only in her condition, but in how she had managed to hold on to her cultivation. The devil armor? Ling Xian immediately considered this possibility. The ninth princess was taken aback, falling silent as she cautiously glanced at her father. The third prince and others also fell silent, fearing the situation would escalate and implicate themselves. They had only wished to ask a simple question. Yet they never anticipated Long Kuei would reveal the truth so brazenly. Did she not fear that speaking such words publicly would provoke her father's wrath, leading to her demise as a thorn in the Dragon Clan's side? At that moment, the old Dragon King spoke. There are certain matters you are not yet qualified to discuss with your current strength, nor do you possess the right to resist. The Dragon King's voice was cold, his imposing aura silencing the cultivators within the main hall. Yet this also tacitly confirmed that Long Kuei's cultivation had indeed been dismantled by the Dragon King. The reason for its restoration remained unknown. Nevertheless, as no one had witnessed the event firsthand, and the Dragon King had not directly acknowledged it, the gravity of the situation was lessened. It was merely regarded as rumor. If I were to claim the position of the Dragon King in the upcoming competition, would I then be deemed worthy? Long Kuei stated coldly. It seems you are eager for this. The Dragon King rose, his weathered face etched with authority and aloofness. Long Kuei met his gaze with indifference, her hand unconsciously gripping the conical necklace at her chest, as if its presence could offer her some reassurance. The cultivators present hailed from various regions, each possessing significant status and influence. She could hardly believe the Dragon King would dare to humiliate her publicly once more. Should he choose to do so, the news would undoubtedly spread, branding the Dragon Clan with labels of treachery and disgrace. The Dragon Clan's esteemed position as the supreme race would surely be unable to endure such a stigma, despite the current trend suggesting otherwise. Yet, as no one had witnessed the scene of her cultivation being destroyed, the situation was not deemed severe. After all, words and actions held vastly different implications. Very well. I shall grant you your wish. The Dragon King cast a sweeping glance over the gathered cultivators, speaking in a deep tone. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, I thank you for honoring the Dragon Clan with your presence. However, one of my sons, having grown wild in the outside world, is ignorant of our customs and has caused a disturbance within the Dragon Palace, bringing shame upon us all. Thus, this dragon feast cannot continue. Let us proceed directly to the next segment and commence the Dragon King competition. The multitude of cultivators responded with smiles, all in agreement with the Dragon King's decision. With a single wave of his hand, the main hall illuminated with the light of a teleportation array. There is no need for concern, esteemed guests. We shall now be transported to the deep-sea battlefield of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon King clarified. With numerous powerful cultivators present, the assembly found solace in their shared strength. All cultivators were subsequently transported to a vast expanse of deep sea. Here, a massive membrane separated the seawater, creating a grand battlefield. The cultivators took their places at the edges of the battlefield, while the Dragon King's 53 offspring gathered at the center. They transformed into human forms, each bearing the blood of true dragons. Adorned with dragon horns emblematic of their clan, except for Long Kuei. She appeared neither fully human nor dragon, lacking the horns upon her forehead, but possessing a tail and dragon scales upon her skin. While she exuded a unique beauty, she remained starkly different from a true dragon. The Dragon King competition not only tests strength, but also requires sufficient prestige. Before the battle for supremacy begins, I need you all to establish your own camps. Both Dragon Clan members and outsiders may join your ranks. I must witness the extent of your influence and whether you can assume the mantle of the new Dragon King. The old Dragon King declared, his voice resonating throughout the East Sea Dragon Palace. In an instant, the 53 offspring soared into the open space, each employing their methods to rally support. This was also a vital skill for any leader. Subsequently, all beings within the Dragon Palace, from the true dragons to the sea demons holding significant positions, gathered to support their chosen prince or princess. This was akin to forming factions, yet everyone remained cautious. The third prince had the most substantial backing, wielding the greatest influence that a multitude of true dragons flocked to his camp, overshadowing his siblings. following closely were the 9th princess and the 1st crown prince, with the 2nd princess and 4th prince trailing behind. The remaining princes and princesses, though supported by several true dragons and sea demons, primarily drew from their respective factions. Among them, the most striking was Lung Kuei. She stood utterly alone, though outsiders could also lend their support. Few would dare to involve themselves in such a significant affair concerning the Dragon Clan at this moment. She was both conspicuous and the target of many cold stares and silent jeers. Unexpectedly, the woman of celestial phoenix status, on par with the Dragon King, stepped forward. "I have confidence in you," the veiled woman proclaimed with a gentle smile as she approached Lung Kuei. Strictly speaking, what she favored was not Lung Kuei, but rather the seemingly transformed magic armor that resembled a conical necklace. Chapter 28. The Descent of the Divine, Part 1. Among the 10 fearsome beasts of the demon race, the dragon and the phoenix are undoubtedly the supreme among the supreme. The celestial phoenix saint, as the foremost powerhouse of the celestial phoenix sacred land, possesses a terrifying influence. A mere stamp of her foot could send tremors through the realm of cultivation. Her choice signifies the stance of the celestial phoenix sacred land, compelling even the dragon race to treat it with utmost caution. Although she had remained silent at this moment, she chose to support Lung Kuei, leaving all cultivators puzzled and agitated that a figure of such stature stood behind Lung Kuei, causing her to feel both astonished and wary. Instinctively, she covered the conical necklace, fearful that this saintly woman might snatch it away. Just as all the cultivators were in shock, Su Bangxia unexpectedly soared towards Lung Kuei. Ling Xian, caught off guard, could hardly believe her foolish disciple would act so recklessly. "Come back!" Ling Xuan's face darkened as she flew forward to intercept Su Bangxia. But it was too late. To the eyes of the other cultivators, her action appeared as if she too was aligning with Lung Kuei. The crowd was further astonished. Did they not have a conflict? Why was Ling Xian now approaching Lung Kuei's camp? The North Sky Celestial Palace is a supreme sanctuary of the human race, equal in status to the dragon race. Her choice also bore significant influence. "I am here to support my second master," Su Bangxia whispered telepathically. Ling Xian was so enraged she could not articulate a response, yet she could not withdraw, remaining rooted beside Lung Kuei. "Are you here for the magic armor?" The celestial phoenix saint communicated to Ling Xian. "Senior, Ling Xian is. Ling Xian, with a darkened expression, struggled to explain. Upon hearing her incessant affirmations, the celestial phoenix saint deduced that she indeed came for the magic armor. "Unfortunately, I have already decided. You shall not obtain it." The celestial phoenix saint maintained a calm demeanor. Yet her mind was racing with thoughts. Lung Kuei, with both hands shielding the conical necklace, remained wary of Ling Xian and the celestial phoenix saint. "You two wicked temptresses shall not lay a finger on my magic armor." "Celestial Phoenix, are you serious in your actions?" The old Dragon King looked at the celestial phoenix saint in astonishment. Though she is half dragon, does she truly possess the qualification to be chosen? The celestial phoenix saint replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The old Dragon King glanced at Ling Xian and then at the seating area, where the prominent figures of the North Sky Celestial Palace were visibly disturbed. This caused one individual from the North Sky Celestial Palace to scrutinize Ling Xian more closely. "She has chosen Lung Kuei. It appears she has perceived that Su Bangxia's plight was not orchestrated by Lung Kuei." As this thought crossed the individual's mind, a chilling glint flickered in their eyes. In this contest, only the 6 with the greatest influence are eligible to participate, the old Dragon King stated, causing the expressions of the 53 heirs to shift slightly. Until now, none had anticipated that the Dragon King would arrange the contest in such a manner. At this moment, they understood that only those with the greatest influence were qualified to compete, while the majority were merely pawns, participating for show. The 1st prince, 2nd princess, 3rd prince, 4th prince, and 9th princess emerged. The gazes of the remaining heirs were complex yet resigned. However, when Lung Kuei also stepped forward, over 40 heirs clearly expressed their discontent. "Father, I refuse to accept this. What qualifications does a mere half-dragon possess to compete?" The 5th prince stepped forward, coldly pointing at Lung Kuei. The other princes and princesses echoed his sentiments. Rising to confront Lung Kuei, The Dragon King, indifferent, replied, "Those who refuse to accept must prove themselves through strength. Should they win, they may replace Lon Kuei." The implication was clear. If one disdained Lon Kuei, they must defeat her. Immediately, 9 heirs stepped forward. Most of the heirs possessed modest strength, yet these 9 had all reached the extraordinary realm, emboldening them to challenge Lon Kuei. Is this approach not unreasonable? Pitting her against so many extraordinary beings is excessively taxing. How will she possess the strength to fight in the subsequent contest? The celestial phoenix, Saint, furrowed her brows. Though her focus was on the magic armor and not Lon Kuei, this situation seemed excessive, prompting her to voice her concerns. Even Ling Xian wore a slight frown. The Dragon King looked at Lon Kuei with indifference and stated, "If you lack the ability, then withdraw." This was a clear attempt to create difficulties for Lon Kuei. Coldly, Lon Kuei replied, "I shall secure my position." Ambitious. The Dragon King smiled faintly. "I shall take the lead." The 5th prince entered the fray. He was at the first level of the extraordinary realm, though inferior to Lon Kuei, who was at the second level of the extraordinary realm. However, Lon Kuei's unstable realm presented him with an opportunity. "Can you transform into a dragon?" The 5th prince laughed harshly as he stepped forward, instantly transforming into a red true dragon, 1,000 meters in length. In that moment, the might of the dragon surged, shaking the entire battlefield. "Do I need to transform to slay you?" Lon Kuei's blood surged, her body radiating light as she clashed with the red dragon. Ling Xian, watching from the sidelines, understood that Lon Kuei possessed the magic armor. Once it took control, none present in the extraordinary realm would stand a chance against her. "Humph. Second Master, give your all and appear soon." Su Bangxia muttered anxiously in her heart. As long as her second master manifested, all the cultivators present would be rendered inconsequential. Roar! A golden dragon shadow erupted from Lon Kuei, crashing into the red dragon. She channeled the holy dragon emperor scripture, her combat prowess vastly enhanced, and within mere exchanges, she managed to bring the red dragon to its knees, forcing it to concede. "I will fight." Another prince joined the battle, immediately transforming into a dragon and unleashing dragon breath to subdue Lon Kuei. Golden light enveloped Lon Kuei as she moved like a shooting star, evading the dragon breath, with her fists covered in dragon scales. She struck at the dragon's head, sparks flying with each collision. In that moment, divine light radiated, and her formidable powers spread in all directions. Ultimately, she pushed the holy dragon emperor scripture to its limits, transforming into a golden humanoid being, delivering a punch that shattered the dragon's horn. Only when she seized the dragon's tail and slammed it to the ground did the prince humbly concede. The Dragon King's expression darkened further with each passing moment. The 3rd prince and others wore cold expressions, their eyes filled with murderous intent. This moment, 2 challengers had already been defeated, leaving 7 remaining, 3 of whom began to waver, unwilling to be humiliated by being subdued by a half-dragon. "Let us attack together." A princess, sensing her father's displeasure, devised a plan and recruited a prince, preparing for a 2-on-1. The prince hesitated. "Do you not desire the position of Dragon King?" The princess stepped forward, instantly transforming into a dragon. Her claws aimed at Lon Kuei, followed closely by the prince who also transformed into a dragon, surrounding Lon Kuei in attack. This action caused an uproar. "Dragon King, this action is inappropriate," the celestial phoenix, Saint, interjected. "Challenges are unrestricted." The Dragon King replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 challengers' eyes brightened. "We cannot allow them to seize the initiative." The 5 challengers promptly entered the fray, eager to defeat Lon Kuei before she could be vanquished by others. In an instant, the 7 challengers, all extraordinary beings, launched a collective assault on Lon Kuei. The Dragon King remained unmoved. The observing cultivators, despite their silent stance, began to harbor feelings of discontent. Thud! Lon Kuei was struck away by a dragon claw, a massive wound appearing on her right arm, blood gushing forth, exposing bone. Yet before she could react, another dragon tail swept in, sending her crashing down, nearly breaking her spine. "Do you concede?" One dragon unleashed its breath, engulfing Long Kuei while taunting her. This dragon sought to eliminate Long Kuei's eligibility. However, the other dragons would not allow this to happen, rushing forward to strike Long Kuei. Do you concede? Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. The challengers' voices echoed across the battlefield that Long Kuei's long hair was drenched in blood, her entire face a ghastly sight. She struggled to evade the dragon breath, witnessing 7 true dragons approaching, her mind faintly recalling the words of the magic armor. When I awaken, I hope to see you clad in a dragon robe, seated upon the dragon throne, overlooking the eastern palace. Coughing up blood, she managed a beautiful smile, her voice hoarse as she declared, "Killing one incurs no loss. Killing 2 is a gain. You fools, I shall not allow your slumber to be in vain. Have the courage. Kill her." The 7 extraordinary true dragons, filled with rage, exerted their full strength, intent on tearing Long Kuei apart. "Sister Long Kuei, call for second master, call for second master." Su Bangxia anxiously cried out, longing for her second master to appear. But when Long Kuei was gravely injured and still no sign of him emerged, she panicked and shouted loudly. Chapter 29. The Descent of the Divine, Part 2. Call for second master, call for second master. Su Bangxia's loud cries drew frowns from many, yet did not garner significant attention. The 7 dragons surrounding Long Kuei remained the glaring focus of the scene. Boom! A breath of dragon fire scorched Long Kuei. The tremendous force slammed her to the ground, creating a deep crater in the haze of consciousness. She instinctively dodged, transforming into a golden light that rapidly distanced itself. Do you concede? A true dragon whipped its tail, brutally smashing Long Kuei into the ground. The sound of cracking bones reverberating. "I have lost all dignity since the day I was born." Long Kuei shook her head, blood raining down, as she rolled on the ground to evade another dragon's claw. "What more do I have to lose now?" She transformed into golden light, soaring into the sky, her divine might exploding, retaliating with a punch that shattered a dragon's horn. Yet the cost was high. 3 dragons struck her simultaneously, breaking her left arm and tearing a gash in her back, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "You have granted me the chance to reshape my realm. How could I bow my head?" She narrowly dodged attack after attack, her body drenched in blood. A scene of utter despair. For the first time in 900 years, someone is willing to sacrifice themselves merely to preserve my realm that I, too, do not wish to disappoint you. Long Kuei suddenly chuckled lightly, exuding a tragic beauty. Despite being besieged by 7 dragons and engulfed in divine radiance, with blood spilling onto the ground, she remained resolute, seeking every opportunity to retaliate. Ling Xian was moved. It was the first time she witnessed Long Kuei fighting with such desperation. In the past, when she hunted Long Kuei, the latter fled in fear, evading capture at all costs. Yet now, Long Kuei displayed an unyielding spirit, willing to face death rather than submit. "Sister Long Kuei, call for master," Su Bangxia murmured, her heart shaken as she watched Long Kuei, bloodied yet still holding on. She trembled in awe. The immortal phoenix maiden's expression was cold as she glanced at the Dragon King, noticing a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth, which caused her to scoff inwardly. However, she was also puzzled as to why the demonic armor had not appeared. Could something have gone amiss? Surrender, a powerful cultivator sighed. Even the foreign cultivators could no longer bear to watch. This statement drew the Dragon King's attention to the formidable cultivator, causing impatience to flicker across his face as he coldly declared, "End this swiftly. Both I and my companions cannot wait much longer." This remark subtly urged his 7 offspring to eliminate Long Kuei promptly, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Boom! The 7 true dragons, their eyes aflame with rage, unleashed their full prowess in a desperate attempt to be the first to vanquish Long Kuei. Divine light coursed through them, their oppressive aura shaking the entire arena as the ocean floor trembled beneath their might. They struck through the void, unyielding even before a million mountains. Unstoppable in their onslaught, from every direction, they lunged toward Long Kuei, their dragon claws erupting with resplendent, divine radiance. "She is my prey. Long Kuei, shame of the dragon clan, perish." The great dragons roared, the sea churning violently, As divine light rampaged, Longkue, with her graceful form now bearing a severed left arm, stood trembling yet defiantly. She had reached her limit, unable to evade any longer. All she could do was gaze at the 7 dragons charging toward her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Even if she were to surrender at this moment, it seemed she could not escape their overwhelming intent to kill. No, she had never contemplated surrendering. "Mother, I am sorry. Demonic armor, I have failed you," Longkue whispered, resignedly closing her eyes. As she quelled the tumult of her blood. Halting her cultivation, she felt the world around her grow eerily silent. It was so quiet that she could hear her own breath, so still that she could feel the conical necklace against her chest, pulsating like a heartbeat. "Is it you?" Longkue murmured, her mind drifting into an ethereal state. "You are truly useless. Must I come to your aid?" The conical necklace emitted a sigh, its voice rich with magnetism and steadiness, as if no peril could shake the sense of security it provided. Soul wretch! Longkue thought she was hallucinating, a figment of her imagination in her final moments. She chuckled softly and collapsed at that moment. The conical necklace upon her chest began to tremble slightly, then erupted with a thunderous black light. This dark radiance repelled the 7 dragons' assault, unleashing a terrifying aura that radiated outward, as if to shake the very fabric of reality. Boom! In an instant, all the black light retracted, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through the ocean floor, breaking the membrane that separated it from the sea, and surged into the sky, connecting to the firmament. This horrific phenomenon seemed to herald the arrival of a deity in that moment. Longkue, lying on the ground, suddenly summoned strength from her waist and stood upright. The conical necklace disassembled, morphing into streams of crimson magma that flowed over Longkue's body, forming a brand new dragon blood imperial armor. Her aura shifted dramatically, becoming sharp, steady, and formidable as she rose, her once delicate visage, now stained with blood, transformed into an expression of cold indifference. Her eyes deepened, shrouded in mystery. That moment, Longkue seemed to have become an entirely different being, exuding an imperial presence, as if gazing down upon the heavens and the myriad beings beneath her. Even her stature appeared to have increased significantly. All the cultivators were taken aback, bewildered by what had transpired, their eyes fixated on Longkue. "It has finally arrived." Lingxian exhaled in relief. She clenched her sweating fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation. Master Su Bangxia was on the verge of tears, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even the immortal phoenix maiden secretly let out a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unusual colors. "What has happened?" murmured a cultivator. "Roar!" The dragon's roar pierced the heavens. The 7 true dragons, infuriated, heightened their divine radiance, amplifying their combat power. Unable to kill a single half-dragon after such a relentless siege was an unbearable humiliation. Coupled with their father's urging, they could hardly tolerate it any longer. "Kill! Eliminate her! Erase this disgrace from the Dragon Clan. The qualification to compete for the Dragon King's position is mine." The 7 dragons roared, their voices resonating through the skies and depths, overwhelming weaker cultivators to the point of dizziness. Their murderous intent surged as they once again charged through the void, carrying an indomitable wrath to suppress Longkue. At that moment, Longkue stood at the very center of their assault, unfazed, her aura formidable and fearsome. She resembled a divine mountain, unyielding in the depths of the ocean, as if to dominate this expanse of sea. Faced with the 7 dragons' onslaught, her countenance remained impassive, her cold gaze sweeping over the 7 true dragons as she spoke with imperial authority. "Are you prepared for death?" Merely this one sentence sent shivers down the spines of Lingxian, Su Bangxia, and the immortal phoenix maiden. "Arrogant!" the leading true dragon bellowed, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath intended to incinerate Longkue. Cold and indifferent, Longkue faced it, her presence becoming overwhelmingly grand, exuding an aura of invincibility. As if a deity were gazing down upon the futile attacks of mere ants. Suddenly, she struck, stirring the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chapter 30. The Dragon Battle in the Field. The starry wild eagle, standing at the brink of despair, remained unperturbed, fixated on the breath of the world. Luo Xingye made his move, akin to a deity descending, upholding the collapsing universe. Tear her apart. The seven dragons traversed the void, unleashing a tempest of murderous intent, stirring the deep waves of the ocean, determined to crush Lonke. Lonke, bearing an imperial demeanor, her gaze crackling with electricity, formed seals with her left hand before the dragon claws could reach her. Patterns emerged beneath her feet, emanating a complex and mysterious aura of the great D.A.O.T. This moment. Luo Xingye remained composed, his stature akin to a towering mountain, raising his hand to command the grand momentum of heaven and earth to converge upon himself. Departure. Buzz Lonque vanished. All the cultivators witnessing this scene fixated their eyes on the spot of her disappearance, their hearts racing. Such a terrifying technique. Instantaneous vanishment, comparable to shrinking the earth to mere inches. Stop searching. I am right above you. Luo Xingye looked down upon the seven dragons. His aura divine, as if scrutinizing insignificant insects, frustrated and furious. The seven dragons could not capture Lonque, roaring like thunder. She is injured. We must surround her and ensure she does not escape. Kill her. The seven dragons traversed the void once more, their thunderous might aimed at suppressing Lonque. The cultivators, initially influenced by Lonque's godlike aura, believed she was about to counterattack. However, upon hearing the words of the seven dragons, they quickly regained their composure. Even if she uses secret techniques to alter her aura, she cannot sustain it for long. Defeat is inevitable. The cultivators lamented, initially hoping Lonque could turn the tide against the seven dragons, but reality proved otherwise. Wait, look at her, a cultivator shouted. All eyes turned upward, witnessing Lonque's body radiating light, her dragon blood surging, her vitality soaring, resonating with the void. With a thunderous boom, divine light erupted from her, visibly healing her wounds at an astonishing rate. Luo Xingye unleashed the Heavenly Emperor technique. The immense potential within Lonque was awakened. The power coursing through her limbs surged forth, and her injuries vanished in an instant, but a moment. Lonque's combat prowess returned to its peak, her essence harmonizing with the heavens and earth. Merging with the principles of the Tao, the cultivators felt a sense of insignificance, as though daring to glimpse the grand momentum of the universe. Roar. The seven dragons unleashed their dragon breath, divine light flashing like lightning. Engulfing Lonque in a single step, Luo Xingye shrank the earth to mere inches, shifting to the head of one true dragon. His hand transformed into a blade, striking its horn. Sparks flew as divine metal clashed. The sound resonating. Crack. The dragon horn shattered. Kill her, the true dragon screamed. I am coming, another silver dragon roared, swinging its tail to strike Lonque. Yet Luo Xingye once more shrank the earth to mere inches, vanishing without a trace, causing the dragon's tail to crash violently against the true dragon's head. Crack. The other dragon horn also shattered. Surrounded by the seven dragons, Lonque remained calm in the face of despair, skillfully toying with the true dragons. The cultivators were left in awe. Fool! The true dragon bellowed, wishing to devour the foolish dragon whole. Watch out! Another dragon warned. The true dragon turned to look, its pupils constricting. It beheld Lonque walking, her feet stepping upon a complex web of symbols, conjuring divine swords on either side, surrounded by swirling stars. The cultivators felt as if they had been transported to a frigid starry sky. Time seemed to stand still. It was a depiction of the star god, slaying dragons. Swish! Luo Xingye exhaled a chill. The divine swords drew upon the stars, plummeting to the mortal realm, and with a thunderous roar, the divine swords pierced through the true dragon's scales, pinning it to the ground. The true dragon had no time to react. Upon seeing Luo Xingye, the divine sword descended from the swirling stars. The true dragon wailed, blood streaming, gradually falling silent. Dead. In a single move, within the siege of the seven dragons, it had subdued a true dragon of equal standing. How had she become so terrifying? A perceptive cultivator sensed something amiss, suspecting that this might not be the genuine Lonque. Others reflected on previous events, their gazes frequently drifting towards Su Bansha and Lingxian. Some cultivators discerned anomalies from their prior actions and conversations. Ling Xian was fixated on Long Kuei, noticing an unusual demeanor emanating from her. The 7 dragons surrounded and besieged, yet were subdued by the demonic armor, which easily vanquished a true dragon. The methods of the armor were terrifying. In the same realm, she could suppress Long Kuei, but in the same realm, the armor manipulated Long Kuei, pressing her to the ground. Was this the manipulation of a high-level player? At this moment, Ling Xian gradually came to terms with her previous grievances towards the demonic armor. The humiliation she suffered at the hands of the armor, where she was subdued and humiliated, was indeed a testament to her own inferiority. She conceded defeat. Use the Dragon Clan's secret arts and kill her, the Dragon King bellowed. Unable to contain his murderous intent, the 6 dragons roared, their scales shimmering with divine light, shredding all tangible entities. They invoked the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, each bearing unique manifestations. Some unleashed dragon breath that pierced through 1,000 miles, while others roared with dragon shadows, and some summoned dragon horns like spearheads, aiming to pierce Long Kuei. The 6 colossal dragons, each 1,000 meters long, tore through the membrane that separated them from the sea, expanding the battlefield as they soared through the ocean, stirring the depths for 30,000 miles. Long Kuei navigated amidst the myriad divine powers of the 6 dragons, occasionally stepping on the path patterns to shift horizontally or striking forth to command the grand forces of heaven and earth, allowing her to evade all assaults in the deep sea instantaneously. She even seized opportunities to counterattack. One finger unleashed a dazzling divine light that pierced through the dragon's body, while another summoned a tempest to cleave through the dragon's form in the waters. She gathered seawater into a divine sword to counter the assaults of the colossal dragons, intent on burying the 6 dragons. She was overwhelmingly powerful, exuding confidence, embodying the formidable presence of a deity traversing the mortal realm. All cultivators were astounded, yet firmly believed that the Long Kuei before them was likely not genuine, possibly influenced by a formidable power. Regardless of Long Kuei's transformations, the undeniable fact remained that a half-dragon was effortlessly countering the attacks of the 6 dragons. The Dragon Clan gritted their teeth, unable to accept this reality. Even a dragon cannot transform. What are you pretending to be? A prince roared in frustration. The other Dragon Clan members found their outlet for resentment, hurling insults. Well said, Luo Xingye remarked coldly. All the cultivators were taken aback, puzzled by Long Kuei's response, questioning whether she was willingly inviting humiliation. No, such a strong and confident Long Kuei could never allow herself to be insulted. This statement was, in fact, a form of sarcasm. The Dragon Clan members sensed this as well. Upon gazing into Long Kuei's icy, profound eyes, seemingly impenetrable, their hearts skipped a beat, an ominous premonition surging uncontrollably within them. It must come to an end, Luo Xingye declared coldly. Shortly after his words echoed, their premonitions materialized. Transform into a dragon. Luo Xingye formed seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of potential that surged forth like a tsunami, threatening to engulf all surrounding beings. Long Kuei's body erupted with an abundance of vital blood and divine light, disrupting the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Holy Dragon Emperor Scripture. Luo Xingye operated the Holy Dragon Emperor Scripture to its utmost limit. His blood suddenly transforming into golden blood, radiating with a golden brilliance akin to the sun descending upon the earth. All cultivators felt an overwhelming and pure dragon might. They squinted against the brilliance, feeling it was blinding, but soon were left in awe, for Long Kuei had indeed transformed into a dragon. Moreover, it was no ordinary dragon. She had become the fabled pure-blood golden saint dragon. Chapter 31. The terrifying presence of a great power within Long Kuei. The entire seabed was suffused with golden radiance, resembling a gilded layer, resplendent to the extreme. All cultivators were shaken. A pure-blood golden saint dragon, the highest bloodline dragon of the Dragon Clan. A member of the Dragon Clan exclaimed, unable to believe that this golden saint dragon had emerged from a half-dragon. The offspring of the Dragon King stood agape, rendered speechless by the profound shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief. It seems only the Dragon King possesses a trace of golden saint dragon blood, Yet this dragon before us has achieved pure blood status, a great demon marveled. Feeling that this journey had not been in vain, many senior cultivators reminisced about ancient records. The dragon clan, originally, did not belong to the realm of cultivation. Long ago, a dragon from the celestial realm had descended into the world of cultivation for certain reasons. The original celestial dragons were pure-blood golden. However, over time, through interbreeding with flood dragons and other exotic races, the pure-blood lineage had been diluted. That be why the time the dragon clan prioritized their bloodline, much of the Saint Dragon blood had been lost. Only direct descendants of the Dragon King retained a portion. The dragon clan is on the verge of resurgence. This is a pure-blood golden Saint Dragon, inherently destined for ascension. Do you truly believe the Dragon Clan will rise? The voices of the cultivators brought the excited Dragon King back to reality, his expression darkening. Indeed, this dragon was Lonke, the very one he had stripped of her cultivation and expelled from the Dragon Clan. Lonque does not possess the ability to transform into a dragon. It is even more impossible for her to become a golden Saint Dragon. Someone must be assisting her, the Dragon King bellowed, his divine might reverberating throughout the East Seat. He had harbored suspicions from the outset, though it was difficult to ascertain. Yet now, with the emergence of the Golden Saint Dragon, he could not accept that it was Lonque's doing. Therefore, he preferred to believe that someone was aiding Lonque rather than acknowledging her own capabilities. The celestial phoenix raised her gaze and pointed a finger, a divine light shielding Lonque to prevent any interference. Many cultivators trembled at the implications. The Dragon King had acknowledged it. The words of this great sage held significant weight, leading many cultivators to believe that a powerful figure was backing Lonque. Could be the heavenly emperor of the Yaoqi, someone boldly speculated. For even the Dragon King, a being of the sacred realm, was left astonished. This indicated that the power behind Lonque was indeed of a level beyond the sacred realm. The only entity in the realm of cultivation capable of breaking the sacred realm curse and reaching an even higher plane was the heavenly emperor of Yaoqi. However, this theory was swiftly dismissed. The heavenly emperor of Yaoqi had not appeared for a millennium, remaining in the Yaoqi heavenly palace, focused on breaking through to the immortal realm, that he would hardly concern himself with a mere transcendent. Furthermore, Lonque lacked the worth or rationale to warrant the assistance of the heavenly emperor. Is it possible that Luo Xingye is involved? It is rumored that the heavenly emperor of Yaoqi's ability to break the sacred realm curse is related to him. Why mention that old schemer? He has certainly been dealt with long ago. Some cultivators were fervently discussing that if Luo Xingye had any dignity, he must undoubtedly be in league with darkness. Roar! The Golden Saint Dragon roared, reverberating through the East Sea. Unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not, the roar was directed at the cultivators discussing Luo Xingye. The might of the dragon's roar was overwhelming, imbued with the divine power of the Saint Dragon. The immense pressure of dragon blood made even the Dragon King feel an urge to submit. Boom! The Saint Dragon stirred the waters of the East Sea, its claws effortlessly severing one of the silver dragons in half. This particular dragon, still dazed from the shock, was caught off guard and instantly annihilated. That a shriek erupted from the silver dragon, awakening the other 5 dragons. Terrified, the remaining 5 dragons dared not engage in battle with the Saint Dragon. They were paralyzed by fear. Luo Xingye looked down coldly, akin to a deity gazing upon mere ants, and decisively struck without a hint of mercy. Boom! The Saint Dragon pursued the 5 dragons, as if hunting slippery eels. Accompanied by the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, it rendered the 5 dragons either dead or gravely wounded. This was nothing short of a massacre. From the 7 dragons assaulting, to the 7 dragons' defeat. It transpired in a mere half-hour. The celestial phoenix, observing, felt her heart surge with exhilaration, her gaze sparkling with intensity. Though veiled, her aura was extraordinary. Even through the veil, one could sense her breathtaking beauty. You have indeed surpassed my expectations. She had anticipated that the demonic armor possessed formidable abilities, capable of temporarily reshaping even Lonque's realm. Yet she had not foreseen that the armor could transform the half-dragon Lonque into a golden Saint Dragon. Watching the Saint Dragon strike down the 5 dragons, she felt a surge of impulse. Though she was powerful, she could not access the bloodline of the celestial phoenix, nor could she break the sacred realm curse. However, now, she found hope in the demonic armor. This hope had evolved into an impulse, making her breath quicken, yearning to act immediately. Yet soon, she regained her composure, suppressing that impulse. She bore many responsibilities, and when it came to the demonic armor, she needed to tread carefully. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure of the sacred realm permeated the waters of the East Sea, causing all beings to tremble that it was the Dragon King making his move, transformed into a pale, golden saint dragon. Stretching for thousands of meters, his presence unfathomable. Boom! The Dragon King's murderous intent enveloped Luo Xingye. All cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. The Dragon King had broken through defenses, intent on personally slaying Long. Was it jealousy? Was it rage? Many cultivators speculated. Yet the Dragon King did not succeed, for the Celestial Phoenix intervened. Additionally, high-ranking figures from the Northern Celestial Palace also joined the fray, which was unexpected to a human faction. Why would the Northern Celestial Palace involve themselves in this matter? Fearing no repercussions with the Dragon Clan, Ling Xian, however, felt no surprise. She had previously warned the elders of her sect that Long Kuei, empowered by the demonic armor, could defeat her. Thus, the elders' intervention stemmed from the realization that Long Kuei's transformation was undoubtedly the work of the demonic armor. This does not concern you. Do not deepen the rift with the Dragon Clan, the Dragon King threatened, facing the invincible pressure of the Celestial Phoenix and the formidable figures from the Northern Celestial Palace. However, before the Dragon King could elaborate, figures from both the demon and human clans intervened. They urged the Dragon King not to strike down a pure-blood saint dragon, fearing the loss of such a valuable bloodline that in truth, their motives had become evident to many. These paramount figures were unaware of what Long Kuei possessed, but upon witnessing the actions of the Celestial Phoenix and the Northern Celestial Palace, they understood there must be a substantial benefit to reap. Thus, they aligned with the Dragon King to prevent him from acting rashly. However, their approach was gentle, striving to mediate the situation. The Dragon King's face darkened with fury, yet he could only suppress his anger. For his adversaries were numerous, and his slaying of Long Kuei was inherently unjustifiable. Old Dragon King, your actions today will undoubtedly incur a grievous reckoning in the future. Long Kuei transformed into human form, her expression icy, resembling a celestial being. Luo Xingye no longer concealed his intentions. A single utterance solidified many suspicions and caused a subtle shift in the Dragon King's countenance, stirring unease within him. Who are you, and why meddle in the affairs of my Dragon Clan? The Dragon King regained his composure, assuming human form, his weathered visage betraying a sense of trepidation. Long Kuei is under my protection, declared Luo Xingye, a statement that rendered the Dragon King speechless. His display of dominance had been overwhelming, despite his initial appearance of weakness. The various tactics he employed, coupled with the divine aura he exuded, had already cast doubt upon the perception of his feebleness. Once Luo Xingye's words were spoken, not a single cultivator dared to voice their thoughts, out of sheer apprehension towards him. Chapter 32, Sisters Long Kuei shall never ascend to the throne of the Dragon King. The old Dragon King remained silent for a while before making his stance clear. The assembled cultivators were taken aback. It became evident that he had never intended for Long Kuei to become the Dragon King. Even if she were to triumph, it seemed he would thwart her efforts. Since you have uttered such words, let us part ways for now. Do not engage in further actions that will incite my wrath. We must communicate rationally while we still can. Luo Xingye issued a chilling remark. Upon hearing this, the cultivators stirred into motion, but it was too late. Long Kuei, summoning the power of the heavens, vanished in an instant from the East Sea. Luo Xingye had fled. Initially, he had no intention of putting on an act. However, Long Kuei's failure to stand her ground, nearly succumbing to the encirclement of 7 dragons, left him no choice. With his life force intertwined with hers, her demise would spell his own. Thus, Luo Xingye was compelled to utilize his divine essence to forcibly awaken himself, revealing his unparalleled form to that moment. On a solitary island within the East Sea, Luo Xingye guided Long Kuei as she fell onto the sandy shore. Find a place to hide, he advised her, before retreating to his true form. Yet this time, he did not transform into his usual demonic armor or conical necklace. Instead, he lay in slumber beside Long Kuei in his ancient demonic guise that Long Kuei's spirit returned to her body, still in a peak state. Yet she was aware that her injuries would soon manifest. She had previously experienced such foreboding signs. Without hesitation, she hoisted Luo Xingye onto her back and ventured deep into the island, just as she found a secluded spot to conceal herself. Her skin began to crack, and she collapsed unconscious that as they succumbed to slumber, the Dragon Palace was already in turmoil. Numerous cultivators sought out Su Bangxia, inquiring about the so-called second master, the one behind Long Kuei. Ling Xian stepped forward, fiercely protecting Su Bangxia, as they hastily departed the Dragon Clan under the guidance of the sect's leaders, imparting a sense of reluctant acknowledgement that as for the Phoenix Empress, she had long since departed, tirelessly searching for the demonic armor. Meanwhile, many cultivators dispersed, quickly leaving the Dragon Clan in a state of desolation. Countless Dragon Clan members struggled to forget Long Kuei's transformation into a sacred dragon. Each recollection left them with an intense burning sensation on their faces. After an indeterminate period, the third prince finally spoke. It seems the contest for the Dragon King is far from over. The dragons were jolted back to reality. This critical matter remained unresolved, yet the individuals involved had already vanished. Alas, lamented a Dragon Clan member. Following this confrontation, it appeared the Dragon Clan would become the subject of ridicule in the cultivation world for some time, having expelled one possessing the bloodline of the Golden Sacred Dragon while inexplicably offending a mysterious overlord. A clear loss for the Dragon Clan. "Father, how should we deal with her mother?" inquired the ninth princess, referencing Long Kuei's mother. Her resentment towards Long Kuei had only intensified, shifting from disdain to jealousy. The old Dragon King cast a cold glance at the ninth princess. "How should we handle the Dragon Mother?" The ninth princess shuddered and cautiously adjusted her address. "No need for your input," the old Dragon King retorted, departing as the contest for the Dragon King remained unfulfilled, leaving all matters temporarily unresolved. A month later, on the solitary island, Long Kuei gradually awakened. Beside her, Luo Xingye remained in slumber. "We must leave swiftly," Long Kuei thought, revealing her dragon scales to cover her unclad form before retrieving a garment to dress Luo Xingye. "How beautiful," Long Kuei mused, observing Luo Xingye clad in her attire, feeling a pang of envy that in any other circumstance. No one would perceive him as as she gazed. She found herself momentarily entranced, recalling the deeds of the demonic armor and the moment it descended upon her in her darkest hour as a divine being. Her heart raced, and warmth spread across her cheeks. Suddenly, she glanced around, then leaned her face against Luo Xingye's chest, closing her eyes with a sense of guilt. Before long, her tail began to sway gently. Indicating her comfort and contentment that as night fell, the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Long Kuei opened her eyes abruptly, spotting a figure approaching. "We have yet to leave the EC Dragon Palace's territory. We must exercise caution." With this thought, Long Kuei donned a garment, concealed her dragon tail and scales, altered her appearance, and disguised herself as an ordinary human cultivator. How can there be someone here? The figure also noticed Long Kuei, but remained vigilant, calling out to their companions from a distance. "Elder, there are 2 women here," the figure shouted. Under the starry night, a grand ship, protected by arrays, sailed swiftly across the sea. Long Kuei, disguised as a young girl, carried Luo Xingye aboard. The ship's occupants were all disciples from nearby islands. Upon sensing Long Kuei's aura of the Cloud Sea realm, they expressed their respect. "There is limited space on board. You 2 sisters shall share a bed for the time being. It is unfortunate that you found yourselves stranded on a solitary island. But fortuitously, you encountered us. Rest well and restore your energy. That is of utmost importance," an elder remarked. "Thank you for your kindness," Long Kuei replied, carrying Luo Xingye into a cabin. Once the door was closed and the soundproofing array was activated, she blushed as she gazed at the sleeping Luo Xingye. "Sister, no, demonic armor. This is a reluctant act. You resemble a woman so closely, wearing my clothes. You are simply a stunning beauty that I can't help but feel envious," she confessed, her emotions surging. "Eventually, After a furtive glance around to ensure privacy, she leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to Luo Xingye. Then, her face flushed as she beheld his captivating visage. The thought that this man belonged to her filled her with joy. For now, I must impose upon you. I have no choice, as others perceive us as sisters, Long Kue whispered to herself. She then undressed, climbed onto the bed, and, not forgetting to assist Luo Xingye in undressing for the night, adhered to the necessity of sharing a bed with her sister best friend. This was a reluctant measure, a disguise to conceal their identities and prevent being discovered by the Dragon Clan schemers. Long Kue firmly reminded herself of this as she nestled against Luo Xingye's chest. Drifting into a deep slumber, she was utterly exhausted, battling her own afflictions, needing time to recuperate. Without Luo Xingye's assistance, she had to rely on herself for healing. Upon awakening, she discovered her thigh draped over her sister's waist. An infuriating sleeping position. Long Kue rose to dress, then took a moment to groom Luo Xingye before earnestly contemplating their next course of action. Her realm, the transcendent stage, was precariously unstable, on the verge of collapse. Although the demonic armor had aided her, it had not fully solidified her state. Following the battle with the 7 dragons, her transcendent realm was nearing its limits. If possible, it is best not to resort to the powers of the transcendent realm. For now, I shall proceed with the cloud's sea cultivation while navigating the outside world, Long Kue mused, gazing out the window at the mist enveloping the sea, feeling the morning chill of the ocean. I wonder how my mother is faring, she murmured. However, she speculated that her mother would be safe, as the demonic armor had stated, Long Kue is mine. When it departed with her, that moment, the old Dragon King had been sufficiently intimidated, and upon hearing those words, any semblance of reason would prevent him from launching a lethal attack on her mother. Chapter 33. Entering the women's nest upon the azure sea, a grand vessel sailed gracefully under the gentle breeze, basking in the warm sunlight. Such splendid weather. Yet those 2 sisters remained hidden. Quite strange, remarked the disciples aboard, lounging in the sun and idly chatting, that a middle-aged man emerged from the cabin and addressed the disciples on deck. We are approaching the Linyu Sea. Prepare the tools for capturing the Linyu. Their expedition aimed to capture Linyu, seeking valuable materials. Elder Liu, capturing Linyu poses risks. Are the 2 sisters not from the Cloud Sea realm? Could we request their assistance? Inquired one disciple. The Cloud Sea realm, even within their sect, was a status of considerable significance. Indeed, we should not accept their help without offering something in return, echoed the other disciples, voicing agreement. The middle-aged man pondered this notion and replied, prepare the tools first. With that, he returned to the cabin. Long Kue was currently cultivating, recuperating to stabilize her precarious transcendent realm. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye remained in slumber, his forced awakening in the Dragon Palace having taken a significant toll on him. Is Long Dao you present? Called the middle-aged man from outside the door. Long Kue, with a reserved gaze that sparkled like divine light, spoke from the realm of the clouds. Is there something you wish to discuss, Daoist Liu? The middle-aged man recounted the events surrounding the capture of the scale demon. Long Kue turned to glance at Luo Xingye and said, my sister remains in slumber and cannot assist at the moment. However, rest assured, I shall lend my aid when the time comes. The vastness of the ocean stretched endlessly before them. In her former state, she could have traversed it with ease. Yet now, with her unstable realm, attempting to cross using her extraordinary abilities risked the collapse of her very essence. Furthermore, she must remain vigilant against the Dragon Clan. Thus, she opted for a ferry. However, a free passage was out of the question, prompting her to decide to take action. That evening, they arrived at the domain of the scale demons. Under the moonlight, the surface of the sea shimmered, revealing shoals of small fish, each half a meter long, surfacing to feast upon the lunar radiance. The boat cautiously anchored nearby as the cultivators crept close to the water's edge, suppressing their presence, readying their nets and formations to capture the demons. Long Kue was among them. The only peril in capturing the scale demons stemmed from their venom. Generally, their realm was around the Qi refinement stage. Yet their numbers were numerous enough to deter even the most powerful. However, with proper coordination, accidents were rare. Act according to plan, the middle-aged man instructed, glancing at the moonlit sky. Elder, the disciples of Lingu's sect have arrived. They too seek to capture the scale demons. A disciple stationed nearby reported the sighting of a boat approaching, filled with delicate, graceful figures. It matters not. They shall capture their share while we capture ours, the middle-aged man noted, observing that the Lingu's sect's vessel had not approached but had opted for another area to fish. Understood. The cultivators proceeded to act, and soon began to work together to ensnare the scale demons. The process unfolded smoothly, with wave after wave of demons being captured, largely thanks to Long Kuei's efforts. Yet, trouble arose towards the end. A pair of cultivators flew overhead, seemingly in pursuit of one another. Their overwhelming spiritual pressure stirred the waters, summoning tempestuous storms and roaring thunder that a thunderclap resounded. The waves surged to a height of 1,000 meters. Lightning striking into the depths of the sea, leaving a trail of bleached bones in its wake. One unfortunate disciple, caught in a surge of spiritual pressure, was swept away by a wave and devoured. "Quick! Return to the boat!" the middle-aged man lamented, unable to save him as he watched helplessly. Long Kuei looked up and easily recognized the faces of the cultivators in the sky, Ling Xian and Su Bangxia, both injured and bleeding. Trailing behind them were the elders of the Baitian Palace, pursuing them relentlessly. What has transpired? Are fellow disciples turning against one another? Long Kuei exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly lowered her head to avoid detection. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck diagonally from the sky, directly hitting the large ship, shattering its formation as if it were made of paper. The vessel began to crack and sink. Long Kuei's expression shifted. Her sister was still aboard. She hastened her steps, the first to plunge into the ship, and upon finding Luo Xingye unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief that if the ship were to be destroyed, it would pain her deeply. Boom, boom! The clash of extraordinary beings raged outside, reverberating for miles. Fortunately, they fought while retreating, swiftly distancing themselves from the domain of the scale demons. Aside from the unfortunate disciple lost to the waves, the others remained largely unharmed. "The ship is gone," a disciple lamented. They stood upon the debris, their spirits dampened. The middle-aged man pondered a solution. He approached the Lingu's sect's vessel to negotiate. After a while, he turned back and announced, "Come, we can borrow the Lingu's sect's ship to return." The disciples rallied their spirits, paying their respects to the disciple consumed by the scale demons before boarding the Lingu's sect's vessel. Long Kuei, cradling her sister, contemplated whether to use her own flying ship. However, her vessel also required her extraordinary control, risking a collapse of her realm. Yet, witnessing the current situation, she dismissed the thought and boarded the Lingu's sect's ship. Upon arrival, an enchanting fragrance filled the air. Lifting her gaze, she beheld an array of charming figures. The Lingu's sect does not permit men. You must remain on deck and not venture into other areas. An elder, a strikingly beautiful woman, stated in an uncompromising tone. That is only natural. We of the Shuiyun sect understand the rules. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, then instructed the disciples to behave and refrain from any impropriety. However, female disciples may come forward. The beautiful woman observed several female disciples mingling among the men and deemed it inappropriate, prompting her to speak again. "Everyone, please proceed. Taoist friends, you too should join them so as not to feel out of place." The middle-aged man from Shuiyun sect encouraged. The female disciples from Shuiyun sect stepped forward. Long Kuei nodded to the middle-aged man in gratitude and, clutching her sister, followed suit. However, she held on tightly, unwilling to let these women take advantage of her sister. Yet, her sister was undeniably stunning, more beautiful than any beauty, yet distinct from the soft femininity of women. She exuded an enchanting allure and an assertive presence. The women of Lingu's sect, accustomed to beauty, seemed to suffer from a sort of face blindness. Yet they were captivated by such an otherworldly and exquisite woman. "This sister is so beautiful. Is she unconscious and injured?" One female disciple approached, scrutinizing Luo Xingye. "I possess medical knowledge. Please entrust her to me," another attractive female disciple offered. Eager to take Luo Xingye from Long Kuei's embrace, As a throng of women chattered and approached, even the elder beauty drew closer. Long Kuei felt she had entered a den of women and was overwhelmed by a strong sense of danger. No need. No need. I have already treated her injuries. She merely requires rest, Long Kuei replied, vigilantly scanning her surroundings to prevent these lovely disciples from encroaching. Umph. Our man cannot be taken advantage of by these flitting beauties. If anyone is to benefit, it shall be I. Chapter 34. A call for help. Since she requires rest, a tranquil space is necessary. You may use my room. I shall make do in my junior sister's room, a lovely female disciple offered kindly. Long Kuei, eager to escape this contentious place, readily agreed. Upon entering the room, she quickly set up a formation to prevent prying eyes, laying Luo Xingye upon the bed. Following her previous methods, Long Kuei began to massage her sister. As she claimed, this was to promote circulation and vitality. Absolutely devoid of ulterior motives, as night deepened, she continued to embrace her sister as they slept soundly. Days passed uneventfully. 6 days later, the ship reached a small island, the territory of Shuiyun's sect, where the elder disciples disembarked to return to their sect. The island lacks a teleportation array leading to the mainland. It is advisable to head to the island of Lingyue's sect, where one exists. The middle-aged man informed Long Kuei and her sister as they bid farewell. The large ship continued onward toward another island. With the absence of men aboard, the disciples of Lingyue's sect grew lively. They bathed without closing doors, and at night, some ran about in nothing but their undergarments within the cabin. Long Kuei had previously thought little of such behavior until she noticed a beautiful female disciple bathing with the door ajar, prompting her to feel quite alarmed. She could not allow her sister to witness such sights. What if her sister were to suffer as a result? Therefore, she remained firmly within her room, practicing her cultivation to consolidate her realm while also massaging Luo Xingye. The two grew inseparable over time, leading the disciples of Lingyue's sect to regard them with peculiar glances. Days passed, and as they were nearing the island of Lingyue's sect, Luo Xingye's body emitted layers of dark light. Long Kuei, taken aback, examined it closely. She discovered that the dark light radiated a peculiar transference energy, reaching out toward the vast sea. Though this energy was faint and lacked true transference capability, upon careful observation, Long Kuei realized it was a form of coordinate connection. Someone, far away, was attempting to reach Luo Xingye, who was trying to contact her. Long Kuei mused, deeply intrigued by everything regarding Luo Xingye. She was curious about who would attempt to connect with her. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to investigate. Silently, she opened the window and transformed into a streak of red light, racing towards the coordinates. Departing for a brief period, she trusted that the magical armor would remain safe. Under the blazing sun, on a small, isolated island, Ling Xian lay amidst the overgrown grass, her body marred with wounds, each wrapped in cloth. Yet her injuries were severe. Blood-red runes invaded her entire being, rendering her unconscious. Su Bangxia was in dire straits as well, her back bearing a gruesome wound. Clutching the talisman given to her by her master, she dripped her blood upon it, calling out for her second master. Soon, the talisman emitted dark light, sending forth a coordinate. However, after waiting for a time, her master failed to respond. Has something happened to my second master? Su Bangxia croaked, glancing back at her unconscious master, tears welling in her eyes. After departing from the Dragon Palace, on their return journey, an elder had ambushed them, driving away their fellow disciples. Only then did she realize that the elder was the very one responsible for the destruction of her spiritual body. The elder's motive for attacking was simply due to her own master, Ling Xian, choosing Long Kuei during their time in the Dragon Palace. The elder believed that Ling Xian's allegiance to Long Kuei indicated her awareness of the destruction of Su Bangxia's spiritual body, which was not as Long Kuei had claimed. Ling Xian's trust was shaken, and thus the elder, wishing to avoid prolonged conflict, struck decisively while they were still within the EC region, for over half a month. They had been evading the elder's relentless pursuit. Alas, the elder was far too powerful, leaving Ling Xian grievously injured. Ultimately, in a moment of life and death, Ling Xian had invoked a special secret technique to escape the pursuit. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. It would not be long before the elder caught up to them. Has my second master encountered trouble as well? Sue Banksia's face grew haggard as she clutched the talisman, murmuring softly, "Cough, my disciple. Do not place your hopes upon the talisman given by him. While Mo Ching Shan has yet to pursue us, hasten into the depths of the sea and make your way to the Dragon Palace. I shall assist you in buying time." Ling Xian awakened, her voice frail. The spiritual energy within her had been depleted, and her magical artifacts and spiritual stones were exhausted. In this dire moment, she had no other choice. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that her disciple was inherently not the most astute and still possessed a certain naivety. My second master would never deceive me. I shall not flee alone. Even if death awaits, I wish to die alongside my master. Su Bansha wept, steadfast in her belief that her second master would come. For her second master had once said that by calling upon the talisman, he would surely arrive. Ling Xian did not share this belief, yet she smiled nonetheless. Though her disciple lacked wisdom, this unwavering desire to share life and death together filled her with comfort. "Go, for I am already bound by a blood curse and cannot survive much longer. If one of us can live, let it be you. Only by surviving can you avenge me in the future." The final words of Ling Xian stirred Su Bansha's heart, but it was too late. In the distance, a crimson light surged across the surface of the sea. Upon seeing this, Su Bansha clutched the talisman in despair, lying beside Ling Xian, and cried, "I cannot leave. I will not leave. Master, I wish to remain with you." Ling Xian opened her mouth, then resigned herself to fate, laboriously lifting her hand to embrace her disciple, calmly gazing at the approaching crimson light. Soon, she beheld the figure of Long Kuei emerging from that light. Her expression faltered. "So it is you. Had I known, I would not have come." Upon recognizing the ones who had summoned her, Long Kuei's demeanor turned cold. "I misjudged you earlier. I apologize for that. I, Ling Xian, have never sought favors from others in my life. I only hope you can take my disciple away. As compensation, you may extract the life sword nurtured within me, if you desire this life. Take it." Ling Xian spoke. Long Kuei frowned slightly, feeling a sense of discomfort. She had already harbored intentions to save them. After all, during their time in the Dragon Palace, the master and disciple had supported her. It was a way to repay a favor. Noting Long Kuei's silence, Ling Xian added, "My disciple is also a student of the demon armor. Rescuing her would also aid the demon armor. Would it not? All right, I suppose today is my unlucky day." Long Kuei stepped forward, lifting Ling Xian with one arm and wrapping the other around Su Bansha, preparing to take flight. Ling Xian's injuries were aggravated, yet she remained silent. "Thank you, Sister Long Kuei." Su Bansha, who had previously feared Long Kuei would harm her master, now expressed sincere gratitude. "No need for thanks. I merely repay a favor." Just as Long Kuei took off, she sensed a terrifying spiritual pressure looming from afar. The entire sea surface began to tremble, ripples expanding outward. The oppressive force of a peak 9th level transcendent. Long Kuei's expression shifted. "It is my fellow sect elder, Mo Ching Shan, who is pursuing my master and disciple. You must leave quickly." Ling Xian's voice had changed. Long Kuei dared not hesitate, utilizing her unstable transcendent power to plunge into the sea, swiftly distancing herself. Chapter 35. Awakening to a sea of women aboard the ship, Luo Xingye, in slumber, dreamt of an endless, dark, ancient city. Within that city, white bones flickered in the gloom, an aura of malevolence pervading. His consciousness drifted into the ancient city, encountering many black-clad figures wielding scythes, as well as countless scattered bones. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds. Instinctively, his consciousness followed the sounds, retreating from the ancient city, away from the darkness. Then, those sounds grew clearer, but he discerned the soft voices of women discussing. "What a beautiful elder sister. Indeed, she is the most stunning and alluring maiden I have ever seen. Though her chest is a tad small, pa, yours isn't any bigger. I wonder where Senior Long has gone, leaving only elder sister here." These voices jolted Luo Xingye back to consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes to behold a group of fragrant, fair-skinned maidens. Luo Xingye's soul reeled. "Where am I? What has happened? Why am I dressed as a woman? Wow, the beautiful elder sister is awake, one of the female disciples exclaimed. Several others approached with concern, sitting beside him, advising him not to move recklessly. As he was in a recovery phase, one disciple even reached out to take his pulse. Luo Xingye withdrew his hand. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth has transpired? Everyone, step aside. The beautiful elder of Lingyue's sect arrived, shooing away the curious disciples and shutting the door. Who are you? Luo Xingye scrutinized her closely. While you were unconscious. Your sister brought you aboard my Lingyue sect's ship, the beautiful elder explained gently as she sat beside him. Sister? I've become an elder sister. Luo Xingye mused, reflecting on the richness of his experiences. Achieving the status of a woman had been realized in this life. Yet soon, he sensed something awry. The way the beautiful elder looked at him was peculiar, her gaze filled with an intense heat. Suddenly, the elder, Lingyue, reached out to grasp his hand, stroking it softly. Does she like me? Luo Xingye inferred from her gaze and subtle actions. Since you fell unconscious, your sister has remained here by your side, never leaving. From this, I know we are of similar nature. She hinted to Luo Xingye. Lingyue continued to caress his hand, leaning closer, her gaze growing tenderer. Now that you have just awakened, do not overthink things. Wait for your sister to return. After such a long wait, he finally had an opportunity to hint at mutual feelings. Although that dragon friend was not bad, she had seen many beauties and was already weary of them. The elder sister of this dragon friend possessed a uniquely enchanting beauty. Unlike any other, deeply captivating him. Luo Xingye's psychological endurance was formidable, that he withdrew his hand, calmly stating, Do you wish to have me? Lingyue's face flushed crimson, lowering her head softly. Why are you so direct? Yet this only reinforced her belief that the other was likewise a woman who preferred women. Luo Xingye's expression darkened, but he refrained from revealing his true identity as a man. Given the circumstances, it seemed Long Kuei had orchestrated this, likely for some underlying reason. While he was indifferent, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles, thus choosing to conceal the truth. Considering his companions was also a prudent course of action. Once we reach Lingyue's sect, you two sisters can temporarily reside within the sect, that we shall have ample time for candlelit conversations in the future. Lingyue leaned closer to Luo Xingye, coyly uttering this before departing. Upon exiting, she restored her usual demeanor, coolly dismissing the eavesdropping disciples who had gleaned nothing. Not long after they left, Long Kuei arrived, carrying 2 injured individuals. Elder Lingyue hastily came to the scene. I kindly request your assistance in caring for these 2. I shall express my gratitude afterward. Long Kuei stated. Producing a few of her remaining treasures as gifts, Lingyue, in good spirits, declined the treasures, smiling. From now on, in Lingyue's sect, we are family and do not speak of separate households. Your sister has just awakened. Go and see her. I shall assist with matters here. Long Kuei cast a perplexed glance at the beautiful elder, wondering what she meant by family, but upon hearing the latter part, her expression brightened. She hurried to the room. Upon entering, she found Luo Xingye seated gracefully on the bed, questioning, What exactly is going on? Long Kuei approached with a smile. Sister, do not fret. Your sister will explain everything. Get out! Luo Xingye snapped, his face dark. Long Kuei chuckled softly, but quickly composed herself, as Luo Xingye had grown serious. She recounted the experiences of the past few days, finally mentioning that Ling Xian and Su Bansha were being pursued by Mo Qingshan. Luo Xingye frowned. It seems the situation has been quite unstable lately. We indeed need to lay low. Thus, during this time, you must maintain your original identity and smoothly proceed to Lingyue sect, where the island has a teleportation array that can assist us in leaving. Long Kuei stated earnestly. Maintain my original identity. Luo Xingye fell into self-doubt, then rose, declaring, Let us set aside that for now. Bring Ling Xian and Su Bansha to my room. What for? Long Kuei asked, wary that Mo Qingshan is a 9th-level transcendent with an extensive range of divine sense. He will undoubtedly find us here, that I need to hide them in advance. Luo Xingye explained. Oh! Long Kuei turned to leave but suddenly remembered that she was a 2nd-level transcendent. How dare the demon armor, at the 9th level of the spirit platform, command her around? However, after some thought, she felt elated and obediently followed Luo Xingye's instructions that as Long Kue departed. Luo Xingye began to examine his data. The summary was as follows. Realm, 9th level spirit platform, talent, fear, adaptation, control, enhancement. Specific information can be expanded. Companion 1, Su Bansha. Companion 2, Long Kue, currently in use. Current demon armor form. First form, dragon blood armor, 30 damage increase. Ancient demon form, expandable. Luo Xingye clicked on the ancient demon form. The data is as follows. Ancient demon, Luo Xingye, realm, shares with demon armor. Soul captured. 0-100, collect 100 sinful souls to unlock the ancient demon city. Ancient demon city, not yet unlocked, wandering in darkness. Imprisoning the world's malevolent souls, using evil to counter evil. 98 ancient demon techniques. Ancient demon fist, ancient demon breath. 10 ancient demon forms sealed. First ancient demon form, sin. Unlock conditions. Gather the body of turbid energy. Absorb sinful souls. Unlock the ancient demon city. Awaken the sinful body. Is this the inheritance of the ancient demon? Luo Xingye quietly absorbed the data of the ancient demon. To unlock the ancient demon city, one must collect 100 sinful souls. To unlock the first ancient demon form, sinful souls must also be collected, so what I need to do now is gather sinful souls. Then a question arose. What constitutes a sinful soul? How is it defined? Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind. Sinful soul, Lu Xiaoro, 26 years old, 6th level of Vitality Realm, hidden in Lingyue sect as a disciple. Intending to commit evil deeds, soul captured. Uncover Lu Xiaoro's sinful truth. Rectify the injustices of the world, using evil to counter evil. Chapter 36. The lethal strike of the cold-hearted big sister. Sinful soul, Lu Xiaoro. 26 years old, 6th level of Vitality Realm, hidden in Lingyue sect as a disciple, intending to commit evil deeds. Soul captured. Uncover Lu Xiaoro's sinful truth. Rectify the injustices of the world, using evil to counter evil. Luo Xingye reviewed this information, his gaze flickering that it seems he truly must temporarily assume the identity of sister while remaining here. Otherwise, the matter of soul capturing would be difficult to handle. Using evil to counter evil. He seized upon a crucial piece of information, a hint of a rebellious smile gracing his lips. Even the smile is so enchanting. Long Kue entered, carrying Ling Xian, followed closely by Su Banxia. As soon as Su Banxia stepped through the door, she exclaimed, Luo Xingye. Startled, she took a step back, hiding behind Long Kue. At first, I thought he was indeed Luo Xingye. Long Kue chuckled, but then sensed something amiss. She turned back to look at Luo Xingye. After the demon armor had taken on a physical form, his skin was dark and his eyes blood red. However, to facilitate disguise, she had already altered Luo Xingye's skin to appear fair and change his pupils to normal black. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it. Now reminded, Long Kue realized, You are Luo Xingye? Long Kue's complexion shifted slightly. No, wait, Luo Xingye is male, and the one before me is female. Thankfully, she is not that infamous villain. Su Banxia sighed in relief, then added, I truly hope he is dead. Luo Xingye's expression darkened. He felt helpless. Wherever he went, whenever someone mentioned Luo Xingye, it was either a curse or a disdainful remark that it has been over 3,000 years. Let the child rest in peace. He sighed and said, Come over here. I will disguise them. Long Kue asked no further questions, tossing Ling Xian to the ground, prompting a resentful glare from Su Banxia, who dared not voice her anger. Luo Xingye stepped forward, bit his fingertip, and began to inscribe the ancient demon blood pattern upon Ling Xian's body. Secret technique. Ancient demon blood pattern level. None, applicable to any realm. Effect. Inscribes the ancient demon pattern with ancient demon blood. Capable of severing the grand momentum of heaven and earth. Capable of concealing and observing the world. Ling Xian sensed a presence tracing her body and, with great effort, raised her head to see a woman before her, thus falling silent. Oh, you still have a blood curse on you. Luo Xingye remarked. A secret technique of the Northern Celestial Palace, difficult to unravel. It has been unraveled. Luo Xingye replied nonchalantly. Ling Xian stared at Luo Xingye in shock, exclaiming, "How do you understand the secret techniques of the Northern Celestial Palace?" "It's simple. It's something one can grasp with a glance," Luo Xingye replied, then asked, "You don't know?" Ling Xian. Luo Xingye shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and proceeded to inscribe the ancient demon blood pattern on Su Bengxia. He also inscribed one for Long Ke. Just as they finished, a powerful divine sense swept across the entire ship with a predatory force. All life was momentarily scrutinized by that divine sense. Fortunately, it did not linger and continued onward. What a timely inscription. Had we been a moment slower, we would have been discovered by Mo Qingshan. Luo Xingye gazed out the window, his eyes deep and profound. "Thank you, big sister," Su Bengxia said sweetly, expressing her gratitude to Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye's eyelid twitched, yet he didn't have the heart to expose her. Long Ke wanted to laugh but was silenced by his glance. "Come here," Luo Xingye instructed Long Ke. Long Ke wrinkled her nose, walking over with suspicion, only for Luo Xingye to grasp her hand and bite it. She let out a soft grunt, and the blood in her hand was drawn away by Luo Xingye. "That really works." Luo Xingye felt a stir within. Information appeared in his mind. Realm. 9th level of Lingtai Realm. Progress of spiritual blood transformation into 1st level of Yunhai Realm. 1, 2, 3. Currently, in the ancient demon form, he could still elevate his realm by absorbing spiritual blood. Coincidentally, Luo Xingye's action of biting Long Kuei's hand was witnessed by the approaching lady, Ling Yue. "So you are so domineering, starting from the hand," Ling Yue murmured, her eyes shimmering. Soon, she concealed her surprise and led her disciples to arrange Ling Xian and Su Bengxia in other rooms. Long Kuei could no longer contain herself and asked, "Are you Luo Xingye?" "No," Luo Xingye shook his head. "You definitely are?" Long Kuei leaned closer, whispering, "I still prefer your demon armor form. It gives a sense of security. You can absorb from anywhere." "You're quite bold," Luo Xingye said with a dark expression. "I only treat you this way." Long Kuei acted coyly. Her nature was already lively, and she occasionally exhibited a fiery temper. Since Luo Xingye had reshaped her realm, her attitude toward him had grown ever more affectionate. She extended her hand, saying, "Come on, continue absorbing. There's plenty." Not far away, Ling Yue observed this scene with a pensive gaze, thinking to herself that these two were indeed of the same ilk. Disgusting. Luo Xingye distanced himself. Now was not the time to absorb spiritual blood. Although he currently possessed 3 blood packs, Long Kuei, Su Bengxia, and Ling Xian, there were more important matters to attend to. "Luo sister, wait for me." Long Kuei followed closely behind. Luo Xingye, clad in Long Kuei's attire, stepped out of the cabin that he was inherently handsome. His beauty surpassing the ordinary, further accentuated by years of cultivated indifference and dominance, paired with a visage more exquisite than that of any woman, rendering him both enchanting and ethereal, cold yet powerful. As he emerged onto the deck, many female disciples instinctively felt a pressure bearing down upon them. "Cold-hearted big sister," one of the female disciples remarked, harboring an urge to approach this formidable figure. He approached one of the female disciples, surveying his surroundings before addressing her. Ling Yue's sect was a mid-tier sect, with most disciples at the Vitality Realm level. This particular disciple stood at the 6th level of Vitality Realm, and her name was Lu Xiaoro. "What is your name?" Luo Xingye inquired coolly. Lu Xiaoro, intimidated by his aura, instinctively replied, "Sister, my name is Lu Xiaoro. What do you need from me? What is your true purpose for hiding in Ling Yue's sect under the guise of a disciple?" Luo Xingye coldly scrutinized her. He deliberately posed the question to observe her reaction. Lu Xiaoro trembled involuntarily, her complexion shifting slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Confused, she asked, "Sister, what are you talking about?" "Lu Xiaoro has been in the sect for over 20 years and is my close friend." "What do you mean by questioning me like this?" Lu Xiaoro's friend interjected angrily. "Your disguise is still lacking," Luo Xingye realized in that moment that something was amiss with Lu Xiaoro. More importantly, he sensed a murderous intent, a beast suddenly launching an attack. "Are you a demon?" Luo Xingye speculated. Though it was merely a guess, he felt no hesitation in voicing it. The tactic of startling the snake in the grass was ineffective here. The elder Lingyue aboard the ship was merely at the first level of Yunhai realm. Lu Xiaoro's eyes filled with mist as she pleaded, "Sister, don't wrongfully accuse me. Our Lingyue sect kindly rescued you. And yet you treat us with such hostility. It is truly, truly excessive." At this moment, even the surrounding female disciples frowned, their impressions of the cold-hearted big sister plummeting. Lingyue approached, her face displaying clear discontent. Luo Xingye wasted no words and stated, "Do you know how to force a sea demon to reveal itself?" This was the East Sea, and demons were naturally sea demons. Long Kuei stood behind him and nodded. "It's quite simple." She stepped forward, her eyes transforming into dragon-like slits, locking on a Lu Xiaoro. "Look over here." Lu Xiaoro, in tears, looked over, her body trembling as a terrifying dragon's might engulfed her, shaking her very soul. Almost instantaneously, she let out a wail. Suppressed by the innate pressure of the dragon, the next moment, she transformed into a blood-red octopus, her eyes bloodthirsty, filled with resentment as she declared, "Humans should return to the land. Daring to survive on the island of the sea can only lead to becoming food for my octopus kin." As she spoke, she prepared to leap into the sea. The crowd was stunned. It turned out that Lu Xiaoro had long since perished, and this octopus had assumed her identity. The truth unveiled, yet the soul remains captive. Luo Xingye refrained from further prattling, delivering a decisive slap that shattered the entity before him, embodying the ruthless persona of the cold-hearted leader. With the demise of the octopus, a soul was devoured by his spirit. Luo Xingye examined the data, which read as follows: Ancient Demon. Luo Xingye Realm. Shares with Demon Armor. Captured Souls. 1-100. Collect 100 malevolent souls to unlock the Ancient Demon City. Chapter 37. The Devoted Dog's Journey to the End. The East Sea region, a realm split between land and sea. Dominating the waters is the East Sea Dragon Palace. At its core, surrounded by various factions of both demon and human tribes scattered throughout the ocean. A colossal island serves as a haven for both human and demon forces, among which is the Lingyue sect. After a month-long voyage aboard a grand vessel, Luo Xingye finally arrived at the island. The island boasted a teleportation array, which they intended to utilize to leave the EC region and return to the Qingyo domain. Throughout the journey, he seldom ventured outside, dedicating his time to cultivation. How does one cultivate? By absorbing spiritual blood. Much of his time was spent in the form of demon armor, clinging to Long Kuei, siphoning her spiritual essence. By this juncture, Luo Xingye had attained the second level of the Cloud Sea realm. The information was as follows. Realm. Second level of Cloud Sea. Progress of spiritual blood transformation to second level of Cloud Sea. 15, 16, 17. Please, no more. I can barely withstand it at the second level of the extraordinary realm. Long Kuei languidly protested from her bed. You can't handle it. Huh. Luo Xingye replied, not yet satiated. Perhaps you should seek out Su Bansha or Lingxian. Long Kuei pleaded for mercy. During their time adrift at sea, Luo Xingye had taken to absorbing her essence with fervor. Initially, she could endure it, but as time passed, her body grew increasingly frail, leading her to beg for reprieve with good brother. Lingxian, Luo Xingye murmured, recalling her notoriously foul temper. Ever since her rescue, she had remained confined to her quarters, exhibiting strong resistance towards them. She is a legitimate fairy from the North Celestial Palace, particularly averse to demonic cultivators. Though she may outwardly appear amicable after all that has transpired, deep down, she still harbors considerable aversion towards you. Long Kuei recalled Ling Xuan's frigid demeanor, regretting having rescued her, and now wished to give her a good thrashing. However, she remains oblivious to the fact that in the eyes of both her and the Lingyue sect, you are merely a cold-hearted leader. Long Kuei chuckled lightly. No matter. Let us disembark. Luo Xingye transformed into the ancient demon, making a slight adjustment to his appearance. However, he did not don feminine attire. The matter of capturing souls was already settled. and their sea voyage had concluded, rendering further disguise unnecessary. He had no such proclivity. Thus, when he stepped off the ship to face the crowd, all the female disciples gasped in shock, particularly the beautiful matron, who looked utterly crestfallen. How could a perfectly fine woman suddenly become a man? What happened to sharing a spring night together? What about enjoying the tender moments of early spring? Suddenly, a few female disciples cried out. These were the same disciples who, in the past, had taken baths without closing the door, running about in their undergarments. This is a heavenly gate cultivation technique, a reward for our voyage. As Luo Xingye transmitted the technique into the matron's mind, she remained momentarily stunned. That it was not until he departed that she gradually began to comprehend. Sister Lonke, where's my second master? Su Bansha inquired cautiously, approaching Longkue. She and her master Ling Xian were to utilize the teleportation array on the island to return to the North Celestial Palace in the Qingyo domain. To publicly address the matter of the elder Mo Qing's at this moment, it was time to bid farewell. Luo Xingye glanced at Su Bansha, observing her grip on the talisman jade, and replied calmly, in times of danger, you may use the talisman jade to contact your master. Regarding this matter, take it with a grain of salt. Do not take it too seriously. Ling Xian interjected coldly. If it weren't for the talisman jade sending me coordinates to notify me, you would have perished long ago. Longkue scoffed, regretting her decision to save Ling Xian. The two had always been at odds. However, the demon armor indeed did not arrive. Ling Xian stated, leaving Longkue unable to refute, and she merely huffed in response. Ling Xian departed, walking towards the dock with Su Bansha trailing behind, whispering, thank you, sister. No, brother and sister Longkue. She felt a twinge of fear towards the man with dark skin, as he bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Xingye. Fear not. I have great faith in my second master. Although her master had not yet appeared, she was convinced that he simply had matters to attend to. The last time I called for my second master through the talisman jade, he did not come. Surely something must have happened. Su Bansha smiled innocently and followed Ling Xian into the bustling market beyond the dock. On the dock, Luo Xingye and Longke stood facing one another, each radiating beauty. Let us return to the Qingyo domain. It is time to seek out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Luo Xingye sighed. The plan for Longkue to become the Dragon King had been dashed, rendering their efforts futile. Wait for me. Longkue made her way to the market on the island to inquire about the East Sea Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace, the sovereign of the East Sea region, had always been a focal point of interest. Before long, Longkue returned, visibly relieved. The East Sea Dragon Palace had taken a passive stance regarding the struggle for the title of Dragon King. Her mother remained imprisoned in the Dragon Mother Palace, yet was not in immediate danger. The Dragon King was in seclusion, seemingly feeling some pressure, attempting to break through to the legendary Heavenly Emperor realm. However, prior to entering seclusion, he had issued a command to search for Longkue, with an unfriendly demeanor. Moreover, there is another matter you must heed. Longkue walked alongside Luo Xingye. What is it? Luo Xingye inquired. It concerns the demon armor. That is your matter. Someone has found traces from Ling Xian, Su Bansha, and the individuals from the North Celestial Palace. They believe that my sudden increase in strength, allowing me to counterattack the seven dragons, is linked to a certain demon armor. Now, word is spread throughout the cultivation world that the demon armor possesses terrifying power, and many cultivators are searching for you. Longkue remarked, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Some have even proclaimed their willingness to become slaves or servants, just to obtain that demon armor. Luo Xingye calmly nodded in acknowledgement. Having anticipated this, however, it was not necessarily a bad thing. First, he would establish his notoriety, and later, he would be unable to find blood packs. As for his true identity as Luo Xingye, he would conceal it as much as possible. This matter has even drawn the attention of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace. It is said that on the day we departed, someone from the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace visited the East Sea Dragon Palace, inquiring about the Heavenly Emperor technique. Longkue expressed her confusion. Luo Xingye's gaze sharpened. It appeared that his use of the Heavenly Emperor technique on Longkue had drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives. You must treat this matter with caution. The Fairy Phoenix is also very eager for you. From her attitude during our visit to the Dragon Palace, one can glean much. Her significance is considerable. Hence, everyone is exceedingly focused on you. Long Kue sighed, fearing that the demon armor might slip away from her grasp. Feeling a sense of existential crisis, she moved closer to Luo Xingye, linking her arm with his, and earnestly conveyed, "You must act with care from now on. Do not reveal yourself." And then, Luo Xingye raised an eyebrow. "Otherwise, if you are discovered to be the demon armor, it would incite a scramble. Not to mention, you are merely in the Cloud Sea realm. One misstep, and you could be crushed." Long Kue advised solemnly. Realm classification: Vitality Realm, Spiritual Platform Realm, Cloud Sea Realm, Heavenly Gate Realm, Extraordinary Realm, Sage Realm, Saint Realm. Are you concerned about losing me, which is why you say such things? Luo Xingye replied with a smirk that Long Kue's face flushed crimson. And she quickly recalled her own strength, retorting, "I am a formidable existence at the second level of the Extraordinary Realm. How could I possibly care for your mere demon armor? Very well, but do not cling to my arm. I am only in the Cloud Sea realm. What if you accidentally crush me?" Luo Xingye chuckled. "It is just a trifling demon armor." Long Kue, feeling flustered, pushed Luo Xingye away. Yet as she observed him walking ahead without looking back, she stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth, and hurried to catch up. "Well then, my realm has yet to solidify. I will need to rely on your strength for now. So, I shall allow you to accompany me." Long Kue linked her arm with Luo Xingye once more, chattering about various pleasant topics that amused those around them. The proud devoted dog, ever ready to shower affection. Chapter 38. Belonging. The two walked through the market, each exuding their own charm, appearing well-matched and drawing attention. Relieved by the news of her mother's safety, Long Kue began to envision a brighter future. Previously, she had lived in oppression, bearing solitude for far too long, solely focused on rescuing her mother. Now, the image of another person lingered in her heart, providing her with a newfound motivation to live for herself, at least until her mother was saved. The path ahead is straightforward. We will cultivate in the 9 domains heaven and ultimately attain immortality. Luo Xingye stated with indifference. The 9 domains heaven comprises 9 major realms, with the Qingyo domain and EC domain being 2 among them. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching for those steeped in wickedness that he sought to capture souls and unlock the ancient demon city. As for where home lay, with no attachments, wandering wherever he roamed felt like home. Yet now, he contemplated a place to return to, the ancient demon city. "You are Luo Xingye, are you not? I know, having lived for so many years without dying, only to become a demon armor. You must have many thrilling tales to tell." Long Kue communicated through thought. "I am not. Do not speak nonsense. You are overthinking," Luo Xingye replied. Long Kue chuckled lightly, clinging to him with a lively disposition, saying, Yes, you are not. Speaking of which, I hold a great fondness for Luo Xingye." Luo Xingye cast a sidelong glance at her, asking, "May I assume you are attempting to flatter me?" Suddenly, a piece of information materialized. Evil soul, Emo Qingshan, 1400 years old, 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, a Grand Elder of the Northern Celestial Palace, seeks to obliterate the Northern Celestial Palace, engaging in nefarious deeds. Captive soul, uncover Mo Qingshan's objective in annihilating the Northern Celestial Palace. Compared to ancient demons, this soul is formidable. Once imprisoned, it can directly unlock the city of ancient demons. Mo Qingshan, he is actually on this island, but wait. This island is vast, home to numerous demon and human factions, serving as a resting place for passing cultivators. Due to its prosperity, a teleportation array has been constructed on the island. This array is the only channel to leave this maritime region in a short time. Mo Qingshan is lying in wait, anticipating Ling Xian and Su Bangxia to fall into his trap. Luo Xingye felt a surge of vigilance that he and Long Kue are currently under scrutiny by the cultivation world. If discovered by Mo Qingshan, their fate would likely be dire. Contact Ling Xian and instruct her to conceal herself. Mo Qingshan is on this island, Luo Xingye said to Long Kue. He was indifferent towards Ling Xian, but deeply concerned for Su Bangxia. Given the gravity of the situation, Long Kuei wasted no time and discreetly reached out to that troublesome woman. Ninth level of the transcendent realm. Hard to kill. While remaining cautious, Luo Xingye also harbored thoughts of extermination against Mo Qingshan. Difficult to slay does not equate to impossible to kill. Find an isolated area. I must transform into my demon armor, Luo Xingye communicated. Are you going to absorb again? Long Kuei grimaced, her legs feeling weak. I won't absorb. I merely wish to assess our capabilities, Luo Xingye replied. After traversing the bustling marketplace, they arrived at a deserted alleyway. Like flowing water, Luo Xingye melded into Long Kuei's form. He examined his data, which read as follows. Pet 1, Su Banksia. Pet 2, Long Kuei, currently in use. Current demon armor form. 8th form, Holy Dragon armor. Increases damage by 240. The greater the loyalty of a pet, the higher the form of the demon armor. There are a total of 10 forms. Presently, the demon armor on Long Kuei could unleash the 8th form. The specific form is of little consequence. What truly matters is the additional damage it confers. Using the 8th form with Long Kuei at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, I can contend with an opponent at the 7th level. Luo Xingye mused before deciding to employ additional means to subdue Mo Qingshan. He departed, heading towards Lingyue's sect that he needed to gather more information. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that Lingyue's sect is located at the western edge of the island. Its strongest sect master is merely at the Cloud Sea realm. However, this information did not carry significant weight. His primary goal was to collect intelligence. The initial interaction with Lingyue's sect proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the sect master personally welcoming him. This was largely due to the precious cultivation method Luo Xingye bestowed upon the enchanting woman. Lingyue. The process of gathering information was seamless. This island is called Qingding. In the East Sea, there exists a demon known as Qingding, which slumbers by day and acts by night. The foremost faction on the island is the Qingding Palace. The Palace Lord Qingding has reached the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm. Beneath the Qingding Palace are 4 major factions. Lingyue's sect ranks below these 4 and is thus considered inconsequential. Luo Xingye disregarded it, focusing his attention on the Qingding Palace. The Qingding Palace controls the teleportation array. It is highly likely that Mo Qingshan resides there. Luo Xingye departed, wandering through the various marketplaces, flitting between shops to gather more information regarding the Qingding Palace until nightfall. He transformed into an ancient demon, navigating the darkness. Long Kuei followed him closely, resembling a devoted attendant. Evil Soul. Huatai, 356 years old, 7th level of the Lingtai realm, a human, traversing by night, seeking to commit heinous acts. Captive Soul. Discover Huatai's intent behind his malevolence. Information flashed before Luo Xingye's mind that as he walked the night path, encountering various individuals, he occasionally detected the presence of evil souls through his ancient demon guise. Long Kuei. Do you see him? Luo Xingye inquired. That pale-faced man? Long Kuei responded. Yes, bring him over and slap him twice, Luo Xingye commanded. You are ordering me again. You must remember, I am at the Cloud Sea realm, while you are merely at the Transcendent realm. Long Kuei retorted angrily, sternly correcting Luo Xingye's attitude. After a moment, the ashen-faced Huatai was tossed into a corner by Long Kuei, receiving a few slaps. When Long Kuei revealed her pressure from the Transcendent Realm, Huatai faltered that on this island, the strongest, Qingding, is only at the 1st level of the Transcendent Realm, making him undeniably the strongest presence. The lady before him seemed even more formidable. Are you going to speak or not? Long Kuei coldly demanded. Huatai stammered. Senior, please ask. If you don't inquire, how can I respond? Mind your manners. Long Kuei's face flushed slightly, her tone growing fiercer. Ultimately, Huatai, feeling guilty, divulged his objective for the night, that he took pleasure in slaying demons and sought to hunt sea demons for torture. Luo Xingye's eyes gleamed with intent. That in his mind, a piece of information emerged. The truth has been uncovered. Captive soul can be claimed. Luo Xingye struck him down with a palm. Huatai's soul was devoured by his divine consciousness. Though his original intent was to eliminate Mo Qingshan, Encountering an evil soul along the way rendered it unnecessary to let him escape. Previously, demons have killed humans. Now, humans kill demons. Both constitute evil souls. Luo Xingye analyzed the definition of evil souls. Is the act of taking life inherently evil? That seems incorrect. He recalled witnessing two cultivators engaged in a deadly duel, resulting in one death and one injury. However, he did not detect any evil souls from that encounter. Long Kuei, what do you think defines good and evil? Luo Xingye inquired. Long Kuei glanced at him and replied, in this world, there is no true distinction between good and evil. Merely surviving is arduous enough. Her experiences since childhood had shaped her fluid perspective. Luo Xingye contemplated, drawing a connection from the previous two examples of captive souls. Those who intentionally commit evil acts are indeed evil. He stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 39. Night Walk of Qingding No Stance. Long Kuei questioned. From the perspective of the humans, demons killing humans are undoubtedly evil. Yet if humans kill demons, it seems justified. The same reasoning applies in reverse. This matter hinges upon the concept of stance. Without distinguishing stances or right and wrong, those who intentionally commit evil are evil. Luo Xingye smiled enigmatically. Truly, you are to my taste. Long Kuei's expression brightened, her gaze towards Luo Xingye growing increasingly fervent and radiant. If I am a dish, then what are you? Luo Xingye quipped, casting her a sidelong glance. I am, of course, the one who consumes the dish. I wish to devour you. She declared boldly that I end the darkness, emboldened by the absence of witnesses. Her heart raced after uttering those words. She feared that Luo Xingye might reveal even a hint of disdain. You cannot consume me. I am a tough dish, Luo Xingye retorted, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. I want nothing soft. The hard ones are the best. Although she did not receive a definitive answer, at least she was not outright rejected. Long Kuei sighed in relief and followed closely behind. Do you wish to absorb? I can still allow you a few sips, she said, inexplicably in high spirits. Leaning closer to Luo Xingye. There is no need to absorb lately. You must maintain your peak condition, Luo Xingye replied leisurely. Understood, Long Kuei said, linking her arm with his. He did not refuse, and her joy multiplied as she tightened her embrace. Ahead, the marketplace was aglow with lights, bustling with both humans and demons, that a woman clad in a flowing green robe walked gracefully and gently past. She paused at a stall, contemplating a riddle displayed there with a furrowed brow. Sister, have you figured out the answer to the riddle? Luo Xingye asked with a gentle smile as he approached. She is a demon, at the first level of the transcendent realm. Long Kuei transmitted, her earlier good mood evaporating instantly. The green-clad woman turned to glance at Luo Xingye, thinking him quite handsome. She shook her head with a smile. I cannot decipher it. Does the young master know? I see worry etched on your brow. There must be troubling matters on your mind. If you can clear your heart and calm your spirit, guessing such riddles will be quite easy, Luo Xingye remarked with a smile. Oh, then what do you say is the answer to this riddle? The green-clad woman regarded Luo Xingye with keen interest, ignoring Long Kuei, who was glaring at her. A person without integrity cannot stand. The answer to this riddle is word, Luo Xingye stated, glancing at the stall owner. Impressive. The owner rewarded him with a green hairpin. Here, for you, Luo Xingye offered the hairpin, causing Long Kuei to stomp her foot in frustration. The green-clad woman covered her mouth with a light laugh. You are quite bold, young master. Are you not afraid of this lady's wrath? I have always acted boldly, Luo Xingye replied with a grin. Just how bold are you? The green-clad woman asked. Her curiosity piqued. Even in the presence of someone at the transcendent realm, I would dare to kill, Luo Xingye declared confidently. Oh! The green-clad woman's beautiful eyes sparkled as she released a hint of pressure from the first level of the transcendent realm, smiling charmingly at Luo Xingye. Unfazed, Luo Xingye maintained a smile, while behind him, Long Kuei glared at the green-clad woman, emanating pressure from the second level of the transcendent realm. The green-clad woman ceased her laughter, casting a deep glance at Long Kuei before turning her attention back to Luo Xingye. You are merely at the second level of the Cloud Sea realm, correct? She withdrew her earlier contempt. Does it matter? Luo Xingye replied. It does matter. Do you know who I am? The green-clad woman inquired earnestly. Long Kuei realized that Luo Xingye's intentions were not to flirt, but rather to pursue ulterior motives. She felt a wave of relief wash over her as she reassessed the green-clad woman. I have traversed many places and come to learn a rumor. The mistress of the Qing Deng Palace has a penchant for disguising herself as a commoner, wandering through the market by night, and possesses a keen interest in lantern riddles. Luo Xingye smiled faintly. His fortune smiled upon him, for he had indeed encountered the formidable entity of Qing Deng. What brings you to seek me? Qing Deng gazed intently at Luo Xingye. In her eyes, although he was merely at the Cloud Sea realm, he emanated considerable power, while the extraordinary beings surrounding him were mere attendants. I am here to assist you in committing murder, Luo Xingye stated earnestly. I harbor no intention of killing anyone, Qing Deng replied. Shaking her head, what about Mo Qingshan? Luo Xingye's words made Qing Deng's expression shift subtly, her tone growing slightly harsher. Are you not afraid of death? Finally, she cast a spell, isolating their conversation from eavesdroppers. You truly are audacious. Do you not fear that Mo Qingshan and I share a friendship? I am unafraid. I have resolved to take this gamble, Luo Xingye declared. In truth, upon his arrival, the ancient demonic body had already detected the presence of a wicked soul. Wicked soul. Qing Deng, 1,000 years old, first level of the extraordinary realm, as the mistress of the Qing Deng Palace. Harbors murderous intent towards the guest Mo Qingshan, scheming malevolent deeds. Prisoner soul. Discover the motive behind Qing Deng's desire to kill Mo Qingshan. Without discerning sides or right from wrong, those who act with malice are deemed wicked souls. It was this information that led Luo Xingye to seek Qing Deng. She scrutinized him in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly frosty. Who exactly are you? Why do you assist me? Qing Deng asked in a low voice. I hail from the ancient demon city, and as for why I aid you, I have no intention of aiding you, rather. The one I wish to kill shares your sentiment, Luo Xingye replied with a slight smile. Qing Deng's heart stirred. Ancient demon city? What manner of place is that? Yet, she dared not underestimate him. The ability to treat extraordinary cultivators as bodyguards or handmaids suggested that he was no ordinary individual, indirectly indicating that the ancient demon city was not a commonplace power. How can I trust you? Qing Deng inquired solemnly. When you posed the question, did you not already place your trust in me? Luo Xingye responded. Qing Deng fell silent, then took a step forward, vanishing from sight, yet leaving a trace of her demonic aura behind. Come, follow her, Luo Xingye instructed Long Kuei. Do not command me, Long Kuei retorted, glaring. I shall present you with a riddle, Luo Xingye said with a serene smile. Long Kuei glanced at him, thinking that he at least had some conscience. Knowing how to console her, Luo Xingye recited, a bamboo on cold mountain temple cannot serve as a scale for others. This saying is not false and can be fulfilled. As long as the affectionate rain falls, the swan departs and the birds are unseen. Long Kuei did not comprehend, but committed it to memory, unable to resist asking, what is the answer? Contemplate it yourself, now. Hurry, keep up with her, Luo Xingye instructed. Issue fewer commands in the future. I am extraordinary, Long Kuei griped, taking Luo Xingye's hand and stepping forth, disappearing as well. In a certain pavilion, Qing Deng and Luo Xingye conferred under the light. Mo Qingshan, having entered the Qing Deng palace as a guest, immediately commanded Qing Deng to dispatch individuals to search for Ling Xian, Su Bangxia, Long Kuei, and Mo Jia, though the primary focus was on Ling Xian and Su Bangxia. As the palace mistress, Qing Deng felt offended. Regardless of Mo Qingshan's intentions, his orders encroached upon her authority, even suggesting ulterior motives towards her. Such domineering and unreasonable behavior aroused her murderous intent. He is the supreme elder of the North Celestial Palace in the Qing domain. Yet my location is in the East Sea domain, within the territory of the East Sea Dragon Palace. His reach extends too far, meddling excessively. You hail from the ancient demon city. Do you possess the strength to slay him? Qing Ding regarded Luo Xingye levelly. If I declare it, then it shall be so, Luo Xingye asserted confidently. He is quite formidable, Long Kuei chimed in. Chapter 40, Blood Package in Place, Extraordinary Rendered Ineffectual. He is indeed formidable, Long Kuei reiterated. Qing Ding smiled faintly, remaining silent. How powerful could a cultivator at the Cloud Sea realm truly be? What she valued was merely this Cloud Sea realm cultivator's ability to command extraordinary beings as though they were maidservants. The so-called prowess was most likely just flattery. I am most curious as to how you intend to eliminate a cultivator at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, Qing Ding inquired. Simply gather more people, Luo Xingye replied. Gather more people? Qing Ding's interest peaked. Are individuals from the ancient demon city arriving? But she quickly realized she was overthinking. The arrivals were Ling Xian and Su Bangxia, who descended from outside the pavilion, having been summoned by Luo Xingye. Is it her? Qing Ding frowned. Ling Xian was at the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm, and the woman behind her was also at the 2nd level. Together with her own 1st level, how could they possibly confront someone at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm? This was a configuration destined to be pursued and beaten. Luo Xiong, my interest lies in the power you command. You have merely summoned Ling Xian, and I fear that even she herself may find this arrangement unsatisfactory, Qing Ding remarked. Indifferent to the conflict between Mo Qingshan and Ling Xian. What concerned her was Mo Qingshan's life or death. Unexpectedly, Ling Xian, typically composed, turned her gaze towards Luo Xingye and asked, "Will he make a move?" She was quite curious about this individual who had suddenly appeared beside Long Kuei. She had speculated that he might be Mo Jia, but had not confirmed it. He will, Luo Xingye replied, the he referring to Mo Jia. Then with our combined strength, it shall suffice. Ling Xian declared confidently. Ling Xian, Mo Qingshan is at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. Are you certain we can prevail? Qing Ding's brow furrowed. She felt as though she had been played. As long as he intervenes, victory is assured. Ling Xian held a dismissive attitude towards Mo Jia's demonic identity, yet did not deny his might and terror. Indeed, as long as he intervenes, we shall triumph. Long Kuei, standing nearby, cast a smug glance at Luo Xingye. He has allies? Qing Ding questioned. Indeed, Ling Xian affirmed with a nod. Qing Ding fell silent, deep in thought. The matter of confronting Mo Qingshan was of utmost importance. Should the plan fail, it would be she who bore the consequences. In truth, there is another stratagem, Ling Xian mused. Luo Xingye shook his head. That is unwise. Even if you inform the North Celestial Palace, without evidence, you cannot truly convict Mo Qingshan. At the very least, it can serve as a constraint. Ling Xian was astonished that he had anticipated her thoughts. Constraints are futile, once freed. He will seek revenge. Moreover, you do not wish for him to remain alive, do you? Long Kuei asserted with complete confidence. Qing Ding was left bewildered, yet she surmised that Mo Qingshan had seemingly committed some transgression. Fear not, Lady Qing Ding. Mo Qingshan is doomed, and with Ling Xian present today, our sincerity is more than sufficient, is it not? Luo Xingye remarked with a faint smile. Qing Ding remained calm for a moment before replying. Indeed, she realized that if she did not acquiesce, it would be difficult for her to leave this place, that Mo Qingshan sought an individual who was present to rid herself of Mo Qingshan. Qing Ding merely needed to disclose Ling Xian's whereabouts. However, she could not do so. Among the extraordinary beings present, she could not defeat them all. Then let us formulate a plan to eliminate Mo Qingshan, that I am keenly interested to discover who this so-called he truly is. Can we discuss this in detail? Qing Ding turned her gaze towards Ling Xian. Ling Xian glanced at Long Kuei, noting that she was still in disguise, and understood that information regarding Mo Jia could not be disclosed outright. He will arrive when the time comes. Ling Xian said little, yet added, if he is willing to assist you, you will surely come to understand his formidable capabilities. Luo Xingye's expression darkened. These blood packages were truly audacious, daring to treat him as though he were public transportation. In the dead of night, Mo Qingshan sat cross-legged in Qing Ding's cultivation chamber. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and flipped open a communication stone with one hand. Ling Xian has been located. She is gravely injured. And I am in pursuit. Come quickly. Qing Deng's voice resounded. That Mo Qingshan sneered. How perceptive. If Ling Xian is not captured today, your Qing Deng palace shall not belong to you. It appeared that Qing Deng was earnest in her efforts to swiftly apprehend Ling Xian and conclude this matter. He rose, exited the cultivation chamber, and stepped onto his flying sword, heading straight for the island's edge that he brimmed with confidence, unconcerned with whether Qing Deng's claims held any truth. With his strength at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, he could traverse the East Sea with impunity, save for the East Sea Dragon Palace. Before long, amidst the vast ocean beyond the island, a divine radiance shone forth as extraordinary might surged across the waters. Qing Deng was embroiled in a fierce battle with a woman. Ling Xian. Today, I shall bury you beneath the sea. Mo Qingshan recognized the woman as Ling Xian and accelerated towards her. Senior Mo, you have harmed my disciple, yet now you seek to force us into a corner. What is your aim? Ling Xian's expression was grim. I find that unacceptable. How does that sound? Mo Qingshan sneered. Unleashing his overwhelming power at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, which swept over the sea that he hovered in the air, his sword drawing forth celestial light as it surged towards Ling Xian. What an unacceptable stance, Ling Xian countered, pointing a finger to repel Qing Deng, employing a technique to shrink the distance and escape. Where do you think you are going? Mo Qingshan executed a similar technique to pursue her. However, it proved ineffective. After several steps, he found himself unable to move. Glancing around, he noticed Qing Deng had already flown far away, coldly observing him. You have some audacity, daring to deceive me? Mo Qingshan roared, causing Qing Deng to feel a sense of oppression. Not only have we deceived you, but we also intend to kill you. Long Kuei emerged from the sea, having concealed her identity from Mo Qingshan. Then you shall all perish. Mo Qingshan prepared to strike at Qing Deng, when the surface of the sea illuminated with a blue array of light, extending for 1,000 feet. With a resounding boom, an array of formations erupted, unleashing azure beams of light that pierced through the depths of the sea and into the heavens above, encircling Mo Qingshan. Activate the formation, Luo Xingye commanded from a distance, channeling his magic to control the array, revealing himself in the process. We must resolve this swiftly. The consumption of spirit stones required for this formation is exorbitant. Qing Deng conveyed telepathically, clearly pained by the expenditure of materials and spirit stones from her Qing Deng palace. Swirl. Luo Xingye cast another spell, summoning wind blades within the formation to annihilate everything contained within. A mere swarm of ants. Mo Qingshan scoffed, deftly forming a hand seal as his sword returned, splitting into 2, then 4, and then 8. In the blink of an eye, 100 swords danced around him, coalescing into a formidable sword formation that shattered the wind blades. Long Kuei, Qing Deng, and Ling Xian seized the moment to unleash their own spells, summoning thunder and torrential rain that a tempest raged. Waves rose like mountains, and thunder roared, illuminating the scene with celestial brilliance. Yet, even amidst this chaos, Mo Qingshan retaliated fiercely, shaking the formation with a single punch that a beam of light nearly breached the formation, threatening to pierce Long Kuei. You ants dare to lay a hand on this venerable one, who has transcended to the 9th realm. Your ignorance is astounding. Mo Qingshan brandished a green banner, shaking it to unleash a tempest that battered the formation. With numerous tricks up his sleeve, he spat forth a golden pearl from which thunder erupted, repelling Long Kuei, Qing Deng, and Ling Xian despite the formation's barriers. Fools! Mo Qingshan sneered, brimming with confidence, intent on annihilating everyone present. You're already getting cocky after just warming up, Luo Xingye remarked coolly. A cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm? Just you? Mo Qingshan scoffed derisively. Heavenly Annihilation Slaughter Formation. Luo Xingye activated the most fearsome aspect of the array. Instantly, the formation bridged heaven and earth, summoning wind, fire, thunder, and water. An extraordinary phenomenon descended, inundating the formation with thunder. Storms, seas of fire, and water dragons, overwhelming Mo Qingshan. With a pained scream, Mo Qingshan's golden pearl was struck down by thunder, swallowed by the sea, while the green banner was extinguished by the gale and consumed by flames. He was soon besieged by the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and water, grievously wounded and bleeding profusely. Ling Xian was taken aback, glancing at Luo Xingye, speculating whether he was the fabled demon armor. Otherwise, how could a mere cloud sea realm cultivator wield such a potent formation with such mastery? Annihilate him! Long Kuei revealed her true form, unleashing the dragon transformation technique taught by Luo Xingye, morphing into a dragon that circled the formation, suppressing Mo Qingshan. Qingding gasped in astonishment. This woman was indeed a dragon, but she dared not linger. Joining Ling Xian in casting spells, boom boom! The formation roared with thunderous sounds as Mo Qingshan screamed in agony, blood flowing, his injuries worsening, his aura diminishing. In that moment, he felt the chill of fear. Suddenly, he howled in rage, unleashing a surge of demonic energy from within. Once a mere spiritual cultivator, he now exuded a malevolent aura, radiating evil and frost. I shall slay you all! Mo Qingshan transformed into a demon, his visage grotesque and fanged. With his hair billowing wildly, he expelled a demonic sword, ancient yet suffused with a sense of mortality. With a thunderous crash, the sword detonated, unleashing a terrifying pressure that tore a breach in the formation. Mo Qingshan erupted forth like a madman, his blood-red eyes locking on a long boom. He charged at her, intent on slaying the dragon. In this moment, he was akin to a flash of light, with no hope of escape, requiring the swiftest resolution to eliminate his foes. Sensing the peril, Long Kuei turned to flee. Fear not, I am here. Luo Xingye rushed forward, instantly merging with Long Kuei through the demon armor. In an instant, Long Kuei felt a surge of vitality coursing through her, her entire being radiating a formidable aura. Her dragon eyes cold and imposing Mo Qingshan bore down upon her. Luo Xingye executed advanced maneuvers, shrinking space, teleporting via runes, raining down starry sword strikes, and summoning meteorites with the dragon's tongue. Ultimately, he transformed into a golden sacred dragon, his power soaring once more, rendering Mo Qingshan momentarily helpless. Demon armor! Long Kuei, it is you! Mo Qingshan exclaimed in horror, panic rising within him. Should the secret technique's duration expire, he would be left in a state of utter weakness. Boom! He pivoted, charging directly at Qingding, intent on eliminating the demoness first. Save me! Qingding cried out in terror. I am coming! Luo Xingye soared forth, instantly melding into Qingding's form. Her aura surged, her eyes shimmering with divine light, as though she were a deity. This was Luo Xingye's possession, guiding her through intricate evasive maneuvers, teleporting, dodging, and executing precise actions. Qingding, being the weakest among them, could not contend with Mo Qingshan and was forced to evade. A demon armor! Mo Qingshan, thwarted in his attempt to slay Qingding, turned his wrath upon Ling Xian. Ling Xian, sensing imminent danger, retreated, shaking her head. Do not possess me. Yet the more she protested, the more he targeted her. As long as the demon armor did not merge with her, he would surely kill Ling Xian. With a resounding crash, Mo Qingshan, like a streak of demonic light, closed in on Ling Xian, striking her into the sea, reopening her freshly healed wounds. Boom! Boom! Mo Qingshan unleashed a demonic finger, piercing through the sea and into Ling Xuan's body. Wretched woman! Luo Xingye was compelled to detach from Qingding, teleporting instantaneously to Ling Xuan's side. He had previously prepared for such a scenario, ensuring his arrival would be seamless. Qingding regained her autonomy, panting, beads of sweat clinging to her hair, murmuring, "He truly is formidable." "Do not!" Ling Xian gasped in fear, terrified of the demon armor's possession. However, she had no choice. The demon armor seized control, manipulating her to unleash a flurry of actions that left Mo Qingshan howling in frustration, yet utterly helpless. "I will kill you all." Mo Qingshan felt his power waning. The secret technique's duration rapidly approaching its end, he became frantic, disregarding everything as he charged towards Long Kuei. Swish! The demon armor shifted to Long Kuei. "You bastard!" Mo Qingshan bellowed in fury, turning to pursue Qingding. The demon armor denied him the opportunity, transitioning directly into Qingding's form. This time, Qingding surrendered without resistance, letting out a soft hum, willingly allowing the demon armor to envelop her, that a profound sense of fulfillment and security washed over her. Mo Qingshan was nearly beside himself with rage, and no matter where he turned, the demon armor followed, thwarting his every attempt to strike, that he had no choice but to alternate targets, one moment pursuing Qingding, the next Long Kuei, and then Lingxian. Thus, the demon armor became akin to a public transit vehicle, cycling through each of them. Among the trio, Long Kuei was the most eager for the demon armor's presence. Qingding gradually acclimated, ultimately feeling a tinge of longing, perhaps even addiction, that in stark contrast. Lingxian resisted fiercely each time, feeling as though her very essence was being usurped. "I will not spare you even in death." Mo Qingshan was drained of his secret techniques. Gravely injured, plummeting towards the sea, Long Kuei conjured a massive hand from afar, grasping Mo Qingshan. Luo Xingye, witnessing this, detached from Lingxian and transformed into his ancient demonic form, soaring toward the powerless Mo Qingshan, declaring coldly, "You do not even deserve the right to haunt us." Without any preamble or interrogation, Luo Xingye pressed his hand against Mo Qingshan's head, forcibly extracting his soul. Ultimately, he uncovered the truth. This man was a spy for the 10,000 Demon sect, a spiritual cultivator in flesh, yet a demonic cultivator in spirit. He had sought to destroy Su Bangxia's celestial form to thwart her rise and prevent the Northern Celestial Palace's ascendancy. His pursuit of Lingxian and Su Bangxia stemmed from a fear of his identity being exposed. Wary of Ling Xuan's suspicions, the directive to obliterate the Northern Celestial Palace was undoubtedly from the 10,000 Demon sect. Could you not simply serve as a respected elder? Why stoop to being a spy for the 10,000 Demon sect? Luo Xingye sighed, recognizing the futility of Mo Qingshan's path. However, it was also possible that he was trapped by circumstances beyond his control. Yet none of that mattered anymore. The truth was revealed, that a message emerged in his mind. Truth discovered. Soul can be imprisoned. Luo Xingye crushed Mo Qingshan's skull with a single strike, that Mo Qingshan perished in bitterness, and his soul was consumed by the ancient demonic spirit. Instantly, a new stream of information flooded Luo Xingye's mind. Evil soul of Mo Qingshan absorbed. Conditions for the opening of the ancient demon city fulfilled. Opening ancient demon city. Luo Xingye's body trembled as the black whirlpools within his 108 acupoints surged with ancient demonic power, flooding into his soul sea, ultimately erupting through the crown of his head and racing toward a distant realm. In that far-off place, an ancient demonic city, suffused with dark energy, descended upon the realm of cultivation. Within the city, terrifying dark creatures opened their eyes, rejoicing and awaiting the arrival of the ancient demon city lord. Luo Xingye exhaled in relief. At last, the ancient demon city was opened. He glanced at Long Kuei, who smiled gently at him, then at Qingding, who was still lost in her thoughts. Finally, his gaze fell upon Lingxian, who was softly wiping away her tears, murmuring about the taint upon her purity. Chapter 41. Qingding, the ancient demon, and the city, what are you crying for? If it weren't for him, you'd have long since perished. Long Kuei snapped at Lingxian, who appeared as if she had fallen from grace, sullied by another. Had she been in Lingxuan's position, she would have been loath to allow any contact with the demon armor. Lingxian merely shed a few tears without weeping, wiping them away and collecting herself. Celestial and demonic paths diverge. Let us not meet again in the future. She departed with Mo Qingshan's corpse as evidence. Luo Xingye did not impede her, allowing her to take the body. In contrast, Qingding wiped the sweat from her brow, delicately removing the strands of hair clinging to her forehead. She faced the wind, relishing the moment of tranquility. There exists a vivid sensation akin to that of finishing a workout and then resting against the wind. I never expected that it would be you. Mo Jia and Long Kuei. Qingding, clad in azure attire, possesses a delicate grace, exuding an enchanting beauty. She cast a glance at Long Kuei and then turned her gaze towards Luo Xingye. Her eyes held a hint of something unusual. It is said that Mo Jia possesses divine might, drawing the attention of both the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace and the Sacred Phoenix Maiden. Initially, I paid it no mind, merely considering it a somewhat unique weapon. Upon reaching this point, Qing Deng's cheeks flushed with warmth as she gently bit her lip. However, after experiencing it firsthand, I realized just how formidable you truly are, leaving an indelible impression upon me. Truly, you are deserving of the title Mo Jia. Qing Deng spoke softly, her tone imbued with youthful shyness. Long Kuei's eyes glimmered with a trace of wariness as she stated, "From this day forth, let us not meet again. Is that so?" Qing Deng looked at Luo Xingye. "Perhaps," Luo Xingye replied. Qing Deng, being merely a great demon, lacked any special constitution. Thus she could not become his cherished companion, even if she had been possessed. Furthermore, she could not provide him with spiritual blood, a substance exclusive to those with extraordinary constitutions. Qing Deng sighed softly, wishing that Mo Jia could remain by her side, for it would instill in her a sense of security and assist her in reaching greater heights. I extend my gratitude to all of you for eliminating Mo Qingshan on behalf of my Qing Deng Palace. Regarding the subsequent repercussions, I trust Fairy Lingxian will address them, yes? While expressing her gratitude, Qing Deng was also contemplating the aftermath. Neither your Qing Deng Palace nor you shall face any trouble. The death of Mo Qingshan will not incite the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace to take out their anger on you. Rather, they should be thankful to you for ridding them of a spy. Luo Xingye had intended to depart, wishing to explore the ancient demon city, which would henceforth be his sole home. Yet he reconsidered. He would not be entirely disconnected from the cultivation world. If he could cultivate friendships, it would facilitate his endeavors. Thus, he earnestly looked at Qing Deng and remarked, "In truth, it would not be impossible to be friends." Qing Deng was taken aback for a moment before shyly responding, "What kind of friend?" Luo Xingye pondered, acknowledging that he would inevitably interact with the outside world from the ancient demon city. He replied, "The kind with whom one can converse." Qing Deng understood. It was a desire for a deeper connection. She bashfully responded, "Yes, I too am willing." Long Kuei, inexplicably irked, turned and departed. Observing this, Luo Xingye followed her, leaving behind a jade talisman for Qing Deng, stating, "I am in urgent need of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If possible, I shall come to collect them later. As the foremost overlord of the island, my Qing Deng Palace possesses abundant resources. Should you require anything, feel free to take it at your convenience. I shall await your arrival," Qing Deng replied. Her face aflame. "Very well. I shall contact you through the talisman. The method of use has been inscribed within," Luo Xingye said before departing to pursue Long Kuei, for this was his dedicated source of rejuvenation. And losing it would indeed be a significant loss. The golden sacred dragon once again manifested in the East Sea, its terrifying draconic might instilling fear in the marine creatures. Ultimately, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea became aware of this event and dispatched emissaries to Qing Deng's island that very day to investigate. Qing Deng endured an unpleasant interrogation. The tone of the Dragon Palace's emissaries felt accusatory, laden with an air of command, compelling her to maintain a cold demeanor throughout. "Where have they gone?" the emissary inquired emotionlessly. "I do not know," Qing Deng replied coldly. "You participated in the event that led to Mo Qingshan's demise. You must have had contact with Mo Jia. Surely, you possess some means of communication with Mo Jia?" the emissary pressed. "I do not," Qing Deng retorted icily. This emissary was merely at the Celestial Gate realm, and in the presence of her extraordinary state. Their words felt oppressive, their demeanor rude. She harbored no fondness for the Dragon Palace. The emissary remained silent, scrutinizing Qing Deng with a piercing gaze before finally stating coldly, "To reside in the East Sea is to accept the rule of the Dragon Palace. If your Qing Deng Palace wishes to survive here, you must adjust your attitude accordingly." Qing Deng's expression remained impassive, her eyes flashing with intensity as she coolly regarded the emissary, rendering them pale and overwhelmed by an immense pressure, a pressure born of her extraordinary state. Yet, she soon retracted this pressure. Although the other was of a lesser realm, the backing of the Dragon Palace instilled a sense of caution in her. "You may represent the Dragon Palace, but in my presence, you do not represent yourself. Mind your attitude." Qing Deng declared frostily. Yes, esteemed elder, the emissary stammered, visibly shaken. I have conveyed all that I know. Is there anything more you wish to inquire? Qing Deng remained indifferent. No, nothing more, that I shall take my leave, the emissary mumbled as they retreated in defeat. Upon entering the depths of the sea, they ground their teeth, muttering, just an extraordinary being, merely putting on airs before me. What are they worth? They contemplated revenge against Qing Deng, but soon realized their lack of status in the Dragon Palace as a celestial gate realm individual rendered such thoughts futile. Would they incite the wrath of the princes and princesses by seeking trouble with an extraordinary being? That would be tantamount to courting death. The Dragon Palace was not short of extraordinary beings. And to provoke one was to invite disaster upon oneself. Just wait until I find an opportunity, the emissaries seethed as they departed. Knowing they could not best Qing Deng, but could manipulate the report to suggest hidden information regarding her relationship with Mo Jia and Long Kuei. Qing Deng had assumed matters were concluded, only to discover that this was merely the beginning. Shortly after the Dragon Palace's inquiries, emissaries from the Sacred Phoenix Holy Land, the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, and the Qingyan Sword Sect all arrived. It was then that she realized the significant standing Mo Jia held within the cultivation world. The attitudes of these major powers were far more favorable than that of the Dragon Palace, particularly that of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, the foremost authority in the cultivation world, whose representatives were the most amicable, not wielding their status to intimidate her. Qing Deng willingly shared some information. For instance, the celestial maidens of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace inquired whether Mo Jia was attached to her and whether she had wielded the emperor's art. Qing Deng, blushing, responded, the first sensation was one of immense comfort, an unforgettable sense of fulfillment. The celestial maidens were momentarily taken aback. Their cheeks flushed as they processed her words. So, you mean to say that Mo Jia has indeed attached itself to you? Yes. Mo Jia has entered my body, granting me immense power and an experience unlike any other. It is truly remarkable. Qing Deng's focus remained on the feelings she experienced after Mo Jia's entrance, deliberately withholding information about Mo Jia's whereabouts and origins. Her somewhat indiscreet response left many of the female cultivators who had come to inquire feeling flustered, yet undeniably curious. After all, Qing Deng's demeanor suggested she had experienced something beyond their imagination. Fortunately, everyone maintained their composure and pressed on with their inquiries. Upon learning that the extraordinary Mo Qingshan had been slain with the aid of Mo Jia, all cultivators were left astounded. Mo Jia possesses such terrifying power. Some gasped in shock. Did this not imply that possessing Mo Jia bestowed the ability to battle beyond one's rank? This was a temptation that could not be overlooked. Many cultivators began to entertain thoughts of seeking out Mo Jia. Qing Deng, however, doused their enthusiasm with cold water. In my opinion, Mo Jia only attaches itself to women. Having witnessed Mo Jia's physical form, which was male, she deduced that Mo Jia would logically prefer females. Unless it were to defy such logic, that various factions returned with the information they had gathered. The cultivation world gradually became aware of Mo Jia's extraordinary prowess and uniqueness in no time. Many cultivators, predominantly female, began actively seeking Mo Jia. The fervor of the cultivation world began to shift from the historical torment of Luo Xingye to the figure of Mo Jia. After catching up with Long Kuei, Luo Xingye focused his thoughts, establishing a connection with the ancient demon city in an instant. He was transported to the city, a method he had naturally come to understand since opening its gates. The ancient demon city lay shrouded in darkness, its interior filled with an eerie collection of bones and flickering phosphorescent flames. Standing atop the city wall, Luo Xingye surveyed the scene below. My consciousness cannot penetrate this place, nor can I sense the surroundings nearby. Where exactly is this? Long Kuei lowered her voice, her expression wary. This will be our home from now on. Luo Xingye replied. Huh? Us? Oh, Long Kuei responded, caught off guard, choosing not to press the matter further. The city was paved with bones, and dark creatures meandered aimlessly within. Upon spotting these shadowy beings, Luo Xingye's mind was flooded with information. Race, stone ghost. Quantity, 15. Level: Spirit Platform Realm. Ability: Invisibility. Awakened. A complimentary gift after the ancient demon city was opened. Invisibility. Luo Xingye contemplated, descending to the ground with a cool demeanor. Proceed to the outskirts of the city, render yourselves invisible, and immediately alert me upon detecting any foreign life. The ancient demon city belonged to the ancient demon. He held absolute dominion over it. The stone ghosts turned to make their way outside, cloaking themselves in invisibility to patrol the vicinity. As he traversed the city, he observed stone statues lurking in the dimness, their menacing forms adorned with sharp claws and fangs. Reminiscent of demons, Long Kuei harbored no real fear, yet the ominous ambience of the place weighed heavily on her. Feeling compelled to take action, she intertwined her arm with Luo Xingye's, trembling with trepidation. Extraordinary being. What is wrong? Luo Xingye gently extricated himself from her grasp. She clung tightly, repeatedly expressing her fear. Luo Xingye chose not to mock her. Given her current state, it seemed unkind to expose her vulnerability. He gazed upon the array of stone statues as fragments of information surfaced in his mind. Race: Stone Demon. Quantity: 1 can be repeatedly awakened. Level: Celestial Realm. Abilities: Invisibility, Petrification. Awakened. 0-50 collect 50 evil souls to awaken. Awakened. 0-1 collect 1 evil soul of Celestial Realm to awaken. Race: Stone Demon. Quantity: 1 can be repeatedly awakened. Level: Extraordinary Realm. Abilities: Invisibility, Petrification, Enlargement. Awakened. 0-100 collect 100 evil souls to awaken. Awakened. 0-1 collect 1 evil soul of Extraordinary Realm to awaken. Race: Soul Reaper. Quantity: 1 can be repeatedly awakened. Level: Holy Realm. Abilities: Soul Binding Domain. Awakened. 0-10,000 collect 10,000 evil souls to awaken. Awakened. 0-1 collect 1 evil soul of Holy Realm to awaken. As he ventured deeper into the city, the levels of the stone statues grew increasingly formidable. Their arrangement exhibited a remarkable order, with lower-tier demons stationed outside and those of higher tiers situated within. Are there celestial beings and demons? This thought crossed Luo Xingye's mind. Ultimately, he arrived at the inner city, which was adorned with expansive clusters of palatial structures. Towering statues of malevolent spirits flanked both sides of the inner city, and he scrutinized one of them. Race: Devourer. Quantity: 1 can be repeatedly awakened. Level: Celestial King Demon King. Abilities: Devouring all. Awakened, cannot be awakened. Requires the city lord to attain celestial or demonic status. The deeper he ventured, the more terrifying the statues became. Some even exceeded the level of celestial kings. Luo Xingye was deeply moved. Capturing souls, evil souls, are the keys to their awakening. He proceeded into one of the palaces, which, though simply furnished, contained the essential amenities, such as a bed and tables. Luo Xingye, this place is truly frightening. These statues give me the sensation that they could crush me, Long Kuei admitted, genuinely feeling afraid. Clutching Luo Xingye's arm, trembling uncontrollably. Do not be afraid. We shall reside here regularly from now on. Luo Xingye reassured Long Kuei. Go to the Black Wind Mountain in the Qingyo domain and bring your belongings here. Who says I will follow you? Long Kuei retorted, feeling embarrassed by his directness, though inwardly she longed to accompany Luo Xingye. Let us set off immediately. We must not delay. Luo Xingye disregarded Long Kuei's words, as a fleeting connection to the external world lingered in his mind. This connection was still located at the East Sea's Qingding Island, the site of his entrance into the ancient demon city. This led him to speculate that if he had entered the ancient demon city from one place, he might also return there upon exiting. However, he chose not to retrace his steps, but instead moved outward, seeking to clarify the intricate layout of the ancient demon city. This place feels eerie. Shall we change locations? Long Kuei expressed her concerns. We cannot. Luo Xingye continued on his path. As he ventured outside, the landscape appeared desolate, shrouded in dense darkness that enveloped the ancient demon city, a stifling atmosphere. The concealed stone demons around him bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to the departure of the ancient demon. Observing Luo Xingye's nonchalance, Long Kuei felt a surge of annoyance. She yearned to voice her discontent, but was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly retort. She had suffered such defeats before. Umph. She could only keep silent and follow Luo Xingye. After traversing approximately 100 miles from the ancient demon city, Long Kuei noticed the oppressive sensation dissipating, allowing her consciousness to expand. Where are we? Luo Xingye inquired that he was merely at the Cloud Sea realm, his spiritual awareness less than 1% of Long Kuei's. Long Kuei soared into the sky, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "Incredible! Incredible!" Luo Xingye, the place we just occupied, is one of the 9 forbidden lands of the 9 domains. The Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. The forbidden land of the Qingyo domain, the Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. Does that mean we have returned to the Qingyo domain? Luo Xingye, well-versed in the cultivation world, had traversed every corner. Chapter 42. Human traffickers Luo Xingye and Long Kuei emerged from the Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins of the Qingyo domain. This revelation indicated that the ancient demon city was indeed situated within the Great Wilderness Immortal Ruins. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures streaked across the horizon. Luo Xingye and Long Kuei turned their gazes, and the 2 figures also looked back. Ling Xian gazed at Luo Xingye and Long Kuei as if she had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "How did you arrive so quickly?" Second Master, Su Bangxia, waved at Luo Xingye. She had learned from Master Ling Xian that the man before her was indeed the Second Master. Without lingering, Ling Xian took her disciple straight to the Northern Celestial Palace. At that moment, information surfaced in Luo Xingye's mind. Evil soul, Lu Bai, 1400 years old, extraordinary realm level 3, elder of the 10,000 demon sect, intent on committing evil deeds, soul capture. Uncover the truth behind Lu Bai's malevolent actions. The ancient demon's body had detected an evil soul nearby. Luo Xingye immediately transformed into the demon armor, merging with Long Kuei, searching the surroundings. Yet Lu Bai was nowhere to be found. After pondering for a moment, he followed Ling Xian until they reached the foot of the Northern Celestial Palace. But still no sign of Lu Bai. It seems he has fled, Luo Xingye surmised, suspecting that Lu Bai had discovered something and had discreetly departed. "Let us return," he declared. The 2 made their way back to the ancient demon city. In Luo Xingye's mind, the coordinates of Qingding Island in the East Sea reappeared. This was the location from which he had previously entered the ancient demon city, that he contemplated leaving Long Kuei in the ancient demon city while he ventured to Qingding Island in the East Sea. Qingding had mentioned that he could borrow resources from her, and he had not forgotten. With a thought, he was transported from the ancient demon city back to Qingding Island in the East Sea. Upon arrival, he noticed flashes of light and the sound of thunder outside Qingding Island, an indication of battle. Squinting, he beheld a dragon in Qingding. Qingding was besieged by dragons, struggling to defend herself. "How dare you conceal information regarding the demon armor and Long Kuei from the Dragon Palace? You possess great audacity." A black dragon roared, striking with its claws and sending Qingding staggering back, injured and bleeding profusely. In the realm of the East Sea, no one dares to show disrespect towards the East Sea Dragon Palace, and that includes you. Qingding, a purple dragon soared from the sea, unleashing its fiery breath in an attempt to incinerate Qingding. Nearby, a messenger from the Dragon Palace surfaced, relishing the scene before him. Who would have thought that Lord Long Yun and the Ninth Princess would care so much about the information regarding the demon armor and Long Kuei? Upon hearing about Qingding's concealment, they took the initiative to strike. His eyes gleamed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment Qingding would be vanquished. Boom! Qingding was knocked back, a gash appearing on her forehead, blood flowing as she gasped for breath. Attempting to flee. Where do you think you can escape to? Long Yun sneered, his previous social embarrassment transforming him into a figure of mockery within the dragon clan, that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon armor and Long Kuei. Convinced that there was no powerful entity behind Long Kuei, merely the demon armor itself, that he was resolute in his desire for revenge. What benefit do you gain from concealing their information? Do you believe the demon armor can come to your rescue? The Ninth Princess transformed into a purple dragon, pursuing Qingding. I've long had an aversion to your dragon palace. Do you truly believe I cannot summon assistance? Qing Ding retorted coldly, producing a talisman jade and infusing it with her blood, calling upon the demon armor. Even if it can come, it would surely require time, wouldn't it? Perfect. Let us summon the esteemed and powerful beings from the Dragon Palace to eliminate the demon armor. The ninth princess scoffed, observing Qing Ding's invocation, and commanded Long Yuan to notify the powerful beings within their clan. Qing Ding hesitated, realizing that even if she called upon the demon armor, it would likely take time. Meanwhile, if the powerful beings from the Dragon Palace arrived, they would undoubtedly suppress the demon armor. She knew well that the demon armor's realm was merely at the Cloud Sea realm. Unable to withstand them, her resolve wavered, caught in indecision. Afraid to call for help? Then prepare to die. The ninth princess bellowed, her dragon form cleaving through the air, striking directly at Qing Ding. Qing Ding snapped back to reality. Having hesitated for just a moment, abandoning her call for the demon armor, she turned to flee, only to collide with Luo Xingye. The tall and handsome figure unexpectedly entered her view, striking at the anxiety wrought by the crisis. Remember our agreement to borrow some heavenly materials and treasures. Luo Xingye extended his hand. Ruffling her hair, head pat attack for the first time in her long life, Qing Ding was caught off guard by such an unexpected encounter. Disconcerted, her heart raced at that moment. Luo Xingye had transformed into the demon armor. Flowing seamlessly as he merged with Qing Ding, she found herself in a heightened state of excitement. The sensation of fulfillment surged within her. That exhilarating feeling akin to a romantic heartbeat intensified. She let out a soft gasp as her body underwent a profound transformation that a suit of magical armor, adorned with azure patterns and yin-yang runes, enveloped her. Her entire demeanor shifted, her face becoming cold and stern. "It is the demon armor!" the ninth princess exclaimed. Memories of Long Kuei's rampage under the demon armor's control flooding her mind, instinctively prompting her to flee. Even if she could subdue Qing Ding, she dared not look back. Long Yuan roared in fury, losing control as he retreated. "Quickly, summon the powerful beings from our clan," the ninth princess shouted anxiously. Yet, time was of the essence. Luo Xingye descended like a deity, swiftly overtaking the ninth princess, reaching out to grasp her dragon tail and forcefully slamming her into the sea. With another hand, he etched into the void, coalescing a rain of celestial swords that pierced through the body of the dragon's fall. Yet, the dragon gritted its teeth and, despite its injuries, fled without a backward glance. Fortunately, the ninth princess drew the fire, or else he might not have escaped. "Let go!" The ninth princess, dazed from the impact, turned to counterattack, in an instant. Luo Xingye teleported, landing atop her head, delivering a fierce punch that caused her to bleed profusely. Boom! Numerous divine powers erupted from Qing Ding, overwhelming the ninth princess in an instant. "Help!" she cried out in anguish, her plea transforming into a desperate "spare my life." "No one can save you," Luo Xingye proclaimed as he restrained her with binding runes. With a chilling sound, the ninth princess was immobilized, her spiritual energy unable to circulate, helplessly plummeting towards the that moment. A pressure of sage level might surge from the depths of the ocean, enveloping all beings in uncontrollable tremors. The sage of the dragon clan had arrived. "Insect, release our dragon, and I shall leave you with your corpse intact." Accompanying the oppressive force was a voice void of warmth. "Second uncle, kill him," the ninth princess shrieked. "Prepare 200,000 top-tier spirit stones and a plethora of extraordinary treasures. Come to the Black Wind Mountain in the Qingyo domain to redeem this dragon. If you refuse my command, I shall sever one of her legs." Luo Xingye grasped her dragon horn, his thoughts shifting as he returned to the ancient demon city. "You think you can escape before me?" As soon as the sage finished speaking, Luo Xingye vanished with the ninth princess. Chapter 43. Capturing another one, Luo Xingye had returned to the ancient demon city, dragging the ninth princess by her dragon tail. Upon seeing her, Long Kuei was momentarily stunned. What had the Luo family done? Had he gone out just to capture a dragon, even one as esteemed as the ninth princess? How had he accomplished this? "Release me. The might of my dragon clan is upon us," the ninth princess bellowed. Following the normal course of logic, she still believed she was in the East Sea, where sage-level beings were nearly invincible. Boom! Luo Xia swung her dragon tail forcefully to the ground, causing her to scream in agony. "You dare!" the ninth princess hissed. Her voice laced with venom. Boom, boom, boom. Like a rag doll, Luo Xingye relentlessly slammed her into the ground until she lay there, eyes rolling back. After several lashes, the ninth princess finally complied, whimpering in surrender. "Now you're being obedient." Luo Xingye transformed into an ancient demon. Approaching her, Qingding, panting, urged continue. Luo Xingye shot her a dark glance. "What? Are you enjoying this? Your form is too grand. Revert to human shape." Luo Xingye retracted the binding runes on the ninth princess. She attempted to flee, but was swiftly subdued by Qingding and Long Kuei, ultimately having to comply and transform into her human form. The ninth princess was quite beautiful, though her lips were somewhat sharp. "You are all too bold. Do you not fear the wrath of my dragon clan?" Before she could finish, Luo Xingye summoned Long Kuei to search her for treasures. Regardless of her protests or resistance, he intended to collect her valuables first. Qingding watched in astonishment, never expecting the demon armor to be so shameless. She had envisioned the armor as a figure of gallantry. Stripped of her rights, the ninth princess had her treasures taken away. Luo Xingye, disinterested in further conversation, confined her and cast her into a dark corner of the ancient demon city before returning to the inner city. The ancient demon city was filled with ominous winds, its statues of evil spirits casting a dim, oppressive atmosphere. The ninth princess, imprisoned and treated like an ordinary person, was abandoned in the pitch-black corner. Resembling a beggar, as time wore on, fear began to take hold, and she cried out in despair. Yet no one responded in the inner city palace. Qingding observed Long Kuei clad in the demon armor, absorbing spirit stones, elixirs, and devouring rare materials. She felt a peculiar sensation. "I fear I shall never return to my Qingding palace," she sighed. Thankfully, the demon armor had come. Otherwise, she might have perished there, without the prospect of returning to her palace. She decided to remain, taking out spirit stones to cultivate and recover her strength. The ancient demon city fell into a temporary silence, its usual oppressive darkness unchanged in the inner city. They each chose a palace to rest, while the ninth princess was left to cry in the outer city's corner. How invigorating! Long Kuei rapidly restored her vitality by consuming rare materials. Her unique physique allowed for substantial recovery, especially with the aid of the sacred Dragon Emperor's scripture, facilitating her cultivation at an astonishing pace. With Luo Xingye's nurturing and guidance, her wavering realm began to stabilize. "Feel free to absorb as much as you wish," she conveyed in a serene thought. Luo Xingye remained silent, quietly absorbing the spiritual blood. Realm. Cloud Sea Realm. 3rd level. Progress of Spirit Blood transformation to Cloud Sea Realm. 4th level. 51, 52, 53. Absorbing treasures of 8,000 years. Energy points 80. Absorbing treasures of 10,000 years. Energy points 100. Absorbing treasures of 30,000 years. Energy points 300. Both the realm and energy points are rapidly increasing. Time passes, moment by moment. 2 days later, his realm reaches the 6th level of the Cloud Sea Realm. The energy points have also accumulated to a staggering amount of around 10,000 AT this moment. Long Kuei has ceased her cultivation, for the spirit stones and other resources have been completely depleted. Though my realm has not advanced, the existing realm has been thoroughly solidified and is unshakable. Long Kuei is elated. All of this is due to the demon armor, and because of this man who is reluctant to acknowledge himself as Luo Xingye. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye is enhancing his hardness. The data for the demon armor is as follows. Realm. Cloud Sea Realm, 6th level. Hardness. Qi Realm, 7th level. 0800. Reach 800 energy points to upgrade. Mystery Box. 100 energy points per draw. Energy points. 18,700. It has been a long time since he properly attended to his own body. That he sighed. There was no other choice. He had too many companions. One moment with this one, the next with that one. It was quite bothersome, leaving him no time to care for his own physique. I need to elevate my realm swiftly. Otherwise, the ancient demon body will struggle to unleash its combat potential. Luo Xingye is still relying on the combat prowess of his companions. However, this is not a sustainable plan. After all, these extraordinary status companions do not belong to him. Although they can be trained on his behalf, it feels unsteady that he must cultivate his own powerful persona as soon as possible. Enhance hardness. He invested all his energy points into increasing his hardness. Instantly, the data refreshed repeatedly. His hardness surged from the 7th level of Qi realm to the 8th, then the 9th. Subsequently, it leaped across major realms, rising to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the Spirit Platform realm. He only ceased once he reached the 5th level of the Spirit Platform realm. Upon reviewing the data, realm, Cloud Sea realm, 6th level, hardness, Spirit Platform realm, 5th level, 5,000, reach 5,000 energy points to upgrade. Mystery box, 100 energy points per draw. Energy points, 2,000. Still 2,000 points of energy remaining. Luo Xingye's attention shifted to the mystery box. Previously, he had wished to draw from it but lacked energy points. Now, the situation was different. Draw, draw, draw. With extraordinary status companions at hand and treasures of thousands of years collected. It should be his cinch. Contemplating this, Luo Xingye immediately activated a 10 consecutive draw from the mystery box. The first 10 consecutive draws cost him 1,000 energy points. The boxes erupted with various luminous displays. In hues of red, white, and blue. A flying sword of Qi realm, low grade. 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 A flying sword of Spirit Platform realm, mid grade. A flying sword of Heaven Gate realm, high grade. A flying sword of Heaven Gate realm, high grade. A level 3 glimmering card for weapons, high grade. Skin, Succubus Claw, epic grade. BGM sound effect card. Fervent Duelist. The flying swords can be disregarded. The weapon glimmering card, skin, and sound effect card are acceptable. I can utilize them when needed. His luck was average. Luo Xingye discarded the flying swords into a storage ring, which was conveniently provided by Long Kui. Initially, he had no desire for it, but she insisted on giving it, even acting cutely, so he reluctantly accepted. Now, he had another 1,000 energy points to draw 10 more times. Instantly, the boxes exploded with white, blue, and cyan lights. Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the box. Golden Legend, he focused his gaze. After 8 draws, all he received were flying swords that it was only in the last 2 draws that he acquired the most significant items. As follows, Eye of Teleportation. Range of 20,000 miles. Usable twice, Demon Emperor's Descent. Level 5 Glimmering Card, single use. That Golden Legend was a level 5 Glimmering Card. From the draws above, Luo Xingye discerned a pattern. The mystery box rarely yielded items of power. Most were support type, that he began organizing the treasures he had drawn. Excluding the flying swords, they were a level 3 Glimmering Card for weapons, high grade. Skin Succubus Claw, epic grade. BGM sound effect card, Fervent Duelist, Eye of Teleportation. Range of 20,000 miles. Usable twice, Demon Emperor's Descent. Level 5 Glimmering Card, single use. Luo Xingye examined them, contemplating their use that he clicked on a card residing in his soul sea. BGM sound effect card. Instantly, a grand melody, akin to a deity's descent, cascaded from the heavens, resonating throughout the ancient demon city. Long Kui and Qingting were caught off guard, their bodies trembling in astonishment, believing a terrifying entity had arrived. Luo Xingye felt only one emotion, shame. This was so profoundly cringeworthy. I have made my decision. I shall not use this sound effect card. I will give it to that foolish Su Bangxia. Luo Xingye resolutely decided. That silly yet endearing disciple of his seemed to be the only one who could use such a sound effect card without raising eyebrows. Luo Xingye. Do you know what just happened? Long Kui inquired of the demon armor. The armor first corrected her address before casually finding an excuse to deflect. Hand me your weapon. Luo Xingye transformed into the ancient demon form. Long Kui had few treasures, being a brawler by nature. Luo Xingye produced his Qi realm flying sword, that he then applied the glimmering card to the flying sword. Weapon glimmering card, high grade, done in the next moment. The ordinary flying sword erupted with a brilliant blue light, resembling a sapphire, both beautiful and ethereal. The blue light radiated extensively, enveloping everything within a 10-meter radius. The sword in his hand was completely consumed by the blue glow. If it were night, it would undoubtedly serve as a dazzling blue spotlight. Long Kui and Qingting were left in awe. "Is this a celestial weapon?" Qingting exclaimed, squinting against the glare. "Are you not curious as to why the ancient demon city appears so desolate? The overlords of the ancient demon city have ventured out. This sword is the evidence they left behind," Luo Xingye asserted with feigned seriousness. Qingting covered her mouth in disbelief. "Really?" Watching Luo Xingye nod solemnly, Long Kui fell into self-doubt. Since she met Luo Xingye, she had never heard of the ancient demon city. Based on Luo Xingye's reputation, it was likely another one of his tall tales. "Let us return," Luo Xingye urged, pulling Long Kui along as they entered the palace. Once inside, he transformed into the demon armor, melding with Long Kui's form that he then activated the skin, succubus claw. After a while, Long Kui's shy voice emerged. Chapter 45. Eye of Teleportation. Long Kui's personality is lively. She occasionally has a fiery temper, but can also act sweetly towards Luo Xingye, adopting a demure demeanor. At this moment, she felt particularly bashful about the demon armor she was adorned in. For the specifics of her attire, it was difficult to describe, lest it be censored. In any case, it exuded a distinct aura of succubus allure. Luo Xingye had quite literally transformed a half-dragon female cultivator into a nurturing game of succubus dragon maiden. Soon, Long Kui could no longer tolerate the demon armor and promptly removed it. Luo Xingye also found it inappropriate, thus switching back to his ancient demon form that he then proceeded towards the palace where Qingting resided. Shortly after, Qingting's delighted and bashful voice rang out. "Ah, such a skin should not be used lightly in the future." This was the conclusion Luo Xingye reached after testing. He exited the palace to check which mystery box treasures remained unused. The weapon glimmering card had been utilized. The skin was used. The sound effect card had also been used. Only the Eye of Teleportation and Demon Emperor's Descent were left. Demon Emperor's Descent is a single-use item, a golden legend. It should be saved for a crucial moment. As for the Eye of Teleportation, I possess numerous teleportation methods already. Using it once poses no issue. With this in mind, Luo Xingye ventured to a secluded area and activated the card in his mind. Eye of Teleportation. Eye of Teleportation. Range of 20,000 miles. Usable twice. The moment he activated it, his vision blurred, and his field of view expanded to this moment. His perspective shifted to a bird's-eye view, revealing a vast expanse of land. Within that land lay the ancient demon city, the great wasteland's immortal fallen land. Black Wind Mountain, and the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace. Was this not the map of the Qinyo domain within a 20,000-mile radius? From a divine perspective, he observed the entire realm within that range. Suddenly, his attention fell upon Black Wind Mountain. Instantly, his field of view narrowed, focusing on Black Wind Mountain, and he saw that it was completely barren. This was where Long Kui's previous cave abode had been, now relocated to the ancient demon city. Leaving it desolate and forlorn, he consciously widened his field of view, and once again, the 20,000-mile map reappeared in his sight. He pondered where to gaze next. The sweet smile of his silly disciple, Su Banksia, surfaced in his mind. Since parting from the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace, pursued by thousands of cultivators, it has been several millennia. I wonder if the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace has changed at all. Luo Xingye sighed softly, his gaze settling on the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace. His view contracted, concentrating on the Northern Heaven Immortal Palace that he beheld, in the ethereal realm of Baitian Palace, where celestial clouds dance and the lofty pavilions touch the heavens. A scene unfolds. The palace is abuzz with striking disciples, poised with their flying swords, and venerable elders, exuding an aura of wisdom, engrossed in their chess games. Yet, amidst this serene ambience, a curious incident arises. Oh dear! Why has that young lady left the door ajar while bathing? The winds outside are fierce. What if she catches a cold? Luo Xingye, captivated, finds his gaze inadvertently fixated on the enchanting figure. Just then, the Eye of Teleportation locks onto its target and initiates the transferred that moment. A thunderous roar reverberates through the sky above the Baitian Palace as a vortex materializes at the center. stirring dark clouds in a dramatic display, as if heralding the arrival of divine beings. The esteemed figures of the palace, startled, look up in alarm. Activate the formation. Summon the imperial artifacts, mistaking it for an invasion by a formidable entity. The palace springs into defensive and offensive action. Concurrently, a beam of white-blue light descends from the vortex, as thick as a fist, landing right before the window of a young elder. The beam buzzes with immense spatial fluctuations, sending tremors through the air. A chilling aura emanates, causing even the mightiest of the sacred realm to tremble. The bathing elder, momentarily paralyzed with shock, gazes wide-eyed at the radiant beam. From all directions, cultivators ascend into the air, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Ling Xian and Su Bangxia watch intently. Then, a godlike figure emerges as the beam fades from the vortex. Luo Xing finds himself bewilderedly appearing outside the window. Inside, the young elder sits in her bathing tub, separated from him by a mere window. Greetings. Luo Xingye raises his hand, offering a stiff smile. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his mind races for a way to escape the Baitian Xian Palace. The elder, startled back to reality, cries out, awakening the onlookers. Who is this person? I can discern his realm. He is but a mere sixth layer of the Cloud Sea. Impudent. To utilize such strange techniques to intrude upon our palace and spy on our elder while she bathes. Seize him. Wait. He resembles Luo Xingye. Am I imagining things? A throng of cultivators rush forward, weapons drawn, aiming for Luo Xingye's head. Without hesitation, he vanishes into the ground. In that instant of flight, a sense of familiarity envelopes him. A calmness settling within that he has returned. The sensation of being hunted by the entire cultivation world resurfaces, yet thankfully, it does not linger long. Amidst the chaos of the encirclement, Ling Xian seizes an opportunity to whisk Luo Xingye away. You possess audacity indeed. To brazenly enter our Baitian Xian Palace and intrude upon our elder's privacy. Ling Xian's expression darkens, reflecting her mixed feelings towards this formidable figure, who at times brings an inexplicable sense of security, yet at others leaves her speechless. Moreover, he evokes a peculiar sensation within her. Each time she beholds his celestial visage, memories of her own forced donning of demonic armor surge forth, an indelible imprint etched in her heart. Master, your entrance was truly magnificent. Even our sect's great beings were taken aback, Su Bangxia exclaims, playfully sticking out her tongue. Luo Xingye finds himself at a loss for words. He had merely intended to glance at the bathing maiden, never anticipating such a turn of events. Yet his intense focus had inadvertently triggered the eye of teleportation. My true purpose for this visit is to seek my disciple, Luo Xingye states with gravity. Approaching Su Bangxia, with a flick of his hand, a sound effect card from his soul materializes. Take this and amuse yourself. He presents the card to Su Bangxia. Thank you, master, she beams, unable to resist embracing his arm, but hastily retracts her hand under Ling Xian's stern gaze, sticking her tongue out in playful defiance. Ling Xian, maintaining her detached demeanor, informs him, our sect has received advance notice. The Dragon Clan has dispatched numerous cultivators targeting you. Exercise caution. Her cold nature, instinctively dismissive of demonic cultivators, remains tempered towards Luo Xingye, for he has saved her on multiple occasions, rendering her unable to treat him harshly. Luo Xingye departs, shielded by Ling Xian. Yet, before leaving, she voices her lingering doubt. Are you truly Luo Xingye? Luo Xingye vehemently denies it thrice, and as he passes the statue erected as a warning outside the Baitian Xian Palace, he gives it a swift kick. Chapter 46. The Dragon Clan approaches. The Dragon Clan has come. As Luo Xingye exits the Baitian Xian Palace and traverses the Black Wind Mountain, he casually lays down a few runes, burying them in the earth. Just as his thoughts turn to the ancient demon city, a message appears. Evil soul, Lu Bai, 1400 years old, third layer of the extraordinary realm, elder of the 10,000 demon sect, plotting malevolent deeds. Prison soul, uncover the truth behind Lu Bai's misdeeds. Once again, it appears that he soon senses someone tailing him. The ancient demon easily detects the murderous intent in the vicinity. It must be Lu Bai. This individual had previously lingered nearby, but inexplicably vanished, only to return now. Luo Xingye does not engage him. Instead, with a mere thought, he returns to the ancient demon city. Upon entering, he hears the pitiful cries of the ninth princess. Approaching, he finds her huddled in a corner, hugging her knees, and reassures her, "I am not a demon. I will not harm you. Once your clan delivers the ransom, I shall release you." "Really, is that true?" The ninth princess, stripped of her former arrogance, pleads pitifully. "Of course it's true. However, if they refuse to pay your ransom, you'll be stuck here in the ancient demon city, cleaning and polishing my statues daily." Luo Xingye flashes a bright smile, causing the ninth princess to burst into tears. Suddenly, a terrifying dragon aura emanates from the distant heavens, accompanied by a resonant voice echoing through the void. "Demon armor, where are you?" "They have arrived." Long Kuei materializes, her demeanor grave. "Merge with me," Qing Dang commands. Ultimately, Luo Xingye merges with Long Kuei, commanding her to meet the dragon clan, while Qing Dang remains to entertain the ninth princess. At this moment, in Black Wind Mountain, true dragons soar through the skies, partially concealed by clouds, with some taking human form, adorned with dragon horns, riding ancient war chariots, exuding an aura of menace. Numerous powerful factions observe this spectacle, eager to uncover the origins and identity of the demon armor. Demon armor. Reveal yourself. Long Yun, pale with fear, rushes to the forefront, bellowing at the surroundings. Luo Xingye has arrived, controlling Long Kuei as he approaches Black Wind Mountain. Just as he arrives, a colossal platinum dragon descends from the clouds, its claws smashing down upon Black Wind Mountain, nearly annihilating Luo Xingye. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. Sensing the imminent threat, he thought and returned to the ancient demon city. The cultivators are taken aback. The Dragon Clan sage truly exhibits unparalleled dominance, attacking Luo Xingye the moment he appears. Yet, the sage's attempt fails, and Luo Xingye narrowly escapes. This astonishes the cultivators, who realize the demon armor is formidable, capable of evading the sage's assault while possessing the power of the extraordinary Long Kuei. It's over. The ninth princess will surely face retribution. Long Yun trembles, his body quaking in fear of being wronged. "Is this your sincerity?" Luo Xingye appears once more. He can enter and exit the ancient demon city at will. Capturing members of the Dragon Clan was your initial provocation. The sage's colossal dragon head emerges from the clouds, fixating on Luo Xingye below. "Me first?" Luo Xingye, controlling Long Kuei, smirks coldly. "You have relentlessly sought both me and Long Kuei, ultimately harming innocents. Had I not shown up, Qing Ding would be dead. If I had remained hidden, how far would you have pressed your advantage?" Luo Xingye scoffs, exuding an aura of dominance. Even in the presence of the enormous dragon, he bears the poise of an emperor, as if Long Kuei gazes down upon the dragon rather than the reverse. Demon armor. Should you possess great powers behind you, the Dragon Clan may converse with you as equals. If not, what right have you to utter such words? The third prince materializes, glaring at Luo Xingye. "Surrender the ninth sister, and I'll spare your life, or reveal your true identity for a fair dialogue. Otherwise, your end is nigh." The third prince declares, embodying the fierce protector of his sister and the Dragon Clan's honor. "I shall deliver her to you." Luo Xingye extends his hand, throwing forth a bloodied dragon horn. The expressions of all Dragon Clan members shift dramatically. "To reciprocate your previous assault, this dragon horn shall suffice." Luo Xingye gazes upward, coldly confronting the dragon above. Some Dragon Clan members prepare to strike, their murderous intent palpable, yet are halted by the sage. Not even the sage's dragon's sudden strike could harm the demon armor. Instead, it inflicted damage upon the ninth princess. Any further action would yield dire consequences. The sage dragon slowly lowers its mountainous head, narrowing its gaze on Luo Xingye, chillingly stating, "Long Kuei, hand over your ninth sister, and I shall return your mother." Long Kuei's soul trembles in shock. "She is in the East Sea. How will you return her?" Luo Xingye retorts indifferently. The venerable dragon spoke with an air of indifference. I have brought what was required. Is that so? Are you certain? Luo Xingye replied coldly, exuding an overwhelming force that even pressured the formidable saint. Before me, you are but a mere insect. Do not presume to act superior while addressing me, that I grant you one final opportunity. Should you fail to present the mother of Longkue and dare to deceive me, I shall forego your ransom today. Luo Xingye asserted with tremendous authority, adding, I shall keep that mother dragon for my own. His demeanor was exceedingly domineering, threatening and coercing the saint without a modicum of respect. The assembled cultivators were inwardly alarmed. How audacious! Yet he carried it off with such conviction. His imposing stance and presence were undeniably genuine. The saint's murderous intent surged, a formidable pressure enveloping the vicinity as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye's eyes were devoid of warmth, regarding the saint as one would a mere insect. Ultimately, the saint failed to discern any weakness in Luo Xingye, while the latter, in contrast, identified the saint's vulnerabilities. You did not bring Longkue's mother, did you? Or perhaps she was seized by the Dragon King on the way. Luo Xingye's words struck home, causing a flicker of surprise in the saint's gaze that he had guessed correctly. The Dragon Clan's powerful members trembled internally. For indeed, they had initially brought Longkue's mother, only for the Dragon King to reclaim her later. This magical armor proved to be extraordinary, that I in the face of the saint and the Dragon Clan's pressure. It remained remarkably composed, even uncovering their flaws. Truly worthy of its name. In terms of mindset, it rivals the sacred realm. The ethereal phoenix maiden murmured from afar, her eyes deep with contemplation. She had long sought the magical armor and found it here. At this moment, she hesitated. Its overwhelming dominance and remarkable insight made her wary of donning it herself. For a moment, she wavered. My Dragon Clan is a top-tier force in the 9 domains. You must consider your actions today, the saint thundered, contemplating a strike but apprehensive of failure and the potential consequences for Jur. Ultimately, he restrained himself. After the previous ambush ended in failure, this time, the opponent would not afford him an opportunity. Chapter 47. Binding 1. Delivering 3. The saint's intimidation served as a warning to Luo Xingye, emphasizing that the Dragon Clan was a formidable power within the 9 domains that in other words, the Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. One should not feign superiority before them. Luo Xingye remained silent, directing his gaze towards the location of Black Wind Mountain, where the 3rd prince, the 1st prince, and others observed him with cold scrutiny. Silence for so long? Are you afraid? Perhaps, after all, the Dragon Clan is indeed powerful. Even the Yaoqi Celestial Palace shows them respect, murmured the onlookers among the cultivators, believing the magical armor had grown wary, finally calming down in the face of the Dragon Clan's might. No longer displaying arrogance. This indirectly indicated that despite the magical armor's heavenly prowess, it lacked the backing of any formidable forces. Otherwise, how could it remain silent after being warned by the saint? Just then, Luo Xingye spoke. It seems that a Dragon Clan's 9th princess is not worth 200,000 top-tier spirit stones and extraordinary treasures. You would rather exert pressure than relinquish the ransom. Luo Xingye shook his head with a composed expression, a hint of regret evident within. Some Dragon Clan experts sensed an ominous foreboding. Boom! The saint struck, his dragon claws lunging forth, his consciousness coalescing into a blade, sweeping towards the magical armor. Yet he failed in a fleeting thought. Luo Xingye returned to the ancient demon city. Simultaneously, beneath the feet of the 3rd prince, the 1st prince, and the 2nd princess, mystical runes appeared, drawing the forces of the world into them. With a resonant hum, the 3 were teleported away, vanishing from their original spot. This scene unfolded so abruptly, coinciding perfectly with the saint's attack, that everyone's attention had been fixated on whether the magical armor would be shattered by the saint. Thus, only after their disappearance did someone react. The 1st prince, the 2nd prince, and the 3rd prince have vanished. Someone shouted in alarm. They must have been bound by the magical armor. I have seen that teleportation rune before, shouted a cultivator who had previously visited the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Recognizing the teleportation runes, the The supreme elder of the northern sky, celestial palace, gasped in astonishment, relishing the unfolding drama. Ling Xian, your disciple has indeed allied with an extraordinary entity. A powerful figure from the northern sky, celestial palace, remarked. Ling Xuan's expression remained cold, resembling an icy celestial being. Yet internally she felt helpless. Indeed, the magical armor was remarkable. Now, individuals from the northern sky, celestial palace, were already contemplating acquiring it. This was not a favorable development. They were cultivators, yet found themselves drawn to this malevolent artifact. This was truly unacceptable. Not only the northern sky, celestial palace, but many influential figures were equally astounded. The arrogance and prejudice of the dragon clan had come at a cost. Now, it was not merely the ninth princess who had been captured. The third prince, the first prince, and the second princess had also been taken. What a remarkable exchange, a light gift laden with profound sentiment. Roar! The venerable dragon roared, striking the heavens, divine light illuminating the world, causing half of the Qingyo domain to tremble. Yet soon, a saint-level elder from the northern sky, celestial palace, sneered, injuring the venerable dragon. This was the Qingyo domain, the territory of the northern sky, celestial palace. How dare you come from afar to wreak havoc? Do you look down upon anyone? The venerable dragon was furious. Enraged that not only had he failed to secure the ransom for his kin, but he had also lost 3 more. Magical armor, the ransom you desire, my dragon clan can certainly provide. The venerable dragon howled skyward. Releasing a signal of frustration, the gathered cultivators stifled their laughter, some unable to contain themselves, bursting into mirth. How dare you act so haughty? If you had simply paid the ransom, none of this would have transpired. Did you truly believe the magical armor could be trifled with? Now look at you, humbled and reduced to a position of submission. If you wish to continue negotiations, come to the great desolate celestial ruins. A voice emanated from the western side of Black Wind Mountain. To the west of Black Wind Mountain lay the territory of the demon clan, but beyond that was a place of terror. The great desolate celestial ruins. To the east lay the realm of the human clan, the domain of the northern sky, celestial palace. Upon hearing this proclamation, the faces of all cultivators changed dramatically. The great desolate celestial ruins. The magical armor was indeed from the great desolate celestial ruins. That is a place where even immortals may perish. Who could have anticipated that the magical armor was so formidable? Originating from the great desolate celestial ruins. No wonder it is so terrifying. Many were left in shock, with the dragon clan equally shaken. Long Yun, this matter is entrusted to you, the venerable dragon commanded coldly. Long Yun's complexion turned pale, his legs buckling as he fell to the ground, trembling. It is certain death. It is certain death. If you are unwilling, I shall end your life this instant, the venerable dragon roared. His overwhelming draconic aura igniting Long Yun's will to survive. Gritting his teeth, he made his way towards the great desolate celestial ruins. The great desolate celestial ruins. The black cloud gold that Sister Xiaoyao sought for 200 years is located in the great desolate celestial ruins. Now, the magical armor can enter and exit freely. A dashing man clad in green, wielding a green sword, floated in the air, watching Long Yun's retreating figure with a murmured lament. He was the eldest disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. In the Qingyo domain, there were 2 premier immortal sects, the Northern Sky Celestial Palace and the Qingyun sword sect. Now, individuals from the Qingyun sword sect were also observing this affair. This cannot be. That magical armor is a vile artifact and should be eradicated by the immortal sect. Moreover, that wicked entity is capable of ensnaring hearts. Once worn, one may lose their sanity and become a servant. The eldest disciple shook his head, dismissing any thoughts of engaging with the magical armor. He feared that it would ensnare Sister Xiaoyao, leading to a transformation in her character and her descent into the demonic path. More importantly, he was unwilling to see the magical armor come into contact with her. Sister Xiaoyao, rest assured, I will seek alternative means to procure the black cloud gold for you. I shall not allow anyone or any wicked artifact to come near you, the eldest disciple vowed resolutely. In the ancient demon city, a cacophony of wails resounded. Luo Xingye, embodying Longue, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the third prince, the first prince, and the second princess. Beside them, the ninth princess, frightened to tears, felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated her siblings would come to visit her. I have dealt with your father as well. What are you whining about? Luo Xingye declared, wielding a hammer as he mercilessly struck the three dragons. Initially, they resisted, but after enduring the onslaught, they gradually succumbed to cries for mercy. Hand over all your treasures, Luo Xingye commanded sternly. The first prince, the most defiant, was also the quickest to yield his treasures. Ultimately, Luo Xingye suppressed their cultivation and discarded them into a dark corner before returning to the inner city. Cultivation was paramount. Energy was essential as for the events unfolding outside. He paid them no heed that if they had the audacity, they could march directly into the great desolate celestial ruins. There were wonders to be had within. Come one, perish one. Come in a multitude, perish in multitudes that at this moment. Long Yun, filled with frustration, approached the great desolate celestial ruins, muttering to himself about the overwhelming difficulty he faced. Forced into this abyss, he resigned himself to his fate, reflecting on a lifetime of servitude. Even in death, he would be exploited. Magical armor, I beseech you, please reveal yourself. Let us converse amicably. Whatever treasures you desire, I shall provide. I implore you, spare the princes and princesses. Long Yun wailed. Chapter 48. Let us draft an IOU. Long Yun entered the great desolate celestial ruins, his heart racing and his countenance filled with dread. After lamenting for an extended period, a stone specter materialized. Guiding him to the ancient demon city, Luo Xingye, in the guise of Longue, uttered a single phrase. 1 dragon, 1 million top-tier spirit stones, plus a substantial amount of extraordinary treasures. Ah, wasn't it previously agreed upon that only 200,000 top-tier spirit stones and treasures were required? Long Yun exclaimed, glancing around the eerie ancient demon city, wiping the sweat from his brow. Do you truly believe they are comparable? Luo Xingye replied coldly. The saintly dragon struck him twice, a spectacle witnessed by all cultivators. It is the dragon race that breached the covenant first. Given this, why should he exercise courtesy? Long Yun was fully aware of this. He cast a glance at the corner where the battered dragon prince lay, and sighed inwardly. There was no other option but to return for the ransom. I grant you but a quarter of an hour. Should you fail to produce it? Luo Xingye was about to deliver a harsh ultimatum when a thought suddenly struck him. He shifted his tone, adopting a colder demeanor. If you cannot procure it, that is acceptable. We may draft an IOU instead. Credit can suffice. Long Yun was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. The crux of the matter was that while the dragon race might dare to owe, they feared the repercussions of failing to repay. Was the enchanted armor, perhaps, out of its mind? Not willing. Luo Xingye chuckled. Willing. I shall inform them at once. Long Yun replied, elated that he mused that perhaps this individual was a fool, daring to issue an IOU to the dragon race. He would never see that money in his lifetime. Make sure to inform the saintly dragon that I demand 10% interest for a month. This matter must be made public, and an IOU must be executed. Luo Xingye dismissed Long Yun, instructing him to spread the word. If they agreed, they should sign. Long Yun left in high spirits, escorted by the stone ghost. Otherwise, he would scarcely have survived to exit the great wilderness celestial ruins. However, before departing, he was thoroughly relieved of his treasures by Luo Xingye. Curse it! One day, I shall have you repay me with interest. Long Yun hastily departed to meet the dragon race cultivators. When he relayed Luo Xingye's proposal, all the cultivators were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. An IOU? 10% interest? Very well, I shall offer him 20% for a month, scoffed a powerful dragon. The surrounding spectators shook their heads, who did not know that the dragon race was a pinnacle force in the realm of cultivation. If you were to release someone and truly dared to demand repayment, you might find yourself losing your life in the process. Ling Xian furrowed her brow, pondering how the enchanted armor could engage in such foolishness. Many cultivators deemed the enchanted armor's actions unrealistic. I consent. Let it be made public, and I shall draft an IOU for him. declared the saintly dragon indifferently. The disgrace of this matter did not fall upon him. He would rather expend nothing in return with the dragon race's younger generation. Thus, he publicly drafted the IOU and announced it, subsequently sending Long Yun into the great wilderness celestial ruins. Long Yun entered the ancient demon city and presented the IOU. Luo Xingye examined it, calculating meticulously. Each line amounted to 1 million top-grade spirit stones. 0.4 lines totaled 4 million, though with an interest rate of 20% per month. This meant the dragon race owed him 800,000 top-grade spirit stones monthly, just in interest. As for the extraordinary treasures, they were difficult to quantify, so he estimated a rough price. Essentially, for a month, the interest on 100 extraordinary treasures could also be compensated with 10 treasures of the saintly realm. You may leave. Luo Xingye permitted the eldest prince, second princess, third prince, and ninth princess to depart. Holding the IOU, he gazed deeply at it, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. This would serve as a long-term source of sustenance in the future. Long Yun exited, accompanied by the 4 dragon princes. Upon returning to the dragon race's encampment, the dragon cultivators erupted in laughter. Although they had prepared for battle prior to their arrival, they found themselves powerless against the adversary in the great wilderness celestial ruins. One could not deem the visit entirely futile. They had successfully toyed with the enchanted armor and emerged unscathed with the dragon princes. That it was a resounding victory. Observing the departure of the dragon race cultivators, an elderly figure from the northern celestial palace felt a sense of unease. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. I recall witnessing Luo Xingye issue an IOU to the 10,000 demon sect during my youth. He pondered deeply, reminiscing about ancient events. Yes, I remember now. Over 3,000 years ago, Luo Xingye issued an IOU to the 10,000 demon sect at an interest rate of 30%. Initially, the 10,000 demon sect refused to repay. But after enduring 3 years of torment from Luo Xingye, they had no choice but to settle their debts. The memory resurfaced that a fellow elder of the same age shook his head. That's not right. The 10,000 demon sect went 3 years without repayment. The interest was staggering, and they would have to exhaust their entire fortune to clear it. Indeed, that was the case. The 10,000 demon sect only repaid the interest initially, and it took over a decade for them to barely settle the debt, the first elderly figure added. But wait! I recall that the 10,000 demon sect did not fully repay the debt, for Luo Xingye vanished. Even to this day, over 3,000 years later, he has not reappeared. The elder murmured. He contemplated whether, at that time, the 10,000 demon sect had not fully repaid Luo Xingye's debt, and considering the 30% interest over 3,000 years. Hiss, the elder gasped in shock. 30% interest per month, accumulating over 3,000 years. This would require offering the entirety of the cultivation realm to Luo Xingye to settle. Now, the dragon race has also received an IOU. Could it be that he has resurfaced? The elder speculated. That seems unlikely. After all these years, Luo Xingye has long been suppressed by others. It is merely that someone has employed the same tactics. They concluded, shaking their heads. The enchanted armor is one thing. Luo Xingye is another. In his prime, Luo Xingye had the prowess to bring the 10,000 demon sect, a top-tier stronghold of demonic cultivators, to the brink of ruin. While the enchanted armor is formidable, it pales in comparison to the legendary status of Luo Xingye. Though the cultivation realm harbors great animosity towards Luo Xingye, they cannot deny his extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, the eldest disciple of the Qingyun sword sect set his gaze upon Long Yun. To enter the great wilderness celestial ruins and emerge alive. Could this be related to the enchanted armor? He murmured. He quickly dismissed the thought. The black cloud gold required by junior sister Xiao was indeed located within the great wilderness celestial ruins. But he would find a way to obtain it without engaging with the enchanted armor. However, this scene was not merely witnessed by him. Other cultivators from the Qingyun sword sect had already stationed themselves outside the great wilderness celestial ruins, eager to meet the enchanted armor. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye remained in the ancient demon city, utilizing the resources and spirit stones he had acquired over the past few days to engage in intensive cultivation. Approximately a month later, the stone ghost discovered the presence of Qingyun sword sect cultivators. Their audacity was remarkable. Unable to contain themselves, they personally ventured into the great wilderness celestial ruins, only to be detected by the stone ghost. The stone ghost subsequently informed Luo Xingye of their desire to engage with the enchanted armor. Chapter 49. Qingyan Sword Sect Senior Brother, how are they able to remain unscathed in the Forbidden Land? A cultivator from the Qingyan Sword Sect whispered. Uncertain. Perhaps it is due to the power behind that enchanted armor, replied a youth known as Junior Brother in hushed tones. They traversed the great wilderness celestial ruins, guided by the stone ghost. Without the stone ghost's guidance, they would easily meet their demise within the perilous confines of the ruins. Before long, they approached the ancient demon city. Gazing up at the city shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth, an inexplicable sense of dread gripped their hearts. Suddenly, the gates of the ancient demon city swung open. Qing Ding stepped out gracefully. She cast a cool glance at the two cultivators, speaking in a calm tone. You truly possess audacity to venture into the great wilderness celestial ruins. Having witnessed Long Yun's comings and goings without incident, I have grown bolder, and this suggests that the esteemed enchanted armor is indeed a figure capable of communication. The leading cultivator, clad in white and bearing a sword, respectfully addressed her. State your purpose for being here, Qing Ding inquired. Previously, we expressed to the stone ghost our desire to negotiate a transaction with the esteemed enchanted armor. The white-clad cultivator cautiously smiled. Do you possess the capability to engage in such a transaction? Qing Ding replied coldly. Might the esteemed one be in urgent need of treasures and spirit stones? The white-clad cultivator probed carefully. Qing Ding remained silent, her gaze fixed steadily upon the two cultivators. It is known that while the great wilderness celestial ruins harbors dangers, it also conceals many rare items. We believe that the resources you seek must be within the grasp of the esteemed enchanted armor, as the Qingyan Sword Sect has always held a keen interest in these rare items. Should the esteemed ones be willing to exchange them with us, we shall reciprocate with generous rewards. The two cultivators smiled cautiously. Qing Ding scrutinized the two cultivators of the Cloud Sea realm, her expression perplexed. Perhaps it would be best for your superiors to engage in this discussion. Qing Ding responded coldly. So, you are indicating that the esteemed one has acquiesced, the white-clad cultivator exclaimed in delight. Qing Ding remained silent, as Luo Xingye conveyed to her via sound transmission that it was acceptable to agree. The treasures within the great wilderness celestial ruins were not abundant, primarily consisting of rare items. These rare treasures, if exchanged, could undoubtedly yield substantial resources. With someone willingly seeking to purchase them, he had no reason to refuse. In 3 days, let those who can speak come forth. Qing Ding departed. At this moment, Luo Xingye was still immersed in his cultivation, drawing sustenance from what he had acquired from Long Yun, further enhancing his abilities. His realm had risen to the 7th tier of the Cloud Sea realm, with over 3,000 energy points accumulated. This was the data of the enchanted armor. The data of the ancient demon was primarily focused on collecting wicked souls and awakening the statues. 3 days passed swiftly that a middle-aged man of extraordinary realm arrived at the edge of the great wilderness celestial ruins, that he looked inside with trepidation, his heart unsettled. According to the accounts of his two disciples, there lay a terrifying ancient city within the Forbidden Land. The enchanted armor resided within that city. This revelation astonished him, raising suspicions about the formidable power behind the enchanted armor. Otherwise, how could an ancient city emerge in such a forbidden place? Yet, he was perplexed as to why the identity of such a being had remained undisclosed during the dragon race's coercion. Please go ahead. That magical armor is extraordinary, capable of dispatching servants to freely enter and exit the forbidden grounds. The middle-aged man stepped into the forbidden area, and after a brief walk, the stone specters emerged. Indeed, Luo Xingye was also perplexed. Why were these statues able to traverse the forbidden grounds unscathed? Moreover, as long as they were guided by them, all would be well. It is worth noting that if he were alone, Luo Xingye would not dare to wander in the forbidden area. Soon, the middle-aged man arrived at the ancient city of demons, utterly taken aback. He was received by the Green Lantern. Having no other place to go, she could only serve as a mere tool in the ancient city of demons. This magical armor is truly formidable, Having enslaved so many beautiful women, the middle-aged man sighed inwardly. He despised the magical armor, as the immortals and demons are irreconcilable. Yet he also envied it, for it truly had its allure. I hail from the treasure pavilion of the Qingyun sword sect, where I am one of the elders, Shui Taizhan. The middle-aged man, Shui Taizhan, introduced himself. The Qingyun sword sect, one of the two premier immortal sects in the Qingyo domain, lent significant weight to his identity. As you mentioned, rare items possess their own rare value. What we offer in the ancient city of demons, we fear, may be beyond your financial means. The Green Lantern spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone carrying a certain authority. As she was the mistress of the Lantern Palace, inherently exuding an air of superiority. However, since becoming possessed by the magical armor, she had undergone some changes, constantly yearning to don the armor. If even the Qingyun sword sect cannot afford it, then I reckon only the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace in the Jiutian domain could possibly manage such a purchase. Shui Taizhan chuckled lightly, a hint of arrogance in his voice. You are a practitioner of spiritual energy, and hailing from a top immortal sect, why would you wish to trade with my demon city? The Green Lantern's eyes bore into him. Miss, you are not a demon practitioner, are you? Some matters need not be spoken of openly. Clandestine transactions often yield mutual benefits. Would they not? Shui Taizhan replied with a smile. The treasures from the great wilderness immortal fallen land were immensely enticing. Once they emerged, they would significantly impact an immortal sect. Some individuals from the Qingyun sword sect had set aside their prejudices against demons, seeking out the magical armor upon recognizing the opportunity. Ask him what he desires. Luo Xingye conveyed, through thought to the Green Lantern, that he was currently preoccupied, resting atop Long Kui. The Green Lantern relayed the inquiry. Shui Taizhan lowered his voice and replied solemnly, Heavenly Cloud Gold, Ancient Dragonwood, and Celestial Weaver Silk. The items he mentioned were all rare treasures from the great wilderness immortal fallen land, nearly extinct in the outside world. The Green Lantern passed his words along to Luo Xingye. Luo Xingye then presented his offer. Heavenly Cloud Gold, 100,000 top-tier spirit stones per pound, or 10 extraordinary grade treasures, or 10 extraordinary grade medicinal pills for cultivation. Ancient Dragonwood, 200,000 top-tier spirit stones per piece. Celestial Weaver Silk, 300,000 top-tier spirit stones per piece. The Green Lantern stated matter-of-factly. Shui Taizhan furrowed his brows in silence, seemingly weighing his options. Meanwhile, Luo Xingye had already dispatched stone specters to seek out Heavenly Cloud Gold, Ancient Dragonwood, and Celestial Weaver Silk, and he imprinted the images of these treasures and transmitted them through his thoughts. The stone statues, animated beings, began their search within the forbidden grounds. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones is already the fortune of an ordinary extraordinary realm practitioner, Shui Taizhan lamented, finding the price exorbitant. You mentioned it yourself. That is merely for ordinary extraordinary practitioners. Your Qingyun sword sect is anything but ordinary, the Green Lantern replied leisurely, reclining in her chair, suddenly sensing a lack of something, a maid to massage her back. Alternatively, you may reach an agreement with us through another means. The Green Lantern straightened up, receiving another message from Luo Xingye. Oh, please elaborate, Shui Taizhan responded. One evil practitioner in exchange for one rare treasure. The rank of this evil practitioner will determine the value of the exchanged treasure, the Green Lantern stated, suppressing her inner doubts, and added, most importantly, this evil practitioner must harbor malicious intent and engage in wrongdoing. This, Shui Taizhan frowned. Are you looking to recruit evil practitioners? He gazed at the darkened demon city with unease, feeling as though it were tantamount to aiding and abetting evil. Certainly not. We have other uses for them. You need not inquire further. Consider it at your discretion, the Green Lantern replied. Chapter 50. Awakening the Statues. Ultimately, Shui Taizhan departed. After deliberation, he acquiesced, reminding that the trading would commence in 3 days. Upon leaving the ancient city of demons, he flipped his hand and retrieved a fist-sized cloud silk. If danger arises, I shall rely on you. Shui Taizhan gripped the cloud silk tightly and, under the guidance of the stone specters, exited the great wilderness immortal fallen land. Upon his return, he convened with several elders of the treasure pavilion. Within half an hour, 3 elders from the pavilion proceeded to the execution hall's dungeon. Within the dungeon were both lawbreakers of their sect and evil practitioners. These few are quite satisfactory, although they are at the Celestial Gate realm. Their numbers can yield 10,000 top-tier spirit stones. Shui Taizhan assessed the evil practitioners in the dungeon. Esteemed fellow disciples, while these evil practitioners may be condemned to die in captivity, to simply allow you to take them away. I cannot account for this in the execution hall. An elder from the execution hall lamented. Shui Taizhan refrained from lengthy discussions, directly producing a pile of spirit stones and medicinal pills. For the sake of the treasure pavilion. This could be arranged. The elder from the execution hall promptly unraveled the formations and chains, permitting Shui Taizhan to take the evil practitioners away. They collected a considerable number of evil practitioners, encompassing those of the vital energy realm, spirit platform realm, cloud sea realm, and celestial gate realm. After all, keeping such individuals was a waste of sect resources that if they could exchange them for treasures with the magical armor, it would be an unmitigated profit. Perhaps we should consider that extraordinary realm evil practitioner. One elder hesitated. No, those at the extraordinary realm or above are of significant concern to the sect, whether in custody or transfer. We cannot act lightly. Shui Taizhan shook his head. However, he had a plan to first obtain treasures from the magical armor, allowing the sect to taste the sweet fruits to that time. The extraordinary realm evil practitioners could be dealt with 0.3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time, Shui Taizhan was accompanied by another elder of extraordinary realm. Armed with treasures and escape techniques, they entered the ancient city of demons under the guidance of the stone specters. Each entry heightened their sense of the city's terror, prompting frequent speculations regarding the extraordinary nature of the magical armor. Indeed, quite impressive. The Green Lantern sat in an open area of the outer city, attended by maids who massaged her back. Over the past few days, she had utilized Luo Xingye's means to return to the Lantern Palace and transfer all the maids from within. Given this, we require the heavenly cloud gold. After presenting the resources, Shui Taizhan spoke. The Green Lantern waved her hand, and a stone specter approached, bearing the heavenly cloud gold. Let us first transact the heavenly cloud gold, the Green Lantern declared. They had only located the heavenly cloud gold, perfectly aligned with my intentions. Shui Taizhan also brought resources for exchanging a single rare item. As it was their first transaction, caution was paramount. The initial exchange between the two parties proceeded smoothly. After Shui Taizhan and the other elder departed, Luo Xingye, transformed into the ancient demon, directly began to search through the evil practitioners before him. Instantly, a torrent of information was extracted, all pertaining to malevolent souls that he probed each soul, uncovering the truth, and subsequently eliminated them, that in an instant, numerous malevolent souls were absorbed by him. Reviewing the information, it appeared as follows. Prisoner souls, 26,100. Vital Energy Realm Prisoner Souls, 30. Spirit Platform Realm Prisoner Souls, 7. Cloud Sea Realm Prisoner Souls, 4. Celestial Gate Realm Prisoner Souls, 2. The city still lacks sufficient manpower. I must awaken the statues. Luo Xingye surveyed the desolate ancient city of demons, feeling it was lacking in vibrancy, that he traversed the outer city, observing the numerous stone statues, continuously awakening a portion of them. Race, flower demon, quantity, 1 can be reawakened. Level, vital energy realm. Abilities, cannon fodder, disguise, gardening. Unawakened, 0-10, collect 10 malevolent souls to awaken. Unawakened, 0-1, collect 1 malevolent soul of vital energy realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye was intrigued by its disguise and cannon fodder attributes that he promptly expended 13 vital energy realm prisoner souls to awaken 13 flower demons. Instantly, a series of black vine flower demons materialized. Master. They stood in a row, bowing respectfully to Luo Xingye. With a mere thought, he directed them to venture outside the city, encircling the ancient city of demons for the purpose of disguise. While I can set up formations to guard the ancient city of demons, it ultimately consumes spirit stones and turbid stones. Thus, I also require the vigilance of the stone statues. Luo Xingye turned his attention to one of the statues. Race, ghost eye, quantity, 1 can be reawakened. Level, spirit platform realm. Abilities, see through illusions. Guard. Unawakened. 0-20. Collect 20 malevolent souls to awaken. Unawakened. 0-1. Collect 1 malevolent soul of spirit platform realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye spent 7 spirit platform realm prisoner souls to awaken 7 ghost eye statues. Upon awakening, they bowed deeply to Luo Xingye. Go! Luo Xingye stationed them atop the city walls, surveying the surroundings. Should anything amiss be detected, the ghost eyes would instantly relay the information to Luo Xingye's mind. Next, I ought to awaken some statues capable of seeking treasures. Luo Xingye gazed at the rows of statues, eventually halting before one in particular. Race. 5 elements ghost mouse. Quantity. 1 can be awakened repeatedly. Level. Cloud Sea Realm. Ability. Seek immortal and demon treasures. Awakened. 0-30. Collect 30 evil souls to awaken. Awakened. 0-1. Collect 1 evil soul of Cloud Sea Realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye utilized 4 Cloud Sea Realm captive souls to awaken 4 5 elements ghost mice. Go! He promptly dispatched the 5 elements ghost mice to various locations within the great wilderness immortal ruins. These statues might be connected to the ancient demon city, and as long as they did not encounter formidable beings within the forbidden areas, they were unlikely to encounter any mishaps. Next, I have 2 captive souls at the Heavenly Gate realm. Luo Xingye pondered what to exchange for. After some contemplation, he made a decision. In the future, trade will surely be ongoing. I need to arrange several statues at the edge of the Forbidden Zone to guide traders into the area. With his thought, he selected one of the statues. Race. Great Sorrow Demon. Quantity. 1 can be awakened repeatedly. Level. Heavenly Gate Realm. Ability. Mental Corrosion. Teleportation. Awakened. 0-50. Collect 50 evil souls to awaken. Awakened. 0-1. Collect 1 evil soul of Heavenly Gate Realm level to awaken. Luo Xingye used his only 2 Heavenly Gate Realm captive souls to awaken 2 Great Sorrow Demons. The 2 figures resembled monks, but bore demonic garments that were pitch black as soon as they appeared. An invisible aura of spiritual sorrow spread outward. However, they intentionally avoided Luo Xingye as they passed by. Go patrol the road between the ancient demon city and the great wilderness immortal ruins, that if any outsiders enter, notify me. Luo Xingye commanded, and the 2 great sorrow demons instantly teleported away from the ancient demon city. He gazed at the series of statues being awakened, sighing internally that it was still insufficient. More captive souls were needed. He aimed to forge a legion of varied abilities. Before entering the immortal realm, he intended to continuously augment his foundation. Chapter 51. Xiaoling Yu recently. Xiaoling Yu found herself in distress. She aspired to forge a personal magical treasure, having gathered materials for 200 years. Now, only one final component remained, the black cloud gold. Sister Xiao, you are the youngest extraordinary in the Qingyan Sword sect. Highly regarded by the sect, if all else fails, you could request the elders. They would surely assist you in collecting the black cloud gold. Her lively junior sister exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm, dressed in a verdant purple skirt. Xiaoling Yu moved gracefully, exuding a captivating aura. She was beautiful yet approachable, her gentle demeanor endearing her to others. Always seeking help from elders. It would only serve to make me a laughingstock, Xiaoling Yu remarked, casting a glance at her junior sister. Not only was she the youngest extraordinary in the Qingyan Sword sect, but she also held the status of an elder, possessing the qualifications to vie for a position within the sect. In the Qingyo domain, she was renowned as the foremost sword saint, celebrated for her blazing sun, sword body. True enough. Anyway, our senior brother in the Qingyan Sword sect has been tirelessly searching for the black cloud gold for you, Sister Xiao, so there is no need to worry. Her junior sister laughed cheerfully. The senior brother of the Qingyan Sword sect was universally acknowledged as a powerful extraordinary, having been referred to as such since his disciple days. His pursuit of Xiaoling Yu was no secret within the sect. Do not mention him to me. Even if he offers it, I would refuse. Xiaoling Yu frowned. Initially, she bore no aversion toward her senior brother. But as the rumors of his infatuation with her circulated repeatedly, they began to wear on her, evoking a sense of annoyance. Oh! Noticing Xiaoling Yu's displeasure, her junior sister suppressed her playful nature. It was then that they arrived at the treasure pavilion. Has the treasure pavilion acquired any new materials recently? Xiao Lingyu inquired. As was her custom, for a century, she had periodically visited the treasure pavilion to gather materials, making it a habit. The white-clad sword cultivator, who had visited the ancient demon city, smiled and said, Elder Xiao. Indeed there are. Just the sight of Sister Xiao made his heart race. Originally intending to depart, Xiao Lingyu's ears perked up at his words, and she asked, Is there black cloud gold? Yes, a fresh batch has just arrived. But the price is steep. The white-clad sword cultivator had scarcely finished speaking when a voice emerged from within the treasure pavilion. It has already been purchased by other elders. Xiao Lingyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After 200 years of gathering, her efforts had yielded nothing. Had she arrived earlier, she might have secured it. Where did you gather the black cloud gold? Her junior sister inquired. Well, the white-clad sword cultivator hesitated. The prevailing belief in the cultivation world was that immortals and demons could not coexist. Revealing that they had engaged in trade with the demon armor would likely stir trouble. Although many Elder Sect members were indifferent to the distinction between immortals and demons, it was not something to be openly discussed. It was understood among those in the know. Xiao Lingyu perceived his predicament and recognized that this information was common knowledge even among disciple-level cultivators. Thus, she departed. However, half an hour later, Xiao Lingyu sent someone to approach the white-clad sword cultivator, exchanging a handsome sum of spirit stones for information. We need not speak of this publicly. We can exchange information privately. Great wilderness, immortal ruins, ancient demon city, demon armor. Xiao Lingyu stood in her courtyard, gazing into the distance. The mention of the demon armor stirred her thoughts. That city is an empty shell. At most, it indicates the mysterious origins of the demon armor, making it unwise to provoke. Yet the demon armor is quite communicative. One only needs to offer up evil cultivators or substantial resources to exchange for black cloud gold. Xiao Lingyu murmured thoughtfully. She recalled her senior brother's warning from some time ago, that the demon armor could beguile the heart, and one must not engage with it, let alone don the armor, lest they lose their sanity. Although she had initially found her senior brother unoffensive, now his advice only served to deepen her suspicion that he had ulterior motives. According to the news from the treasure pavilion, the demon armor is indeed approachable, and they have not acted against them. Furthermore, the treasure pavilion is preparing for long-term trade. As Xiao Lingyu spoke, she let out a cold snort. She had made up her mind. She would send someone to contact the demon armor. If they were indeed communicative, then why not personally venture to that demon city? As a wielder of the blazing sun sword body and the youngest extraordinary, she possessed the capability to traverse the Qingyo domain with confidence. She believed she could retreat unscathed if danger arose. That very night, she dispatched individuals to the great wilderness immortal ruins. Upon entering, they were approached by two pitch-black demon monks with wings. Benefactor, the world is destined for doom. Embrace my Buddha and transform yourself amid this dust. The great sorrow demon lamented. Xiao Lingyu's envoy stood bewildered, stammering. We have come to trade with the demon armor. Ah, follow me. The great sorrow demon sighed and led the way. Wait, we also wish to trade with the demon armor. Two black-clad cultivators with crimson eyes approached, emanating a heavy aura of corruption. They were demon cultivators. The envoy sent by Xiao Lingyu's party exchanged wary glances, their expressions shifting. Recently, members of the 10,000 Demon sect had appeared in the Qingyo domain, clashing with the Northern Sky Immortal Palace. These demon cultivators were likely affiliated with the 10,000 Demon sect. However, the Great Sorrow Demon did not impede their entry, guiding them inside instead. Upon arriving at the ancient demon city, they were met with the gaze of stone ghosts, ghost eyes, and flower demons. Before long, the Great Sorrow Demon opened the gates of the ancient demon city. The green lantern had already illuminated a palace in the outer city. Handmaidens served tea and water, attending to every need with utmost care. She glanced at the demon cultivators and Xiao Lingyu's envoy, inquiring about their purpose. All right, let her come. Provide sufficient evil cultivators or resources. And naturally, black cloud gold can be exchanged. The green lantern uttered dismissively, sending away Xiao Lingyu's envoy. The two demon cultivators exchanged glances, surveying the ancient demon city, a barely perceptible smile gracing their lips. This demon city is quite suitable for establishing a base for our 10,000 demons sect. The ancestor of the Northern Sky Immortal Palace has reportedly passed away. Their combat power significantly diminished. Now is the perfect time for our 10,000 demons sect to strike. With a demon city as our base, our invasion of the Qingyo domain will be exponentially easier. They communicated telepathically. Nevertheless, they decided to employ a strategy of soft persuasion. The demon armor, and we are both demon cultivators. We should support one another. Our sect leader has stated that if the demon armor joins our 10,000 demons sect, they will enjoy unparalleled treatment. The demon cultivator conveyed their intentions, preparing to adopt a friendly approach first. The Green Lantern paused, inquiring, 10,000 demons sect. Is your sect leader not Dongfang Longchao? Indeed, it is Lord Longchao. The demon cultivator replied arrogantly. Dongfang Longchao was notorious in the cultivation world as a formidable female demon, possessing terrifying power at the great sage level. The 10,000 demon sect was the foremost force in the ancient dragon domain. Teaming with demon cultivators, Dongfang Longchao was recognized as the most powerful demon cultivator in the ancient dragon domain. 10,000 demon sect. Luo Xingye had been monitoring this matter closely, that he emerged from the languid figure of Long Kuei, transforming into the ancient demon form, gazing into the distance, murmuring, "It is time to seek interest from the 10,000 demons sect. The promissory note from over 3,000 years ago remains unpaid." Accumulating 30% interest. Chapter 52, Blazing Sun Sword Body. How about it? Join our 10,000 demons sect, and you shall receive unmatched privileges. The demon cultivator declared, observing the gravity in Qingding's expression upon hearing the name Dongfang Longchao, his tone becoming haughty. And what if I refuse? Luo Xingye stepped forward. Behind him, Long Kuei gasped for breath, her complexion pale, appearing weak and pitiful. She had been drained of strength, pleading for mercy. No, I need to find more allies to help me. Just draining me alone, I cannot endure. Long Kuei has grown weary. Morning, noon, and night, she finds no respite from being drawn upon. Whether in the bedroom, kitchen, or courtyard, she is incessantly sought after. Regrettably, Qingding does not possess a unique constitution. Sighs Long Kuei, I cannot share the burden. With a sigh, Long Kuei muses, is that so? The demonic cultivator squints at Luo Xingye, his tone tinged with hostility. It is evident that they have discerned your apprehension towards the leader of the 10,000 demons sect, and thus they intend to be less than courteous. Are you certain you wish to refuse? Another demonic cultivator glares at Luo Xingye with malicious intent. At this moment, two pieces of information emerge in Luo Xingye's mind. Ancient demon data, sinful soul, Lunan, 600 years old, fifth heaven of the celestial gate, intent on committing vile acts against the ancient demon city. Prisoner soul, discover Lu Nan's objective. Sinful soul, Gu Jing, 616 years old, fifth heaven of the celestial gate, intent on committing vile acts against the ancient demon city. Prisoner soul, discover Gu Jing's objective. Sinful souls of the fifth heaven of the celestial gate. Luo Xingye, who consumes Long Kuei daily, has only attained the eighth heaven of the cloud sea. Hence, he opts to summon a companion. Eliminate them. Luo Xingye commands. Long Kuei casts him a resentful glance, and before she can act, Qingding, the foe companion, has already intervened. With a single slap, both demonic cultivators are left prostrate, spewing blood. Luo Xingye immediately delves into their souls. The ancestor of the North Sky Immortal Palace, suspected to have perished. Is the 10,000 demons sect preparing to wage war against the North Sky Immortal Palace? No wonder Mo Qingshan was so eager to eliminate Ling Xian and Su Bangxia. They also wish to seize my ancient demon city. He shakes his head and swiftly dispatches them, collecting 2 fifth heaven sinful souls. Adhering to his principle of frugality, he wanders through the outer city, observing the stone statues that he makes a decisive choice. It is you. A stone statue of the fifth heaven, Shadow. Come fort. 2 dark figures, resembling black swords, awaken from the shadow statue. They are more akin to weapon shadows, possessing formidable lethality. Race shadow, quantity. 1 can be repeatedly summoned. Level. 5th heaven ability. Assassination. Luo Xingye conceals them within his own shadow and then departs. I can't go on. I need to rest here. Long Kuei expresses her desire to stay behind, yearning for a proper sleep. She casts a resentful look at Luo Xingye, who she knows transforms into demonic armor, drawing upon her daily. Despite remaining untouched, she finds it absurd. Although she is not one to indulge in promiscuity, she possesses an understanding of matters between men and women. With Luo Xingye constantly close to her, having explored every inch, can he truly be unmoved? Or does it suggest that I lack allure? Is it possible his physical form is truly feminine? But no, I have touched him. He is well endowed. Long Kuei ponders secretly. Ah, are you not coming out? Qing Deng exclaims with delight. At last, it is her turn. Ever since the incident with Mo Qing Shan, she has longed to don the demonic armor. Let us go. Luo Xingye releases Long Kuei, taking Qing Deng with him. Meanwhile, the summoned statues for 5 elements ghost mice are scouring the great wilderness for treasures. Various rare artifacts are being transported into the ancient demon city one after another. Luo Xingye need do nothing but await the arrival of these treasures. His current venture is to collect sinful souls. Recently, the 10,000 Demon sect has been dispatching forces to the Qing domain, among which are numerous and scrupulous evil cultivators. These are precisely the experience points he seeks. Sinful soul, dear man, 400 years old, Cloud Sea realm. As Luo Xingye traverses the Black Wind mountain region, he retrieves a wealth of information about evil cultivators that he instructs Qing Deng to locate them, extract their souls, and send them to their graves, executing the tasks in one fluid motion point one by one. Sinful souls are absorbed into his divine spirit. I have a premonition that the sinful form of the ancient demon will soon awaken. Luo Xingye murmurs beside him. Qing Deng cannot help but inquire. Do you not find the pace slow? Allow me to assist you. I can take you flying. Luo Xingye declines that it is only when he possesses the body of the ancient demon that he can effectively search for and gather sinful souls. After perusing the Black Wind Mountain area, Luo Xingye ventures into other territories, capturing evil cultivators relentlessly. These culprits are not limited to demonic cultivators, but also include spiritual energy practitioners. Anyone with malevolent intent qualifies as an evil cultivator. With Qing Deng's extraordinary abilities, their efficiency is remarkable, and soon, vast regions are cleared. The elders of the 10,000 Demon sect are currently relocating significant forces to the Qing domain. However, they soon realize something is amiss. Elder, we have discovered that the female sword saint of the Qingyan sword sect is brazenly apprehending our demonic cultivators. Moreover, the likes of Shui Taizhan and other extraordinary practitioners from the Qingyan sword sect are also seizing our demonic cultivators. A spy from the sect reports. Though immortals and demons are at odds, the Qingyan sword sect has no vested interest with our sect. Why do they dare to capture our cultivators? The elder is furious, yet a seed of doubt takes root. Could it be that the North Sky Immortal Palace and the Qingyan sword sect have formed an alliance? The elder of the 10,000 Demons sect exclaims in shock. Yet, he quickly dismisses the notion. The North Sky Immortal Palace and the Qingyan sword sect have coexisted in the Qing domain for millennia, maintaining a fragile peace. Yet competition persists. Should the 10,000 Demons sect eradicate the North Sky Immortal Palace, it would not bode poorly for the Qingyan sword sect. They have no reason to join forces. Continue to observe and inform the sect to dispatch extraordinary strongholds to suppress those who capture our cultivators. The elder commands. These rogues are stripping away their numbers at an alarming rate. Xiao Lingyu and Shui Taizhan, along with other extraordinary practitioners, are relentlessly apprehending the cultivators of the 10,000 Demon sect. They are in dire need of evil cultivators to exchange for treasures with the demonic armor. Luo Xingye, too, is amidst the captures, albeit with greater precision as he directly searches for sinful souls. Finally, on a particular night, their paths converge. Xiao Lingyu, 900 years old, 5th heaven of the extraordinary realm, possessing the blazing sun sword body and spiritual blood. A stir of excitement fills Luo Xingye's heart. Here comes another with a unique constitution. That child, Su Banksia, is at the North Sky Immortal Palace, making it inconvenient for him to seek her out. Ling Xian harbors disdain for him, leaving him reluctant to approach. Long Kuei cannot endure his consumption alone, that a unique constitution is urgently needed at this moment. Yet soon, another piece of information surfaces in his mind. Sinful soul, Xiao Lingyu, 900 years old, fifth heaven of the extraordinary realm, an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, intent on capturing others to commit vile acts. Prisoner soul, discover Xiao Lingyu's purpose for capturing others. This individual once sent someone to my ancient demon city to negotiate for the Black Cloud Gold. She is currently gathering evil cultivators. In an instant, Luo Xingye formulates a strategy that he intends to capture this blazing sun sword body, not for any other reason than to alleviate Long Kuei's burden. Chapter 53. Assisting him in wooing women, Qing Ding explodes. Qing Ding, why not settle in the ancient demon city? I have superior cultivation methods to offer, and you need only assist me in collecting debts henceforth. Luo Xingye speaks softly. Where else would I go if not with you? After provoking the Dragon Clan inexplicably, my Qing Ding palace has been lost. Thankfully, I managed to relocate the treasures within. Qing Ding replies helplessly, rolling her eyes at him. She has always been like a leaf without roots, capable of calling anywhere home. Yet what she truly misses is the Qing Ding palace she has managed for centuries. Do not be too sorrowful. In the ancient demon city, you can create your own Qing Ding palace. As I awaken more statues, you will find it easier. Luo Xingye's words are genuinely comforting. It is rare for Qing Ding to encounter him in such a pleasant mood. She knows he is being deliberate. Yet it is still an improvement over his usual demeanor. Here, this is the Qing Emperor's Sutra, a gift for you. Luo Xingye projects his divine will, and Qing Ding receives it, astonished. This fellow has indeed bestowed upon her a method for cultivating into a celestial emperor. You are serious? Qing Ding gasps, her heart racing. Was my previous rescue of you also a fade? Luo Xingye frowns slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. Qing Ding's cheeks flush as she recalls that moment. The instant they met, when he unexpectedly patted her head, leaving her unprepared to experience the flutter of her heart. Fine, from now on, I will accompany you in the ancient demon city. Thus you ought to reveal your name to me. Qing Ding speaks earnestly, her lovely face tinged with color. She does not believe that the demonic armor is merely a suit of armor. Its identity is shrouded in mystery. My surname is Luo. As for my given name, I shall divulge it when the time is ripe. Luo Xingye nods. Only by subduing you can I draw closer to Xiao Lingyu. Qing Ding is taken aback. Luo Xingye, the name strikes her with recognition. The physical form of the demonic armor bears a striking resemblance to Luo Xingye, and her suspicions resurface. However, Qing Ding does not dwell on it. She merely nods and observes Luo Xingye, questioning whether he harbors sincere intentions towards her. Yet, she soon senses that Luo Xingye seems to have ulterior motives. Luo Xingye disguises himself, cloaking in the dark hues of the ancient demon, transforming into a stoic male cultivator, and approaches the nearby Xiao Lingyu per the search for sinful souls that moment. Xiao Lingyu is standing upon her flying sword, casting hand seals as her flickering phantom sword suppress escaping demonic cultivators. Suddenly, a beam of azure light strikes, repelling her phantom swords. What is your intent, esteemed one? Xiao Lingyu inquires coolly, her tone gentle yet piercing. Qing Ding glances at her and states, I cannot abide the slaughter of innocents. Her heart is in turmoil. Earlier, Luo Xingye spoke to her gently, assuring her of his care, leaving her bewildered as to whether he harbored feelings for her. Little did she expect that this fellow would turn around and request her assistance in wooing women. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that Luo Xingye has ulterior motives. Her current demeanor is far from pleasant, causing Xiao Lingyu to sense that the visitor harbors ill intentions. Demonic cultivators bewitch the mind and siphon soul blood. How can one speak of innocence? Xiao Lingyu retorted coldly, realizing that the demonic cultivator had already fled during their exchange. Her gaze grew frigid as she unleashed her formidable pressure of the 5th level of transcendence upon Qing Ding. Qing Ding furrowed her brow. acutely aware that she, being merely at the first level of transcendence, could not contend with such might. Miss, do you assert that every demonic cultivator is a seducer of hearts and a siphoner of soul blood? Luo Xingye materialized before them. His strikingly handsome visage, more beautiful than that of a woman, momentarily stunned Xiaoling Yu. Regaining her composure, she replied earnestly, "Is it not so? I have witnessed far too many demonic cultivators who have taken lives solely for the sake of their own cultivation. Then, would you not consider yourself a demonic cultivator?" Luo Xingye smiled lightly, fixing his gaze upon Xiaoling Yu as he continued. "You encounter a demonic cultivator and slay them without hesitation, devoid of any burden or remorse. Is such behavior not more despicable than that of the demonic cultivators themselves?" Xiaoling Yu frowned. A mere cloud seed cultivator, spouting nonsense. Can one truly have sympathy for a demonic cultivator? If Ling Xian were present, she would surely find such words vexing, encountering a kindred spirit. By your logic, if I were at the transcendent realm or the sage realm, would that not warrant sympathy for the demonic cultivator? Luo Xingye chuckled. Xiaoling Yu, maintaining her aloofness, retorted, "Though your realm may be low, your tongue is quite adept. Speak no more, lest I decide to eliminate you as well." After uttering those words, she felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. Such words echoed the rhetoric of a demonic cultivator. Typically, she would not express herself in this manner, but the influence of these two individuals had left her feeling unsettled. "There is no need for such hostility, my lady, that if you reverse the flow of energy along your right arm, you may find clarity and perhaps even aid your cultivation," Luo Xingye suggested with a smile. "I am of a reserved temperament and choose not to engage with you further. Had you been any other transcendent being, daring to converse with me, you would have long been vanquished." Xiaoling Yu, unwilling to squander time, turned to depart. Yet, recalling the man's words, she could not help but attempt the exercise. After all, despite his status as a cloud seed cultivator, he was accompanied by a formidable transcendent beast and spoke with an uncommon eloquence, remaining composed in her presence, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Perhaps there was merit to his claims. Moreover, reversing the flow of energy in her right arm posed no significant risk. Thus, she endeavored to try it. With a resounding thud, a previously overlooked meridian in her right arm was unblocked. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into her arm, circulating thrice around her body. Boom! She astonishingly broke through. Reaching the 6th level of transcendence, in that moment, she absorbed the ambient spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to replenish that required for her ascension. Who is he?" Xiaoling Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Turning back, she had previously sought counsel from the Grand Elder, yet with little effect, merely being advised to introspect. Yet this striking cloud sea cultivator, with but a few words, had assisted her in overcoming the bottleneck that had plagued her for years. "My lady, it is good to see you again," Luo Xingye remarked, having never truly left. Qing Deng simmered with frustration, feeling like merely a pawn in this interaction. The irony was that she had foolishly assisted him in charming a woman. "How did you discern my bottleneck?" Xiaoling Yu inquired, then reconsidered her words, asking, "Or rather, why did you urge me to reverse my energy flow? Is this matter of great significance? You have elevated your realm. Is that not the most important aspect?" Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, his gaze imbued with a certain luster and a hint of relaxation. Xiaoling Yu could not help but smile in understanding. She inexplicably felt a sense of comfort in his company. Luo Xingye's subtle gestures made their dialogue all the more engaging. After all, he was quite the seasoned charmer, effortlessly captivating this young transcendent. "You, a cloud sea cultivator, are rather intriguing. Do you know who I am?" Xiaoling Yu scrutinized Luo Xingye, now genuinely observing him and finding that he grew increasingly handsome with each glance. "The renowned female sword saint of the Qingyun sword sect. If I were unaware of such a fact, I would have no place in the realm of cultivation," Luo Xingye replied with a smile. Xiaoling Yu found this flattering and curiously observed him, gradually engaging in conversation. Before long, laughter escaped her lips. Qing Deng sighed softly. Luo Xingye was indeed difficult to gauge. She could not decipher him, nor keep him in check. Upon their first encounter, he had employed similar tactics. However, back then, he had used riddles to endear himself to her. But once he had her on his side, he rarely showed her the same attention. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had merely been the subject of his teasing. Chapter 54. A Heart on a Dear You. A cloud sea cultivator are quite the interesting one, possessing knowledge of many things. Shaolin Yu chuckled lightly, soaring through the air aimlessly. I only possess a smattering of knowledge, but it pales in comparison to your stature as the female sword saint. Luo Xingye replied with a faint smile. His features imbued with a celestial charm that rendered him enchanting, each gesture exuding elegance and ethereality, suffused with the essence of the Tao. Thus, their conversation flourished. Luo Xingye consistently maintained control over the discourse, guiding the topics and enhancing the atmosphere. Despite being merely a cloud sea cultivator, he exuded an air of nonchalance akin to that of a sage. Qing Deng, observing from below, was taken aback and then felt a pang of regret. Was she not appealing in her own right? There are malevolent cultivators ahead. If you do not engage, I shall take action, Luo Xingye declared upon encountering a demonic cultivator, one who reveled in murder. His ancient demonic form had already detected their presence. Were you not the one who previously hindered me from slaying a demonic cultivator? It seems you are quite the opportunist, Shaolin Yu remarked, her brow knitting in discomfort due to their earlier conflict, making her sensitive to the current situation. No. There is a distinction between demonic and malevolent cultivators. Not every demonic cultivator is malevolent, yet every malevolent cultivator is a demonic cultivator, and they may even be spiritual cultivators. Luo Xingye maintained a calm demeanor, his gestures relaxed. Oh, pray tell, what distinctions exist? Shaolin Yu inquired with keen interest. Luo Xingye elaborated, speaking plainly and understandably. Those who harbor unwholesome intentions and deliberately engage in malevolence are deemed malevolent cultivators, regardless of the type of cultivator, as long as they possess the capacity for thought. They inherently possess a sense of good and evil. The so-called divide between immortals and demons is merely a matter of perspective, that if you cultivate the path of immortality, how could you possibly speak in favor of demons? Conversely, how could one who cultivates as a demon advocate for immortals? Yet, regardless of the side, neither should be represented solely by malice or virtue. Initially, Shaolin Yu paid little heed to these words, but as Luo Xingye delved deeper, his insights began to challenge the orthodox beliefs she had been raised with, causing her to waver. Gradually, she began to alter her negative perception of this cloud sea cultivator. This moment, they traversed the skies. One a stunning beauty, the other a man whose beauty surpassed hers. Under the radiant sun, they appeared remarkably well-matched. Qing Deng, bored atop a mountain peak below, swung her legs in contemplation, gradually calming herself. The demonic armor was ultimately not a weapon. He was not someone she could control or comprehend. Perhaps in the city of ancient demons, only by proving her worth could she capture his attention. Although such thoughts were somewhat disheartening, they also prompted Qing Deng to awaken from her recent experiences and begin self-reflection. To cultivate and grow stronger is not only to earn the favor of the one surnamed Luo, but also to secure my own future, Qing Deng sighed. Her demeanor serene and graceful, her eyes radiating determination. Unbeknownst to her, she entered a profound state of enlightenment, merging with the essence of the universe. Threads of Tao patterns descended upon her, aligning with the grand currents of heaven and earth. She entered a state of profound comprehension, and her realm began to ascend from the first level of transcendence. Luo Xingye noticed her transformation, his sensitivity to the Tao of heaven and earth keen. He glanced down at Qing Deng, pondering, then said, "Might you assist me in guarding her? She has entered a state of enlightenment." Shaolin Yu was startled and immediately nodded. Such insights are rare and should be supported by our fellow cultivators. She descended, arranging formations, her sword soaring forth to encircle the mountain. Your Qingyin sword technique has some shortcomings. It would be better to operate it this way, Luo Xingye offered softly. You, a cloud sea cultivator, comprehend so much. I am a formidable sword cultivator at the 6th level of transcendence, Shaolin Yu retorted, Yet she heeded Luo Xingye's guidance. His eloquence and the Daoic essence in his movements broadened her horizons, instilling a sense of respect within her. It should be done this way. Luo Xingye approached her, nearly guiding her hand in hand. Is it truly like this? Xiaolingyu chuckled lightly, her tone playful yet earnest at that moment. The senior brother was capturing demonic cultivators alongside two elders. Though they were elders, the senior brother was distinct, having earned respect since his disciple days, and now, as an elder, he was still addressed as senior brother by the other disciples. Over time, he became the esteemed senior brother of the Qingyun sword sect. According to the elders from the treasure pavilion, only by capturing more demonic cultivators can we exchange for the black cloud gold, one elder, closely acquainted with the senior brother, remarked. For the sake of Xiao Shimi's black cloud gold, senior brother truly goes to great lengths, foregoing seclusion to hunt down demonic cultivators that if Xiao Shimi were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be deeply touched, another elder chuckled. The senior brother remained composed, his handsome visage exuding tranquility that he had pursued Xiao Shimi for many years, unwavering in his affection despite the multitude of suitors vying for her attention. It is merely a matter of her needing black cloud gold. As her elder brother, it is only natural for me to extend my support. The senior brother smiled faintly that he had always treated others with courtesy, and being naturally handsome, he garnered much admiration from the opposite sex. Let us not inform Sister Xiao of this matter just yet. I shall surprise her once I have exchanged for the black cloud gold. The senior brother chuckled lightly. The elders exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, assuring him that they would not divulge anything to it. Was at that moment that one elder, with keen eyesight, noticed in the air nearby a man and a woman walking closely together, their gestures somewhat intimate. Oh, that person resembles Sister Xiao remarkably. One elder's expression shifted, his voice trailing off as he spoke, becoming increasingly subdued. The senior brother's countenance darkened, silence enveloping him as a palpable aura of menace began to spread. He had discerned the faces of the man and woman. Indeed, it was Sister Xiao. He observed her smiling as she danced with her sword. Never had he witnessed such a carefree and delicate smile on Sister Xiao's face. Nor had he seen her so close to a man. The cultivators of the Cloud Sea realm are but insignificant creatures. The senior brother's body trembled, bloodshot eyes betraying his fury. There existed a chasm between the Cloud Sea realm and the extraordinary realm, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. How could such lowly beings dare to approach the mighty of the extraordinary realm? Are you worthy? Sister Xiao, the senior brother's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated far and wide. Xiaolingyu turned her head, catching sight of her fellow elders, and instinctively sheathed her sword, retreating from Luo Xingye. However, her expression soon clouded with concern. Why did she feel the need to act so defensively? Her relationship with these elders was merely one of comradeship. To maintain their esteemed image, she should have merely increased the distance from this cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xiaolingyu regained her frosty demeanor, deliberately positioning herself in front of Luo Xingye, and asked indifferently. The senior brother, witnessing her sudden coldness as if nothing had transpired, felt his heart ache at her deliberate obstruction of the Cloud Sea realm cultivator. He was deeply pained. I am your senior brother. For so many years, I have silently shielded you from the storms of life, constantly cautioning you against the deceptions of the demonic path. Can you not see the efforts I have devoted? Sister Xiao. Who is he? The senior brother stepped forward, each stride causing the void to tremble slightly, his voice betraying no hint of anger or joy, yet carrying an oppressive weight akin to Mount Tai. Who he is has nothing to do with you. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to return. Xiaolingyu began, but her peripheral vision caught the disturbance in the space near the green lamp, prompting her to warn, Wait, do not approach. I am safeguarding a fellow cultivator who has entered a state of enlightenment. The two elders beside the senior brother hesitated in their steps. The senior brother, either ignoring or acknowledging it, remained unmoved. In comparison to you, I care not if others achieve enlightenment or face danger. My sole concern is you, Sister Xiao. The senior brother's piercing gaze locked onto Xiaolingyu. Each step he took resonating with pressure, shaking the very fabric of space. Xiao Lingyu was repulsed by this possessiveness, feeling as if she were treated as a private possession. The information that spread among the sect, proclaiming him as her suitor, made it clear that any male who approached her must be cast aside. Her disdain for this so-called senior brother grew ever stronger. Luo Xingyan noticed the fluttering of the green lamp's eyelashes, sensing the impending disruption of her state of enlightenment, and interjected, "Let us discuss this matter later. Insect, do you think you have a place to speak here?" The senior brother's voice thundered in anger, akin to a ferocious beast suddenly roaring. The oppressive aura of his eighth-layer extraordinary realm surged forth. The green lamp's eyelids twitched, on the verge of opening. Luo Xingye, with no time to ponder further, spat blood and formed seals with his hands, releasing streams of azure light that flowed into the green lamp's body. Gradually, her condition stabilized. Her eyelids closed once more, and she resumed her state of enlightenment. He sighed in relief, raising his eyes to regard the senior brother coldly, offering a chilling smile. "You truly lack the qualifications to provoke me. Sister Xiao does not belong to anyone but herself." Xiao Lingyu cast a fleeting glance at Luo Xingye, her eyes shimmering. This was precisely what she had longed to hear for centuries. "Yes, I belong only to myself. I am not beholden to anyone." Yet, this subtle shift did not escape the senior brother's notice, leading him to mistakenly believe Xiao Lingyu gazed at him with tenderness that he gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with malice. "How dare you tempt my sister? You, a mere insect of the Cloud Sea realm." He moved to confront this young cultivator with the intent to crush him. Xiao Lingyu positioned herself protectively in front of Luo Xingye, her voice icy. "If you dare take another step today, our bond as comrades shall cease to exist." The senior brother hesitated, yet his fury only intensified. He pointed at the Cloud Sea realm cultivator, hiding behind a woman. "Are you? I will not bully you, but I demand your name and identity. Let your elders reveal themselves, and I shall annihilate them. Rest assured, I will certainly seek you out, and you will come to understand that this extraordinary realm sword saint is not someone you can claim. Her choices are hers alone. You have no right to influence her," Luo Xingye replied. Supporting the somewhat dazed green lamp as they left, he cast a deep glance at the senior brother, the first flicker of murderous intent igniting within him since his rebirth. Xiao Lingyu regarded him once more, her heart yearning for him to possess the prowess of the extraordinary realm, for his words resonated deeply within her. She had never considered this cultivator of the Cloud Sea realm to be at fault. Despite his lower cultivation, he exuded an air of elegance, always considering others in his words and actions, never unjustly directing anger at others, that in stark contrast. The senior brother had become a source of deep irritation. "Do not show yourself again, nor approach me in the future. Depart," she sighed softly, troubled by the predicament that the senior brother had caused, feeling utterly helpless. Luo Xingye smiled faintly, remaining silent as he followed her lead, knowing that the senior brother dared not pursue them. Though his murderous intent was unmistakable, clearly indicating his desire for retribution. Upon returning to the ancient demon city, the green lamp gradually regained her composure. After learning of the events that transpired, she felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, the outcome of her enlightenment was promising, as she had reached the third layer of the extraordinary realm. Upon her return, she seemed transformed, hastily retreating to the palace for solitary cultivation, declaring that unless it was urgent, she should not be disturbed. Luo Xingye went to visit Long Ke, who appeared much improved, her complexion no longer pallid. Though she could still benefit from a few more infusions, he hesitated, fearing she might faint from the process. Yet, Long Ke seemed burdened with thoughts, glancing at Luo Xingye, words unspoken. "What troubles you?" Luo Xingye inquired, sensing her unease. "During your absence, the Dragon Clan sent a messenger with news." Long Ke sighed. Luo Xingye immediately began to examine the information recorded by the stone statues. Even while he was away, every movement within the ancient demon city was meticulously documented, allowing him to access it at will. Indeed, a messenger from the Dragon Clan had come, led into the city by the great Sadness Demon, to meet Long Ke and deliver a letter. "I believe this matter is best resolved by me." Long Ke gazed out of the window, her brow furrowed with sorrow. Luo Xingye glanced at her and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, I do not expect you to voice your concerns, but remember this. Do not hesitate to trouble me. We are but fleeting reeds without roots and should rely on one another. Should you need me, call upon me, and I shall remain by your side, as I did before." His demeanor turned solemn, exuding an entirely different aura. Long Kuei looked upon him as if beholding the divine Luo Xingye from that day. Yet behind him, she perceived vast swathes of shadows, emblematic of endless solitude. She felt a stirring deep within her heart, her eyes reddening. But ultimately, she refrained from speaking, opting instead to embrace Luo Xingye in a silent hug. Finally, she resolved to embark on a journey to attend to a matter. However, she informed Luo Xingye that she would not visit the Dragon Clan, nor would she seek unnecessary hardship. Some matters must be dealt with personally. This is a universal experience. Life is a long, winding road that one must traverse alone, overcoming obstacles without the perpetual presence of others. Upon finishing her words, her emotions fluctuated, leading her to undertake a bold action. She attempted to pull Luo Xingye into her room, only to be met with his refusal. Observant as she was, she sensed a softness within Luo Xingye's heart, a facet known only to him, understood by none. She departed, taking with her the secret techniques and treasures bestowed by Luo Xingye, and then left the ancient city of demons. "Do not leave just yet. Let me have one more taste." Luo Xingye chuckled lightly, dissipating the somewhat inappropriate atmosphere. Long Kuei shot him a glance, her smile returning as she quipped, "At your age, you should not be so eager to play the vampire. You are no longer a boy." Luo Xingye rolled his eyes, candidly stating that she should refrain from calling him good brother in supplication later. As expected, when he transformed into a vampire, vigorously drawing from every part of Long Kuei's body, she indeed cried out for mercy. Her voice rose sharply, startling Qing Deng, who shot her a flushed glare and admonished, "Could you keep it down? It is disturbing my cultivation." Long Kuei's face burned, the heat creeping up to her neck, but she could not help but cry out, her voice echoing in front of Qing Deng. Having never encountered such a scene, Qing Deng was taken aback, cursing the pair as depraved fools before slamming the door shut, sealing the formation, and vowing not to emerge again. Go on, go on." Luo Xingye smiled, having drawn enough essence to reach the 9th level of the Cloud Sea realm. Feeling satisfied, next he would seek his next source of blood. That it was time to visit the Northern Celestial Palace to check on his disciple. Furthermore, he intended to ensnare Shaolin Yu as a new source. As he calculated, at the end of the month, he would also need to visit the Dragon Clan to collect some interest, and he must not forget the interest owed from the 10,000 Demon Sect. During this period, he would also gather souls of sin to awaken the statues. Reflecting on this, he realized the schedule was quite packed. Life had suddenly become fulfilling. Long Kuei had left, and Qing Deng had entered seclusion. Only a few servants and maids in the Qing Deng Palace remained, dusting off the various halls. The awakened statues patrolled, monitored, and sought treasures, moving silently without making a sound. The ancient city of demons fell quiet once more. Luo Xingye sat in the shadows, silently observing the vast, dim, and cold ancient city of demons. This was a rare state for him. Half a day later, he too departed, heading to the outer city, where he utilized the evil souls he had previously collected to awaken several special statues. 3 of these statues were of the Heavenly Gate realm, possessing the abilities of disguise and mimicry. They transformed into 3 Heavenly Gate swordsmen, following Luo Xingye. Additionally, 30 statues were awakened, 10 of the Cloud Sea realm and 20 of the Vitality realm. Their abilities were also disguise and mimicry, albeit at a lower level. Following Luo Xingye's instructions, they took on the forms of 30 different cultivators. Your purpose is simple: mimic human life and infiltrate the various sects in the Qing-Yo domain. Becoming my hidden agents. The monthly stipends you receive must be saved and sent to the ancient city of demons. Luo Xingye addressed the 30 statues. This method bore resemblance to his previous life's tactics. Typically, upon joining a sect, newcomers would receive some cultivation resources, akin to a starter pack that in his past life. He would join a sect daily, collect the resources, and then abscond, only to join another new sect. Repeating the cycle. Within a month, he could amass more cultivation resources than what would take a fellow cultivator a decade to gather. This was how he rose to prominence in the cultivation world. However, once exposed, he was hunted by all sections, yet that tactic was no longer viable. Nowadays, all sects in the cultivation world required real name registration for new disciples, with a month-long probationary period that if any discrepancies were discovered, immediate action would be taken. This reform stemmed from Luo Xingye himself over 3,000 years ago, instigating a significant transformation in the sect system of the cultivation world. This time, he would not resort to such means, primarily because they were no longer applicable. Nevertheless, there was always a loophole to exploit. Now, he had statues at his disposal that he intended for these statues to join sects, steadily receiving stipends that would accumulate over time. This would provide a considerable resource while allowing him to gather various intelligence for his use. This reminded him of a saying: "If I had 100,000 dead soldiers, I would take them to an electronics factory, providing food and lodging for 4,000, earning 400 million a month." His current statues were somewhat akin to this, albeit fewer in number. Yet, he believed their ranks would grow. "I shall also impart some techniques for speed and movement to you," Luo Xingye declared, sharing these secret methods with the 30 disguised statues before sending them away from the ancient city of demons, each embarking on their respective journeys, that he too departed, with the 3 heavenly gate statues disguised as swordsmen following his lead. Meanwhile, the ancient city of demons would be monitored, patrolled, and treasure-seeking by 6 types of statues: stone ghosts, demon transformations, ghost eyes, 5-element ghost mice, and the great grief demon. Should anything unusual occur, they would promptly report back to Luo Xingye. After leaving the great wilderness celestial ruins, Luo Xingye assigned tasks to the 3 disguised statues who had taken on the roles of swordsmen. "You 3 need not follow me," he instructed. "Shuri, you will join the Northern Celestial Palace. Shur-Er and Shur-San, you 2 will join the Qingyan Sword Sect, that I shall not give you instructions frequently. Simply focus on blending in as disciples." With that, Luo Xingye disguised himself as an ordinary 9th-level cloud sea cultivator, traversing the various locales of the Qingyo domain. Upon discovering any evil souls, he would deploy his 2 shadow statues from within the shadows. They were of the Heavenly Gate realm, possessing assassination abilities and formidable offensive power. Even cultivators at the 9th level of the Heavenly Gate realm would struggle to withstand their might. Additionally, Luo Xingye absorbed the turbid energies from various places, preparing to unlock the evil form of the ancient demon. Time passed gradually, and the number of evil souls he collected increased, that he also absorbed a considerable amount of turbid energy. Luo Xingye had a premonition that his evil form would soon awaken. Taking a deep breath, he approached the situation with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the statues began to fulfill their roles, relaying messages from various sects indicating a gradual increase in demonic cultivators, that a rumor began to spread throughout the Qingyo domain. Demonic cultivators were poised to invade en masse, targeting the Northern Celestial Palace. Reports from Shur-E within the Northern Celestial Palace confirmed that the sect was steadily recalling its disciples and elders, and the armory began mass-producing weapons. This indicated preparations for war. "I should check on Su Bangxia. She possesses the Lingshu celestial body. And should war erupt, she would certainly attract the attention of demonic cultivators." Luo Xingye licked his lips, realizing it had been a while since he had tasted spiritual blood. It was time to pay her a visit. However, there was no rush. Wars among top-tier sects required careful consideration from all angles. The preparation to the actual conflict could take months, even years. There was no need for excessive concern, that he still had a matter to address. Shur-Er and Shur-San had been part of the Qingyan Sword Sect for several days, gathering intelligence. Shaolin Yu was set to travel to a human city to apprehend the hidden evil cultivators among the populace. The increase of demonic cultivators in the Qingyo domain had also led to rampant activity among numerous evil cultivators. Recently, the Qingyan Sword Sect had shown keen interest in capturing these rogue elements. "I should seek out Shaolin Yu. It has been a while since we last met, and I imagine she misses me," Luo Xingye mused, intrigued by the prospect of a new source of blood. If that senior brother found out, he would surely leap for joy. Fengtu City, a mortal settlement safeguarded by the Qingyan Sword Sect, was bustling with life. Luo Xingye, disguised as a dashing young man, strolled through the marketplace, drawing the attention of many young maidens. At this moment, he was a thorn in the side of men and a desire in the eyes of women. He detected a stream of evil souls remnants of mortal malice, but he paid them no heed. The souls of mortals could only awaken the statues in large numbers, that it was too cumbersome, and slaughtering mortals was a task he wished to avoid. He preferred the souls of cultivators, which were far more convenient. Suddenly, a burly man brandishing a sword obstructed his path. "My lady wishes to meet you," the man stated, gesturing towards a lavish carriage at the street corner. There, a stunningly graceful matron peeked through the curtain, her gaze fixed upon Luo Xingye. With a swift step, he departed like a breeze. Alas, it was his own handsome visage that drew such attention from the fairer sex. That night, he checked into an inn, where Xiao Lingyu was also present, a fact he had deliberately verified. After contemplation, Luo Xingye resolved to orchestrate a delightful coincidence. Clad in white, with his hands clasped behind him and a book in hand, he strolled through the inn's courtyard. The moon shone brightly, stars twinkled sparsely, and a cool breeze wafted through the air, sighed softly in the moonlight, when suddenly an astonished voice reached his ears. "Ah, this young cultivator, do you still recognize me?" Xiao Lingyu, clad in a cerulean outfit, approached Luo Xingye. She was gentle and beautiful, her delicate figure exuding an ethereal charm that even her casual attire could not conceal. Luo Xingye turned to look surprised as he exclaimed, "You are that extraordinary master from the Qingyun sword sect? It seems that you are indeed the one." Xiao Lingyu chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. She surveyed the surroundings with her enchanting gaze. And upon seeing no one, she smiled. "What brings you here? Do you require my guidance on the Tao to elevate your cultivation? The heights of one's cultivation should be pursued with a free spirit, without attachment. Being overly concerned may bind oneself that I end this life. One ought to cast off the chains that confine them, moving like the wind and speaking like flowing water," Luo Xingye replied with a serene smile. His every gesture radiated charm, imbued with a certain Taoist essence that left Xiao Lingyu in awe. "Then pray tell, what does it mean to act according to one's heart, to move like the wind and speak like water?" Xiao Lingyu inched closer, her fragrance enveloping him. Meanwhile, from the distant shadows, a night wanderer produced a recording stone, capturing this scene to send to the senior brother at the sect. The senior brother, engrossed in his duties, was enthralled by the tale, until he beheld the image of Xiao Lingyu clandestinely meeting with that young cultivator from the Yunhai realm, and he erupted in fury. "What the hell?" he bellowed, causing the disciples around him to shiver in alarm. Rising, he took flight, heading straight for the city of Fengtu. "Then let me ask you, why do the leaves in the backyard sway?" Luo Xingye, seated upon a bamboo chair, pointed at the leaves on the tree. "They sway because of the wind." "Of course," Xiao Lingyu replied, tilting her head with a smile. "Have you never considered that the leaves are not moving at all, but rather it is the wind that is in motion?" Luo Xingye remarked, casting her a sidelong glance, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Xiao Lingyu's smile faded, momentarily perplexed by his words, and after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. "The wind is formless. While the leaves are tangible, it is the leaves that move as the wind passes through." "No, I maintain that it is the wind that moves. Without the wind passing by, how could the leaves sway?" Luo Xingye countered. Xiao Lingyu frowned, steadfast in her belief. The wind is invisible and intangible. Thus, it must be the leaves that are in motion, which signifies the presence of the wind. Luo Xingye remained resolute in his stance. Frustrated, Xiao Lingyu thought to herself that as an extraordinary master, she could not possibly concede to this mere cultivator of the Yunhai realm. She endeavored to explain her reasoning with different words, still convinced it was the leaves that moved. Suddenly, Luo Xingye smiled, looking at her with amusement. "Why do you laugh at me? Are you not afraid I might sweat you flat?" Xiao Lingyu exclaimed, her delicate nose crinkling adorably as she raised a hand, feigning an intent to strike. "I laugh at you because your heart is in motion." Luo Xingye straightened up, gently grasping her hand, effectively holding it. Xiao Lingyu's body quivered, and as she prepared to retract her hand, his words captivated her attention. "If you are not fixated on the trivial matter of whether it is the wind or the leaves that move, your heart would remain still. You are too engrossed in this argument, ensnared within it," he continued. "Thus, it is not a matter of whether the wind moves or the leaves do, but rather it is your heart that is in motion. The concept of acting according to one's heart is to refrain from excessive attachment. When observing things, one should remain detached, silently watching the game unfold, smiling as the tides rise and fall. With a gentle caress of her delicate hand, he leaned closer. Xiao Lingyu's face flushed, and she swiftly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "Rogue, you are clearly the one with ulterior motives. I merely observe that your heart is in motion, and it is moving quite swiftly." Luo Xia chuckled lightly, observing her rosy cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes. He felt a flutter of emotions that he could not help but sigh inwardly. "Ah, senior brother, by the next time you encounter Xiao Lingyu, she will have already taken my shape."